Shush, the wolf is coming. All I need to do is eat and sleep to increase my cultivation level. Relying on the memories of my past life as a demon saint, I can quickly gain cultivation levels. But why, oh why did I have to be reborn as this creature? I've transcended worlds reborn as a newborn wolf cub. And even been bound to an infinite spiritual energy system. Just by breathing I can automatically enhance my cultivation. Isn't that just the pinnacle of a wolf's life, to ascend while simply lying flat and sleeping? I have been reborn, indeed reborn into a freshly born wolf cub. Fortunately I have retained the skills and techniques of the demon saint from my past life. By diligently practicing every day to gain cultivation, returning to my former state as a demon saint. And avenging the past is only a matter of time. But before I settle down, there's just one issue. This silly little wolf cub seems to be my sister. She keeps stealing my food, making it hard for me to claim system rewards. Before I can return to my status as a demon saint, I face another hurdle. This ugly little wolf cub is quite bothersome. How dare she compete with a demon saint for resources? Oh, my foolish younger brother. Lying in the cave, I open my eyes, feeling the continuous flow of spiritual energy into my body. Increasing by the second, becoming powerful is just a matter of time, so I've come to accept the fact that I've been reborn as a little wolf cub. Turning my head, I see another wolf cub sleeping. I can tell at a glance that it's a little female wolf, probably my younger sister. I must be the older brother, I muse, my little tail wagging non-stop. Perhaps due to the novelty of just being born, the spiritual energy in this otherworldly continent is so abundant that I can't help but fall into a deep slumber. After all, a newborn wolf is still very fragile. In that moment, the previously sleeping Lu Ruyan suddenly wakes with a start, looking at her own body, then examining her little paws in confusion. Wasn't I advancing to become a demon saint? I was nearly killed by heavenly thunder. I didn't expect to be reborn. She looks around the ancient cave and frowns to think that I, a great demon emperor, would be reborn in this little wolf's body. This ugly dumpling next to me must be my younger brother. Meeting me is his good fortune, with a demon saint to protect him. Who in this alien world would dare to bully him? Unaware of the treachery of the celestial beings of the immortal realm who deceitfully lured me to the execution of the immortals under the guise of peace talks. Trapping me and crippling my limbs, making me face the weakest moment during the demon saint's thunder tribulation, almost erasing my soul, but now giving me a chance to be reborn. In the days to come I will slaughter the three realms clean, letting those people also taste what it means to be utterly annihilated. The little wolf cub's eyes were filled with a bloodthirsty hue as her tiny paws waved discontentedly, venting her emotions. She examined her frail body, indeed too weak. With not even a superior lineage, such a body was as fragile as a chick. Returning to her previous strength seemed a long and arduous journey. Fortunately, her cultivation practices were diverse. She even knew the methods of cultivating spiritual beasts. She instantaneously mobilized the spiritual energy within her body, allowing it to flow as efficiently as possible. Closing her eyes, she entered a state of cultivation. Meanwhile, I yawned hugely beside her, feeling the spiritual energy grow at a terrifying rate, and suddenly, without a sound, I advanced a level. I didn't know how long I had slept, but I felt something wet on the back of my neck. Instinctively, I opened my eyes, still groggy, and looked around. Suddenly, I saw a wolf face, which startled me, making me shudder. And struggled to back away until a large paw landed on my head, helping me realize I too was a wolf now. At that moment, the mother wolf patted my head, her gesture exuding a mother's tenderness. She must be my mother. Her mouth still bore traces of fresh blood, likely from a recent hunt. The mother wolf was even larger than I had imagined, her body approximately 2 meters tall, her deep blue eyes majestic. This prompted me to instinctively check the system, discovering I had unexpectedly advanced to the first level. I hadn't expected that sleeping for 3 hours would evolve 30,000 units of spiritual energy. Grinning, I foolishly rejoiced. Cultivation seemed much simpler than I had imagined. At this time, the mother wolf laid in the grass, unhurried to nurse her pups, instead spitting out several energy orbs. She had not realized that her offspring had already awakened their spiritual sense and even reached the first level. Ding, a gentle reminder. When spiritual beasts are born, the mother will spit out energy orbs to ensure the survival of the cubs. The host can absorb these orbs to increase spiritual energy. Wasn't this just the perfect newbie gift pack? I stumbled quickly towards the orbs, gulping them down greedily. To level up, I needed to strengthen myself. Suddenly, a swift kick knocked me over. Pain blasted across my wolf face. Dazed, I looked up. It was my wolf sister, domineeringly hoarding the energy orbs, her body firmly guarding them, not allowing me a single sip. Ding, mission issued. Absorb energy orbs to enhance spiritual energy and consume the first milk to ensure survival. Rewards. 1 increase in spiritual sense, 1 increase in physique. I had initially hoped to share the absorption, but it seemed my wolf sister was born for the wolf life. Understanding from a young age the laws of natural selection of the survival of the fittest, well, don't blame me for being impolite. After all, in a world where the wolves are many and the meat is scarce, I must survive first. With his stubby little legs and tiny paws raised, Zhang Hejing did not hesitate to push his sister's face aside. My dear sister, forgive your brother. Now a first-tier creature, Zhang Hejing was careful with his strength, ensuring that even his young sister the wolf cub would not be hurt, yet his slap sent her flying a meter away from their mother's embrace, rolling right into a pile of dry hay. The little wolf sister struggled to get up, her blue unshed film eyes round with confusion as she looked around, her gaze filled with bewilderment. Then it dawned on her, heavens, the tables have turned. She, the mighty demon empress, had been pushed down by her unseemly little brother who resembled nothing more than a dumpling, and she was just a young wolf. This could not be tolerated, absolutely not. She immediately scrambled up, mustering all her strength to charge back. By now Zhang Hejing had begun diligently absorbing energy orbs and drinking the first milk. It seemed he was completely unaware of the little dumpling stealthily approaching him from behind. Although small, Zhang Ye's claws were already out, and without a word she pounced, but easily, almost effortlessly, he extended a paw, his pads not even fully stretched out, and pressed it against her forehead. With a gentle hook of his hind leg, he flipped Zhang Ye upside down, pinning her helplessly. Undeterred, Zhang Ye continued to push forward, but Zhang Hejing, even with his eyes closed to absorb the energy orbs, could sense her movements and kept her at bay, leaving her exhausted and drained, her recently absorbed spiritual energy already spent, driving her to desperation. She even emitted a plaintive cry. She, the Grand Empress, her body had already begun to absorb spiritual energy, yet this unawakened dumpling had such brute strength, it was infuriating. She couldn't even handle a wolf cub now, she couldn't even eat. Her stomach growled in protest, but all she could do was watch Zhang Hejing blissfully enjoying a lavish feast. Ding, mission complete. 80% of spiritual energy absorbed, first milk consumed, ensuring the cub's survival. Physique +1 inch, spiritual sense +1 is spiritual energy +1 +1 +1. The system's voice echoed in Zhang Hejing's mind, announcing his gains. He was now too full to eat another bite, and to ensure the survival of both cubs, the mother wolf began to grow agitated and nudged him away. But without much force, she simply turned Zhang Ye over. Now it was her turn. Her eyes wide with hunger, she gulped down the remaining scarce milk. After all, survival was the true logic. She needed to cultivate quickly. To make her ignorant brother realize what it meant to respect his elders, Zhang Hejing curled up in the mother wolf's embrace, feigning sleep while secretly calculating his spiritual energy. The best way to grow as a cub: eat, sleep, and cause mischief. Zhang Hejing curled up in the embrace of the mother wolf, striving to absorb the spiritual energy emanating from her. He was now only 300,000 units of spiritual energy away from reaching the second tier. If he could endure the first 3 days, he would perfectly achieve the second tier. The mother wolf usually returned at dawn, as dusk was the prime time for hunting. To feed her 2 cubs, she needed to consume at least 3 spirit deer, not to mention other smaller animals. Most of Zhang Hejing's time was spent in deep sleep, occasionally fighting with his proud and aloof sister over milk. Ding! Congratulations to the host for reaching the second tier. Host: Zhang Hejing, Spirit Beast, White Wolf skills: Wind Element, Spiritual Sense, 66, Physique, 71. Host achieving the second tier unlocks new benefits. Upon hearing of the new benefits, Zhang Hejing stretched his handsome head over curiously. What new benefits? In the realm of spiritual sense, Zhang Hejing's voice was still childishly soft, but his eyes sparkled with eager anticipation. 1. Spiritual sense growth skill. As the host's spiritual energy increases, the host's spiritual sense will grow proportionally. When the spiritual energy ascends by 1 tier, the host's spiritual sense can increase exponentially. 2. Life force recovery skill. When the host is injured, the physique will recover according to the severity of the injury. The more severe the injury, the faster the recovery ability of the physique, but the consumption of spiritual energy will also increase. 3. Mimicry skill. The host can choose a mimicry skill. The host can mimic the skills of any predator. Mimicry skills are at an initial stage, and upgrading the skill level requires consumption of spiritual energy, which doubles with each tier advancement. These 3 skills are for the host's lifelong use and are also buff stacked during the host's childhood. Only one can be chosen. The host is advised to consider carefully. After the system finished speaking, Jiang Hujing, born under the sign of Libra, fell into deep contemplation. Each of these skills held fatal attraction for him, yet he could only choose one. He nestled in the grass, pondering which skill to select. Currently in his wolf pup stage, while spiritual sense was crucial if his physique couldn't keep up, mental strength seemed of little use before adulthood. The second skill, blood recovery, although potentially life-saving in critical moments in a world where the weak are prey to the strong, no matter how much one heals without defeating the spirit beast, it would still devour him, leaving nothing behind. The mimicry ability was quite interesting as it allowed learning the highest skills of other spirit beasts, significantly increasing the likelihood of a fatal strike. At this moment he had grown considerably larger than before appearing several months old, though he was just a newborn pup. In the realm of spiritual veins, the lineage of spirit beasts was paramount. Even as a low-tier wind lineage holder, he had reached the second tier in just 3 days. If word spread to other spirit beasts, the entire cave might be surrounded by predators eager to devour him like a sweet treat. He lazily rolled over, landing in the arms of his sister, the she-wolf, only to be kicked away with a swift motion. The young girl had grown claws. Now, with a single swipe, she caused Jiang Hujing to grimace in pain. Those little wolf claws really hurt. Looking up, he saw Jiang Ye turning her head away, ignoring him. His sister, lazy as ever, never practiced her cultivation. She preferred to spend her days eating and sleeping like a wolf cub. She had no desire to be like him. Twisting her body, she crawled directly into the cave, leaving Jiang Hujing to roll over once more. Watching Ye sit cross-legged, the scene appeared quite comical due to their wolfish bodies. But surrounding the cave, spiritual energy hovered. It was clear his sister was cultivating, taking advantage of their mother's hunting time to practice. She was quick to gain intelligence. No wonder she always fought so fiercely over milk. It looked as though she was just as eager to compete in everything else, shooting him challenging glances. Their wolf mother, a formidable creature, likely ranked 10th in power in their region. No other spiritual beasts dared approach. It seemed they were safe here, and with plentiful milk from their mother, they had enough to drink. He lay back leisurely, his spiritual energy incrementally increasing. A cub must do what a cub does: eat, sleep, and stretch. Suddenly, Yaya felt a surge of energy filling her body, her strength subtly but significantly bolstered. Even her spiritual energy began to take shape. She was overjoyed, her heart swelling with excitement. She had reached the first rank much quicker than anticipated. Thankfully, she had practiced her techniques early, controlling her newly manifested spiritual energy, which now showed potential for combat. Yaya had transformed. No longer a mere beast, she had become a spiritual creature with a budding consciousness. Her progress was astonishing, aided by her techniques and the foundation from her past life as a demon emperor, mastering cultivation methods with ease. Relieved, she glanced at Jiang Hujing sprawled comically on the ground, feeling a sneer rise within her. Born from the same mother, yet all he did was eat and sleep. He would end as a mere spiritual beast, likely fated to be killed. Without her, what would become of their home? Yaya wiggled her bottom and plopped down on Jiang Hujing's belly, her feet almost reaching his mouth. She harbored her own little schemes. Her current pace of cultivation couldn't keep up with her desires. The spiritual vein held numerous treasures that could enhance cultivation, and she dreamed of consuming spiritual fruits. Suddenly, Jiang Hujing's eyes snapped open, sensing a familiar pressure. He immediately got up and rushed to the cave entrance. His spiritual sense, now at level 6, allowed him to detect the presence of spiritual beasts from hundreds of meters away. Indeed, a large white paw appeared, and he quickly stepped forward, grabbing the wolf mother's thigh. The soft, fluffy fur felt extremely comfortable. After all, he was now a little cub, and craving maternal love was perfectly normal. Just as he embraced her, a fleeting shadow leaped out, clinging tightly to the thigh and boldly glaring at Jiang Hujing. Suddenly, Jiang Hujing felt a chill on his head, as if some liquid was trickling down. Instinctively, he looked up to see a blue fruit glowing like a fluorescent light in the wolf mother's mouth. Ding! System notification: this is a wind spirit fruit containing abundant spiritual power which only bears fruit once every 20 years. Please treasure this opportunity, host. The wolf mother was covered in wounds. The wind spirit fruit thrived in a place guarded by a powerful snake spirit beast, making it a rare find. It seemed the wolf mother had fought fiercely with the spirit beast to seize this opportunity to obtain the spiritual fruit. Jiang Hujing's eyes lit up instantly. Before he could eat the spiritual fruit, his fierce sister snatched the fruit and swallowed it with a howl. Not to be outdone, Jiang Hujing quickly ate the wind spirit fruit, a fruit formed from spiritual veins containing immense energy. The moment it touched his mouth, spiritual energy surged inside. Ding! Congratulations to the host for unlocking a new skill. Host, Zhang Hajing Spirit Beast. White Wolf level, Tier 2 Spiritual Power, 330,000 points. Spiritual Sense, 10-inch Physique, 10 Skills, Wind Element Buff Reward, Mimicry Ability, Warm Reminder the Mimicry ability has been achieved, using it will consume a lot of spiritual energy, please use it judiciously. Host, after the mechanical voice of the system faded, Zhang Hajing quickly checked his skill panel, delighted with his new mimicry skill, but for now he still needed to hide his true strength as a wolf cub, otherwise he really wanted to try out the mimicry skill immediately. The wolf mother with her gentle blue eyes watched her two cubs as they moved aside to lick her wounds. After all, it had been a fierce battle, but she did not want her cubs to be exposed to such dangers too soon. She lay in a pile of dry grass, holding her two cubs tightly, her warmth allowing Zhang Hajing and Zhang Yeye to comfortably squint their eyes. The lingering fragrance of the wind spirit fruit still seemed present in Zhang Yeye's mouth. The wolf mother was indeed a very gentle mother. This wind spirit fruit could greatly enhance her strength. With a snort, it wouldn't be long before she reached the second tier, maybe even advancing faster. Zhang Hajing was calculating the next stage where the number of tiers and spiritual energy would multiply exponentially. Reaching the next tier would require 900,000 spiritual energy points. For the first time, Zhang Hajing experienced growing pains as he began to teeth. He only saw the spiritual energy on the control panel. Spiritual energy +1+1+1. Every day the wolf mother went out early and returned late, replenishing her strength, bringing them heavenly treasures to aid their cultivation, such nourishment. Ding, wind spirit fruit +1. Host, Zhang Hajing, level, second order, spiritual energy, 370,000 points. Skills, awakened with innate wind type abilities. The host can imitate and enhance these skills to improve their attributes. All these skills are initial skills and require the host to use spiritual energy to enhance their power. Keep up the good work. Once the system control panel appeared, Zhang Hajing, who was dozing off, suddenly became alert. He observed his sharp claws in his body, which seemed at least 6 months old. Normally, a wolf cub only a week old wouldn't have teeth, but his physical growth had sped up, resulting in quickly growing teeth and even his nails starting to shed, replaced by sharper ones. He was ecstatic, as this was much faster than he had anticipated, especially since the wolf mother fed him wind spirit fruits and ginseng essence daily. With such divine and earthly treasures, it was normal for his spiritual energy to double, but he hadn't expected to awaken his skills so quickly. And there he was, just a week-old wolf cub, very satisfied with the rate of his energy growth. Zhang Hajing continued his routine like a little cub, eating and sleeping. When the wolf mother returned, she tenderly licked her two children and continued to protect them as they slept. It's worth noting that the spirit beasts the wolf mother devoured were only at the first or second order, and only the guardians of the most powerful heavenly and earthly treasures would awaken skills, yet he, a newly born cub, had already awakened his skills. The next day, while Zhang Hajing was deeply asleep, Zhang Yeye suddenly came over with a big wolf mouth aiming to bite him, but luckily he dodged quickly. Looking up, he saw that Yeye's teeth were also beginning to grow, seemingly itchy and wanting to use him as a teething stick. In an instant his paw pressed down on her head. This little guy, always full of wild ideas. Zhang Yeye looked at Zhang Hajing somewhat astoundingly. After all, he was just a non-sentient little wolf cub, whereas she was already a first-order spiritual beast. How could this silly brother still be so energetic? It must be from eating too many spirit fruits. With such little tricks, trying to trap me. Let's see, I'll show you what hierarchy is. With no courtesy, Zhang Yeye's wolf paw harshly swiped at Zhang Hajing. But Zhang Hajing was not to be trifled with. He dodged almost instantly. Originally itching for a fight, he was ready to spar with his sister, holding back his strength. After a few exchanges, Yeye was already out of breath, her blue membranes fading from her eyes, shocked that she hadn't won a single round against him all this time. Could it be that her ugly, chubby brother was a natural-born body cultivator saint? Seeing the shock in Yeye's eyes, Zhang Hajing felt immensely satisfied, knowing that teasing his sister was best done while she was still young. But before he could go and comfort her, his pupils suddenly dilated. Not far away, about 300 meters from them, a predatory spirit beast of at least 5th order was approaching, even carrying a heavy scent of blood. And it wasn't the wolf mother. The area had been marked with the scent of the wolf mother. White wolves are fierce predatory spirit beasts, not easily approached by ordinary spirit beasts given their lethal attack capabilities. However, it was clear that this second-tier spirit beast had figured out the wolf mother's routine and knew she was nursing two cubs who had just reached the first tier. as the wolf sister could not hide her own strength, her tear was discernible to others. Thus, the scent-hunting beasts grew restless, waiting for the wolf mother to leave before closely following, hoping to devour this sweet treat in one bite. Sensing the danger, Jiang Yijing instantly entered a state of combat, cautiously concealing his aura while slapping the confused wolf sister deep into the cave. Jiang Yu tumbled into the bushes, lifting her fuzzy head, just about to bite back when roar roar roar, a howling from outside the cave. Only then did she notice the presence of two spirit beasts outside, looking incredulously at Jiang Yijing at the cave entrance. This ugly lump, clearly lacking spiritual intelligence, how could he sense danger so quickly and remain so calm? Jiang Yijing approached the cave entrance, his body relaxed. After all, the wolf mother was a 10th tier. Dealing with a 5th tier prey was just a piece of cake. The wolf's howl, a sound wave from a 10th tier fierce beast, shattered the entire valley. In an instant, birds scattered in alarm, rocks tumbled, and trees fell. Standing on the hillside, the wolf mother, with her agile body and icy blue eyes emitting a chill, her body covered in a faint blue light, bared her teeth at the spirit beast hidden in the darkness, exerting her oppressive aura. Inside the cave, Jiang Yijing was almost breathless. Ding. Trigger mimic skill. Skill, wolf howl, level, low. He hadn't expected to trigger the mimic skill so soon. Overjoyed, Jiang Yijing stood outside the cave, stretching his neck to get a clearer view. There, on a nearby hillside, was the wolf mother facing off against a massive hyena. The hyena, 5 meters long, with a body like a hill, fiery red eyes and mane like steel, its claws razor sharp. However, compared to the wolf mother, this hyena's level was evidently much lower. Spirit beast, savage hyena, level, 5th tier, physique, 10-inch mental strength, 10 skills, bite, claw, pounce, level, low. A wolf howl stunned the hyena momentarily, its huge body wobbling on the hillside, barely managing to stand. Then the hyena activated its pounce skill. Its dense fur instantly turned into sharp needles, stabbing straight into the wolf mother's body. The wolf mother let out a low growl, her agile body flashing past, her icy blue eyes instantly turning a vivid red. Jiang Yijing witnessed the scene of the wolf mother hunting for the first time and moved closer to continue watching. She would not allow anyone to harm her children, her claws gleaming menacingly. Sharp as a crescent moon, her claws pierced the thick neck of the hyena, fearless against its steel-like fangs. Bright red blood burst forth, staining her silvery fur. The pained hyena, now furious, bared its sharp teeth, attempting to bite the wolf mother, but she gave it no chance. Her massive body nimbly dodged the hyena's attack, her claws still embedded in its neck, now visibly frosted. Jiang Yijing observed as a thick layer of ice formed over the hyena's neck, the wound instantly frostbitten. Howling in agony, the hyena issued a piercing scream, collapsing like a small hill, its hind legs barely fighting. Wolf Wind Claw activated. Low tier, the system kindly reminded. Watching the wolf mother fight will steadily increase your skills. Don't miss this opportunity. Jiang Yijing admired the wolf mother's valiant form, then glanced down at his own chubby paws, feeling an immense desire to grow. Wolf Wind Claw +1+1+1 inch Wolf Howl +1+1+1. He internally celebrated, counting the newly added skills on his panel while relishing the fierce battle between the wolf mother and the 5th tier hyena. Not only could he enjoy a splendid fight, but he could also increase his skill levels. What a delightful feeling! At that moment, the wolf sister also squeezed to the outside of the cave, her eyes shining brightly as she watched the wolf mother combat the 5th tier spiritual beast. Such creatures were rare indeed. Only at the 5th tier and above would they possess an inner pill. Consuming one could greatly enhance spiritual energy, aiding significantly in breaking through levels. Jiang Yijing observed the wolf sister, her eyes gleaming, saliva nearly dripping. He then turned back to see the wolf mother fiercely biting the hyena, thinking to himself how peculiar her taste was. Hyena meat from such an ugly creature was appetizing to her. The surrounding hills and trees were in complete disarray, devastated. The hyena, under the wolf mother's relentless assault, was badly wounded, its injuries gaping like ravines, spewing copious amounts of blood, and its eyes had been gouged by the wolf mother's sharp claws. The sunken eye sockets appeared fierce and terrifying, while the dangling eyeballs revealed fear. Struggling to rise, it gasped heavily, mucus dripping from its teeth, its survival instinct desperately signaling it to flee. But the wolf mother would not easily let it escape, suddenly leaping in front of it, her moonlight-like white fur now stained with blood, her gaping maw wide open. Under the terrifying grip of fear, the hyena viciously bit through its throat. The act was swift and clean. The hyena didn't even have the chance to whimper before it was abruptly deprived of life, collapsing like a small hill. However, the ordeal was far from over. The she-wolf raised her sharp claws and fiercely slashed at the hyena's corpse, splattering her fur with gushing blood. Without any hesitation, she dug out the hyena's spiritual core. Ding! You have obtained a spiritual core from a beast. Consuming this core will increase your spiritual energy by 300,000 points, physical strength increased by 10 points, spiritual awareness increased by 10 points. Please note there is only one core and Jiang Ye knows its importance. Please complete the task of consuming this core. It was then Jiang Hejing realized why Jiang Ye's eyes had lit up earlier. It wasn't the unsightly flesh she was after but the 4th tier spiritual core. At that moment Jiang Hejing was ready to spring into action. The she-wolf did not even glance at the hyena's corpse but stood firm, roar after roar. Intense howls stirred the trees around them and one could vaguely see blue light waves amidst the chaotic foliage which concealed the hyena's body. This also served as a warning to other predators not to dare approach her territory. The sonic waves of her howl could travel thousands of kilometers, striking fear into the hearts of other hunters. Jiang Hejing was eager to try howling like the wolves, but his priority was to snatch the spiritual core. The she-wolf with the blood-stained core in her jaws took it back to the cave. Jiang Ye sprang forth, nuzzling against the she-wolf with a cooing sound adorable in her pleas. The she-wolf affectionately licked her fur. However, Jiang Hejing clearly saw that Jiang Ye's eyes were fixed on the spiritual core. The clever girl knew how to strategize and Jiang Hejing, not to be outdone, hugged another leg and rubbed his entire head against it, acting coquettishly. Being a cub had its perks. One could fully enjoy maternal love. He vigorously rubbed against the she-wolf's leg, his eyes also roundly fixed on the spiritual core. The she-wolf looked down at the two cubs and gently nudged them away with her leg. Jiang Hejing and Jiang Ye looked puzzled by the she-wolf's actions. Could it be? Was the she-wolf planning to consume the spiritual core herself? She looked affectionately at her two children. She was also wounded, but instead of swallowing the cord she placed it on a stone and softly growled twice. Jiang Hejing, though he possessed a human soul now embodied in a wolf, naturally understood the wolf language. The she-wolf's intention was to let him and his sister duel for the core, also allowing her to assess their strength. After all, young wolves needed to learn hunting within a month, despite them being born just half a month ago. If it weren't for the she-wolf's timely arrival, her two children would have been swallowed by the hyena, making it necessary for her to prepare her children early. Jiang Hejing looked up at Jiang Ye, seeing her ready to fight. It seemed she too had understood the she-wolf's meaning and was eager to face him in a decisive battle. Jiang Hejing hadn't even looked up when Jiang Ye launched herself at him, her paws aiming straight for his head. Jiang Hejing's body was rounded yet surprisingly nimble, deftly dodging with a swift flicker. His sister Jiang Ye seemed as if she could devour King Jiji in one bite, always acting with fiery urgency. To avoid hurting each other, they retracted their claws, ensuring that their playful fights did not lead to serious injuries. Even the strength in a cub's claws should not be underestimated. Currently, Jiang Ye had reached the 1st tier, but her physical and spiritual growth was slow. In contrast, Jiang Hejing was already at the 2nd tier, his spiritual and physical strength 3 times greater than hers, and he possessed 2 skills. Therefore, he always held back his strength after all. She was his dear younger sister. However, Jiang Ye didn't see it the same way. She challengingly stared at Jiang Hejing. It was time to let him understand the distinction between superior and inferior, and once he awakened his spiritual intelligence he would have to call her queen's sister. She instantly assumed an attacking stance, using her tail for balance, and leaped forward, her tender claws wrapped in a fade aura. Watch out! Paw pad attack. Jiang Hejing keenly noticed the difference in this paw pad attack. It was covered with an aura that didn't belong to her current tier. Moreover, it seemed that this aura was not emanating from within but was gathered from the outside, a kind of secret technique. This attack might not damage the surface, but the real damage was internal. It appeared that Jiang Ye's talent was indeed formidable and she too was holding back her strength. Otherwise, this force could have reset a newborn cub of just 15 days. Despite her exceptional talent, Jiang Hejing, a man with a golden finger, remained composed. He calmly raised his head and lifted his wolf claws, waiting for Jiang Ye's paw pad attack. Wolf Wind Claw. Although he did not gather spiritual energy, the mere power of the 1st tier Wolf Wind Claw shattered Jiang Ye's thin layer of aura in an instant. Jiang Hejing also retracted his paw at the last moment, gently patting his sister's head with his soft paw pad. Jiang Ye struggled for a while, realizing her small body couldn't move at all. Darn it! This ugly dumpling actually had such talent. Could it really be a saintly body of physical cultivation? After all, how could an ugly dumpling who had not yet awakened his spiritual sense and did nothing but eat and sleep possess such strength? Jiang Hujing looked at his sister with a touch of affection. With his current level of spiritual sense, every move she made seemed like slow motion, all within his sight. Jiang Hujing gently pushed, and due to the loss of weight, Jiang Yeye's body flew out, barely breaking by concentrating her spiritual energy on her feet. The seemingly invisible force had immense actual attack power. Did he secretly consume some heavenly treasures behind her back? They drank the same milk. Why is there such a big difference? Jiang Yeye couldn't help but pounce again, feeling indignant. Humph, she was a reborn demon saint. How could she be trampled underfoot by this ugly dumpling? And he was her younger brother. Her eyes emitted a blue light as she stared fixedly at Jiang Hujing, full of fighting spirit. Jiang Hujing finally understood that this little girl wanted more than just the inner core. She also wanted to establish a hierarchy with him, his adorably cute sister. Oh, it would be so satisfying to hear her call him big brother in the future. Jiang Hujing revealed a pleased smile and raised his little paw. The wolf mother stretched lazily, lovingly watching her two children spar back and forth. She did not intervene, for in the struggle of spirit beasts injuries were common, but since they shared the same bloodline, as long as their lives were not threatened, it was acceptable. However, she realized that her two cubs were extraordinary. They had grown much more than other young cubs, and one had already reached the first rank. She decided that she needed to teach them hunting and survival skills sooner rather than later. Within less than a quarter of an hour, Jiang Yeye was already lying on the ground, breathing heavily. She was completely exhausted. Despite using all her tricks, she could not defeat the ugly dumpling in front of her. Meanwhile, Jiang Hujing had not even used up 2/3 of his spiritual energy, and his low-rank wolf Wind Claw hadn't even utilized spiritual energy. His physique, mental power and spiritual energy were more than enough to deal with a first-rank beast. Although reluctant, Jiang Yeye stepped aside, but her gaze at Jiang Hujing no longer contained provocation. Humph, she would let him have this one. Once she broke through her own rank, she would play with as many inner cores as she wanted. She wouldn't be envious at all. In fact, with her back turned to Jiang Hujing, she still fiercely wiped away a tear. Damn it, next time she would definitely make this ugly dumpling call her sister. Jiang Hujing, seeing the shiny black inner core placed in the center of the stone, his eyes sparkled as he moved gracefully towards it. The wolf mother quietly watched from the side. After all, in the world of spirit beasts, it was a survival of the fittest. Jiang Hujing looked at the inner core, which resembled black obsidian, and raised his paw, splitting the inner core into two with a swipe. Awo awo, the milky voice that came from his mouth gave him goosebumps. Jiang Yeye incredulously looked up, seeing the inner core split into two, clearly meant for her to eat. Reluctantly, she moved over and nuzzled Jiang Hujing, almost as if calling him brother. Humph, even so, she, the queen, would definitely win next time. Jiang Hujing looked at the fluffy Jiang Yeye, sometimes finding his sister rather cute, but the next second Jiang Yeye was glaring at him with a look that seemed to say, "Don't be smug. The next victory will definitely be hers." She would eventually trample him underfoot. Jiang Hujing looked at Jiang Yeye. Heth, the little girl was quite sundara, he thought, as he leaned down and swallowed his half of the inner core. Within my body, it felt as if a fire had ignited, a warm sensation flooding through me as I stared directly at the panel displaying the soaring spiritual energy. Ding, half a dan. Host, Jiang Hijing has completed the task. Spiritual energy plus 300,000 points, total spiritual energy, 900,000 points, spiritual awareness, 20-inch physique, 20 mimic skill, wolf wind claw attack power plus 10. Congratulations to the host. Breakthrough to the 3rd tier. Note, during the sparring and fighting process with Wolf Sister, the skill level will continue to increase. Please keep up the effort, host. Jiang Yijing was somewhat shocked as he looked at the skyrocketing 300,000 points on the panel. Just like that, with the refreshing breaking of the tier. Eating half of a 5th tier dan could increase the spiritual energy by 300,000 points, and eating a higher level one would surely speed up even more. Jiang Yijing was already making plans in his heart. After Jiang Yu swallowed the dan, she too felt a surge of power, her eyes inadvertently shining with a blue light. It truly was a 5th tier spiritual beast's dan, greatly beneficial to the growth of spiritual energy. She had already increased her spiritual energy by 50,000 points. Advancing to the next tier seemed imminent. Humph, it wouldn't be long before she could make this ugly dumpling call her sister. The wolf mother got up and tenderly licked her two wolf cubs, gently holding them in her arms. Jiang Yijing, feeling the tenderness of the wolf mother, opened his mouth wanting to continue drinking milk. After all, he was still a little wolf cub and such exertions had greatly depleted his body, thus he urgently needed replenishment. However, this time the wolf mother did not let them drink but gently pushed them away with her hind legs. Jiang Yijing looked up in confusion at the wolf mother's resisting face. It felt as if the sky had collapsed. It had been less than a month. Were they being weaned already? Yet looking down at his body, it didn't seem like it had been less than a month at all. His teeth were already fully grown and his milk teeth were extremely sharp. Fed with heavenly and earthly treasures, he seemed more like a 3-month-old wolf cub. It was probably time for the wolf mother to refuse their nursing since they had already consumed a 5th-tier spiritual beast's dan and their body's energy had long been replenished. The wolf mother was now at ease to refuse them nursing. The next day Jiang Yijing felt wetness on his back and lifting his head he realized he was already in the wolf mother's gaping maw. There was no sensation in the flesh on his neck while nearby Jiang Yu was excited and eager to try. The wolf mother had brought them to a relatively flat area within her territory and dropped Jiang Yijing and Jiang Yu down. Whoa. Jiang Yijing immediately understood the wolf mother's intention. She was training them to hunt. This area was densely vegetated and bordered a small stream without the complex jungle that could separate their sights. Even if Jiang Yijing and Jiang Yu lost sight of each other, the wolf mother could find them at any time. This was Jiang Yijing's first time outside the cave and he was still quite intrigued by the surroundings. The spiritual vein was perennially shrouded in fog so thick that even the sun couldn't penetrate it, a sight that could make one's heart leap, though it had no effect on the spiritual beasts. The spiritual beast's vision is so sharp that they can see clearly even at night. Suddenly a few birds on the tree began to squawk loudly with a sound as piercing as an electromagnetic burst, catching Jiang Yijing's attention. These birds were peculiarly shaped, adorned with sky blue and emerald green feathers, yet their heads bore scales and they had 4 eyes each resembling mobile surveillance cameras. Their purpose was to alert the nearby prey of danger. Wolf Mother looked on impatiently at this bothersome flock of jubilant birds. However, Jiang Yijing was eager to approach, quickly sidling up next to Wolf Mother. With a milky youthful howl, albeit of a low tier, he had already advanced to the 3rd tier. His howl was so powerful that it shattered the trees around, causing them to fall one by one. The jubilant birds flew away in terror. Wolf Mother's blue eyes widened in shock as she looked at Jiang Yijing, sensing instinctively that her child was extraordinary. Jiang Ye's eyes filled with astonishment. What was happening with this awkward bundle? When had he secretly trained behind her back? Jiang Yijing seemed to lack spiritual intelligence and showed no signs of tier advancement. Seeing the power of his howl, which was still only at the 3rd tier without added spiritual energy, he realized that if he added spiritual energy, the surrounding trees would be doomed. But for mere jubilant birds to interrupt their feast was unacceptable. Wolf Mother licked Jiang Yijing's little head, her blue eyes filled with admiration. Ding, new system task, complete the hunting task. Reward, 100,000 spiritual energy points, physique +5, spiritual sense +5, unlock new task upgrades. When the spiritual sense reaches 50, upgrade to spiritual intelligence, then you can speak human language. Keep it up, host. Hearing the benefits of the new task, Jiang Yijing felt excited. Although he could understand wolf language and was still a wolf cub, his essence was still that of a human soul. Once spiritual beasts reach a certain tier, they can speak human language, but in the entire spiritual vein where humans are scarce and considered forbidden territory on the continent, encounters with humans are rare. Thus, spiritual beasts usually do not speak human language. Even though Wolf Mother was already at the 10th tier, she still could not speak human language. Without the jubilant birds chirping, the surroundings became much quieter. Wolf Mother leaped forward, diving deeper into the forest. Soon she brought back a huge spiritual rabbit. The rabbit's body was semi-transparent, faintly emitting a pink glow with crystal-like eyes that contained sharp chips. These chips would burst out in a moment when being preyed upon, aiming at the predator's eyes and potentially blinding them. Although it was of a low tier, it was highly nutritious. Her task was to first train them to catch prey, so the prey was not killed outright. She dropped it on the grass, signaling to Jiang Yijing and Jiang Ye. Jiang Ye was the first to dash forward, eager to tackle such small creatures. Before the queen even needed to make a move, her agile figure pounced swiftly. The spirit rabbit, sharp in its jumps, tried to evade Jiang Ye's capture. Its body was translucent and easily lost under the weak sunlight. However, this was no challenge for Jiang Ye. A slight twitch of her ears allowed her to hear the faint sounds of movement. Look, wolf claws. With a leap she pounced, toppling the spirit rabbit in an instant. As it fell, a burst of crystal erupted from the rabbit's eyes. The distance was short, yet it gathered all its spiritual energy. The burst of energy at close range was strong. Suddenly Jiang Yeye raised her head and opened her mouth. Howling, she expelled a burst of spiritual energy from her mouth, shattering the ice crystals. With one swipe of her claw, the spirit rabbit was no more. Zhang Hajing observed how Jiang Yeye expelled the spiritual energy from her mouth, forming a protective shield-like barrier, thus withstanding the spirit rabbit's assault. He keenly sensed that Jiang Yeye was not just any ordinary wolf cub, even if she was exceptionally gifted and could quickly develop spiritual intelligence to cultivate. However, her cultivation seemed to be derived from a secret manual resembling human methods of cultivation. Ding, activation of the mimic skill. Acquiring Jiang Yeye's secret manual skill. Hurricane Group, current stage, first stage, from the spirit beast cultivation method. Seeing the mimic skill pop up, Zhang Hajing raised an eyebrow. This works too. Does this mean he could also learn other people's skills? How splendid would that be? Oh, however, this Hurricane Group skill also seemed to originate from a human manual. Zhang Hajing grew curious. Was the wolf sister really just a regular wolf cub? Jiang Yeye, carrying the spirit rabbit, proudly flaunted it to Jiang Hajing, as if to say, a mere spirit rabbit couldn't possibly escape from the grasp of this queen. The wolf mother approached Jiang Yeye and affectionately stroked her head, her blue eyes filled with tenderness. Then she leaped into the forest, and Jiang Hajing knew the wolf mother was going to help him hunt spirit rabbits to train him. But the system's task was to hunt alone. He followed the wolf mother's lead and leaped into the forest with Jiang Yeye closely following behind. The wolf mother did not stop them. Jiang Hajing saw the wolf mother make a jump, and even before he could see her movements clearly, she had already caught a vibrant spirit rabbit in her mouth. But Jiang Hajing's eyes gleamed as he stared at a wild spirit ox grazing nearby. The wild spirit ox was massive. Its horns were like curved sabers, possessing great strength, with agile limbs and sturdy hooves, making Jiang Hajing look no bigger than one of the ox's legs. Species: wild spirit ox. Physique: 6 spiritual awareness, 3 defense, 3,333 skills. Furious ox charge. Furious ox hooves. Level: second stage. Wild ox. Jiang Hajing set his sights on the wild spirit ox, thinking that leveling up with this would be quick. His eyes firmly fixed on the wild spirit ox, he prepared to attack. At this moment the wild spirit ox paid no attention to Jiang Hajing, continuing to graze leisurely. However, the wolf mother stood in front of him, gently licking his head, trying to stop him. After all, the size difference between the wild spirit ox and Jiang Hajing was considerable. In the eyes of the wolf mother, Jiang Hajing had not yet awakened his spiritual intelligence. Jiang Hajing turned and rubbed against the wolf mother's leg, signaling her not to worry. Under the astonished gaze of Jiang Yeye, he launched his attack. Host: Jiang Hajing. Rank: Level 3, Spiritual Energy, 950000. Points: Physique, 125-inch. Spiritual Sense, 135. Skills: Wolf Windclaw, low level. Wolf Howl, low level. Skill Enhancement, 5 points. After enhancing his skills, Jiang Hajing could clearly feel a faint blue light surrounding him, his bones becoming tougher and lighter, significantly boosting his attack power. Jiang Hajing leapt into the air, jumping a full 5 meters and landing directly on the head of the wild spirit ox. His claws, glowing with a blue brilliance, pierced without hesitation into the neck of the ox. The pained animal immediately began shaking its head violently from side to side, roaring in anger, trying to throw Jiang Hajing off. The wolf mother watched intently, fearing for his safety. Jiang Yeye's blue eyes widened in shock. How dare this awkward cub? This was a second-tier wild spirit ox, capable of igniting its hooves in a frenzied skill powerful enough to crush mountains in a single stomp. Not dying would still mean serious injury. But Jiang Hajing was fearless, his wolf wind claw already coated in a layer of ice, piercing fiercely, forming a powerful claw force, unafraid of being thrown off. The intense pain caused the wild spirit ox to go berserk, a faint red glow covering its fur, creating scorching flames as it crazily charged into a tree. The massive turmoil and heat wave forced Jiang Hajing to leap up to avoid the scorching heat on his body. Although he was smaller in size, his agility was exceptional, his speed leaving after images, the heat wave barely touching him. Instead, upon landing, he didn't stop at all, running directly into the wild spirit ox's blind spot. Gathering a powerful force, the surrounding wind spirits instantly congregated on his wolf claws. Further strengthened by his own spiritual energy, his strike now possessed the power of a 4th or 5th tier attack. With a hurricane force, he slapped the wild spirit ox flying directly into the trees, its tough horns piercing through a dozen trees. The scorching flames covering its body were instantly extinguished. Moo, the wild spirit ox let out painful moans, its body twisting grotesquely, writhing in extreme pain. But no matter how much it struggled, the wild spirit ox could no longer stand up. Zhang Hajing's slap had shattered its body, its skin unmarred but its bones completely broken inside. Seeing this familiar skill, Zhang Yeye was so shocked she almost took flight. Wasn't this the secret technique she had been cultivating? How did this ugly dumpling learn that? Could it be that he mastered it after just one glance? Is his talent really so exceptional? Moreover, the power he wields surpasses hers by far. With a single slap, he can shatter a wild spirit bull weighing thousands of pounds. Such strength can only be described as terrifying. For the first time, Zhang Yeye truly felt the horror of innate talent. This ugly dumpling was no ordinary being, but how could she, the queen herself, concede so easily? She absolutely must become stronger than him. Blue light sparked in Zhang Yeye's eyes as she looked at Zhang Hajing. Even she didn't realize she had begun to admire him. To minimize the pain of the wild spirit bull, Zhang Hajing quickly moved in front of it. Looking into its raging eyes, he made a decisive move, raising his paw covered in spiritual energy, and with one slap to its head, the deed was done. The wild spirit bull didn't even have the chance to bellow before its life was ended, its massive body collapsing limply to the ground, life extinguished. Zhang Hajing took a long breath out, ridding himself of the heavy energy. Ding! Hunting mission completed. Spiritual energy plus 100,000 points, physique plus 5, spirit sense plus 5, acquired second level skill, frenzy. Congratulations to the host, please continue to work hard. As night fell, the wolf mother carried the prey of both Zhang Hajing and Zhang Yeye back to the cave. A huge wild spirit bull and several spirit rabbits, dripping fresh red blood, were laid out before them, glistening. The wolf mother indicated to Zhang Hajing and Zhang Yeye that their teeth were sharp enough now to eat meat. Looking at the raw flesh, Zhang Hajing stepped back, his face full of resistance. This is raw meat. But then he thought, although he now has the soul of a human, his taste buds and digestive system are that of a wolf. Sniffing the bloody scent, he didn't feel repulsed. Instead, there was a faint sense of excitement. Ding! The flesh and blood of the wild spirit bull and spirit rabbits contain excellent nutrients that can help replenish the spiritual energy consumed. If the host does not replenish in time, he will die of exhaustion. Current objective: consume the prey and assimilate their attributes to enhance skills. Without lifting his head, Zhang Hajing bit into a spirit rabbit's head. What's more important than staying alive? Though he initially closed his eyes to eat, the meat of the spirit rabbit was rich yet not greasy, almost melting in his mouth. The swirling blood didn't fill his mouth with a bloody taste. Rather, it burst with a flavor akin to tomato juice, the meat rolling on his tongue, releasing a sweet taste much like the belly of a salmon. Devouring a spirit rabbit, he acquired the hidden skill of the spirit rabbit. Physique plus 2, spirit sense plus 2, spiritual energy plus 1 plus 1 plus 1. Having eaten a spirit rabbit, Zhang Hajing seemed to have opened the door to a world of gourmet food, his mouth dripping with blood as his eyes gleamed sharply at the hunted wild spirit bull. He sped over, moving so swiftly that Zhang Yeye thought her eyes deceived her. How could it be that Zhang Hajing seemed almost translucent, as if the faint moonlight passed right through him? There she watched Zhang Hajing gorge himself, consuming flesh and blood with gusto. Her entire being resisted the sight, even her eyes held a hint of disdain. After all, the blood-drenched raw meat was something she had never consumed even in her demonic saint days. But she was desperate. Having expended too much spiritual energy, she feared she might weaken significantly if she didn't replenish her strength soon. Determined, Zhang Yeye extended her pink padded paws and pounced forward. At that moment, Zhang Hajing was struggling to pull down a cow's neck, a delicacy among meats. Zhang Yeye unceremoniously sat on his face, her calves kicking against his head. It seemed she was not willing to back down, much like a child stubbornly battling over milk, determined to prove her strength against him. Zhang Hajing grunted as he bit off another piece of meat. Compared to the silky tenderness of rabbit meat, the beef was chewier, reminiscent of a medium-rare steak. Zhang Hajing felt a pang of longing. Although raw meat was delightful to a spiritual beast, he craved human food even more. Ding! By consuming the wild spirit cow, his berserk skill increased by +5, physique by +3, spiritual awareness by +3, and spiritual energy by increments of +1. No sooner had he registered this than he felt his body heat up, his extended paws even glowing with a faint firelight, the mark of his berserk skill. Excited, Jiang Hujing tore several more pieces of meat from the bull, hopping around and clutching 3 thin stones. Despite the awkwardness of his wolf paws, he managed to stack them into a makeshift stove. His wolf mother, though not understanding his actions, watched him with affection, Jiang Yeye lifting her head from her fervent eating. Blood dripping from her lips, watched Jiang Hujing's actions shift from confusion to delight. He was preparing to start a fire. Jiang Hujing, with straw in his mouth, placed it inside the crude stove, lifting his wolf paw. In a burst of fury, a golden glow covered his paw pads, and upon touching the straw, it ignited instantly. Flames surged high, alerting his wolf mother, who stood up, wary of the fire, and moved closer, intending to pull Jiang Hujing away. He rubbed against his mother's leg, signaling her to be at ease. Although she remained alert, seeing that Jiang Hujing was unharmed, she settled down nearby, vigilantly watching over him. Jiang Yeye, unable to eat the raw meat unless she closed her eyes, approached him. She stared intently at Jiang Hujing, sensing something amiss with him but unable to pinpoint what it was. For now all she could do was observe and wait. At this moment her eyes were only for the roasted meat, human food. Jiang Hujing watched as Jiang Yeye, who had initially only eaten raw meat, suddenly sprang to his side, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at the sizzling oil-spitting roast. Jiang Hujing watched the drooling little girl with a mischievous glint in his eyes, determined to show her the true strength of a big brother this time. With a loud howl, he positioned himself in front of the barbecue, blocking Jiang Yeye's access, and barked at her twice. Although they couldn't speak human language, their communication in beast tongue was seamless. What? This ugly dumpling, she actually wants me to call her big sister before she lets me have any barbecue, Jiang Yeye thought indignantly. Well, if she won't share, then so be it. A mighty demon saint will not stoop to call a mere wolf pup big brother. Defiantly, she turned around, her round little behind and white tail flicking impatiently towards Jiang Hujing. Unperturbed, Jiang Hujing waggled his tail and pulled out a blood-red fruit from a pile of dry hay. This fruit could be used for brewing or enhancing the aroma and vitality of food, making any dish deliciously fragrant and rich in flavor. He had secretly stashed some away when their wolf mother had brought them, intending to use them for brewing wine, but now they served a different purpose. With a deft claw he squeezed the fruit, causing it to burst and drizzle its juice over the sizzling oily steak on the grill, instantly filling the cave with an irresistible aroma of roasted meat that even their wolf mother couldn't resist approaching. With a triumphant howl, Jiang Hujing blew out the fire. The meat was perfectly cooked. He nudged their wolf mother's leg, signaling her to take the first bite. When she did, her eyes lit up. It was indeed delicious. Her child was truly clever, employing a cooking method she had never seen before. Meanwhile, Jiang Yeye, who had been stubbornly resisting, heard her stomach growl. She glanced at the raw bloody meat, then sniffed the air filled with the fragrant aroma of the cooked meat and finally couldn't resist approaching Jiang Hujing. Reluctantly, she nuzzled his head and called out in a milky voice, "Brother, oh brother." Her reluctant call filled Jiang Hujing with immense satisfaction. Lifting his wolf paw, he gently patted Jiang Yeye's little head and handed her the remaining cooked beef, with a system notification chiming in. Charm +1. In the world of spirit beasts, charm could bewitch others and was crucial in securing a mate. Keep it up, host, the system encouraged him, though Jiang Hujing scratched his head sheepishly. He was still less than a month old, a little too early to be thinking about mates. After a satisfying meal, their wolf mother had already started to doze off. Stretching lazily, Jiang Hujing lay beside her. A full Jiang Yeye lay next to the wolf mother as well, but soon as the moonlight grew stronger, she got up at the mouth of the cave. Jiang Hujing looked up to see her under the moonlight, striking strange poses and then spitting out a glowing orb. Under the moonlight, it faintly shimmered, visibly absorbing the scattered moonlight in a gentle, slow pace before swallowing it back in. From a distance, it looked almost like a spiritual core. Isn't the inner pill supposed to form inside the body? Jiang Hujing found his sister's bizarre behavior quite alarming, convinced that she must be harboring some terrifying secret. No wonder she has been so arrogantly unstoppable since childhood. Jiang Yeye's eyes sparkled brightly, even brighter than the moonlight, as she felt the spiritual energy from her surroundings continuously flowing into her. She was on the verge of breaking through to the second tier. Once that happened, she wondered if that chubby little dumpling could still outfight her. Jiang Hajing yawned, turned around and nestled back into the embrace of the she-wolf mother, listening to the system's mechanical voice announce, "Ding." Watch Jiang Yeye practice the secret technique, gathering star souls. It can rapidly enhance spiritual consciousness. This secret technique corresponds to Chapter 3 of the Demonic Beasts. Cultivation rules. Currently at Stage 1, to level up, cultivation and consumption of spiritual energy are required. Please persevere. Host, unseen by Jiang Yeye. Jiang Hajing quietly released a faintly glowing light orb. Spiritual consciousness +1+1+1+. Jiang Hajing slept very comfortably, and upon waking up he found many captured spirit hairs and rare treasures at the doorstep. For the first time he felt that being a wolf cub wasn't too bad. Now that they were weaned, they had begun to hunt and eat meat. Look out! Jiang Hajing extended his wolf wind claw, leaping and bounding through the forest, and with a single slap he killed a spirit deer. Seeing the deer limp on the ground, his wolf wind claw's attack power was increasing, now capable of killing a spirit deer with one slap. He carried his prey back, while Jiang Yeye also returned, carrying a wild boar. Seeing the spirit deer next to Jiang Hajing and then the small wild boar next to herself, she realized they were incomparable. Darn it! Next time I must beat him. Watching the little girl comparing sizes with her wolf claws, he chuckled inwardly. Her competitive spirit was always so strong. Jiang Hajing placed the spirit deer in front of the she-wolf mother, gesturing for her to eat first. However, the she-wolf mother affectionately stroked his head and then left. Recently, the she-wolf mother had been coming home late every day, her body covered with wounds, yet she never showed it in front of them. She would silently lick her wounds clean, then lovingly lick their heads. The she-wolf mother's spiritual energy consumption was immense. After all, a grown wolf needs to consume several tons of food to fully nourish two cubs. Although Jiang Hajing was only a month old, his body was already as robust as a one-year-old wolf, broad and sturdy, yet his fit physique also made him appear graceful. His appetite was such that he could devour an entire spirit deer, tearing it apart with great bites, feeling his body fill with strength. However, something strange was happening. His body seemed to be changing. Before, his fur had been silver white, but just 1 month old he noticed that his body's down had receded and his body was now covered with a layer of pale blue light. And so it was with Jiang Yeye as well, though the blue glow about her was even more formidable. She could manipulate the spiritual energy around her at will, and in an instant blue flames soared up, igniting a pile of dry grass with a mere slap. This time it was Jiang Hajing's turn to be astonished. This little girl, when had she secretly evolved to this extent behind his back? She was only at the second tier. Had she consumed some heavenly treasure without him knowing? As Jiang Hajing pondered in bewilderment, a voice from the system suddenly echoed in his ears. Ding! It has been detected that Jiang Yeye has activated her spiritual meridian fusion. Her foundational spiritual meridian is of the fire element and is a pure breed. Coupled with her secret cultivation technique, her spiritual meridian has evolved. Spiritual meridian evolution? That's a thing. Generally, wolf pups are raised solely by the mother wolf, and once the father wolf completes his duty in the breeding plan, he departs, so it's likely that this trait has been passed down from her wolf father. What about me? Do I have such a bloodline? Eager and slightly excited, Jiang Hajing couldn't wait to ask. If he could unlock a rare mystery box, wouldn't that elevate him further? Sorry host, your spiritual meridian is not a rare type, and currently it's undetected what your meridian is. However, your spiritual meridian can also evolve. Each time you consume a purebred spiritual beast, your meridian will evolve. Please keep striving. For the first time, Jiang Hajing looked at Jiang Yeye with eyes filled with envy. Having such a purebred spiritual meridian was like uncovering a hidden edition in a blind box. No wonder her progress was so rapid. Is this the terror of secret techniques? After having her filled, Jiang Yeye maneuvered the energy within her body. Instantly she felt a burning flame inside her, and the next second she manipulated the energy from within, causing 2 plumes of fire to rise from her paw pads. She then threw these flames onto a large rock, and under the assault of the flames, the rocks began to burn intensely until they were reduced to ashes. Her entire body was also engulfed in blue flames, accompanied by her flowing blue hair. It seemed her body had grown significantly, resembling a sprite under the moonlight. Even her eyes flickered with pale blue flames. Jiang Yeye's heart was filled with excitement. Her secret technique had finally taken effect. She had evolved into a purebred spiritual meridian so quickly. Having opened up her meridians fully, she would absorb spiritual energy even faster. She was finally going to be a big sister. Gosh, Jiang Hujing had to admit Jiang Yeye was truly beautiful now. But as a man, no matter how excited he felt inside, he maintained a calm exterior. Jiang Yeye turned her eyes to Jiang Hujing. Her gaze filled with a triumphant smile. She turned to attack Jiang Hujing, who raised his hand and pinned Jiang Yeye down immediately. Opening his mouth wide, he engulfed Jiang Yeye's head in his mouth, but she disdainfully pushed herself out with her paw pads. Ugly Dumpling daring to hold her in his mouth. With a swipe of her wolf wind claw, Jiang Hujing quickly retreated a few steps. The wolf wind claw hit the wall behind, leaving bright fiery claw marks imprinted on it, even sparking embers. Seeing the fierce fire in his wolf sister's eyes, Jiang Hujing raised his wolf paw, issuing a challenge. The desire to test his strength against hers was almost constant. Jiang Hujing had grown accustomed to the river landscape. Watching Jiang Hujing prepare for battle, Lang Mei without hesitation ignited a fierce flame in her hand and pounced forward. A moment later, Jiang Hujing coughed a few times, patting off the scorched wolf fur on his face and the dust on his body, but otherwise he was unscathed. Jiang Yeye, on the other hand, lay on the ground in despair. Her wolf claws nearly snapped, her body bruised in shades of blue and purple. The once fierce blue flame had weakened, yet after a short while Jiang Yeye got up, grumbling. It must have been her recent spiritual vein evolution that she hadn't controlled well. Determined, she thought to herself that with more practice she would make him call her queen sister, her eyes still full of fighting spirit as she looked at Jiang Hujing. Since Wolf Mother had left, she had not returned for 6 days. When she finally returned, her massive body tiredly entered the cave, covered in blood, her wounds gaping like ravines. After entering the cave, she collapsed onto the dry grass, a sight that was terrifying. Jiang Hujing's heart tightened, and he quickly dashed over to her. Seeing Wolf Mother lying there panting with blood in her mouth, he tenderly nuzzled her. Howling in distress, he felt a surge of anger rise from his core. Wolf Mother, though often returning with minor injuries, had never been in such a sorry state before, with 2 bite holes on her leg oozing black blood, a truly distressing sight. Jiang Ye also rushed over. Seeing Wolf Mother, the flame in her eyes reignited. Who could have hurt Wolf Mother like this? She looked at her young body and thought bitterly that had it been earlier, she could have wiped out the offender's entire clan with a flick of her finger. Wolf Mother, trying to calm them, indicated that she was all right. From her mouth, she spat out 2 fruits. The blue fruits emitted a fluorescent light and contained a clear liquid. As soon as they appeared, the entire cave was filled with a fragrant aroma that was refreshing to the senses. Ding! Spirit serpent fruit. A fruit that matures once every 100 years, protected by 100 spirit snakes. It can awaken the spiritual intelligence of mystical beasts. Consuming it can increase spiritual energy by 100,000 points, spiritual awareness plus 30. Physical constitution plus 20. Jiang Hujing looked at the glistening, translucent fruit, his eyes sparkling. Eating this fruit could directly enhance his spiritual intelligence. Jiang Yeye had already eaten one of the fruits ahead of him. This was the spirit serpent fruit. It could not only awaken spiritual intelligence in mystical beasts but even allow them to speak human language. Although powerful, the fruit could intoxicate or even put to sleep a fierce beast of the 10th order, so when Jiang Yeye swallowed it, before long his head began to spin, and after twirling around twice he collapsed onto a pile of hay and fell into a deep sleep. Jiang Hujing witnessed this scene, raised an eyebrow in surprise and wondered, is the power of the spirit snake fruit really that strong? Curious, he too bit into the fruit, and immediately a sweet, cottony flavor burst onto his taste buds. With each bite the juice exploded in his mouth, blending the savory taste of Maotai liquor with the scent of jasmine flowers, a sensation that intensified tenfold and shot straight to his crown. Ding! Spirit snake fruit consumed, spiritual energy plus 100,000 points, spiritual awareness plus 30, physique plus 20, spiritual intelligence awakened. Your level of spiritual awareness is now sufficient to speak human language. Congratulations to the host, keep up the good work. However, Jiang Hujing could no longer hear any sound as his head spun wildly. The entire cave seemed to sway, then darkness enveloped him. He could hear nothing and collapsed into the hay, snuggling up next to Jiang Yeye, falling into a deep sleep. The Wolf Mother lay beside them and soon also fell into a deep sleep, her wounds quietly healing. When Jiang Hujing awoke, it was already 3 days later and the Wolf Mother's injuries had significantly improved. However, he had to admit the aftereffects were quite strong. His head was still dizzy, but as soon as he woke up, the Wolf Mother was staring at him, her eyes filled with a faint expectation. Puzzled, Jiang Hujing tilted his head, not understanding what the Wolf Mother was doing, and asked subconsciously, Mom, are your injuries feeling better? to his astonishment he had spoken human language. He could actually speak human language. His words were still a bit tender and youthful, but it was unmistakably human speech. Hearing this, Zhang Hejing was momentarily stunned and looked at the wolf mother in surprise. It's good that you've awakened your spiritual intelligence. The spirit snake fruit indeed works wonders. What surprised him even more was that the wolf mother could also speak human language. He had never heard her speak before and had thought she hadn't awakened her spiritual intelligence. Mom, you can speak human language too, Zhang Hejing said in amazement, moving closer and affectionately rubbing against the wolf mother's leg. It turned out that the wolf mother had not been able to speak human language initially, so even though she had reached the 10th level, she hadn't awakened her spiritual intelligence. However, after she had slain a spirit tiger higher in rank than herself, which had consumed a spirit snake fruit and could speak human language she had been searching for heavily treasures to enable her children to awaken their spiritual intelligence as well. Now fully recovered, the wolf mother had eaten one of the spirit snake fruits on the way back, which is why she healed so quickly, leaving no trace of any wounds. Now that you've awakened your spiritual intelligence, it's good. Digesting the spirit snake fruit consumes a lot of energy. I'm going hunting, you take care of your sister. Zhang Hejing nodded vigorously and responded, okay mom, go ahead, I'll take good care of my sister. After the wolf mother left to hunt, Zhang Hejing checked his skill panel and saw that his skills had also been greatly enhanced along with his secret techniques. The power of this spirit serpent fruit is truly formidable. When the time comes, we shall slaughter all the spirit serpents, take them back and brew wine from them. The taste can rival that of the spirit beast's national cellars. He turned his head to see Zhang Yeye sleeping in a sprawled position, quickly grabbed some hay to cover her up. After all, the child has grown. Old man, don't think this empress is afraid of you. I, the empress of the demon Shin sect, within the 3 realms, among the 6 paths, I have never feared anyone. Zhang Hejing was utterly stunned. What earth-shattering thing did he just hear? Zhang Yeye is an empress, and from the demon clan. Does that mean she has been reborn? No wonder her secret arts cultivation has progressed so rapidly, and she's so haughty. Zhang Hejing slapped down with a wolf claw, mauling her face. Even if she was an empress in her past life, in this life she still has to obediently call him brother. Zhang Hejing brought over a few spirit rabbits, skillfully skinned and deferred them, and placed the tender meat on the grill. Although wolf paws aren't the most dexterous, grilling meat was no issue. Now that they have evolved spiritual intelligence, their consumption has increased. The wolf mother hunts every night, also bringing over treasures of heaven and earth, while during the day, it's mostly Zhang Hejing who fends for himself. Spirit beasts, when it comes to food, if they can't finish, they will hide it and continue eating it next meal, but Zhang Hejing always wants to eat fresh, occasionally preparing a human meal to satisfy his cravings. He grilled the spirit rabbit meat until it's sizzled and oiled, sprinkling a lot of blood-red fruits on it, placing it strategically at the vent so the aroma would blow towards Zhang Yeye. In her sleep, Zhang Yeye was battling a host of immortals, pointing at the nose of a celestial and cursing loudly. Suddenly, a delicious aroma drifted past her nose, and the celestial turned into a roasted spirit rabbit. How fragrant, how delicious! It's a roasted spirit rabbit. Zhang Yeye opened her eyes to see a shiny fat leg waving in front of her. She opened her mouth, ready to bite down. Just then, the big fat leg disappeared, replaced by Zhang Hejing's round, teasing face staring at her. Want to eat? Call me brother, he teased. Zhang Yeye, looking at Zhang Hejing's expression, instantly leapt into the air, flipping twice. To her amazement, she found she could speak. The spirit serpent fruit was indeed powerful. Though she had slept for 7 days, she had quickly gained spiritual intelligence. But looking at her body, she felt an overwhelming joy. Although she had slept for a full 7 days, her grade had already reached the 2nd tier, and her body was full of spiritual energy. The spirit serpent fruit was indeed a good thing. If only she could have more of it, but it's really rare to enter the den of spirit serpents and to challenge hundreds of them at that. Once her level increases in the future, she must completely wipe out the spirit serpents and take all the spirit serpent fruit into her bag. Zhang Hejing waved a rabbit in front of her eyes while eating it, his mouth dripping with oil, his speech unclear. Don't be shy, you used to call me that often, didn't you? Zhang Yeye's face instantly flushed red, almost biting her silver teeth to pieces, and haughtily said, none of that counts, we'll talk after I win. Even though Zhang Yeye had been defeated more than a dozen times before, her fighting spirit remained high. She could clearly feel that after eating the spirit snake fruit, her spiritual energy was at its peak. Her mastery of secret techniques had become more adept. this time she was determined not to lose. Gurgle, her uncooperative stomach protested loudly. Jiang Hujing looked at Jiang Yeye as she made her proud declarations, his blue eyes fixated on the greasy rabbit in his hand. Raising an eyebrow, he suggested, why not eat first then fight? Otherwise it wouldn't be a fair victory. In a flash, Jiang Yeye was by his side, grabbing a big fatty leg of the rabbit, her words muffled as she spoke, at least you know some respect for your elders. But her mouth didn't stop moving. She heartily devoured the spirit rabbit roasted by Jiang Hujing. Having not eaten for 7 days, she gorged herself on more than a dozen rabbits. Jiang Hujing almost smoked out the cave with his cooking. Only when Jiang Yeye spat out the last bone, her face full of satisfaction yet her eyes still challenging, did she comment, "Not bad." The roast, with a snort. Jiang Hujing with a raised eyebrow retorted, "How about a challenge? If you win I'll roast for you for a month, if you lose you'll sweetly call me brother." At these words, Jiang Yeye immediately displayed her wolf wine claws, looking at Jiang Hujing. "What's the challenge, host?" Jiang Hujing, spirit beast, white wolf, spiritual energy, 120,000 points, rank, tier 3 is spirit sense, 66 points, physique, 58 points, skills, wolf wind claw, wolf howl, hidden skills, mimicry skills, secret techniques, berserk, ice crystal. All skills are refreshing. Please start skill enhancement tasks, refresh experience in combat and enhance skills. Also devour demon pills, evolve spirit veins, currently needed demon pills, kill spirit beasts of 2nd tier or higher. Looking at the system panel, just as Jiang Hujing was wondering what to challenge, it seemed Providence had delivered an answer. Let's see who can catch more 2nd tier spirit beasts. We've caught all the land spirit beasts. Let's do something interesting and hunt in the sea. It's always deer, wild boars or spirit rabbits. It's time for a change. Near their area, besides the winding creek, there was an inland sea. Not far from their cave, the sea was often shrouded in miasma, with the sun struggling to penetrate the clouds, turning the originally azure sea pitch black. However, the spirit beast demon pills from the sea were much purer than those on land. Since both belonged to the wind element, it would enhance and boost their experience points. The sea it is. I'll go first and wait for you to sob and call me sister," Jiang Yeye said proudly, her head held high as she dashed out, disappearing at the cave entrance. Jiang Hujing followed closely, his speed now extremely fast. Even high-speed trains can't match his speed. In less than a few minutes, they arrived at the seaside, tens of kilometers away. Here the sea is flanked by dense forests and is eerily quiet without the roaring waves. Jiang Hujing looked at the sea below. In the depths of the deep sea there are many high-grade species, but they don't easily emerge. This, however, is a sea lake where most creatures in the shallow waters are of the 2nd and 3rd tier. Being a swimmer, Jiang Hujing dived into the seabed immediately. The area was thick with seaweed and kelp tangled in a complex web. He was searching for the great spirit fish. The blood-red great spirit fish, whose fish gall is a naturally formed inner elixir, is tremendously nutritious and can not only enhance spiritual energy but also evolve spiritual veins. Other spirit beasts in the sea, like the sea spirit lice and the sea spirit turtle, are 1st and 2nd tier sea creatures and should not be hard to handle. Suddenly a figure zipped past Jiang Hujing. It was about 5 meters long with a lengthy dorsal ridge and glossy skin creating layers of waves. Jiang Hujing hurriedly peered closer. Wolves have night vision capabilities, allowing them to see clearly even under the sea. A massive great white shark appeared before his eyes, sparking excitement. This shark alone weighed several thousand pounds and contained a 3rd tier inner elixir which is highly nutritious. Spirit beast, great white shark, level, 3rd tier, spiritual energy, 900,000 points, defense, 18 points, attack, 33 points, skills, divine shark tail, whip wave, attack, steel teeth, all beginner level. Jiang Hujing decided to strike first. Propelling his hind legs, he moved as swiftly as a speedboat. Silently he approached the great white shark. His aura and level were sealed, and with the mid-level invisibility skill of the spirit rabbit refreshed, the feeding shark didn't notice him at all. The shark, with its gaping maw that could almost fit 2 Jiang Hujings, had a weak spot at the tail end of its spine. Jiang Hujing opened his mouth wide and enhanced his milk teeth with spiritual energy. Skill, steel teeth, consuming 1000 spiritual energy, enhancement plus 10, turning his milk teeth as hard as steel rods, capable of piercing through marble-like skin. Without hesitation, Jiang Hujing bit down, the strong taste of blood filling his nostrils, spurring his excitement even further. He extended his wolf claws, ready for a further attack. the pained great white shark thrashing wildly emitted a booming sound from within. A blue membrane covered its back and the wounded area quickly healed, locking Jiang Hujing's teeth in place. Fortunately, Jiang Hujing reacted quickly, pulling away swiftly and leaping onto the shark's back, taking the opportunity to breathe deeply at the sea surface. Wolf Wind Claw strengthened by 38 points, covering with the Berserk skill. In an instant, a layer of ice covered the wolf's claws. Its nails as hard as steel dug deep into the back of the great white shark. The shark in pain began to thrash wildly in the ocean, attempting to throw Jiang Hujing off its back. At that moment, Jiang Hujing felt a thrilling rush akin to surfing. The shark's force was extraordinarily fierce, and ahead lay the deep sea region. Jiang Hujing, being a terrestrial spirit beast, would be at a disadvantage in the deep sea, thus he rolled over, howling fiercely as he activated his super berserk mode. His skill strength increased by 30 points, mid-tier frost skill activated. Jiang Hujing mobilized the spiritual energy within his body and the surrounding area, feeling a tremendous power surging through him. His blue eyes were even surrounded by a mist of frost shimmering brightly. The sea in front of him froze for thousands of miles, and a huge iceberg suddenly appeared in the middle of the water, blocking the great white shark's path, forcing it to turn around and avoid the massive block of ice. Jiang Hujing grew more excited as the battle progressed. His steel-like nails pierced deeply into the fish's back to breach the shark's defense system. He opened his wide mouth and bit directly on the shark's fin, pulling hard. A 3-meter-tall fin was torn right off the shark's back and blood spurted out like a fountain, drenching the surroundings. The great white shark's body began to tilt slowly, losing balance, emitting heavy gasps from its throat. The thick scent of blood spread over the sea surface. Jiang Hujing tore the fin halfway and left it hanging on the dying shark. The shark's shield was down and its skin softened, making it easy to tear. To avoid attracting other sea spirit beasts with the scent, Jiang Hujing decided to end the battle quickly. He raised his paw pad and activated the Berserk skill. Paw pad attack, Berserk skill plus 30 points. When the paw pad attack was used, an additional protective shield was generated around him. Spiritual energy consumption, plus 1,000 points. Jiang Hujing's paw pad quickly transformed and a blue shield formed. With a slap, he smashed the great white shark's forehead. The hunt was successful. Imitation skill, wave attack, steel teeth, skill upgrade, mid-tier, spiritual awareness plus 5 points, physique plus 5 points after devouring the bloodline evolution plus 10 points. Keep it up, host. The great white shark didn't even whimper and was instantly finished. Jiang Hujing, struggling, dragged its tail and with heavy splashes got ashore. It took a long time for him to drag the massive shark back to his cave, a task usually fit for the wolf mother. Jiang Yuyue, who had already hunted many crimson fish, was waiting impatiently in the cave. Smelling Jiang Hujing's scent, she immediately put on a haughty expression. How about that? Look at the spoils your queen has brought, for tier 2 crimson fish. What do you think? Hurry up and call me sister. Jiang Yuyue hadn't even finished speaking when she saw Jiang Hujing dragging a 1,000-pound great white shark into the cave. The quality, the rank, it was indeed a third-tier spirit sea beast. Such creatures are extremely rare, usually found in the border areas between the deep sea and sea lakes. They are terrestrial beasts and are at a disadvantage in naval combat, let alone against a third-tier spirit sea beast. These beasts naturally have spirit cores within their bodies, which are even purer than those found on land. Their bloodlines also benefit their kind of wind spirit beasts. Despite Jiang Hujing having no apparent breakthrough in rank, he had somehow managed to capture a third-tier spirit beast with an inner core. Jiang Ye's pupils shook with disbelief as she looked on. With his paw stained with blood, Jiang Hujing patted Jiang Ye's head and said, "What do you think, ready to admit defeat?" Reluctantly, Jiang Ye almost crushed her silver teeth, but compared to her several second-tier blood-red fish, the third-tier great white shark spirit beast was indeed an instant kill. Looking at Jiang Hujing's naive head, her face turned red with effort before she barely managed to shout, "Brother." This call of brother was so endearing, more comforting than using the beast language. "Wait, brother will get the core for you." Jiang Hujing immediately jumped onto the great white shark's head and slashed open a slit with his wolf windclaw. The inner core of a great white shark is usually inside its head. The white brain was exposed and Jiang Hujing couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Eating brains of this rank in a Chongqing hot pot would definitely be thrilling, he mused regretfully. For a moment before extracting the core, a crystalline inner core appeared before Jiang Ye, looking incredibly beautiful. He split the core in two and placed it before Jiang Ye. as she looked at the natural third-tier core. Her heart was somewhat stirred, though her mouth remained defiant. Pouting, Jiang Ye said, next time I will definitely win. This queen isn't trapped in this body for nothing." Jiang Hujing swallowed the inner core and then cut a bowl of blood, gulping it down eagerly. The blood of the great white shark was not bloody but sweet. As it entered his stomach, he felt a surge of power slowly rising, devouring the bloodline of a spirit sea beast. Spirit vein evolution +1 +1 +1 +1. Feeling the evolution of his spirit veins and the continuous influx of spiritual energy, Jiang Hujing licked his lips, somewhat longing for more. After all, hunting a great white shark consumed a lot of spiritual energy, and he was now eagerly preparing to cook. Having grown tired of eating terrestrial spirit beasts these days, he preferred grilled fish or sashimi. He turned to look at Jiang Ye. Her fur was somewhat dry but visibly disheveled, yet her face remained proudly aloof. He stretched his head forward, staring intently at Jiang Ye. "You say you're trapped in this body. Could it be that you really are the demon empress?" No sooner had she spoken these words than Jiang Ye looked at Jiang Hujing in astonishment. "How did you know?" she asked, certain she hadn't told anyone. Pointing at her, Jiang Hujing replied, "You talked in your sleep, but from the looks of it you must have dreamed of becoming an empress." His taunt completely ruffled Jiang Ye. She sprang up and swung a slap at him, which he easily dodged. "Let's see if I am just dreaming," challenged Jiang Ye, who had already expended too much spiritual energy and physical strength in the sea lake. Jiang Hujing, having already regained most of his strength by devouring a core, easily overpowered her. Nursing her bruised face, Jiang Ye grudgingly ate the sashimi of a great white shark handed to her by Jiang Hujing. The tender texture and bouncy meat of the shark improved her mood considerably. She then began to recount her past life to Jiang Hujing in a rambling manner. She was the legitimate daughter of the demon clan and held the sacred power over the entire Shuema clan. The demon realm had been at war with the celestial realm for thousands of years, and as a queen it was her duty to lead the revival of the demon clan. She had fought her way to the seventh heaven. Remembering her glorious past made her eyes sparkle. Back then she was like a demon god, uncontainable even by 5 major celestial sects, but those deceitful celestials, under the guise of negotiation, had tricked her onto the execution platform, nearly obliterating her soul. Seeing Jiang Ye's vengeful determination, Jiang Hujing finally understood why she was advancing so quickly in her cultivation. She was born with a spiritual bone. Therefore, she was adamant about being his older sister, a pity in a world where the power of spiritual beasts ruled. Despite Jiang Ye's persistent inquiries about his origin, Jiang Hujing feigned ignorance and seriously claimed to be merely a young wolf cub that had just awakened its spiritual intelligence. After getting nowhere with her questioning, Jiang Ye could only vent her frustration by completely devouring the blood-red fish and then stood at the cave entrance cultivating under the moonlight, determined to make him call her sister one day. Observing the soundly sleeping Jiang Hujing, she turned and dedicated herself even more fervently to her cultivation. When the wolf mother returned, she saw that Jiang Hujing had neatly divided the shark, even leaving a good portion for her. She affectionately licked her 2 children and placed newly found spiritual fruits beside them. Days passed, and aside from searching for rare treasures, Wolf Mother mostly left the hunting to Jiang Hujing and Jiang Ye. After yet another defeat by Jiang Hujing, Jiang Ye, nursing a sprained ankle and leaning against the wall, began to reflect bitterly. Damn it. Meanwhile, Jiang Hujing was pleased to see his experience points soaring on the system. 15th battle skill experience plus 100 skill tier. Intermediate, charm plus 3, spiritual vein evolution plus 5. Now, without even using spiritual energy, he could reach an intermediate level, and with his berserk skill he could momentarily soar to an enhanced version. Although he was only at the 3rd tier, fighting a 4th tier spiritual beast was no longer a problem for him. Looking at his increasingly tough claws and iron-like teeth, more than a month had passed. Normally wolf cubs do not shed their fur at this time. However, the evolution of this spiritual vein is a bit slow. Compared to Jiang Ye, who can use flames, his spiritual vein evolution is not obvious, and so far no attributes have emerged. Only the spirit snake fruit can significantly evolve the spiritual veins. The spirit snake fruit is nourished by the blood of spirit snakes and contains a large amount of spiritual energy, making it a fine item among heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Since the last time he ate a spirit snake fruit, the wolf mother has not brought back any more, probably because such fruits are extremely rare. Although his physique now allows him to overpower a 4th tier spiritual beast, most spirit snakes are above the 5th tier and they attack in groups of hundreds each time. to be severely injured in the nest of spirit snakes and become their appetizer. Precisely when Jiang Hujing was tallying his settlement panel, he dozed off for a moment. He is becoming more and more like a wolf, with his ears and body always in a state of alert, ready to detect any danger at the first instance, occasionally forgetting his past life. Brother! Suddenly a voice made Jiang Hujing instantly wake up. He looked up only to see a huge, thick snake that had unknowingly entered the cave, wrapping its tail around Jiang Ye and dragging her outside. Jiang Ye's body was tightly wrapped in scales, rendering her unable to move. This was a fifth-tier spirit snake. Its blood-red eyes stared intently at Jiang Hujing as it hissed. The snake harbored a grudge because the wolf mother had killed many of its young, and it had followed the scent of the wolf mother to her cave, determined to kill her offspring. Jiang Ye's blue eyes trembled slightly. After all, she was only at the second tier. Facing the attack of a fifth-tier spiritual beast, she was helpless and could not even move. Jiang Hujing's eyes instantly filled with a fighting spirit. Dare to touch his sister, that was courting death. Entering the attack mode, he activated his berserk skill, increasing his combat ability by 100%. It consumed 10,000 points of spiritual energy. The skill enhancement reached the mid-level strengthening phase. Physique plus 50, inch spiritual sense plus 50, spiritual vein buff plus 20. Jiang Hujing felt a surge of immense power emanating from his body, his fur covered with a thick layer of blue light, even harder than marble. His claws evolved into steel, his teeth became incredibly sharp, and frost drifted near his eyes. Jiang Ye looked at Jiang Hujing, feeling the immense pressure and his agile posture becoming incomparably magnificent. Spirit beast, spirit snake, tier, 4th tier, spiritual energy, 200,000 points. Physique, 55 points, spiritual sense, 60 points. Skills, snake wrap, snake kiss, snake move. The blood of the mid-level spirit snake had powerful effects, capable of elevating one's spiritual meridians by a level and increasing spiritual energy by 300,000 points. Jiang Hujing was eager to try it, as he was troubled by the slow evolution of his spiritual meridians. Now this lively spirit snake had conveniently come his way. The 5th-level spirit snake moved rapidly, flicking its tail and swiftly carrying Jiang Ye out of the cave. Outside, it would have more room to maneuver, but Jiang Hujing was not about to let it escape so easily. Using his stealth skills, after strengthening his stealth skills allowed him to move as swiftly as the wind effortlessly. He had already reached the side of the giant snake, whose body was covered in circular patterns of snake scales that burst forth in an instant, sharp as blades. With a flick of its tail, it struck towards Jiang Hujing's forehead. Jiang Hujing's reflexes were 360 degrees sharp, turning almost all movements before his eyes into slow motion. Even for a 5th-level spirit snake, it was no different. As the massive tail approached, he dodged in an instant, with the tail smashing against the rocks. Bang, bang, bang. 3 consecutive strikes shattered the rocks, sending them flying throughout the cave. However, Jiang Hujing remained unharmed and seized the opportunity to use his invisibility skill combined with his berserk skill. Before the spirit snake could react, he was already in front of it. The reaction skills of the spirit snake were 7 times stronger than ordinary spirit beasts, almost making its prey in Suzhou appear as if moving at half speed. Yet Jiang Hujing's movements seemed incredibly fast to it, striking fiercely before the snake could react. Strike the snake at the 7-inch mark. The old ancestors' words never became outdated. Iron teeth. At that moment, all of Jiang Hujing's teeth were as if reinforced with steel, capable of tearing off the skin of a great white shark, let alone the hard iron-like snake scales before him, which he effortlessly tore into, reaching its softest part. He ruthlessly tore off a piece of snake scale, and blood spurted out. Hissing in pain, the snake, despite the agony, did not release Jiang Ye but glared furiously, its eyes blood-red as it opened its huge, gaping mouth and bit towards Jiang Hujing. Its teeth were poisonous, akin to sulfuric acid, rapidly corroding whatever they touched. Thick saliva emitting a green glow dripped onto the rocks, instantly corroding half of the rock, scorching it. TSK tisk TSK. Jiang Hujing even wondered if this snake had trained in magma. Did it have a volcano in its mouth? Jiang Hujing's skills, enhanced by the wild surge of spiritual energy, allowed him to dodge even the snake's kiss. He could agilely evade using his invisibility skill while simultaneously using his stealth skill, even though the spirit snake's abilities were formidable. As long as he dodged quickly and avoided contact, it was helpless against him. Instead, Jiang Hujing used his smaller size to his advantage, standing directly on the spirit snake's head. He then raised his paw pad attack. Under the influence of his berserk state, his paw-pad attack struck the spirit snake's crown. Crack, the crown of the spirit snake caved in and its bones shattered. The pain was bone-eroding. Let the spirit snake twist, its body covered in a layer of red light and flames. Jiang Hujing had no choice but to descend from his head. After all, if the flames were to scorch his body, he would instantly catch fire. At this moment, Jiang Ye was unable to move, watching in horror as the massive attack unfolded in Jiang Hujing's response to it. Child, you have some skills, but alas, you are doomed to perish here. The spirit fruit itself was meant to enlighten one's spirit. Although the spirit snake's words were brief, they were filled with murderous intent. That Mother Wolf, she killed so many of my snake children and grandchildren. Today I shall taste her offspring. In a frenzy, the snake flung Jiang Ye out and her body, caught off guard, slammed against the stone wall. Just when Jiang Ye thought she would be shattered by the impact, she found a soft cushion behind her. Jiang Hujing had moved to her back, shielding her from the blow. Are you all right? Jiang Hujing looked at Jiang Ye with concern. His proud sister, although an empress in her previous life, was now just a second-tier spirit beast cub in this life, probably terrified. Jiang Ye was indeed a bit shocked to the point of nearly losing blood, but her stubborn nature quickly took over. Sniffling, she said, I'm fine, let's deal with this disgusting creature first. The fact that the spirit snake could speak was within Jiang Hujing's expectations. After all, the spirit fruit was meant to enlighten, but its vocabulary was limited, only able to express basic ideas. With no restraints left, the spirit snake swiftly attacked Jiang Hujing, its gaping maw ready to swallow him whole. Jiang Hujing's spiritual energy was nearly depleted, but although the snake was fast, its defense was weak, especially the soft underbelly. Jiang Ye noticed this too. She activated her rare bloodline, her body quickly igniting with blue flames, her eyes ablaze with fierce fire. These broken spirit snakes dare to kidnap the Grand Empress herself? Well then, let them know what true terror is. I'll distract him. You attack his belly, Jiang Ye communicated with Jiang Hujing through their connected bloodlines, a language others could not hear. Jiang Hujing nodded, admiring the blue flames on Jiang Ye's body, reminiscent of a blue phoenix, and couldn't help but remark on the beauty of the rare spirit vein. Old snake, your opponent is me. Jiang Ye, opening her wide mouth, drew the spirit snake's attention. When the snake attacked, she instantly jumped onto its head. Its crown had been previously struck by Jiang Hujing, slowing its movements considerably, its eyes intently following Jiang Ye, waiting for the right moment. Jiang Hujing then leaped onto the snake's belly. Wolf Windclaw. The enhanced version of Wolf Windclaw, like the chains of black and white impermanence, fiercely slashed into its belly. In an instant, his abdomen was torn open and the organs inside began dripping blood, even revealing the wriggling intestines. The intense pain caused the spirit snake to thrash its tail wildly within the cave, causing it to almost collapse as stones tumbled down. One stone nearly hit Jiang Hujing's tail. Despite this, the spirit snake did not die. Instead, its ferocity increased and it flung Jiang Ye away with great force, only for her to be thrown down again. Fortunately, Jiang Ye reacted quickly and stabilized herself with a roll. Truly, a fourth-tier spirit beast is not to be underestimated. It almost broke her waist. Jiang Hujing stared fixedly at the fifth-tier spirit beast. Warning, the spirit snake is about to enter a berserk state. Once the spirit snake goes berserk, it becomes a real handful, as if all its power is amplified, reaching beyond the fifth tier. Therefore, Jiang Hujing needed to deal with it before it went berserk. The best way was to crush its heart directly. Jiang Hujing, gritting his teeth, rolled again to the belly of the spirit snake, which was almost set aflame. Jiang Ye immediately got up, ready to fight, soul gathering wind. In an instant, all the surrounding spiritual energy was at his command, blowing like the wind and significantly cooling the surface temperature of the spirit snake. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Hujing bit fiercely into the flesh of the spirit snake with his steel teeth, while his wolf windclaw pierced directly into it, instantly crushing the heart of the spirit snake. Blood sprayed over his face, but at that moment he could not care less about the disgust. He watched as the spirit snake's body went limp and its eyes gradually dimmed, its huge tongue and magma-like saliva corroding everything around. Jiang Hujing also exhausted a lot of spiritual energy and climbed off the snake's body. His claws in combat mode were deactivated and he gasped heavily. Indeed, dealing with a fifth-tier spirit beast was troublesome, but his eyes were sparkling. Once he recovered, he planned to dig out the spirit snake's inner core and eat it. Jiang Ye also stared at the limp spirit snake, first in shock, then turning to look at Jiang Hujing. Her expression slowly changed from disbelief to admiration and then awkwardly approached him. Thank you, brother. Although she was reluctant to call him that after all he had saved her and used so much spiritual energy for it, so she acknowledged him as her brother in her heart. But she looked at Jiang Hajing with some worry and said, "Brother, are you alright?" Jiang Hajing turned and looked at Jiang Ye, who seemed to have changed her ways, becoming so well behaved. Nevertheless, being called brother satisfied him greatly. He lifted his soft paw pads, patted Jiang Ye on the head, and said softly, "Don't worry, such a spirit beast is easy to handle, just a bit tiring. Wait a moment, let your brother dig out the core for you. We'll have roasted snake meat." Jiang Hajing's eyes were firmly fixed on the massive spirit snake before him. Such a creature was a treasure all over, its flesh edible, its blood capable of evolving spiritual veins, and its inner core a major tonic. Suddenly a loud wolf howl echoed from outside, shaking the entire valley. The wolf mother dropped the heavenly treasures she was carrying, her eyes filled with worry. With a leap, she dove into the cave, finding the body of the spirit snake, the breathless pack leader and the blood-soaked second in command. A surge of anger and sorrow filled her as she quickly moved to check on her children. Noticing the wolf mother's return, Jiang Hajing hurriedly rubbed against her body, exclaiming, "Mom, you're back." The wolf mother lowered her head to inspect Jiang Hajing, relieved to find no injuries on him. "Did you kill the large wolf?" she asked. She hadn't expected her child to be strong enough to challenge a fifth-tier spiritual beast, one that had already developed spiritual intelligence. "Thank you for protecting your sister, my child. You truly are your mother's pride," she said, her eyes softening as she affectionately licked Jiang Hajing. By his mother's side, Jiang Hajing felt a long-missed warmth. "Mom, taking care of my sister is my duty," he said sincerely, his heart always soft for his sister, who was the reincarnation of a demon saint, and for the wolf mother he had long regarded her as his dearest mother. Jiang Yue also came over, saying, "Mom, we're both unharmed, don't worry." The wolf mother, looking at the spirit snake, felt a rise of grief and determination. Standing at the entrance of the cave, she turned to Jiang Hajing and Jiang Yue, announcing, "Stay home and wait for me, I'll be back soon." Given the spirit snake's relentless pursuit of her children, she resolved to annihilate the entire spirit snake lair. After the wolf mother left, Jiang Hajing knew what she was about to do. However, as a 10th-tier spiritual beast, the wolf mother was a formidable force, and with one spirit snake already down, the rest would likely fear her and not dare to cause trouble. Approaching the spirit snake, Jiang Hajing used the wolf windclaw to slice open its belly, its innards spilling out in a foul-smelling mess. Still, he reached into the heart area, stirring around before finally extracting an inner core. His eyes lit up as he beheld it. Preparing to split it in two, Jiang Yue looked on with pride, saying, "Brother, eat it yourself. Someday I too will hunt a 5th-tier spiritual beast." Disappointed by the spirit snake's sneak attack that almost endangered her brother, she knew the importance of such a tonic, but also recognized that it was hard-earned by Jiang Hajing. She couldn't always reap the benefits without effort. Understanding his sister's pride, Jiang Hajing didn't insist and popped the shiny inner core into his mouth. In an instant, a surge of power burst forth from within his body, spreading to every limb and even causing blue flames to gradually flicker around his eyes. Unlike Jiang Ye, golden flames also enveloped him, shining as brilliantly as the sun itself. Host Jiang Hajing. After devouring a 5th-grade spirit beast's inner core, his stats have risen. Rank: 4th grade, spiritual energy, 2 million, physique, 70 points, spiritual sense, 70 points, spiritual veins, 30 points, evolution plus 10" with continuous increase after consuming the bloodline of the spirit snake attribute, wind, imitation skill. Intermediate experience points +1 +1 +1 +1 charm +5, earning the recognition of the Empress's younger sister. He quickly glanced at the glistening numbers on his skill panel. No wonder so much spiritual energy was pouring into his body, it was a breakthrough to a higher tier. Although his exact rank was imperceptible to others, with each ascension he felt an internal change. His bones, blood vessels, claws and teeth all grew significantly stronger, and even his body size was quietly increasing. At the 5th-grade spirit beasts really do come in handy. Wondering if he would have another chance, he turned around to extract the blood of the spirit snake, sharing it with Jiang Ye, each taking a bowl. This time Jiang Ye did not refuse, and each drank a bowl. This kind of raw and bloody lifestyle wasn't too bad after all. Spiritual veins +1 +1 +1. Jiang Hajing gulped down 3 large bowls of spirit blood, feeling a power slowly surging into his body, but suddenly his vision became dizzy, and he felt unstable. Shaking his head, he barely managed to steady himself. Jiang Ye immediately dropped the snake meat she was holding and rushed over, saying, "Brother, are you alright?" "I'm fine, just a bit dizzy." After hearing Jiang Hujing, Jiang Ye also started feeling a bit dizzy, stuttering, "Could it be? There's poison in this snake." The system detected that the host had consumed a lot of spiritual energy while the spirit snake had ingested many spirit snake fruits whose blood contained the same components as the fruits, filled with massive amounts of spiritual energy. The host needed to sleep to absorb the spiritual energy and recover the spiritual veins. As the system's voice faded, Jiang Hujing fell into a deep sleep, completely oblivious to the spiritual energy swarming into his body. Spiritual energy +1 +1 +1. Spiritual veins +1 +1 +1. Meanwhile, a she-wolf entered the cave, her agile figure covered in fresh blood, her body marked with deep scars, yet her eyes sparkled brilliantly. She had annihilated a nest of spirit snakes, avenging her children and obtaining these spirit fruits for her offspring to cultivate better. But upon entering, she saw two little ones curled up asleep, mouths filled with a string of spirit snake fruits, watching over her sleeping young. Subconsciously, he nudged them with his mouth, and upon finding they were still breathing, he breathed a sigh of relief. He placed the spirit snake fruit beside them and then fell into a deep sleep. Deep inside the cave, Jiang Hujing had no idea how long he had slept, but when he awoke, he found that the wolf mother was no longer there. The once chaotic cave had been tidied up nicely by the wolf mother, but at the entrance, there were several corpses of spirit snakes hanging glaringly, emitting a strong smell of blood. This was the wolf mother's warning to the predators around, showing them the consequences of targeting her child. This strong smell of blood could spread for thousands of miles, and even high-priced spiritual beasts would retreat 3 steps upon smelling it. Hidden on the ground were the spirit snake fruits. The forced evolution of his attack skills had left his spiritual energy overdrawn, and he couldn't even digest 3 bowls of spirit blood. His young body was still not strong enough. Seeing the spirit snake fruit, Jiang Hujing immediately started eating it. The rich fragrance burst in his mouth and streams of spiritual energy surged into his body from all sides. Spirit snake fruit. Spiritual energy increased by 300,000, physical recovery +20, spiritual sense recovery +20, spiritual veins repair +5. Listening to the system's announcement, Jiang Hujing looked at the rising panel in his heart with delight. He had thought that using a 3rd tier to battle a 5th tier spiritual beast in such a weakened state and breaking through to the 4th tier would require half a month to recover. He hadn't expected that a few spirit snake fruits would suffice for a full recovery. Truly, the wool comes from the sheep itself. Jiang Hujing knew that the wolf mother needed to hunt regularly, but Jiang Yuyue was not nearby. Could it be that she had gone out? This little girl had just reached the 2nd tier and was almost captured by a 5th tier spirit snake, yet she dared to go out alone. Jiang Hujing was about to use the wolf howl to summon Jiang Yuyue back when he saw a white figure flash by his eyes. It was holding a happy bird in its mouth, a 2nd tier happy bird, rare among its kind, measuring 2 to 3 meters long. Although it was of a low tier, catching this happy bird first required climbing a tree. Although they were of the wind type, they could not climb trees on land. How did Jiang Yuyue manage to climb a 100-foot-high tree? Despite Jiang Hujing's calm demeanor, Jiang Yuyue still caught a trace of surprise in his eyes. After all, they shared a bloodline, and it didn't take long for Jiang Yuyue to guess what surprised Jiang Hujing. "Humph, I've surprised my brother now. Watch my gathering wind soul." Suddenly, a cluster of wind rose under Jiang Yuyue's feet, spinning like cotton candy, lifting her into the air. With each step, she could briefly reach the highest point. Her body was also shimmering with blue flames, looking extremely beautiful. In an instant, the wolf mother's majestic and beautiful posture was vaguely displayed on her body. Jiang Yuyue's spiritual veins evolved by 20, and her secret method had been cultivated to an enhanced low-tier version. Because her spiritual veins were rare, her secret method's cultivating power was even stronger. If the host wanted to learn this secret method, they would need to acquire the same secret manual to refresh their experience. Jiang Hujing gazed at the boundless dense forest before him, pondering where to start searching for the secret manual. At the junction of the spiritual veins, where the mountains were layered upon each other, a heavy fog obscured a town nestled below the veins, Shangqing, a bustling trade hub. Countless caravans came and went, the townsfolk dressed in luxurious silks, a stark contrast to the forbidden mountain ranges nearby. Although few ventured into the spiritual veins, for cultivators this place was like a vast treasure trove filled with countless spiritual pills, heavenly materials, precious treasures, and the skins of spiritual beasts. the town managed by the largest immortal sect Xian sect and governed by 5 major families each hosted a 9th-tier spiritual cultivator ensuring peace and stability for over a century despite the covetous eyes of neighboring wild sects. Every 10 years, the 5 families would host the beast-taming battle where disciples from each family would represent their sects in combat. This not only trained the disciples' courage but also served as a selection process for the top immortal sect. Having a disciple ascend and join the ranks of immortals was a matter of great honor for any sect. Aside from the 5 family heads, everyone in the town took great interest in the event, hoping their children might emerge victorious as the Beast King and catch the eye of the immortal sects. However, the spiritual veins were treacherous, even a second-tier spiritual beast could be lethal to humans. Without a cultivation level of at least the 5th rank, entering was akin to serving oneself as dinner to the beasts. Thus, the beast-taming battle could only be held at the edges of the spiritual veins. Venturing further meant no return. Elders in the town would recount tales of former glories where many never returned, not even their bones. In the depths of the dense forest, a figure dodged through the trees, somewhat disheveled but daring not to stop. From afar, the roar of a 3rd-tier wild beast nearly snapped the trees, compelling the figure to keep moving to survive. The bloodline of the spiritual snake and the fruits of the spiritual snake were incredibly nourishing. Zhang Ye's secret technique could evolve to such an extent that it made Zhang Hejing's heart itch with anticipation. He wondered how his bicolored spiritual veins might evolve. Zhang Ye placed the large bird next to Zhang Hejing. Though she remained silent, her proud little expression said it all, and Zhang Hejing understood her intentions immediately. Having awakened before him, Zhang Ye had been consuming raw spiritual blood and flesh these past days. Before Zhang Hejing fell into a deep sleep, he couldn't help but consider preparing a small barbecue for her. Raising an eyebrow, Zhang Hejing looked at Zhang Ye and asked how should one make barbecued meat. Despite her reluctance, Zhang Ye's face flushed warm and with a shy and coquettish voice she murmured, "Brother, I want to eat barbecue," a plea that refreshed the newly awakened Zhang Hejing throughout. He stood before the jubilant bird spanning 3 to 4 meters and let out a wolf howl that echoed through the air. Aoaoao, the wolf howl, a low-tier enhanced version. His sonic waves, wrapped with power, quickly scattered the feathers of the jubilant bird, revealing a sleek, glowing bird before Zhang Hejing. Calmly, he used his wolf windclaw to remove the innards and then placed the striped bird onto the grill. Instantly, the aroma filled the air, causing Zhang Ye to pounce forth, fearing that the freshly awakened Zhang Hejing might compete with her for the food. Having just eaten the spirit snake fruit, Zhang Hejing was now full of spiritual energy, a little more nourishment from his prey, and he was bursting with vigor. After eating and drinking her fill, Zhang Ye's gaze fixed on Zhang Hejing, her blue eyes sparkling with intent. Zhang Hejing knew what she was thinking. Licking his paw, he said, "Thinking of a challenge? Catch up to me first." Skill: Snake Shift. A low-tier move. Having eaten the spirit snake, he mimicked the skill of a 5th-tier spirit snake, moving incredibly fast, almost leaving after images. Zhang Ye quickly pursued him using her wind spirit soul. "Wait for me." The 2 wolves moved through their mother's territory, the 2 one-month-old pups as big as a year-old wolf, their bodies emitting spiritual vein flames, charging wildly through the dense forest, causing the birds in the jungle to scatter in alarm. As they reached an open area, Zhang Hejing stopped abruptly, dust flying and gravel scattering everywhere. He watched as Zhang Ye, who was closing in, quickly approached. "Little girl, you've improved quite a bit," Zhang Ye retorted defiantly. "You're not bad yourself. To think you've grown even stronger after sleeping for so many days." Is Zhang Hejing hiding some secret from her? "Humph, no matter what, as the Grand Queen, I will definitely defeat him." Zhang Ye leaped into the air, launching an attack, but Zhang Hejing dodged it swiftly. Just as he was about to counterattack, roar! He immediately became alert, scanning his surroundings as a strong scent of blood wafted over. Zhang Hejing paused, carefully using his spiritual sense to probe the surroundings. Indeed, there was a 3rd-tier spirit beast nearby, and by the sound of it, it was a tiger. The power of a spirit tiger was not to be underestimated. If a real fight ensued, it would be a fierce battle with no clear winner. Moreover, the spirit tiger's spiritual vein appeared to be a flame, a perfect supplement for his evolving spiritual vein. Just awakened, he could greatly benefit from this encounter. His skills needed more combat experience to refresh and learn new skills. Zhang Ye's rare spiritual vein allowed her to learn secret techniques so quickly he couldn't help but envy her. With a leap, Zhang Hejing quickly moved towards the source of the tiger's roar, soon finding himself in a dense forest hidden under the cover of tall trees. he spotted a bright yellow striped figure. Straining his neck for a better view, he only saw a mountainous spirit tiger baring its teeth at a certain spot, its body already engulfed in flames, the heat wave palpable even from here. Spirit beast, spirit tiger beast, rank, 3rd order, spirit sense, 50-inch physique, 50 spirit energy, 150,000 points, skills, tiger roar, tiger clap, tiger bite. It was detected that the spirit tiger beast was injured and could be attacked. Only then did Jiang Yijing notice several spears sticking out of the tiger's body. In the spiritual vein, which was a forbidden area for humans, how could there be spears here? Could there be humans nearby? After all, the spirit tiger beast seemed to be roaring at a spot just now. This speculation made Jiang Yijing's breathing uneven, even a bit excited. To know that it was a living person, without a second thought he dashed over. Hidden deep in the dense forest, Yu Lingling's gooseegg face was pale, her fine body completely concealed under the trees, the scent masking spirit medicine about to vanish. On her fair thigh was a deep trench-like wound from which blood continuously flowed. If this continued and the spirit tiger beast discovered her, she would surely perish. She closed her beautiful eyes, pondering how to escape from the tiger's mouth. Suddenly, roar, a fierce sound came from not far away, its power immense. She abruptly opened her eyes, her heart even more panicked when suddenly she saw a white wolf cub burst out from the dense forest, looking incredulously. This was just a 1-year-old wolf cub daring to challenge the tiger demon. The enormous wolf howl shook the already injured tiger demon's head, nearly toppling it, but it quickly recovered. After all, it was a 3rd-order spirit beast. A low-order wolf howl was not enough to knock it out completely, and those red eyes disdainfully looked at the little wolf cub as if saying it was overestimating itself. But in Jiang Yijing's eyes was sheer excitement, eagerly provoking the spirit tiger beast. The spirit tiger beast, with a tiger's body leaping forward, appeared right in front of Jiang Yijing, opening its huge maw. It directly engulfed Jiang Yijing, but this time Jiang Yijing did not dodge, instead raising his paw, instantly a blue and yellow dual flame formed armor-like on his paw. Directly facing it head-on with a paw strike, instantly a powerful force hit the spirit tiger beast's crown, almost instinctively causing the spirit tiger beast to form a protective shell. Under the enormous pressure, if it were not for the armor-like formation, the spirit tiger beast's crown might have been shattered. But even such powerful force made the spirit tiger beast retreat several steps, nearly collapsing entirely. He watched the tiny creature in disbelief. Where did such immense strength come from? In an instant, the entire tiger was enraged. The spirit tiger beast clung tightly to the ground, its massive roar following one after another. The large trees in the surrounding dense forest rose from the ground, and Jiang Yijing clung tightly to the earth. The wolf windclaw formed a hard armor, piercing the ground directly. At this moment, Jiang Yijing was as immovable as during a level 10 typhoon. The power of the tiger's roar could almost overturn a small mountain, yet the wolf cub in front of him was unaffected, even occasionally provoking him. "Come on, big cat, let me show you who is the king of this mountain from today." The spirit tiger beast's eyes were blood red, dripping like blood. His dignity challenged. He shook his body, a layer of golden flames wrapping around him, his claws becoming even tougher, and the surrounding spiritual energy enveloped his claws, turning into sharp blades. With just a touch, it seemed he could shred Jiang Yijing apart, and his movement speed was very fast, his powerful limbs flipping rapidly in the air, pressing step by step towards Jiang Yijing. Unfortunately, Jiang Yijing had the agility of a snake. Even the fastest speeds seemed to him like they were at 0.5x speed. Moreover, the spirit tiger beast's body was as large as a small mountain, while Jiang Yijing's smaller size showed a significant advantage. No matter how the beast tried to capture Jiang Yijing using his snake-like agility, Jiang Yijing quickly maneuvered around him, making the beast's huge claws unsure where to strike, unable to grasp him at all. Seeing Jiang Yijing within reach yet unable to catch him, the played spirit tiger beast's anger burst forth from his eyes. Becoming increasingly agitated, his tiger claws slammed down, shattering the ground, even revealing fissures as dust flew up, completely covering Jiang Yijing's body. Seizing this opportunity, Jiang Yijing flew over and fiercely bit into the tiger's leg. There was a soft spot on the leg, and Jiang Yijing's teeth, curved like sickle hooks, pierced directly into the flesh. Not letting go once they clamped on, he peeled half of the tiger's leg, the torn wound flowing with blood. The pure spirit blood of the spirit tiger beast excited Jiang Yijing more, while the intense pain made the spirit tiger beast even more frenzied. Lingling, hiding in the dense forest and witnessing the scene, was stunned, her beautiful eyes filled with unstoppable shock. The little wolf cub in front of her had no rank, yet it was able to fight a third-rank spirit beast even severely, injuring him, fighting to a standstill. Who exactly was this divine being? In his frenzy, the spirit tiger beast began to run wildly, the flames on his body growing fiercer, seemingly able to set everything around him ablaze. Soon his inner core could no longer withstand such energy, starting to leak from all over his body. There was a tendency to explode at any moment. Watching the frenzied spirit tiger beast, Zhang Hejing felt somewhat sorry for his inner core, but what mattered most was not the opponent's inner core, but his whole body's spirit blood. The spirit tiger beast is currently in a frenzied state, its strength leaking more violently, making it increasingly weak and its attacks aimless. Zhang Hejing, whose eyes are exceptionally sharp, easily dodges the beast's attacks. The beast is quickly running out of strength, its attack speed slowing down, its body trembling as it gasps for air heavily, yet its eyes are fiercely fixed on Zhang Hejing. Zhang Hejing, fearless, knows too well his own capabilities. He has slain a 5th-tier spirit snake in a cave. A mere 3rd-tier spirit tiger beast is nothing to him. However, to prevent the beast from self-destructing, Zhang Hejing uses a delaying tactic, aiming to completely drain the spiritual energy from its core. This would ensure that even if the beast attempts a final strike, it would have no chance to do so. But soon, driven by its primal instincts of survival, the fear in the spirit tiger beast's eyes shifts from fierce red to sheer panic. It starts to retreat, realizing that the man before it is more than it can handle. It turns to flee, using the last of its strength, running swiftly, but Zhang Hejing, with his prey within grasp, could not possibly let it escape. He leaps forward, his body moving as fluidly as a snake. The beast, its eyes unable to track Zhang Hejing's swift movements, can only watch helplessly as Zhang Hejing pounces on its neck, his sharp teeth fiercely severing the beast's throat. Thump, thump, thump. The massive body falls like a mountain, collapsing onto the forest below as Zhang Hejing finally releases his bite, and blood spurts wildly from the beast's throat. The tough body twitches a few times before becoming limp, and soon there is no breath left in it, killing the spirit tiger beast. Experience points increase by +30 and Zhang Hejing acquires the spirit tiger beast and the flame spirit vessel. The spirit vessel evolves further, gaining the mimic skill, Tiger Strike Palm, Berserk skill refreshed, spirit vessel evolves +10. Satisfied, Zhang Hejing looks at his skill panel, wondering when his spirit vessel might evolve into a rare one. His current spirit vessel traits are not very prominent yet, and he is quite anticipatory about what it might evolve into next. He approaches the limp body of the spirit tiger beast. The meat of such a beast is not palatable, so Zhang Hejing merely drinks its blood. After drinking, he feels a surge of warmth spreading throughout his body, the spirit vessel quietly transforming within him. Caught up in the thrill of battle, he completely forgets the possibility of others being around and suddenly looks up, finding himself in unfamiliar surroundings. He then realizes that he has left the territory of the Wolf Mother. Surprised by his own speed, he has traveled thousands of kilometers. He first sensed the spirit tiger beast when it seemed nearby, indicating that his spiritual sense has indeed grown much stronger, now able to perceive things thousands of kilometers away. He must hurry back. No wonder Jiang Ye didn't follow. This place is simply too far. Her speed was undoubtedly slower than his, and to prevent Jiang Ye from getting anxious, he wanted to rush back. Just then, a noise from deep within the dense forest caught his attention. It was a strange presence, and he instinctively looked over, ready to let out a howl. Suddenly, a petite figure emerged from the dense forest and collapsed. Driven by wolf instincts, he looked over just in time to meet Lingling's almost pleading gaze. "Please don't kill me," she begged, appearing so weak as if she might die at any moment. This shocked Zhang Hejing immensely. This was a real living human who just appeared so lively before him. Zhang Hejing studied Lingling, looking her up and down. He found this human quite pleasing to the eye, her small face, her petite figure, truly a delight to behold. Curiously, he wondered how a human could be in such a dense forest. Her complexion was pale, and her body bore multiple severe injuries, as if burned by flames. The Linghu beast too had many spear-like wounds, and the recent figure was indeed Lingling, but he didn't sense a human aura from her. He leaned in to sniff and caught a scent, faint but familiar, the scent of the dense forest, probably masked by some herbal concoction allowing her to hide within it. Otherwise, with the Linghu beast's sense of smell, how could she not be found? He looked up at the trees where a well-concealed shelter was likely her hiding spot. Besides the burns, her body had other wounds. Her waist had 2 glaring bite holes oozing thick black blood, which explained her ghastly pale, almost green complexion. poisonous insects and ants were not uncommon in the spiritual veins. A simple grass could be deadly. Her ankles too had deep gashes seeping thick black blood. It seemed she had also encountered other spiritual beasts. Poison could claim a life in half a day, and he couldn't let her die. He still wanted to know many things, and she might be the only human he could interact with. Although his wolf mother could speak human language, he had lived in the spiritual veins for so long, almost completely ignorant of the outside world. Jiang Yeyat, in her previous life, belonged to the demon clan. But now she had reincarnated and was oblivious to the current happenings of the external world. She didn't even know how many years had passed. The only beings he could interact with here were spiritual beasts and his wolf mother. If he could learn something from this woman, perhaps about what era it was outside, that would be beneficial. Jiang Hujing now didn't even know where to fetch an antidote, let alone what poison it was that afflicted her. If things continued this way, it would all be over. By the time she arrived, her body was almost devoured, yet her endurance was remarkable. It suggested she carried an antidote, for why else would she dare to venture alone into this forbidden zone of humanity? Jiang Hujing glanced around. Her attire was thin, subtly revealing her slender waist and her skin pale as the moon. His focus, however, was drawn to a small sachet. He used his mouth to open it, not realizing his own strength as her belt snapped, causing her clothes to slip off. The sight of her modest bosom came into full view, and he hurriedly covered her with his paws, accidentally pressing his paw pads onto her soft flesh. The woman lying down moaned softly, prompting him to quickly lift his wolf claws, clumsily dressing her, and swiftly opened the sachet. Inside was a small bottle. Item: ginseng detoxification pills, grade 7th grade, capable of neutralizing poisons from beasts below 5th grade. Jiang Hujing raised an eyebrow, impressed by the pill's efficacy. It seemed she had come prepared. But for what purpose? He decided to administer all the pills into the woman's mouth, as in his current form he only had paws and couldn't handle the small slippery items individually. Afterward, considering her large body and the unsafe surroundings, not to mention this was not the wolf mother's territory, he feared other ferocious beasts might appear if they lingered. Now Jiang Hujing's biting strength was formidable, and dragging a person wasn't much of an issue for him. He noticed a bow like chain on her body. He gripped the bow with his mouth, throwing it over his back, holding his breath, and soon 2 streams of spiritual energy lifted him and swiftly carried him using the serpentine movement to the wolf mother's territory. There were no signs of Jiang Ye's presence, nor any ferocious animals nearby. His spiritual sense could detect disturbances several hundred kilometers away, and if there was a fight he would have sensed it quickly. It seemed that Jiang Ye wasn't nearby. Regardless, Jiang Hujing dragged the woman back to his cave. Poison individuals needed a warm environment to maintain body temperature lest they suffer from hypothermia. He placed the woman next to a pile of dry hay, not realizing her shoulder strap had been bitten through. Jiang Hujing then gathered some firewood. Jiang Ye enjoyed roasted meat, so he often went out to collect neatly arranged firewood and even picked up the thinnest and hardest stone slab from the seashore. Crafting tools with wolf paws was not easy, and it took him a long time to make a decent stove. He pushed the firewood in with his mouth, lifted his paw, and soon flames ignited, quickly warming the entire cave. The woman's complexion turned rosier and her wounds reddened, indicating the medicine was working. It wouldn't be long before she woke up. Jiang Hujing hopped around and then brought out many spiritual fruits from the cave, blessed herbs. The miraculous effects of the herb that can bring back life from decay, able to heal external injuries. It blooms only once every 5 years. As spiritual beasts, they often go out hunting and inevitably sustain various injuries, so whenever the mother wolf sees this healing herb, she would bring it back for their use. Jiang Yijing directly chewed up the blessed herb and its juice flowed down, sprinkling onto the wound. In no time, the wound visibly began to heal, and Jiang Yijing found it quite effective. He noticed that the woman had scratch marks on her arms and collarbone, as well as bite marks. He stood over her and chewed up another blessed white herb. Yu Lingling felt a cool liquid tracing across her body, and the tearing pain at her wound vanished. Her breathing became much smoother, and she instinctively opened her eyes, only to be met with a gigantic wolf face baring its teeth at her. Frightened, Yu Lingling almost instinctively sat up, crying, "Spare my life, spare my life." Jiang Yijing was equally startled by her reaction. As Yu Lingling sat up, her clothes, which were already scant, slipped from her shoulders and fell off completely due to her abrupt movement, leaving Jiang Yijing's blue eyes wide open in shock. Is this something he should be seeing? he was just a young wolf pup, it probably didn't matter. However, Jiang Yijing underestimated a woman's combativeness. Yu Lingling glanced down to see her clothes had slipped off and then back at Jiang Yijing. She instantly materialized a weapon in her hands. Pervert. She conjured spiritual energy into chaotic arrows and shot them at Jiang Yijing. Skill: Spirit Feather Arrows. Attack Power: Tier 3, 3000 points. Weapon: Moonshadow Bow. Made from black iron infused with spirit blood and tempered over 49 days, Jiang Yijing dodged more than a dozen arrows. Although the spirit feather arrows were powerful in Jiang Yijing's eyes, they moved like slow motion, making them easy to avoid. But are all women this fiery? His temper was quite comparable to Jiang Yuyu's. Eventually Yu Lingling was exhausted, her wrists trembling, unable to conjure any more spiritual energy. She didn't even have the strength to stand and run. Having witnessed this young wolf's power, she resignedly closed her eyes. Having just escaped the tiger's den, she fell into the wolf's jaws. Seeing her vigorous appearance, she seemed to be fine now. Hearing a baby-like voice, Yu Lingling instinctively opened her eyes. She saw Jiang Yijing bringing over a piece of animal skin. Here, this has been washed and sun-dried and deodorized with herbs. Wrap yourself in this for now. This animal skin was specially made by Jiang Yuyu as a blanket filled with fragrant flowers picked by the mother wolf, sun-dried until no trace of blood remained, giving off a faint scent. To her surprise, the little milk wolf in front of her, who seemed to be less than a year old, had already developed spiritual intelligence. Is it you? Did you save me? Yu Lingling, still shaken, wrapped herself in animal skin and trembled as she looked at Jiang Hujing. She checked her wounds and found they had healed. Even the poison in her body had been mostly neutralized. Looking around, she realized they were in a cave. Could it be that you can teleport? Jiang Hujing muttered, I'm not a lecherous wolf, I'm a spiritual beast, a white wolf. Yu Lingling finally understood that he had unintentionally undone her belt in his efforts to save her. Her face instantly flushed, her tender skin almost seeming to bleed as she stammered, thank you, brother wolf. Just as she finished speaking, her stomach growled loudly and she looked at him somewhat embarrassed, yet her eyes were filled with curiosity. Normally spiritual beasts above the 5th rank could speak human languages and possess intelligence, but he looked to be only a few months old. Given the slight fluff still on his forehead, such fluff was indicative of a spiritual beast under 1 year old. Hearing Yu Lingling's stomach growl, Jiang Hujing fetched a freshly caught spiritual rabbit from the cave, quickly cleaned it up and to her astonishment, threw it onto the grill, also tossing her some blood-red fruits. The fruits were juicy, perfect for hydration, and their delicious aroma soon wafted over. Swallowing her saliva, Yu Lingling held a fruit and mustered the courage to ask, brother wolf, how old are you? About a month old, I guess. Jiang Hujing turned to look at her. In human terms, I'm just under a year old. A wolf less than a year old with such high intelligence and the ability to battle a 3rd-rank tiger beast, it was as if a saintly baby had appeared among humans. Come over and have some roast meat. Jiang Hujing tore off a piece and savored it. Nothing beat the taste of cooked meat. His smooth and practiced movements nearly made Yu Lingling lose control of her expression, yet she couldn't resist the aroma of the roasted meat and began to eat it in small bites. The rabbit meat was incredibly succulent, bursting with juice in her mouth, making it the most delicious roast she'd ever had, prompting her to eat several more pieces. Jiang Hujing moved his big head closer, his blue eyes intently fixed on Yu Lingling as he asked, this is deep in the spiritual veins. Almost a forbidden zone for humans. How did you get here? The depths of the spiritual veins were layered and rugged, filled with high-level spiritual beasts. A careless step could turn one into another creature's meal. Indeed, Yu Lingling had mustered a lot of courage to venture here. She was after a core. Only spiritual beasts above the 3rd rank possess such cores, crucial for cultivators to enhance their spiritual energy and rank. To become a disciple of a sect, a cultivator's rank needed to reach the 4th level. As a mere 3rd rank, my spirit root is a wood spirit root. To break through, I must acquire the inner core of a wood elemental beast, otherwise I might miss this upcoming sect examination. Yu Lingling spoke with her tiny teeth tightly clenching her red lips, her beautiful eyes filled with unwillingness, giving her a pitiful look. Wood spirit root, sect examination. Jiang Hujing grew even more excited about the outside world and continued to inquire. Then, in terms of human cultivation, what rank would a 4th-tier spirit beast be? Hearing about the 4th tier, Yu Lingling exclaimed, brother wolf is actually a 4th-tier spirit beast, then why can't she sense any rank from him? It took her a long while to tremulously respond, that would be equivalent to the 9th rank in human terms. Spirit beasts require double the spiritual energy for cultivation compared to humans. However, their minds are simpler and they absorb richer spiritual energy from the heavenly veins, making their cultivation more insightful. Therefore, their inner cores are purer and more beneficial for human cultivation. Most cultivators seeking such opportunities would risk entering the spirit veins, but most perish there. If it weren't for meeting Brother Wolf today, I might have fallen prey as well. So, I am still grateful for Brother Wolf's life-saving grace. Usually spirit beasts that have cultivated for over 100 years find it hard to reach the fourth tier. Zhang Hejing, not even a year old, has already broken through to the fourth tier. This is not just terrifying. Even among the talented disciples in the heavenly immortal sect, Zhang Hejing would stand out. 9th rank. Zhang Hejing counted on his fingers, thinking that his combat strength, if in the human world, would mean he could knock out a child with a single punch. However, according to Yu Lingling, there are other sects outside of this spirit vein. Zhang Yeye was previously a demonic saint, and according to her, she was about to break through to become a demon emperor, but was plotted against. He continued to ask, "No need for pleasantries, since saving you is fate. But I still don't understand much about the world beyond the spirit veins. How is it divided now and who is revered?" Yu Lingling thought for a moment, then slowly began to explain to Zhang Hejing about the powers she knew outside the spirit veins. Beyond the spirit veins lies the barbaric continent, divided into three forces: the Earth realm, the Heaven realm, and the Azura realm. The Earth realm is where they are currently located, encompassing all within it. Only those who achieve great completion in their cultivation can ascend to the Heaven realm. Unfortunately, Yu Lingling does not know much about the forces above the Heaven realm. She knows even less about the Azura realm, only that it is the domain of the demon race. Zhang Hejing was startled. That was the realm where Zhang Yeye once resided. Just because she was a disciple who couldn't even enter a sect in the Earth realm, there are many forces, but only 5 sects are renowned. Among the powers, the largest was the Heavenly Immortal sect, which also governed the forces around the spiritual veins, including their marketplace. Each year, the marketplace would send disciples to the Heavenly Immortal sect, but only those who met the standards and passed the assessments could become disciples of the sect. The other powers' divisions remained a mystery to Yu Lingling. Every 10 years, the marketplace would hold a beast-taming battle aimed at selecting the most talented disciples to participate in the sect's assessments, all for the glory of their families. Yu Lingling's branch was down to just herself. Missing this opportunity could mean the extinction of her family line, thus she set off early despite the dangers, believing there was still a chance of success. Unlike other nobles who carried troops and weapons capable of quickly detecting and slaying spiritual beasts of 5th order or higher to harvest their spiritual blood in pills, Yu Lingling had to rely on less. At this point, her gaze darkened and she put down the roasted meat she had been eating, but it didn't matter much. If not this year, then perhaps the next. Yu Lingling tried to keep the conversation light while Zhang Hejing quickly absorbed her explanations about the external powers. However, since she knew little herself, much was left for Zhang Hejing to discover. Nonetheless, knowing this much satisfied him, especially since the lifespan of spiritual beasts stretched into the hundreds of years. He also gleaned 2 crucial pieces of information. Despite the depth, they were close to the human territories, and the beast-taming battle was only 3 months away, which meant that powers would soon be locating more elusive spiritual veins in pills. Zhang Hejing was quietly calculating his next moves. Wolves, being keen creatures, quickly sensed Yu Lingling's despondency. He patted his plump belly and said to her, "The sun is setting soon and you won't be able to leave this spiritual vein alone. I'll escort you when the time comes." Yu Lingling glanced at the sun setting in the west. The spirit vein was thick with lush forests and towering trees blocking most of the sunlight. Though it was only afternoon, the sky had visibly darkened. She looked at Zhang Hejing with gratitude. "Thank you for saving my life, Brother Wolf. I don't know how I could ever repay you." Despite being just a wolf, his calm and capability made Yu Lingling feel as if he was an elder, always bringing strength to those around him. Zhang Hejing tilted his head and replied, "No need for thanks. Your marketplace should have secret cultivation techniques for sale. Just bring me 2 copies and leave them at the exit when I escort you out." Evolution of his own spiritual vein was painfully slow, and Yu Lingling's rare vein seemed to advance much faster than his. If she ever managed to defeat him by chance, it would surely upset the natural order, a situation Zhang Hejing would never allow. If he had those 2 secret techniques, he might also learn how to better revolve his spiritual vein. This was an easy solution, and Yu Lingling's mood brightened, her eyes sparkling with anticipation, happy at the prospect of seeing Zhang Hejing again. Zhang Hejing's gaze was intense as he stared into the distance, turning slightly to speak to Zhang Yeye in a calm Voice, wait here for me, I'll be right back. Yu Lingling, ruffled by the wind at the entrance of the cave, didn't understand what Jiang Hujing was saying but obediently waited for him. With a leap, Jiang Hujing entered the dense forest. Third-tier fire inner pills were rare, but wood inner pills were even scarcer. Spotting his opportunity, he saw a spirit deer not far away. The deer's body was semi-transparent, almost hidden within the dense foliage. Spirit deer lacking defensive capabilities relied on their exceptional hiding skills, making them difficult for predators to locate, yet this one was a third-tier wood type. Jiang Hujing's vision was broad and he could quickly track its movements. Snake move, target, spirit deer, tier 3. With a swift movement he approached the deer, reaching it effortlessly. Before the deer could react, he raised his wolf windclaw. The spirit deer, having almost no defensive skills, depended solely on speed. When Jiang Hujing teleported in front of it, the deer instinctively turned to flee, but it was too late. The wolf wind claw was ready and a huge whirlwind smashed down on the deer's head, shattering its cranial vault, and blood burst forth, spraying Jiang Hujing's face. Now the third tier wood spirit pill is easily mine, he thought, having grown tired of consuming the deer's inner pills, with his all-seeing eye ability increasing incrementally. Soon, just the experience from the spirit deer's all-seeing eye was nearly maxed out. Carrying the deer, Jiang Hujing returned to the cave. Yu Lingling, wrapped in animal skins, looked delicate and exquisite. Seeing Jiang Hujing approach with the deer, her almond-like eyes twinkled as she trembled and said, "This is a third-tier top-quality spirit deer." To Yu Lingling, such a crystal-like deer was extremely rare. They could hardly make out its form, probably seeing one for the first time. Jiang Hujing casually pulled out the wolf windclaw, reaching into the deer's skull to hook out an inner pill. The translucent inner pill sparkled under the setting sun, and he casually tossed it to Yu Lingling, saying, "This is for you. The secret technique I want must be top quality." Yu Lingling, excitedly holding the wood inner pill in her hands, almost kissed Jiang Hujing in her trembling excitement. However, she restrained herself. In her eyes, Jiang Hujing was not just a docile spiritual beast but appeared as a tall and mighty young man. "Rest assured, Brother Wolf, I will definitely remember this great kindness," Yu Lingling said as she stored away the inner pill. With this pill, she could break through her current tier and, by gaining more experience in the beast mastery battles, qualify to participate in the sex assessments. Before Jiang Hujing set off, his eyes shimmered brightly as he looked at Yu Lingling. "Your antidote pills are quite impressive, bring me a few next time." While spirit beasts have a strong sense of smell to discern spiritual herbs, some are extremely poisonous and it's easy to get poisoned by accident. If we can't find the herbs in time and the poison enters the body, it can be fatal. With antidote pills, it's like eating candy, just raise some goo in the body and then one becomes immune to all poisons. Seeing the longing in Jiang Hujing's blue eyes, Yu Lingling breathed a sigh of relief. She was glad it was something within her power to help with. She smiled slightly and nodded, "Don't worry, I'll make sure to bring them." Jiang Hujing shook his body, his agile form darting ahead. Yu Lingling's eyes trembled as she followed closely behind with her moon shadow bow until Jiang Hujing led her to the border. "Go further and you'll be safe." After Yu Lingling left, he quickly turned and dived into the dense forest, his figure vanishing in an instant. As Jiang Hujing headed home, he pondered over his stats displayed on the panel. Name: Jiang Hujing. Rank: 4th order, spiritual energy, 2 million points. Physique: 70. Spirit sense: 70. Spirit veins: 40. Skills: Wolf Windclaw, Wolf Howl. Stealth skills: Berserk, Omniscient Vision, Serpent Move, Tiger Strike. Poems. Skill level: low order, enhanced. Skill buff: spiritual energy enhancement. With each enhancement level, the consumption of spiritual energy exceeds 1000 points. Higher enhancement levels required: secret techniques, star soul gathering, wind soul gathering. Experience points: 30. Charm: 10 to break through his current rank. Jiang Hujing needed over 1 million more in spiritual energy and about 100 more experience points to evolve his combat power. Soon he planned to hunt a few rare bloodline beasts to evolve into a 5th order spirit beast. Jiang Yuan was evolving too quickly with her natural spirit vein physique. If she discovered the secret to cultivation, he shuddered at the thought of her domineeringly riding on him, demanding to be called queen. Unaware, darkness had completely fallen and the forest was filled with eerie screams. Trees clawed at the pale moon and rocks stood jagged. Rustling sounds occasionally punctuated the silence as red-eyed large predatory spirit beasts began to stir. However, with his stealth skills and the rabbit's invisibility, Jiang Hujing was virtually undetectable and safe from discovery. Having now fully left the territory of the Wolf Mother, he needed to return quickly or she might start worrying. He swiftly made his way back to the cave, which was eerily quiet. Just as he stretched his neck to look inside, a huge hurricane came through, carrying with it a powerful surge of spiritual energy. Luckily, Zhang Hujing reacted quickly and dodged, watching as the hurricane split the rocks apart. It was a close call that left him shaken. If it had hit him, he would have been obliterated. Slipping into the cave, he saw Jiang Yuan hiding in the shadows, ready to ambush. "Are you trying to kill your own brother?" he exclaimed. With a cold snort, Jiang Yuan retorted, "That's for leaving me today and running out of the Wolf Mother's territory." Jiang Ye scoured the entire territory of the Wolf Mother in search of Jiang Hujing but failed to find him. It was only beyond the Wolf Mother's domain that he could possibly remain undiscovered. Jiang Ye, possessing a rare lineage and having reached the second tier with abundant spiritual energy, dared not step out of the Wolf Mother's territory lest she becomes a tempting treat for others. "I'll tell Mom," Jiang Ye haughtily declared to Jiang Hujing, "let her punish you." The mere thought of the Wolf Mother's punishment made Jiang Hujing shiver. After all, the Wolf Mother was a formidable 10th tier spiritual beast, far beyond his current power. He turned to see that the Wolf Mother was not around and breathed a sigh of relief. The Wolf Mother was out hunting, and seizing the moment, Jiang Hujing moved closer to Jiang Ye and said, "Mom would never bear to punish me, you know. Besides, I did it to save someone." "Save someone?" Jiang Ye looked at him suspiciously. "Did you encounter humans here?" Jiang Hujing nodded and explained everything to her. Before he could finish, Jiang Ye's claws began to gather spiritual energy. "Ah, so that's where my fragrant blanket went. You gave it to that girl to win her over. Give me back my blanket." After an afternoon's effort, Jiang Hujing noticed Jiang Ye's abilities had significantly improved. Looking up, he saw a mountain of second-tier prey, all wind type. It seemed this little girl had indeed gained experience rapidly and was on the verge of breaking through to the third tier. Unfortunately, she was still no match for him. With her face smeared with dust, Jiang Ye went to deal with the pelts of the hunted animals, pouting, "Humph, next time I will definitely defeat you. But tell me, did you exchange words with that human? What era is it now?" Jiang Hujing, munching on a blood-red fruit, exhaled a breath of dust. She didn't know much, especially about the affairs of the Heavenly Realm and the Azura Realm. "But do you remember the Heavenly Immortal Sect?" "Heavenly Immortal Sect?" Jiang Ye tilted her head, recalling faintly. That's from long ago, I can barely remember." She said disdainfully, "I serve the Lord of Azura, such tiny sects are not worth remembering for me." Pride was evident on her face, tinged with a touch of cuteness and milkiness. "See, they are not being massacred now." Jiang Hujing calmly poked her chest but also stood up to comfort her by patting her head. "When the time comes, I'll join you in overthrowing those old fools. For now, your goal is just to defeat your brother." Jiang Ye wanted to argue, but he was not entirely wrong. She deflated like a balloon, momentarily subdued. "Recently, it seems that nearby shopping malls have been hosting battles of divine beasts, and you, now a second-tier spiritual beast, are exactly their target. So stay put in the cave and don't go out." Jiang Ye looked at him disdainfully and said, "Don't tell me I should be afraid of mere 5th or 6th tier cultivators when I'm not even scared of the top-ranked Azuras in the Azura realm." But then she quickly added, "You shouldn't go out either." Jiang Hujing felt a bit guilty because he had his own little schemes. When the Wolf Mother returned from hunting carrying a huge prey back home, she praised her 2 children upon seeing the mountain-like prey. However, she soon sensed something was amiss. There were other scents in the cave, strange scents. She quickly approached Jiang Hujing, her blue eyes staring intently at him. "Big Wolf, you have the scent of a tiger beast on you," the Wolf Mother said seriously. "Did you leave Mother's territory?" Hearing only that it was the scent of a spirit tiger, Jiang Hujing relaxed a bit, but he felt guilty when she asked if he had left her territory. He thought the Wolf Mother had discovered he brought humans over, perhaps because the human scent is naturally very faint and she had never encountered humans before. Naturally, she wouldn't know what humans smelled like. However, Jiang Hujing had ingested the spirit tiger's inner core and bloodline, and the Wolf Mother, with her strong sense of smell, immediately detected it. "Mother, I didn't mean to leave the territory intentionally. It just happened and I had to fight. I accidentally left the territory." Jiang Hujing quickly blamed everything on the spirit tiger, knowing that Wolf Mother's wrath was not to be underestimated. Even a slight punishment would be painful. Jiang Ye's eyes widened in shock, not expecting him to be so powerful. A spirit tiger that had reached the 4th tier, a 4th tier spiritual beast, and he had hunted it down and even consumed its spiritual blood and inner core. Jiang Ye's blue eyes shone with a fierce determination. She knew she had to work even harder. She must become even stronger than Jiang Hujing. Fortunately, the Wolf Mother was very protective. She looked over Jiang Hujing from left to Right, and upon finding no injuries, she breathed a sigh of relief. However, her eyes clearly showed her anger. They even dared to come to my territory. From the tone of the wolf mother's voice, Zhang Hajing could tell that something must have happened before. Mother, what did the spirit tiger do to us? He asked. The wolf mother then pulled Zhang Hajing and Zhang Yaya into her embrace. Before, we didn't live here but in another cave on the other side of the mountain. Beyond two big mountains, there are many heavenly materials and earthly treasures and a kind of fairy brew made from spiritual peaches on the mountain. Those spiritual peaches only bloom once every few hundred years and bear fruit once every few hundred years. Your wolf grandmother, as humans would say, lived there when she was very young. Although Jiang Hujing found the wolf mother's naming sense quite concerning, in the world of spiritual beasts this direct way of naming was quite common. Grandma Wolf had planted many spiritual peaches which could only be watered with mountain spring water, a resource she managed to harness herself, no easy feat given her lack of tools. When Mother Wolf spoke of this, her blue eyes softened. The emotions of spiritual beasts are pure and direct, but during the time Grandma Wolf gave birth to Mother Wolf, a powerful spirit tiger named Tiger De ambushed her, seizing control of the celestial peaches and her territory. The pain and raw hatred in Mother Wolf's eyes were palpable as she recounted these events. Not long after Mother Wolf was born, Grandma Wolf, grievously injured, passed away after decades of nurturing her daughter. By then, Tiger De had grown his forces significantly, and Mother Wolf, matched in strength, bore the indignities silently, wishing only for peace. Yet Tiger De invaded their lands unprovoked. Jiang River landscape listened in shock and disbelief to Mother Wolf's tale. He had never known she endured such trials. Rage and hatred filled his eyes. Then we should not let them off, he declared, his steel teeth grinding loudly. Jiang Yuyu was hopping mad. How dare they bully her Mother Wolf and seize their land? If she had still been a demon saint, she would have wiped them out with a mere gesture. Gently licking them, Mother Wolf said, "You are still young. When you've grown, we will surely take our revenge." Using the advantage of celestial brews, the tiger group was formidable, most of them above the 5th rank, with Tiger De King exceeding the 15th rank, rumored to have developed spiritual intelligence. Some even began to call him king, continuously expanding his territory and casting a covetous eye on surrounding lands. After Mother Wolf fell asleep, Jiang River landscape crouched at the cave entrance, unable to sleep, his eyes filled with hatred. Jiang Yuyu, who was also awake, sat with him under the moon, silent for a while. Jiang River landscape was the first to break the silence. "I have a plan. Do you want to hear it?" His eyes gleaming, Jiang Yuyu asked, "What's the plan?" "In half a month, there will be a beast taming battle too far from here for a Kel to attend. And since spirit tiger beast is a rare species, we just need to draw them near the beast tamers, and they will handle them." This strategy of diverting disaster elsewhere seemed good, but even then, the average rank of the spirit tiger beasts was above the 5th, making them formidable opponents. Jiang Yu felt humiliated, but it was a harsh reality they faced. "I have a way. As long as those beast tamers actually show up, it will work." Jiang River landscape spoke gravely, the moonlight on him making his blue eyes unfathomable, and he seemed much older than a 2-month-old cub. Lately Jiang River landscape had been leaving early and returning late, progressively expanding beyond Mother Wolf's territory. The wolf mother had warned him several times. After all, he was just a 2-month-old wolf cub, to brazenly venture into others' territories like that. But Jiang Hujing's strength was not well known, and he proved strong when facing stronger opponents. After several failed attempts to catch him, they let him be. Jiang Hujing killed a 3rd-tier wild boar and shook off the porcupine quills that exploded onto his body. These quills, sharp as steel rods, were painfully prickly. Killing a 3rd-tier wild boar. Spiritual energy plus 5,000, spiritual sense plus 10, physique plus 10, experience plus 30. Jiang Hujing looked at the soaring numbers on his panel. Even with automatic upgrades, it still wasn't enough. However, the beast taming battle was just a few days away, and though he seemed to be expanding his territory for the past half-month, he was actually exploring routes for the upcoming battle. After mapping out the area, he began to implement his plan. The spirit tiger beast, a flame creature, favored flame monkeys as its food. Their meat was rich and fatty, and their inner cores were greatly beneficial to the spirit tiger beast. However, flame monkeys were exceedingly rare. They lived high in dense jungles, building nests at great heights, and their bodies contained flames with a blazing fire burning inside their abdomens, making the temperatures extremely high. When a group of monkeys attacked, it was like a massive mountain of fire, and ordinary spiritual beasts couldn't even get close. Despite their juicy and fatty meat, one could only watch from a distance, but for Jiang Hajing this was an important bait. Jiang Hajing returned to his cave where Jiang Yiye was diligently cultivating under the moonlight. Traces of the flame monkeys were not hard to find. Although their nature was fiery, they lived surrounded by seas. They resided on an isolated island because the nearby trees absorbed the chill of the ocean and the surrounding temperature was as cold as an ice cellar, which prevented their body flames from scorching their habitat, suiting their constitution well. Moreover, the nearby man-eating chills, cold in nature with a hint of coolness, and the blood-red fish inside were their favorite foods. In the habitat of the flame monkeys, there would always be a monkey on guard. If any other animal approached, the guarding flame monkey would emit strange cries, drawing the leader's attention, and all the monkeys would swarm to attack. Although they were all second-tier spiritual beasts, they were quite troublesome to deal with. The flame monkeys, fiery red, perched on the dense jungle trees, their eyes constantly moving around. They had an extremely wide field of vision, and any rash actions could easily attract their attention. Jiang Hajing could only swim underwater to approach, as he had previously consumed the inner core of a great white shark, which greatly enhanced his swimming ability. Even in his sleep he could breathe, his gills barely visible, filtering the air in the water. Invisibility skill, low level. Enhanced version. He completely hid his body, lurking underwater, slowly approaching. The sea was not large, and besides the flame monkeys, there were other creatures on the island. Thus, Jiang Hajing infiltrated the back of the flame monkeys' habitat, where scattered icebergs were frequent and lone flame monkeys often came to hunt blood-red fish. Jiang Hajing had already killed several blood-red fish in the sea, and after coming ashore he concealed himself near an iceberg. Shaking off the moisture, he placed the blood-red fish on the shore and activated his spiritual veins and flames. The flames quickly enveloped the fish, roasting them into succulent, juicy barbecue that immediately filled the air with an enticing aroma. This scent, spreading far and wide, was bound to attract the attention of the fiery monkeys. Fiery monkeys, known for their selfish nature, usually opt to hoard food for themselves. Attracted by the smell, they quickly rushed over. These monkeys, with their pointed faces and red eyes, had chests and bellies ablaze with fire. Saliva dripped from their sharp teeth as they smelled the piles of delicious fish. However, the fish were not plentiful, prompting the monkeys to fight amongst themselves for the feast. Their bodies fiercely aflame, they crouched, claws gripping the earth, glaring at each other furiously. One, the leader, larger than the rest, could easily grab another monkey by the neck with his long limbs. His sharp teeth issued a dangerous warning, deterring the others, who could only watch timidly from a distance. The victorious monkey strutted over, exuding arrogance. Meanwhile, Jiang Hajing lurked underwater, his blue eyes vigilant. He stretched out his large paw, grabbing piles of roasted fish and stuffing them into his mouth. As he reached for more, he seized the opportunity to strike. His paw shot out of the water, embedding into the arm of a fiery monkey. The sharp pain caused the monkey to shriek wildly, its flames soaring even higher. But Jiang Hajing was relentless, pulling the monkey towards him. The monkey's flames diminished in power upon hitting the water. Though they were naturally adept swimmers, the two crimson eyes looked desperately at Jiang Hajing, the uninvited guest, as the monkey swam upwards, the flames burning fiercely in a futile attempt to repel him. In response, Jiang Hajing activated Furious Steel Armor, a skill mimicked from a porcupine, turning his wolf fur into dense armor like spikes impervious to fire. The already weakened flames posed no threat to him. The fiery monkey, virtually powerless alone, faced Jiang Hajing's wrath. With a swift motion, Wolf Wind Claw, low-tier enhanced version, he clasped his iron-like claws around the monkey's neck. The monkey's limbs flailed helplessly before going limp, its bright red blood quickly staining the sea as the flames slowly died out. Slaying the fiery monkey, Jiang Hajing's spiritual energy surged 10 million points. His physique and spiritual consciousness increased by 1 point each, benefiting from the fiery monkey's blood, which aids in the growth of his spiritual flame veins, spirit veins +1+1+1. The blood of the fierce fire monkey is sweet, a flavor that spread through Jiang Hajing's mouth, quickly making him almost unable to stop himself. No wonder the spirit tiger beast likes to eat this. It truly is like a little sweet cake. He drank a whole fierce fire monkey under the water. But that was not enough. Tying the fierce fire monkey with watergrass to the bottom of the water ensured it wouldn't drift away with the waves. Jiang Hajing swam over again, where soon the blood-red fish, fatally attracted to these fierce fire monkeys, discovered that one was missing. The other fierce fire monkeys, vying for the delicacy, soon started fighting among themselves until the last victor came to enjoy the feast. But without exception, all were torn apart by Jiang Hajing under the water, one monkey after another, all disappearing. killing fierce fire monkeys x5 spiritual energy plus 100,000 physique plus 5 spirit sense plus 5 spirit veins plus 1 plus 1 plus 1. After drinking the blood of 2 fierce fire monkeys, Jiang Hejing truly felt a change. His body was permeated with warmth, a warm current spreading from his limbs. It seems that these fierce fire monkeys are indeed very nourishing. He should catch more in the future. Soon, the sea area near the iceberg was spreading with a strong smell of blood too intense to be concealed by the waters. Even though the fierce fire monkeys were selfish, they still had a sense of danger. They gathered more and more, stretching their necks here, searching for their lost kin. Jiang Hejing knew it was not wise to stay long. He tied the fierce fire monkeys with water grass one by one, then dived back into the depths of the sea, transporting them to an isolated island. Jiang Yeye was waiting on the shore, stretching her neck in anticipation. Seeing Jiang Hejing fishing out a string of fierce fire monkeys, she exclaimed, "You killed so many!" Excitement filled her eyes. She had never seen so many fierce fire monkeys before. "These 2 bloods are for you, the rest will leave on our path," said Jiang Hejing, his blue eyes tinged with blood red. A territory occupied by the spirit tiger beast that he was determined to reclaim. Jiang Yeye didn't hesitate, directly biting into a fierce fire monkey, quickly feeling a warm heat spreading to her limbs. Indeed, although the fierce fire monkeys were of a lower tier, they were surprisingly nourishing. She was soon to break through to the 3rd tier. When that time comes, she must reclaim the territory of the wolf mother. The 2, each biting a fierce fire monkey, made their way to a previously arranged ambush site. These days, the battle of the beast tamers had already begun in the commercial city. Among the 4 major families, each disciple sent out was a top talent cultivated by their clan for many years, even with grades above the 7th tier, all to seize the top spot during the Celestial Gate examination. Thus each disciple was protected by a master from their sect. Jiang Hejing had already left a message for Moon Spirit Ling. When Moon Spirit Ling sent him the secret manual, he had told her what to do. First, he spread rumors in the market city that near the dense forest there were 5th tier spirit tiger beasts, each capable of forming a dan. This was fatally attractive to these disciples. It was well known that spirit tiger beasts of such a tier could only be found in the depths of the spirit veins. But deep within the spiritual veins lurked many dangers, especially if one were to encounter spirit beasts above the 10th tier. No amount of experts from the wild sects could suffice against such creatures. For them, a 5th tier spirit tiger beast was just right. Therefore, since we are all here for the sect's assessment, let's join forces to hunt down the spirit tiger beast. With several sect masters among us, we have more than enough strength. In this way we can all advance. Around a campfire, several disciples were drinking, their eyes gleaming with greed for the spirit tiger beast. Nearby, Yu Lingling spotted an ancient secret tome and placed 4 or 5 spirit stones down. "Shopkeeper, I'll take this secret tome." Jiang Hejing entered the dense forest, which was a necessary path for the spirit tiger beast. He hummed the roasted fire fierce monkeys all over the tree branches, their aroma wafting through the air, quickly attracting all predators in the area. These predators, enticed by the scent, were eager to move, but this was the territory of the spirit tiger beast, and the fire fierce monkey was a favored prey of theirs. Other predators dared not make a move, merely howling to vent their emotions, having never smelled such enticing prey before. Jiang Yeye couldn't help but drool a little herself, turning to Jiang Hejing and saying, "Next time, roast a few for me to try as well." To enhance the aroma, Jiang Hejing had added plenty of blood-red fruit. The scent-rich blood-red fruit sprinkled on top made the roasted fire-fierce monkeys hanging from the trees even more tempting. Inside the cave of the spirit tiger beast lay a creature with the build of a tiger and bear, its face covered with transverse flesh and its eyes blood-red as if dripping with blood. Its limbs were robust, with stripes on its back emitting a golden light, and its steel-like claws were currently grasping a 3rd-tier wild spirit bull, the sprayed blood plasma staining its ferocious face. The beast's nose twitched, and from its throat came a low rumbling growl, hoarsely saying, "I smell the scent of fire-fierce monkey." After speaking, saliva continued to drip from its teeth. Below, the 5th-tier spirit tiger beasts, big and small, nearly 5 or 6 in total, had all caught the scent of the fire-fierce monkey as well and stood up drooling, their crimson eyes fixated as they murmured, "Great King, we will bring these delicious fire-fierce monkeys back for you. Hurry, we can't wait." This 15th tier spirit tiger beast had gained intelligence and had been cultivating for hundreds of years. Its inner core was of the finest quality. Having taken over the territory of the white wolf, it had broken through to the 15th tier thanks to the celestial brew. Hearing that the white wolf had gained new territories for cultivation and hunting, it could not let this opportunity pass. It intended to devour every one of those young wolf pups. How dare they hunt in his territory? He couldn't help but lick his lips as the thought crossed his mind, his eyes filled with a bloodthirsty gleam. Two fresh and juicy wolf cubs would surely taste delicious. Sadly, Jiang Yijing was also eyeing them. Although spirit beasts consume heavenly materials and earthly treasures to awaken their intelligence, they are still different from humans. They have never studied Sun Tzu's art of war. At this moment, Jiang Yijing was employing a classic strategy of misdirection, a real-life version of luring the tiger away from the mountain, the marketplace. The once-in-a-decade beast-taming battle had begun. The patriarchs of the four great families sat with sullen dignity, but their disciples were eager to prove themselves. Though slightly green, it was clear that each disciple was followed by 3 or 4 seventh-tier sect members, each armed with top-tier weapons and carrying spiritual medicines to cure poisons. These sects, not ranked among the immortal gates, were all factions hardened by life on the edge of the blade, and their coordination was excellent, capable of slaying 2 or 3 spirit beasts with ease. Jiang Yijing crouched nearby, his vision extraordinarily keen. Even from a distance he could observe their movements. The group of spirit tigers indeed caught the scent of the fiery monkey. A powerful oppressive aura approached, their tiger bodies covered with malicious fur armor. These were different from the young spirit tiger he had encountered before. These tigers had awakened their intelligence. When they saw the skinned and deboned fiery monkey hanging from the tree, they couldn't help but drool, their blood-red eyes filled with impatience. "Tiger 2, jump up and get them down," the old tiger with a white forehead urged the young tiger to quickly climb the tree, his eyes fixed greedily on the fiery monkey. "Later you and I will each have one, and we'll share the rest with the brothers and send 2 to the king. He will definitely be pleased." The younger tiger, more meticulous in thought, carefully sniffed the air around but detected no scent of any hunters. "Big tiger, fiery monkeys live on isolated islands. From our place we have to cross the sea, and they always move in groups high in the trees. How could it be here? Could it be that other predators have set their eyes on us?" Though Tiger 2 couldn't pinpoint what was wrong, he hesitated to act. Big Tiger, growing impatient, prodded Tiger 2, saying, "The king is a 15th tier tiger. Even together we can't beat him, let alone others. Hurry up." The tigers, already drooling over the fiery monkey, stared intently, afraid the duck at the beak might fly away. Spirit tigers can climb trees, but only slowly, being feline creatures after all. Jiang Yijing counted the tigers, noting that they seemed to be waiting for the cave's tigers to almost come out, meaning there would be few guarding the heavenly brew. Their reinforcements were slow to arrive. Jiang Yijing then turned to see the disciples from the bustling marketplace approaching the dense forest, a smirk breaking on his face, indicating that his plan was already halfway successful. He had already sent Jiang Yeye back, as she was merely a second-tier little spirit beast. And he was worried he wouldn't be able to look after her in the heat of the moment. Jiang Hajing had heard about the terrain from Wolf Mother and had also come to scout it out before. After familiarizing himself with the area, he also discovered the location where the immortal brew was stored. The place where the immortal brew was hidden was right next to the peach orchard. To make the brew, one must take fruits directly from the trees, place them in jars, press them down with heavy stones, and let them sit for 49 days. The resulting immortal brew, bursting with spiritual energy, was typically guarded by 5 spirit tigers. Now not a single one was in sight, as all had been lured away by his fiery monkey. They were probably engaged in a fierce battle elsewhere. The peach trees were lush and bore large, round and plump fruits. Sweet and refreshing mountain spring water trickled down from above. Seeing this water, Jiang Hajing's eyes couldn't help but moisten slightly. It was clear that the water channels were man-made, something spirit beasts would not use. Yet, Grandmother Wolf had painstakingly smashed these channels out with large rocks, all to allow Wolf Mother to drink the immortal brew. Such great maternal love. From a distance, Jiang Hajing could smell the rich aroma of the fruits. His goal was these immortal brews. Only by continuously enhancing his abilities could he later help Wolf Mother advance to the 15th tier, together with Wolf Mother taking down the highest tier spirit tiger beast would be no problem. Jiang Hajing sneaked into the cave and found the immortal brew neatly arranged. Approaching them, a rich aroma of alcohol slowly wafted toward him, very pleasant to smell. He first opened a jar and an intoxicating fragrance hit him. Item: immortal brew, made from century-old celestial peaches and millennium-old mountain spring water. Each bottle of immortal brew contains 100,000 units of spiritual energy. Spiritual sense plus 10, physique plus 10. These were personally brewed by Grandmother Wolf. Although the spirit tiger beasts had awakened their intelligence, they could not brew a mortal brew. Even for a 5th-tier spirit beast, only 3 bottles could be consumed within a century, otherwise they would burst due to an overabundance of spiritual energy and die. However, the host possesses a physique that can digest such spiritual energy, still, it must be used judiciously. Once the energy reserve is full, no more can be consumed. Jiang Hujing looked at these immortal brews, his eyes sparkling. He immediately opened one with his wolf claws and carefully licked it. Indeed, a rich and fresh fragrance instantly filled his mouth, rushing straight to his crown. It was so irresistible. Soon he drank an entire bottle as quickly as a whirlwind. Spiritual energy +1 +1 +1 +1. Physique +1 +1 +1 plus. Spiritual sense +1 +1 +1 plus. Jiang Hujing felt an abundant energy spreading throughout his limbs and body. Even the stripes on his body began to intensify. Visible flames were already rising. Watching the changes in his body, he feared he might fade right there given the immense power of the immortal brew. He had already taken out the prepared beast skin, placing all the celestial brews inside and securing them with vine ropes tied around his body. Using his invisibility skill, he swiftly avoided detection and boldly exited the territory of the celestial brews. He then employed the serpent move to return to his previous position, perching himself atop a high location to watch the battle unfold from a distance. However, upon his arrival, his pupils couldn't help but constrict. Detecting ahead were 5 spirit tiger beasts. Spiritual energy, 25 million points, level, 5th order, physique, 55-inch spirit awareness, 55 skills, tiger roar, tiger palm strike, tiger bite. It was detected that the spirit tiger beasts had already been injured, being surrounded by 14 people, among whom 10 were 7th grade wilderness cultivators. There were also 4 4th order cultivators. Their weapons included top quality mysterious iron sword, moon shadow bow, immortal binding chains. The scene was brutally fierce. 5 spirit tiger beasts were encircled in the middle of the dense forest, facing several 7th grade wilderness sect members. They even wielded mysterious iron swords, moon shadow bows and immortal binding chains. If any of them were to fight a spirit tiger beast one-on-one, the outcome might be uncertain and the beasts could potentially counter-kill. However, these people were adept in formation techniques, trapping the spirit tiger beasts firmly at the center of the formation. Swords rained down from the sky, piercing directly into the bodies of the spirit tiger beasts. Even though the beasts had activated their flame mode, only part of the swords melted away, the rest remained embedded within them. Blood splattered everywhere. Horrific roars of agony spread around, and the tigers dumbfounded glared in rage at this group of human-like creatures. How did this happen here? The formation was too formidable, seemingly pre-arranged to have their combat power. If not for this, these few spirit tiger beasts fighting against these hairless monkeys would not have been a problem. Jiang Hujing, using his all-seeing eye, watched the battle intently, his eyes deep and contemplative. If these 5 cores were taken by these people, wouldn't it be a pity? Thus he decided to wait like a mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Once they were exhausted from fighting, he would then sneak attack. For disciples controlled their spiritual energy. From afar, their foreheads clearly sweating. If not for the presence of the wilderness sect people, these lower-grade disciples alone could not contend with the 5 spirit tiger beasts. They hadn't expected the spirit tiger beasts to be so fierce. They had been fighting for an entire hour. Throughout this hour, the spirit beasts had been fighting desperately. The survival instinct of the spirit beasts was extremely strong, but so were these wilderness sect cultivators, not to be underestimated. They raised the moon shadow bow, channeling spiritual energy, and quickly a surge of spiritual energy transformed into a sharp sword. Arrows swarmed like rain, and at this rate the spirit tiger beasts would surely become as riddled as sieves. They immediately sprang into action. The tiger strikes, covered in flames, they formed rings of light as they descended. The battle between a dozen people and 5 spirit beasts growing intensely critical. However, it was time to end the struggle. Jiang Hujing concealed the celestial brew within the rocks, then dropped a tuft of white hair. This hair, specially left on him by the wolf mothers, served as a marker. The surrounding spirit beasts would recognize this as the territory or belonging of the wolf mother, who was a 10th-tier spirit beast, not to be trifled with by ordinary creatures. He swiftly took a high position yet concealed his body, using his invisibility skill, making it impossible for anyone to detect his presence there. At this moment, having consumed the celestial brew, his body overflowed with spiritual energy. An opportune moment for a stealthy attack, skill, Tiger's Roar, forceful breakthrough version, consuming 100,000 spiritual energy, Tiger's Roar, breakthrough to mid-tier, enhanced ferocity, mid-tier enhanced version, consuming another 100,000 spiritual energy. These losses could be replenished by just 2 bottles of the celestial brew, the mighty Tiger's Roar. It shook the dense forest's trees, snapping the tall trees in half from the middle, nearly crushing the 4 disciples. They looked around in panic, trying their best to maintain the integrity of their formation. The entire dense forest began to shake and tremor, extremely terrifying. The small animals in the surrounding forest fled in all directions. Jiang Hajing alone mimicked a group of tigers. Such a volume of Tiger's Roar, it clearly made them feel it wasn't just one tiger. People are always suspicious, never placing themselves willingly in danger. Clearly, these spirit tiger beasts felt the presence of a similar spirit beast, and moreover, this was their territory. Suddenly, each of them became spirited as if sent by their king. They gathered their strength and charged forward. These spirit tiger beasts were already half crippled. It wouldn't be a problem to skin and drain them within an hour. But now, with wolves ahead and tigers behind, what shocked them even more was that these tigers could talk. Having opened their spiritual intelligence, their inner alchemy must be of high quality. The leader of the wild sect immediately sensed this was no ordinary spirit beast, at least a 6th tier or higher. These people who licked blood off the blade's edge were highly sensitive to danger. Don't you dare think you can do all this and still escape. Our king will not let you go. Our king is a 15th tier spirit beast. He will surely devour you. At this moment, these spirit tiger beasts saw a glimmer of hope for life, becoming more and more ferocious, their spiritual energy growing restless. The leader of the wild sect made a decisive decision and exchanged glances with the others. They quickly resolved to finish the fight and flee. You bunch of greenhorns, you really don't know the severity of the situation. You don't even know how many tiers the opposing spirit beast has or how many there are. If you're a step slower, you'll all become little sweets. Reluctantly, they could only focus their attack on one while the other spirit tiger beasts were bound by the celestial chains. The effect of these celestial chains lasted for 3 minutes. They needed to make an extreme evacuation within 3 minutes. And they had to slay a 5th tier spirit tiger beast, so several people used all their strength and instantly killed a spirit tiger beast. It didn't even have time to groan. Although they were all members of a 7th tier wild sect, fighting 5 spirit tiger beasts had already left them exhausted. If they delayed any longer and the reinforcements of the spirit tiger beasts arrived, they wouldn't know who would survive the encounter. The only option left was to sacrifice the lesser for the sake of keeping the greater. They quickly dragged the corpse and left. None of them wanted to die here just for a few living fathers. Once the 3 minutes were up and the immortal binding locks were undone, the remaining 4 spirit tiger beasts, gasping for breath, lay on the ground. They sorrowfully looked at the blood smeared on the ground, and the disappearing corpses of their kind. Damn it, Big Tiger was captured. Fortunately, the great king had sent people to rescue us. The remaining 4 spirit tiger beasts eagerly awaited, looking toward the distant roaring of tigers. After seeing no human activity, Jiang Yijing leaped out from the dense forest. In full view of everyone, he stepped right into a trap he had set with his own hands. When the spirit tiger beast saw such a young cub, the entire tiger was stunned. Where did this little cub come from? How did a wolf cub appear here? Where did this wolf cub come from? I'm quite hungry, I'll use you as a snack. Though the spirit tiger beast was half crippled, the audacity of a wolf cub to challenge him was absolutely intolerable. Jiang Yijing fearlessly looked at them, capable of skinning and deboning a healthy 5th tier spiritual beast. Even if there were 4 half-crippled 5th tier spirit tiger beasts, the spirit tiger beast in the middle immediately recovered its spirits and charged forward, moving so slowly it seemed like a slideshow. Jiang Yijing leaped, Wolf Windclaw, enhanced version. Consuming 2,000 spiritual energy, he flew directly onto the spirit tiger beast's head. With one claw, Jiang Yijing pierced 5 holes directly into the head of the spirit tiger beast. But this wasn't enough. Jiang Yijing's blue eyes turned red with blood, glaring fiercely at the surrounding spirit tiger beasts, whose eyes were filled with shock. The already severely injured spirit tiger beast, receiving such a blow to the head, grimaced in pain and began to flail wildly. Seeing this, the other spirit tiger beasts swarmed up, but Jiang Yijing's body was extraordinarily agile, dodging all their attacks. He twisted them around like braided ropes, but this still wasn't enough. Compared to the grievances suffered by the wolf grandmother, this was far from enough. Don't worry, one by one, the several spirit tiger beasts seemed easy in his eyes, his agile body weaved through their slow steps, seizing the opportunity. In an instant he jumped, pressing his hard claws down on the crowns of their heads. Blood sizzled from the crown of the spirit tiger beast's head, instantly staining their fur red. Their crimson eyes turned an even deeper shade of red, and drool fell from their steel-like teeth. You shameless whelp, daring to ambush us, you're just a mere runt. One of the spirit tiger beasts suddenly leaped up, flames surging from its hands, intensely hot. When wounded, the spirit tiger beast's strength would burst forth, the flames rising high. The surrounding spirit tiger beasts, seeing this, also rushed over. The massive flames, like magma, were scorching and unbearable. Even before getting close, Jiang River Scenery could feel the heat. He suddenly opened his eyes, his fore claws firmly planted on the ground, tightly gripping it. He roared loudly, "Ao, ao, ao!" A fierce wolf howl carrying spiritual energy like a hurricane quickly swept over. Even the scalding flames could not withstand this enhanced wolf howl. The spirit tiger beasts looked at each other, panting heavily, blood trickling from their wounds. Jiang River Scenery knew he had to make a quick decision. Otherwise, the scent of blood would soon reach the cave of the spirit tiger beasts, and they had already been out for more than an hour. Although the fiery monkeys were hard to catch, if not even 5 spirit tiger beasts could manage it, the spiritual beasts would sense something was wrong. Jiang River Scenery stood up, his fur bristling, soon covered by a layer of golden light like a golden bell cover, also possessing strong offensive capabilities. Jiang River Scenery did not show any weakness as he soared into the sky. The spirit tiger beast stared blankly as Jiang River Scenery seemed to have clouds under his feet, calculating each step above their heads. Only then did they see small hurricanes beginning to rise under his feet, aiding their ascent. Secret technique, wind gathering soul, enhanced version, consuming 30 points of experience. Jiang River Scenery rose up, and the spirit tiger beast's flame-laden attacks were of no use against him. Instead, it exhausted much of their leaked spiritual energy. The flames wilted instantly when they met the hurricanes. It was then the spirit tiger beasts realized this little wolf cub was extraordinary. They remembered the great king mentioning that one day their tiger descendants were killed by a wolf cub witnessed by the passing great black bear. He also mentioned the 2 children of the white wolf were extraordinary. If this child grew up, he would be a defiance of the heavens. To fight for the territory they relied on for survival. Survival of the fittest was the law of this world for the 5 spirit beasts. They harbored murderous intentions towards Jiang River Scenery, turning to give one of the spirit tiger beasts a signal. Instantly the spirit tiger beast rose up, looking for a chance to escape. Escape? In the eyes of Jiang River Scenery, their movements were slow motion. How could they possibly escape from his field of vision? When the spirit tiger beast attempted to move, Jiang Hujing had already teleported right next to it in the blink of an eye. His steel claws had evolved into something incredibly sharp, even emitting a chilling gleam. Without mercy he dug his claws deep into the neck of the spirit tiger beast, causing blood to spurt out violently. But it wasn't over yet. He spun around, leaped onto the back of the spirit tiger beast, and bit down hard. The creature let out a miserable cry as Jiang Hujing proudly tore off a piece of its tough, diamond-like hide, and blood gushed forth, quickly staining the dark soil red. Even so, Jiang Hujing was not ready to let it go. He thrust his claws directly into the beast's innards, and, before the spirit tiger beast could react, he crushed its heart. The other spirit tiger beasts, seeing their 3rd brother killed so effortlessly by a mere wolf cub who then provocatively spit out the flesh of their kin right in front of them, were utterly humiliated. Frowning, Jiang Hujing remarked, "They say tiger meat is sour, and it seems they're not wrong at all." This blatant provocation was a slap in their faces. The remaining spirit tiger beasts were furious and prepared to burst their inner cores for a fight to the death with Jiang Hujing. However, Jiang Hujing was no longer interested in playing their games. As the sun set and the pale moonlight began to rise, the thick scent of blood and the corpses of flame monkeys would soon attract other predators. Thus, Jiang Hujing decided to make it a quick battle. His eyes then caught sight of another fierce beast. "Brother, I'm here." Suddenly, the voice of Jiang Yeye rang out, and Jiang Hujing instinctively looked towards her. His face was splattered with the blood of the spirit tiger beast, his blue eyes filled with a bloodthirsty glare. The rich spiritual energy that spilled from the surroundings invigorated Jiang Yeye. Such dense spiritual energy, Jiang Hujing is about to break through. It wasn't just the little wolf sister who appeared. Their wolf mother also arrived. As soon as the wolf mother showed up, the group of tigers quickly started to flee, fear evident in their eyes from the oppressive force of a 10th rank beast. Jiang Yaya, already itching for a fight upon seeing the scattering spirit tiger beasts, leaped onto one of them, her eyes full of provocation. Secret technique, Wolf Wind Claw. Suddenly flames surged around her claws and with a slap she hit the spirit tiger beast. Despite being only a second-tier beast, her secret technique was like a cheat, and a burnt scent soon wafted from the body of the spirit tiger beast. How could the wolf mother lag behind her cubs? She started a massacre among these wounded spirit tiger beasts, and soon the mutilated bodies of the beasts littered the dense forest. Gasping for breath, Jiang Hujing looked at the blood-covered face of the wolf mother in surprise and said, "Wolf mother and you too, little sister, how did you come here?" Jiang Yaya, exhilarated from her first kill of such a high-level spiritual beast, looked somewhat dissatisfied at Jiang Hujing and said, "I knew you'd cause trouble. If Mom and I weren't watching over you, who knows if these tigers would have turned you into a little sweet cake." Although Jiang Yaya spoke with a haughty air, Jiang Hujing could clearly hear the worry in her voice. The wolf mother also nuzzled her way over, licked her beloved child, and said, "Mom was terrified when she heard you were heading to the tiger's den. Inside, there are all 5th-tier spirit beasts, and they move in packs. Your sister is just worried about you. She's afraid you'll die in there. You can't be so reckless next time." The wolf mother didn't know how to express herself, but she also breathed a sigh of relief. Jiang Hujing glanced around the gruesome battlefield and said to the wolf mother, "Mom, take out their spirit cores. There's been a battle of beast tamers nearby, and those wild sect people haven't left yet. It would be troublesome if they come back. I've hidden some things." The wolf mother nodded and gently licked Jiang Hujing's fur. Jiang Hujing then turned to retrieve the celestial brew he had hidden, while Jiang Yaya's claws had already plunged into the brain of a spirit tiger, stirring around in the brain pulp searching for the spirit core. Having reached the mountain, Jiang Hujing, carrying the hidden celestial brew, joined the wolf mother, who brought 4 spirit cores with her, and they returned to the cave. Jiang Yaya, curious, noticed the beastskin pack on Jiang Hujing's back and poked her head forward to ask, "Brother, what are you carrying there?" Jiang Hujing chuckled, unwrapped the beast skin, and several coconut-like items rolled out. Before even opening them, Jiang Yaya could smell a strong fragrance of alcohol. The wolf mother also came closer to sniff, her blue eyes full of curiosity as she looked at Jiang Hujing. Jiang Hujing then opened it to show them, and instantly the cave was filled with a delightful aroma. Jiang Yaya couldn't resist any longer and plunged her head into the coconut shells, her claws tightly embracing them as she began to greedily drink the celestial brew, a surge of spiritual energy rushing straight to her crown. Jiang Hujing explained, "This is celestial brew taken from the spirit tiger. I brought these to replenish your spiritual energy." Upon hearing this, the wolf mother's eyes widened in shock as she stared at her wolf cub, trembling for a while before saying, "You went into the spirit tiger's cave?" Jiang Hujing nodded and then said, "Mom, one day I will reclaim all our lost territories." His eyes filled with ambition and determination. Today was just the beginning of his journey. "Mom, this celestial brew is very beneficial for boosting our spiritual energy. One day I will annihilate them all." The wolf mother looked at Jiang Hujing with relief. Although she was initially worried about him, he was only 2 months old after all. She couldn't fathom how he singly ventured into the spirit tiger's cave and took their celestial brew. Her thoughts couldn't stretch that far, but she knew her children were extraordinary. She couldn't lag behind and quickly drank a mouthful of celestial brew herself, and in no time, both the mother wolf and Jiang Yaya were blissfully intoxicated. The elixir was brimming with spiritual energy, and both Jiang Yaya and the wolf mother were knocked out after just 1.5 bottles. However, Jiang Hujing's eyes were fixed on the cores within, and he pounced forward, swallowing 2 beast cores in one go. Devouring the cores of 2 spirit tigers, spiritual energy plus 600,000, spiritual sense plus 20, physique plus 20, experience plus 10, spirit channels plus 20-inch evolution of the fire element bloodline. Host, Jiang Hujing. Rank, 5th order, spiritual energy, 3 million points, spiritual sense, 80 points, physique, 80 points, spirit channel evolution, 50 points, mimic skill, low level, refresh berserk skill points. In times of crisis, the host can activate enhancement points, converting spiritual energy with every 100,000 spiritual energy, adding 1 skill burst point, forcibly breaking through the rank, but only once. The host begins forming his core, charm, 10. After calculating into the skill panel, Jiang Hujing distinctly felt a surge of power flowing from his dantian, spiraling like a hurricane within his abdomen. he closed his eyes, feeling the source of that power. He then channeled this power to the center of his palm, and soon external spiritual energy began to emerge in his palm. It could freely change into various shapes. Excited, Jiang Hejing licked his lips, realizing this was core formation. In this way he too was a spiritual beast with a core. However, he had not begun to leak his level yet. After all, he was just a 3-month-old wolf cub, and if he leaked his level too early, it would always be near the hunting grounds of the wolf mother, that would soon attract attention. Jiang Hejing immediately closed his eyes and began absorbing the external spiritual energy, quietly cultivating his core. Meanwhile, the spirit tiger beast king, having eaten 3 wild boars, was growing impatient. His massive body rose, his fangs still dripping with blood. Where are they? Why haven't they returned? The tiger king's eyes red with impatience. I must check on them myself. These youngsters, have they grown full fur? Dare to eat alone behind the back of this tiger king? It's time to teach them a lesson. The surrounding spirit tiger beasts trembled, but just as the tiger king stepped out of the cave entrance, he sniffed something wrong. A strong scent of blood, faint but unmistakably that of a spirit tiger beast. The tiger king's pupils contracted. He leaped up and ran wildly, following the scent to their usual hunting path. Upon arrival, he found the dense forest littered with towering trees fallen haphazardly, with skinned fire monkeys hanging from them, and his own kind dismembered and scattered about with wounds on their heads, bright red blood still fresh. There were also human arrows. They had fallen into a trap. With a 15th order tiger roar, the ground shook and the mountains trembled. Birds in the dense forest panicked, scattering everywhere, and the normally lively bird calls were utterly silent. A 15th order tiger king within his territory, none dared to trespass, yet these detestable humans had killed 5 of his 5th order kin. Just as the tiger king was filled with rage, he suddenly noticed white fur on the ground. He sniffed with the tip of his nose. It was a white wolf. The white wolf had also participated in this massacre. And it was just a cub of a wolf cub. That one beside him was the white wolf, the detestable white wolf, actually leading humans here to slaughter his descendants. He had lost 5 tier 5 tiger cubs, and he was determined not to let them go. His eyes were a deep, fiery red, fixated on the wolf mother's territory. However, white wolves are adept at concealment, their caves generally hard to find. Once he regrouped and returned, he vowed to wipe them out completely. He looked at the bodies of the spiritual tiger beasts and without hesitation began to feast voraciously, tearing and swallowing the flesh into his stomach. The spiritual blood quickly merged into his bloodstream. Jiang Hejing cultivated his inner elixir and, while the wolf mother and wolf sister were asleep, used the snake movement to reach the place he had agreed upon with Yu Lingling. This place was a new territory he had carved out, so there were no other spiritual beasts nearby. Yu Lingling had been waiting here for a long time, dressed today in a bright vermilion gown that made her skin look snow-white and her sparkling eyes brighten upon seeing Jiang Hejing. Brother Wolf, here is the secret manual you wanted. Yu Lingling pulled out 2 secret manuals from her bag, and Jiang Hejing, carrying the package, came out and used his claws to open it, revealing 2 ancient books shimmering in front of him. Jiang Hejing struggled to flip through the pages with his claws. The great method of secret cultivation had been activated for speed reading, automatically refreshing the cultivation methods for the reader, allowing the host to update his experience points and enhance his secret cultivation skills. Gathering Wind Soul. When using spiritual energy, it could harness nearby spiritual energy to enhance skills, and during attacks, it could add 2 layers of fury. Shadowless Blade. Using spiritual energy to form a myriad of blade techniques raining from the sky. It could also stack with spiritual vein enhancements, turning spiritual energy into flames. Gathering Soul. It allowed one to exhale the inner elixir and absorb the essence of heaven and earth, most effective during the full moon. Jiang Hejing had a gift for rapid reading, so he quickly memorized everything. It turns out this was why Yu practiced under the moon every day. However, it seemed she had not yet formed her elixir, possessing only a bundle of spiritual energy, which is why her spiritual veins evolved so quickly. Although not yet at Tier 3, she could already use Tier 3 abilities thanks to the enhancement through secret methods. Jiang Hejing had clearly understood the cultivation methods of the 2 secret manuals, and seeing the antidote pill in Yu Lingling's hand, he took it and placed it in a pouch made of beastskin, raising his wolf paw and said, "Take these back with you. The things I've already seen, if thrown in the deep mountains, would pollute the environment too much." Yu Lingling looked at him surprised and said, "Don't you want this book? Why bring it back?" She twirled around and added, "Can't you read?" Jiang Hejing then realized he was indeed a wolf. a wolf living deep in the forest. Logically, the task of recognizing characters falling on him seemed almost unbelievable. No worries, I can understand it. Yulingling was even more astonished, trembling as she took these back. The world of the spiritual beasts was becoming increasingly opaque to her. Isn't he a wolf? How could he understand human script? Yulingling looked at him and suddenly felt as if he had grown larger, and even the color of his fur had changed a lot, seemingly glowing with a faint blue light. Could it be he really did slaughter those spirit tiger beasts? This cub's power was simply terrifying. Yulingling looked at him, almost ready to address him as Lord Wolf. Zhang Hejing held the antidote pill and turned his head to say, I'm leaving first. Be careful when you go down the mountain, there are many spiritual beasts around here. Farewell if fate allows. Yulingling really wanted to ask how Zhang Hejing found her, but she felt his talents were extraordinary. How could she, a mere mortal, speculate about them? She targeted a third-tier spiritual beast in the dense forest. Though she couldn't take down a fifth or sixth tier, a second tier was now within her grasp. Zhang Hejing returned to the cave, hid the antidote pill, and found that Wolf Mother and Jiang Ye were still sleeping, seemingly for an unknown long period. After exiting the cave, he randomly hunted some spiritual deer and wild oxen nearby. After skinning them, he quickly replenished his energy. Full from his meal, he stood under the moonlight, holding his breath and concentrating. Soon a spiritual energy spread from his dantian through his meridians to his limbs and bones. Beginning to breathe deeply, quickly a brightly shining inner core appeared and a strong energy passed down from above. Zhang Hejing was surprised to discover that his inner core possessed two types of powers. Absorbing spiritual energy in this way would make his spiritual energy grow even faster. Spiritual energy +1 +1 +1 +1 experience +1 +1 +1 new system task. The host has unlocked a secret technique and formed an inner core. Next, he needs to slay 5 rare spiritual vein beasts, metal, wood, earth, fire types. Only by collecting the blood and inner cores of these 5 types of spiritual veins can the veins fully manifest. Zhang Hejing stared at the panel deep in thought. Although his spiritual veins had evolved, he still didn't know what type of bloodline it was. With a few days left until the end of the beast taming battle, other families probably only had one spirit tiger beast, definitely not enough to go around. Thus other families would hunt other rare spiritual veins. All he needed to do was follow them, reaching the rare spiritual veins first and slaying them before anyone else. Zhang Hejing was scheming. Although he had the skill to turn invisible, it only made him blend very closely with the environment, turning his body semi-transparent. However, the disciples were accompanied by 7th grade practitioners with extremely sensitive senses, so his presence might still be detected. He took out a secret medicine from the antidote pill which could help mask his scent to make it similar to the surroundings, making it undetectable. When daylight came, Zhang Hejing well concealed the cave. If he managed to kill those 5 spirit tiger beasts, the Tiger King must have known by now, and they definitely wouldn't let Wolf Mother off. They were adept at hiding, so no one knew where their cave was. Zhang Hejing confidently ventured out, already familiar with the terrain and aware of the direction from which that group would start. He quickly located them and closely followed behind. The leader, however, looked different from the person he saw yesterday. Unlike the delicate Yulingling, this woman had a bewitching allure, with slightly upturned phoenix eyes and a purple Taoist robe adorning her frame. In her delicate hands she held a compass onto which she dripped a drop of spiritual blood. Ding, the beast-seeking compass. Blood as the guide, this compass can automatically detect the rare spiritual beasts near the spiritual veins. This device was crafted from jade found beneath millennia-old ice, forged with the bloodstone and the bloodlines of 10 spiritual beasts. Only the people of the Jade Clan can control it. The Jade Clan. Zhang Hejing knew little about the outside world, but he sensed that this woman was dangerous. The spiritual energy emanating from her suggested she was at least of the 9th rank. However, as he sniffed carefully, the aura felt eerily familiar, as if he had sensed it somewhere before. Carrying an almost non-human scent, Zhang Hejing couldn't pinpoint what was wrong, but he knew following her was the right choice. Once she pointed the way, he could save up to 2 hours traveling there given his speed, which was not to be underestimated. Jihaning. She slightly raised her delicate hand and her dark eyes flashed momentarily, shifting to a light purple unseen by others, then returned to normal. Miss Chi, please point the way for us. The crowd looked at Miss Chi anxiously. Yesterday 5 spirit tigers had escaped, and today they had managed to obtain only 1 core. The other four families hadn't secured their cores yet, and their sex reputation was at stake. Shi Yingying's beautiful eyes moved slightly, her lips parted lightly. I have found it. Everyone's gaze was intensely fixed on the beast-seeking compass in her hand. The people of the Jade clan were incredibly rare, and persuading them to leave their seclusion typically required around 30,000 rare crystals. If not for the substantial wealth of the 5 major families, it would be difficult to move her. In the southern mountains 5,000 kilometers away, there was a multicolored spirit bear. Hearing about the multicolored spirit bear, the disciples from the 5 families could barely contain their excitement. The bear was a rare sight, seen once every 100 years. Moreover, being of the 6th rank, its gall was a miraculous medicine. Its spiritual blood could evolve one's spiritual veins, and its core was an extremely rare wood spirit core, in the realm of rare bloodlines. These inner demons possess higher intelligence. Some can even summon heavenly thunder, making their cultivation much simpler. Thus, slaying such creatures is often more challenging than dealing with a 5th level 5-headed spirit tiger. Even those above the 7th level who outnumber them could only maim them after a fierce battle. But these rare spirit bears are not only extremely adept at hiding but can also absorb the power of attacks. The stronger their opponent, the stronger they become, ultimately exhausting their enemies to death. Therefore, a strategy of overwhelming numbers is futile. One must act separately. Moreover, just the other day, in pursuit of a marine spirit beast, it was said that many had turned into mere fodder. This time, they could not act rashly. You head there while we slay a few 3rd-level spirit beasts. The rest will be handled by us, said a leading warrior from the Wild Gate sect, his disdain for the experienced farming disciples clear. Decide among yourselves. I have other matters to attend to. With that, he left, leaving the map behind. Shi Yingying waved her hand gently, and under the watchful eyes of all, a colorful giant python suddenly emerged from the dense forest. Its massive body and eyes emitting a chilling purple glow, it hissed with a crimson tongue. With a light leap, her delicate pale feet swayed and the silver bells at her ankles jingled mesmerizingly. Thus she entered the forest, swaying under everyone's gaze. Jiang Hujing was stunned by the scene, his blue wolf eyes wide with shock at the sight of the python, clearly a 7th-level fierce beast. Upon its appearance, he sensed a dangerous aura. Spirit beast. Ascending snake, level 7th. Spiritual energy, 53 million. Spiritual sense, 1305. Physique, 1505. Attribute, thunder skills, summoning thunder, magma venom, deathly coil. Skill level, intermediate, feeding, highly poisonous. The elixirs required were all above 9th grade fury points. At the brink of death, it can trigger self-destruction, spreading poisonous blood over hundreds of kilometers, leaving no grass alive, annihilating both itself and its enemies. Just hearing about this feeding method was enough to make one's scalp tingle. With such capabilities, all spirit beasts as well as people dared not attack it, making it a natural enormous bug. This woman was no ordinary person. To have found such a giant python and even use it as a mount, truly terrifying. The quality of each medicinal herb she used for feeding was superb, and she had managed to nourish the spirit snake to such a size, elevating it to the 7th level. The Jade clan people are indeed mysterious, yet Jiang Hujing still coveted the python's inner demon, for consuming it, if it did not poison him, might just enable his sparkling ascent to the 7th level. Jiang Hujing watched as the others set off, knowing that if he followed at their pace it would take ages, given that human movement is quite slow. He was very familiar with this mountainous area, and his slight shadow swiftly darted into the dense forest, silently and invisibly. The leader of the wild sect suddenly felt a chill down his spine, as if he was being watched, but when he turned around there was nothing there. His vigilance heightened. The area was teeming with spiritual beasts. Jiang Hujing, with his exceptional panoramic vision, scanned the area in an instant. Even the faint map on the small disc was completely memorized by him, activating the skill, speedy memorization. The host can archive anything he reads onto the system panel, never forgetting a single detail, allowing adjustments and annotations based on the cultivation scriptures. It's undeniable the system truly is a remarkable tool. Jiang Hujing made annotations on the panel, and instantly the map appeared on the blue panel as if alive, with its winding paths. As long as he could get ahead of the wild sect group and capture the 5th stage spiritual beast, the group would have to move on to another location. Then it would be his turn to enact the strategy of the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Following the direction of Qi Hanying's beast tracking disc, Jiang Hujing's spiritual consciousness, extremely sensitive, would definitely alert him if it sensed something. However, the valley showed no signs of the spirit bear. He opened his skill panel and carefully examined it. His movements were extremely fast, at least a day faster than those from the wild sect, and many paths were impassable and not overtaken by others. While eating a spiritual deer and drinking its blood, he scrutinized the nearby panel intensely, using his spiritual sense to feel around. Soon he detected a faint scent in the air. It was said that the spirit bear's favorite food was spiritual honey. Nearby was a forest of flowers containing poisonous blooms that only the bees in this area could transform into non-toxic substances. Jiang Hujing quickly set down the unfinished spiritual deer and plunged into the territory of these bees. Without looking, one wouldn't know, but upon closer inspection it was hair-raising. His body was covered with a scent masking secret medicine, so the bees, having no eyes and only antennas, used a radar-like mechanism to detect danger. But these were no ordinary bees. They were more like giant poison bees, each the size of his palm. Moreover, the flower thicket was not as he had imagined, a field of flowers and grass. From this side, it was a dense jungle, each plant resembling a man-eating flower entwined with the corpses of spiritual beasts. The chilling sight of white bones was truly spine-tingling. Moreover, the beehive was built atop the man-eating flowers, dripping with golden honey. The royal jelly from these bees could increase spiritual energy by 20,000 points, enhance physique by +2 and spiritual consciousness by +2, and consuming it could even mimic the bee queen's poison sting skill. While these energies were nothing compared to those of the spiritual snake fruit, that skill frankly was too tempting for Jiang Hujing. With it, his wolf hair could also be transformed into poison needles to shoot out. These poison bees had a very short time for gathering honey. Their collective attack prowess was formidable, and if one got stung, the venom would hurt for days. Rarely did any spiritual beasts choose to battle them, as the cost outweighed the benefits. Their stingers were sharp as steel, piercing through the hides of many a beast with ease. Even less could younglings like him resist. Yet Jiang Hujing summoned flames directly upon his fur. Having consumed the core of a spiritual tiger, his flames blazed intensely, the heat palpable within a 3-meter radius. These were first-tier poison bees, and their greatest fear was fire. Jiang Hujing effortlessly walked towards the nearest hive, as there were but a few bees and his flames could last 6 or 7 minutes. Soon the bees, sensing the unusual scent of fire, instinctively moved away. Seizing the moment, Jiang Hujing swiftly ascended, and with a swipe of his padded paw he snatched the honey. Tasting it, he found it delightfully sweet, the flavor bursting in his mouth, prompting him to quickly scoop up more. This bursting sensation was simply too thrilling. His body odor masked by the flames, the bees did not detect his movements. Taking the chance, he devoured an entire honeycomb. Swallowing the finest royal jelly, he gained 20,000 spiritual energy, +2 to physique, +2 to spiritual sense, and simulated the poison bee sting skill, improving his skill level with the refreshed experience on his skill panel. Delighted, Jiang Hujing eyed his updated skill panel and then thought of something. If the spiritual bear had no honey to eat, he would have to emerge. No matter how well hidden, one cannot skip meals, right? With this in mind, he perked up, first hiding several honeycombs in the crevices of rocks, covering them firmly with stones to temporarily contain the scent. Then he leapt up, ready to proceed. The flowers dripped with thick pollen mixed with the stench of decay, creating a bizarre aroma. Caught off guard while indulging in the honey, Jiang Hujing almost retched at the smell but suppressed the nausea and activated his skills, spiritual veins, flames. Flames soon rose in his hands, forming fierce fireballs which he threw directly into the center of the flower bed. The flowers in pain started to twist and dance wildly, their stench and juices scattering, causing fatal pain to the poison bees. The moment the pain struck, the venomous wasp took flight, creating a massive whirlwind. Buzzing loudly, it headed straight for Jiang Hujing, who had never seen such a scene before. He immediately started dodging frantically as the venomous queen wasp followed him, forming a dense swarm like a dark cloud. The wasp's stingers relentlessly targeted Jiang Hujing. He activated his main shield, an enhanced version, consuming 2,000 spirit energy. His white wolf fur instantly turned as rigid as steel, covered in a blue flame. Using the secret technique Blue Flame Absolute, these flames seemed mild but possessed incredibly devouring power, scorching anything that came near. Even the venomous stingers were no match. Seeing a cave, Jiang Hujing dashed into it. As he slid into the cave, the venomous queen wasps followed swiftly. Almost instantly, thousands of them gathered inside the cave, but luckily Jiang Hujing had his flame shield. With a kick, he propelled himself back outside. At that moment, standing outside, he took a deep breath and faced the cave. he unleashed the Wolf Hull Flame Edition, consuming 3,000 spirit energy with a ferocity boost of +10. A massive blue flame surged into the cave, quickly followed by the smell of charred wasps. Zhang Hejing couldn't help but cough lightly as he effortlessly eliminated the venomous queen wasps, observing no more of them left alive among the flowers. The flames had nearly consumed everything, not a single flower survived. His flame abilities were extremely formidable, fully skilled and not to be underestimated. Next he waited for the spirit bear to arrive. He placed honey in an area frequently visited by the spirit bear. Though there were no signs of the bear, he could sense its presence, a faint yet fierce aura of thunder, chilling even with a mere whiff, hinting at the terrifying nature of the spirit bear. He patiently waited, poised for the opportunity. In the dense forest above the valley, a thick drop of blood fell, its stench unbearable. A massive dark silhouette with a mane as rigid as steel tightly protected its skin, glinting like a dagger under the moonlight. Inside it churned and stirred the flesh of an unfortunate soul who had trespassed into its territory, tearing him apart. Blood pooled on the ground. Growing somewhat tired of the taste, it spit out a few times. Its eyes, cold as ice, showed disgust as a hairless monkey dared to challenge it. Recently, several foolish humans had invaded its territory, seeking its inner core. No human born yet could defeat it. It proudly hung their organs on the branches and casually tossed a few of their inner cores into its mouth. Blood dripped from its claws, staining the dark earth. These hairless monkeys, though ugly, provided tender and juicy meat that was quite satisfying to consume. Staggering like a drunk, it returned to its domain. He had been circling his territory, incessantly traversing thousands of kilometers just to locate this group of foolish beings who failed to recognize the imminent danger. Even the blue of his eyes sparkled with an intense glow. Did these fools not desire to consume his spirit core? Now he was determined to devour them one by one, along with the magical elixirs they possessed, truly exquisite items. This spiritual bear had already devoured many humans, thereby acquiring human intelligence. The last time he consumed such hairless monkeys was a decade ago, and now he had advanced to the 8th rank, nearly reaching a breakthrough and just lacking some spiritual energy. Meanwhile, Zhang Hejing, having waited until the flowers in the cave had withered, stood up and began his search again, wondering where the bear had gone. If he could not find it within 2 days, the situation would become considerably more complicated once his subordinates arrived. As Zhang Hejing resumed his search, a pungent scent of blood suddenly wafted through the air, leading him directly to its source. This scent seemed unmistakably human. Hidden behind a towering tree, he stealthily peeked out and saw a gruesomely devoured corpse on the bare rocks, surrounded by a formidable aura. Creeping closer, Zhang Hejing observed the adult male body, whose face had been obliterated, leaving a horrifically mangled scene. A gaping wound at the chest, casually torn open with dried blood, indicated that the body had been there for some time, with terrifying scratch marks visible around the wound. It was undoubtedly the work of the spiritual bear. Astonishingly, vines began to rise and slowly wrap around his body, a manipulation only possible by those with the wood spirit root. Rare bloodlines carried specific skills, like Zhang Yi's ability to wield fire, while the spiritual bear could apparently manipulate plants. Alert: the spiritual bear, though only a 6th rank, had consumed many humans, thus possessing human intelligence and cunning. Listening to the system's playback, Zhang Hejing instantly understood and decided to counteract by swiftly heading back to where he had come from. Anyone arriving here would carry a map, so the bear must have followed his trail to find more humans to devour. To spiritual beasts, martial cultivators were considered premium nourishment. Zhang Hejing followed the trail back to where most cultivators gathered. The 5-colored spiritual bear had the ability to blend into the dense forest's hues, even silently, for extended periods, making it incredibly adept at ambushing prey, especially since it now possessed human intellect. Zhang Hejing carefully scanned his surroundings, diligently searching for any trace of the beast's presence. Just as he detected a scent, a loud explosion rang close to his ears. Instinctively, he rolled thrice to take cover, finding himself in the rugged mountainous terrain. Surrounded by steep cliffs, a fall could leave a human severely crippled if not dead. Yet, this perilous place was a frequent haunt for spirit beasts. Since the spirit bear proved elusive, he decided he might as well take advantage of another spirit beast for a satisfying hunt. Stretching his neck, he looked up, activating his all-seeing vision to check on the battle's progress. He only saw a woman, her hand wielding a rainbow whip that lashed out instantly at a mane-covered spirit lion. The lion's dense golden fur seemed to form an armor-like covering. Its mouth boasted sharp fangs, its eyes were a fiery red, and its claws were curved like scimitars. Such a fourth-tier spirit beast usually demanded a prolonged struggle to subdue, but the young girl before him made it look as easy as slicing vegetables, relentlessly pursuing the lion. Fear was evident in the lion's eyes, clearly terrified. I see this lion and wonder where it thinks it can escape to today. The woman was fierce indeed. Despite her sweet appearance, her handling of the whip was anything but gentle, tearing into the spirit lion whose skin split open under each strike. Spirit beast, spirit lion tier. For spirit energy, 3 million physique, 100 points spirit perception, 100 points skills. Lion's roar, lion pounce, lion bite, diamond claw, and its spirit vein was of the flame type. After a brief narration, Jiang He-jing couldn't help but marvel at the little girl. She appeared no older than a human child of 5 or 6 inch, with a face as round as an apple embedded with sparkling eyes, munching on an apple while expertly wielding the rainbow whip, each strike precisely shattering the valley's rocks. Despite being a fourth-tier spirit lion, it was almost powerless under her assault. This little girl was defying the heavens. With such formidable combat prowess and seemingly unscathed, he even noticed a robust spirit energy about her, as refreshing and pure as the mountain springs he had seen in tiger dens, even carrying an aura of solemn dignity. Regardless, this little girl seemed to have a significant background. If his opportunistic plans failed, he would wait for her to leave and then continue his search for the spirit bear. But for now, it was an excellent opportunity to observe their fight and possibly learn some skills. The little girl had very rare pink hair and emerald green eyes that shimmered in the sunlight, a color quite uncommon in human pupils, more reminiscent of the eyes of spirit beasts. The massive spirit lion with its huge paws lunged at the little girl, who easily dodged. With another fierce lash of her whip, blood splattered, and Jiang He-jing watched as she stood on the head of the subdued spirit lion. With hands like the nodes of a lotus root, she fiercely grabbed the steel-like mane of the spirit lion beast, tearing off its skin with her bare hands. She executed a smooth, quick combo, splitting open the beast's heavenly spirit cover. The spirit lion beast's agonizing screams echoed throughout the valley, even causing the nearby rivers and landscapes to tremble. The little girl, expressionless and with a look of disgust, flicked the blood off her hands and then delivered a chilling kick to the beast. As she lifted her leg, blood flowed down her thigh. She looked like a violent, blood-stained little doll, and beneath her, the spirit lion beast lay dead, a sight too pitiful to behold. Jiang He-jing clicked his tongue at the scene, thinking to himself how barbaric this child was, wondering which family could have borne such a creature. After she left, Jiang He-jing planned to sneak off in search of the rainbow spirit bear. Considering the girl could kill a spirit lion beast with her bare hands, he guessed she was not someone to be trifled with. Just as Jiang He-jing was about to leave, he suddenly realized that the girl had disappeared, leaving only a huge corpse behind. A golden core had fallen nearby, shimmering enticingly. Wasn't it wasteful to leave such a sparkling treasure behind? Where had the little girl gone? He scanned the surroundings with his spiritual sense, but found no trace of her. Perhaps she had suddenly had to leave. His eyes fixed on the golden core, he was scheming about how to retrieve it when suddenly, "I found you," a ghostly voice whispered in his ear. Instinctively his beastly nature kicked in and he slithered away rapidly, his long tail turning exceptionally stiff, its fur transforming into deadly needles which he flung violently in all directions. He planted his claws firmly into the ground to reduce friction. His blue eyes, now fierce, stared directly at the little girl who had reappeared. In her hand a whip flickered with a golden light, and a powerful burst of spiritual energy erupted, dispelling the poison needles on contact. "What a joke," she muttered, having silently moved to his side without a sound, nearly giving him a heart attack. He used to be the one ambushing others, and now the roles were reversed. It seemed that even as a veteran one could still be caught off guard. "It's always the one by the river who gets his shoes wet," Jiang He-jing thought as he braced himself for a fight, though unsure of the girl's power level. However, the little girl did not attack. Instead, she just stared at Jiang He-jing blankly. Suddenly, a wolf and a girl, they locked eyes for a few seconds, and then unexpectedly her nose turned red and she burst into tears. What was this? He hadn't even done anything yet. Why was she crying? Jiang He-jing watched in disbelief as the girl who had just brutally killed the spirit lion beast now sobbed uncontrollably in front of him. No one had ever taught him how to console a child. As Jiang He-jing was pondering in his mind, suddenly the child seemed to sprout a pair of fuzzy ears. In the next second, the child who was standing in front of him transformed into a golden horned beast with green eyes, about the same size as him, a spirit beast. What was happening? This spirit beast was a Qilin, belonging to a royal lineage and also considered a top-tier spirit vein. It inherited magical powers through its bloodline and was able to inherit the spiritual power of its ancestors from birth. Currently above the fifth order, being of royal spirit veins, it could successfully transform into a human form after living for 100 years. Spiritual energy, 5 million points. Spiritual sense, 150 points. Physique, 150 points. Spirit veins, 300 points. Abilities, transformation, 7-colored glass whip, wind riding technique, Shielan Blizzard. With the enhancement of its spirit veins, its combat power could break through to a higher tier. Moreover, royal spirit veins naturally suppress other spirit beasts, commonly known as bloodline suppression. The level of any spirit beast it combats would be downgraded. The purer the spirit veins, the stronger the effect, and the host remains unaffected. Additionally, her body was abundant with spirit veins leaking energy outward, which the host could absorb if close enough. After explaining this, Jiang Hujing finally took a deep breath. This little girl was of royal bloodline, no wonder she could tear apart a spirit lion with her bare hands. It was also no wonder he didn't feel her presence standing behind him. Thankfully, he was naturally immune to this. Jiang Hujing felt somewhat envious of her ability to transform directly. However, noticing the little girl harbored no hostility, Jiang Hujing squatted down and asked, "Why are you crying?" Upon hearing Jiang Hujing speak, the little girl looked stunned for a moment, her tiger-like gaze fixed on him. She stretched out her paw, which was full of poison needles, all the pads studded with tiny spikes. It was painful. She spoke in a soft, glutinous voice that melted Jiang Hujing's heart. He thought to himself how nice it would be if Jiang Ye whined to him like this. "You suddenly came charging over." "Of course I was nervous," Jiang Hujing responded. "Come with me and I'll treat you." As he spoke, he took out a beastskin bag from behind him and pulled some honey from inside to apply on her paw pads. True to her royal lineage, her paw pads were pink, and seeing the golden honey, the little girl's mouth almost watered. Suddenly she got up, agilely ran to the side of the spirit lion and directly extracted a glistening spirit orb from its brain, presenting it to him. "Can we trade?" Jiang Hujing looked at the honey in his hand and then at the glistening spirit orb. Such a fourth-order spirit beast's orb was now right in front of him. He immediately pushed the honey towards her, feeling as if a pie had just fallen from the sky into his lap. The somewhat dopey-looking Qilin happily began to eat the honey. Her golden fur shimmered brilliantly, making one almost unable to resist the urge to extract her spirit orb. Jiang Hujing swallowed the spiritual beast's inner core in one gulp, and instantly a surging power spread through his limbs and bones. The inner core of the spirit lion beast was exactly what he needed to evolve his spiritual veins, devouring the inner core of a fourth-grade spiritual beast. Spirit energy plus 300,000, spiritual sense plus 20, spiritual veins plus 30, simulated skill, Diamond Claw. At a low level, it can evolve through refreshed experiences. Jiang Hujing, looking at the soaring spirit energy on his panel, turned around contentedly and asked, "What's your name and why are you hunting alone?" It was then that the little Qilin spoke. "My name is Luo Luo. I came here looking for herbs." Her voice was soft and glutinous as she spoke, and her emerald green eyes dimmed slightly. Indeed, she was of royal blood, but she had been banished. She had been living in a cave nearby with her mother and sister. Her sister was ill and they had been unable to cure her, which is why she had to hunt. Her sister's inner core was fading and needed the energy from a higher than fourth-grade inner core continuously. That she dared to challenge a fourth-grade spiritual beast was only because she was protected by her spiritual veins. Despite appearing young, she was actually over 100 years old, and thus she could only kill one spiritual beast at a time. But today she had already slain two. Exhausted, she couldn't dodge the poison needles, and it was the scent of royal jelly that had lured her out. Luo Luo was in tears, looking pitifully at Jiang Hujing, who felt a pang of softness for her but was also aware of her formidable strength. Jiang Hujing asked, "Then why did you give me the inner core? Doesn't your sister need it?" Feeling somewhat guilty for having taken the inner core in exchange for 2 jars of honey, Jiang Hujing was uneasy. Luo Luo shook her head, explaining that this particular inner core was unusable for her sister, who required an inner core from a thunder-type spiritual vein which she had been unable to find. Her mother had gone alone to the royal territory, which was vastly different from this place. Only then did Jiang Hujing realize that there was a realm of spiritual veins, a nation where they lived in the places with the most abundant spiritual energy. The noble spiritual beasts there could transform after 3 years, living indistinguishably among humans, having long established a tribe known as the Wan Beast Nation. To enter the Wan Beast Nation, one needed to pass through a barrier. Luo herself knew very little about the Wan Beast Nation. Jiang Hejing examined her, finding it hard to believe she was over 100 years old. Her simple way of speaking was almost on par with the girl next door's intelligence, yet staying by her side was comforting. Her body exuded abundant spiritual energy that continuously flowed into Jiang Hejing. Spiritual veins +1 +1 +1 +1. Well, the inner core was consumed. I have other matters to attend to, so I must leave now. You should hurry home and not worry your sister, said Jiang Hejing as he stood up. He carefully used his omniscient vision to scan the surroundings, checking for any signs of spirit bears. After all, he excelled in ambushes, and human spiritual flesh also helped him increase his spiritual energy. Jiang Hejing studied the map, continuing his search for the likely haunts of the spirit bear, but no matter where he went, the Kirin followed closely behind. Whenever Jiang Hejing stopped, she stopped too. Unable to bear it any longer, Jiang Hejing finally approached her and with a swipe of his paw tapped her fluffy head, saying, "Why are you following me? Besides, there are humans around here and you've lost your ability to transform. You still carry a strong royal spirit vein which could drive those humans into a frenzy if they see you. Better head back to your den." Luo Luo stubbornly followed behind him. "I haven't found the thunder spirit vein I need. I can't go home. But my spiritual energy is depleted. I can't slay a 4th-tier creature now. Seeking rare spirit veins comes at a cost." However, her big eyes blinked tearfully, making her look pitiful, an image at odds with her ability to tear apart a 4th-tier spirit beast. It turned out this little girl wanted him to help her search. Jiang Hejing hesitated, considering he owed her for a core, then said, "I need to slay a spirit bear now, so I can't accompany you today. In a while I'll need a thunder core too, then we can search together, okay?" After Jiang Hejing spoke, Luo Luo perked up. "The spirit bear? I've seen it." Jiang Hejing's interest was piqued. Since Luo Luo lived nearby and shared the habitat with the spirit bear, she should know how to track it. "I'll go with you, but you must come to play with me later," Luo Luo said. "Ever since my sister fell ill, the other spirit beasts around have shunned me. They all want to kill me. No one plays with me." Jiang Hejing was more than happy to have her company, which also allowed him to absorb spirit veins, a win-win situation. Luo Luo ran ahead with Jiang Hejing, effortlessly following behind. Soon, they reached the summit of a mountain. The dense forest here was different from other places, denser and filled with oddly shaped growths, as if sprouting directly from the rocks. Up close, a layer of black, foul-smelling water dripped from them. Jiang Hejing nearly retched from the smell which emanated from a pile of corpses below that the vegetation thrived on. Among the dead were humans and ordinary spirit beasts. "There's a cave below where the spirit bear drags its food," Luo Luo explained. "Some people were loitering near his previous cave and got eaten, so he moved caves. I can detect the scent of all the spirit beasts here, even if they've masked their scent," Luo Luo boasted proudly. No wonder Jiang Hejing had to hide so well. The spirit bear, being of the wood element, had a sense similar to the dense forest, making it hard for other spirit beasts to find him, and he could camouflage himself with the surrounding colors. Jiang Hejing really had found a treasure. He stood atop a tree and activated his all-seeing vision, looking around. In the dense forest of corpses, a cliff is hidden, and atop this cliff is a cave whose interior remains unseen. Therefore, the entire forest must be cleared away. Jiang Hejing looked at Luo Luo and said, "Step back a bit." With a howl, the wolf howl, enhanced version, it consumes 1000 spiritual energy and attaches vein flames. A massive heat wave instantly tilts downward, and the mountains, rocks and trees in front rise up in an instant. The moment the flames ignite, a fiery sea bursts forth in midair, instantly destroying the dense forest trees. Even the cliff in front trembles and shakes, splitting open. Jiang Hejing looks at the burnt and scattered forest and the pervasive dust. With another wolf howl, all the dust is instantly cleared. This way fighting won't dirty his feet. Inside the cave, a spirit bear just swallowed a corpse and began absorbing it with its bloodline, its green eyes filled with spiritual energy. This is still the tender meat of a woman, with fine and tender skin. The taste is exquisite. He closes his eyes, quickly digesting, now already a 6th-tier spirit beast after consuming 5 or 6 people. Breaking through to the 7th tier is not impossible. When that time comes, he too wants to be a mountain king for a while. His body's spiritual energy begins to mobilize, absorbing the consumed spiritual energy. Suddenly, a thunderous roar from outside abruptly interrupts him, and he wakes up abruptly. His massive body moves, scanning the surroundings for danger with his spiritual sense. He didn't expect that group of people to have some skills, actually finding their way here directly. He is at a critical moment of rising. Even if he doesn't break through to the 7th tier, he can still reach the peak of the 6th tier. To higher martial artists, they are just little sweet treats in his belly. He stands up, the cave mouth has two layers with a large outer cave. He is in the inner cave, which includes a natural hot spring emitting abundant spiritual energy, aiding his cultivation. Moreover, this millennium-old hot spring can also heal external injuries effectively. The spirit bear mobilizes the spiritual energy inside his body and sprinkles it into the pool, causing the vines in the pool to grow wildly, quickly covering the outside of the cave. He then stands up, blows a breath of air, forming a barrier of spiritual energy, and slowly returns inside the cave. It is a critical moment for his breakthrough. Jiang Hujing stands outside, noticing that the earlier section of the cliff is quiet and mysteriously overgrown with many vines covered with massive spiritual energy. He quickly approaches, stretches his wolf head down to look. This spirit bear is well hidden. What is he planning to stay inside until winter? After all, as a 6th-tier spirit beast who has consumed so many martial artists, he's not just going to hide away in fear. I need to go down and take a look. Jiang Hujing turns his head to look at Luo Luo. Just wait here. He then jumps down, gathering soul wind. Tiny whirlwinds rose from beneath Jiang Hujing's feet, lifting him into midair. But as soon as he stepped into the crevice, the vines around it grew wildly, attacking him as if they were sentient. Enhanced snake movement, consuming 1000 spirit energy, movement speed plus 10. The enhanced snake movement increased his speed further, making the attacking vines seem to move at half speed to Jiang Hujing. He effortlessly dodged them, raised his claws and slashed without hesitation. Wolf Wind Claw. Sticky juices burst into the air and grew wildly again. Jiang Hujing glanced at the crevice on the cliff, now covered with thick vines, the very ones that were crazily attacking him. It seems the spirit bear had some skills. It even had a formation that made the vines grow more as they were cut. Vajra Claw stacked with Wolf Wind Claw increased his attack skills and added Wind Soul to his limbs, boosting his claw attack power by 300 points. Anything close would get damaged. Jiang Hujing's claws shone with golden light, surrounded by a hurricane-like force. In an instant, he almost flew past them. Before the vines could touch him, they burst, and Jiang Hujing without hesitation reached the entrance of the cave. He landed firmly on the cliff edge, and the surrounding hurricane did not cease. Not even the attacks from the formation could harm Jiang Hujing in the slightest. Looking at the abundant spirit energy, he felt exhilarated. Good boy hiding here, making it easy to steal the robe, Jiang Hujing thought. He raised his claws, his fur bristling up like armor. Vajra cover, defense evolution, consuming plus 3000 spirit energy. His wolf fur hardened around his body like armor, blue flames burning around him, rendering the vine attacks completely ineffective. After all, he was a 5th-order spirit beast, such attacks were no match for him, but he sensed something different here. The spirit energy was so abundant that it was leaking out vigorously. Jiang Hujing sniffed. This power, it's no longer that of a regular 6th-order spirit beast. If it breaks through further, it might reach the 7th order, which would be troublesome to deal with. Jiang Hujing raised his claws, gathering and flinging whirlwinds with flames in them. Secret Technique Chapter 3, Spherical Flames, consuming 3000 spirit energy. The fireballs from Jiang Hujing's hands poured down like rain, all falling on those vines. The massive spirit energy attack impacting heavily on the formation. A single attack was not enough, as the spirit bear's defenses were extremely tough. Moreover, he must have consumed some other mystical elixir, for how could Jiang Hujing still faintly sense an aura of thunder? Indeed, as the flames descended, the trees instantly transformed into black lightning, and bolts of thunder struck towards Jiang Hujing. He dodged just in time, and quickly a blue circle of light condensed in his mouth, flickering with dual-colored flames. This was a technique he mastered from a secret art, Flame Hurricane. It consumed 3000 spiritual energy and increased his attack power by 1 level. It possessed formidable penetrating power and could utilize the surrounding spiritual energy. Soon, the thunderous spiritual energy was instantly absorbed into the hurricane. He had hidden this move for a long time. Truly, it was exhilarating to absorb someone else's spiritual energy. Jiang Hujing observed that the flame hurricane was ready and instantly hurled it fiercely at the formation. Bang, bang, bang. The flame hurricane smashed into the formation with great force, the two energies creating a massive shockwave exploding mid-air, shaking the earth and startling the birds. The formation at the cave entrance was forcefully broken. The menacing vines were now burnt to ashes, thick black smoke drifting through the air, carrying a scent of charred remains, and in an instant, the ground split open. The entire cliff malevolently collapsed, rumbling stones burying everything. Jiang Hujing swiftly leapt into the air, his feet summoning the wind soul. Judging by the situation, the adversary must have sustained severe injuries. As Jiang Hujing looked down the Shattered rocks were blasted away. A spiritual beast weighing thousands of pounds stood up, the surrounding vegetation furiously attacking Jiang Hujing, who dodged swiftly. Thud thud thud. The cliff on the opposite side was cleanly severed at the waist. Witnessing this terrifying power, truly befitting a 6th-level spiritual beast, Jiang Hujing watched, still somewhat excited. He noticed the spiritual bear had a penetrating wound on the left arm, its green eyes intently fixed on Jiang Hujing, suspended in mid-air. Damn it! It wasn't a human but a little wolf cub capable of unleashing such terrifying power. It had interrupted his advancement. Watching the blood-drenched wound, anger burst forth from his chest. Then using spiritual energy he quickly healed, with visible herbs covering the wound. Jiang Hujing kept a firm eye on the spiritual bear. Good gracious, truly tough, naturally possessing heavenly treasures. If he could snatch its inner core, acquiring heavenly treasures would be even easier. His eyes brimming with fervor. No matter where you're from, little wolf cub, since you've disturbed my cultivation today, I'll use you for a little exercise. Let's see how long this little wolf cub can last. Jiang Hujing's level remained concealed, so even the spirit bear could not tell how high his level was. However, the beast's instincts told it that devouring him would bring significant benefits. The beast in question, the 7-colored spirit bear, level Tier 6 spiritual energy, 45 million points, physique 120 points, spiritual awareness 200 points, skills, call of the wind, falling timber, sandstorm. Its skill level was intermediate. It could manipulate the surrounding vegetation to attack and also had regenerative abilities in the final stages, with a berserk capability enhancement of plus 60. If the host devoured it, in addition to stacking spiritual veins and energy, it could also acquire corresponding skills. Keep it up, host. You wretched wolf cub, just try and die. The spirit bear's body suddenly covered itself with an armor-like layer of rock. Stones around it began to rise and hover midair, forming a massive whirlwind like a hurricane hurtling toward Jiang Hujing. Vines rapidly shot up from the ground, forming sharp offensive capabilities, swiftly attacking Jiang Hujing. Jiang Hujing moved quickly, using the serpent's move to achieve the fastest speed, and deftly dodged the attacks. His eyes glowing a fiery blue, launched a wolf wind claw straight through the air. The fierce wind mingled with roaring flames, attacking the thickly rising vines. A massive fireball formed midair, with the spirit bear's gaze fixed intensely on the movement of the flames near Jiang Hujing. Its ears were highly sensitive, capable of hearing the sound of the wind no matter how faint. This little wolf cub, even with his astonishing abilities, cannot escape my sight, it thought. Suddenly its eyes widened, staring straight as Jiang Hujing appeared right in front of it. Blue flames covered him and his claws imbued with yellow flames charged directly at it. The spirit bear, though swiftly retreating backwards, saw vines rise in front of it, forming a massive protective shield. The rising flames of the wolf wind claw set the entire vine shield ablaze. However, the spirit bear did not anticipate the fast approaching fireball from behind. At this moment, there was no place left to hide. The nearby vine shield could not react in time and had to endure the impact of the fireball. Fortunately, its body was already layered with a rock shield. The spirit bear looked down scornfully at Jiang Hujing, thinking this little wolf cub had only these tricks up his sleeve. Its rock shield was indestructible, capable of absorbing all incoming energy, and the spirit bear watched Jiang Hujing with confidence, but it miscalculated. Surrounding Jiang Hujing's flames was a fierce hurricane. The fireball was merely a distraction. The invisible hurricane around it was the real attack. Spiritual energy mixed with the wind, forming sharp blades cutting through the air with mournful cries, slashing fiercely at its stone armor. Secret technique: Hurricane Fireball, consuming 10,000 spiritual energy. Even armor as tough as steel, when faced with these wind blades, was like a cucumber under a slicing knife. In an instant it formed fine cracks like a turtle's shell and just as quickly shattered. The spirit bear was forced to retreat, using the surrounding trees to fend off the attacks in disarray. But without exception, the trees turned to ash and he barely managed to dodge. Yet before he could steady himself, Jiang Hujing had already moved above his head. Paw Strike, enhanced version, consuming 10,000 spirit energy. The ferocity ability amplified the damage. His paw formed a fist bristling with sharp edges, the wolf claws on it like scimitars, blazing with intense heat yet appearing impossibly cold. The wounds on Spirit Bear's shoulders, even though covered with herbs, were merely to conceal the wounds. This was his weak point. Jiang Hujing did not hesitate to hammer down, blood exploding from his shoulder, flesh and blood flying mixed with thick juices. Jiang Hujing looked at him with disgust, unhesitatingly kicking again at his crown. The crown was still smashed into a pit. Spirit Bear raised his paw and struck him hard, but Jiang Hajing's body was light, nimbly dodging. The hard paw even tore off his scalp. The pain-twisted Spirit Bear, his face grotesquely contorted as he roared. But that was still not enough. Jiang Hajing's arm ferociously severed another of his arms. The pain made Spirit Bear start to lose his sanity. The surrounding mountains and trees began to attack frantically, forcing Jiang Hajing to respond. But he also suddenly discovered that these things were much stronger than the last attack, and the vines were smaller. The spirit beast's turquoise eyes were filled with shock. The wolf pups in front of him looked to be only a few months old, but they had such explosive power. Even the wild instincts told him his abilities were at least of the fifth order. Jiang Hajing had long guessed Spirit Bear's method. His main feature was not attack but defense, slowly using his spirit vein power, draining the opponent's spirit energy. After all, his healing skills were extremely strong. Nearby plants could help him recover his spirit energy. Thus, Jiang Hajing did not plan to drag the battle out. A quick decision was necessary. However, compared to him, he was still lacking. Do you really think your attacks can harm me in the slightest? Spirit Bear bluffed, his spirit energy already heavily depleted. If he couldn't kill this little fellow before him, the battle would become indecisive. He formed a massive amount of spirit energy inside his body. With a hiss, soon the entire mountain trembled and a vast dense forest burst forth from the ground, the trees growing wildly, heading straight for Jiang Hajing. But Jiang Hajing knew these were Spirit Bear's tricks. His main goal was to escape. He had already thought of retreating. He was about to advance and rank inside the cave, but Jiang Hajing had hit him with several deadly moves, damaging his body. But how could Jiang Hajing possibly let him go just like that? He stood in the wind, his spiritual energy had all in search of an escape route that lay between them. In such a case, were he to cross the river, the dense forest would tightly strangle him, leaving him breathless as all vegetation attacked him. But if he did not cross, the Spirit Bear would take advantage of the situation. Jiang Hajing suddenly opened his eyes and began to gather spiritual energy, instantly forming numerous swords through a secret technique known as Celestial Maiden Scattering Blossoms, consuming 100,000 units of spiritual energy and enhancing his attack power with a ferocious upgrade of 3 or 4 levels. These swords fell from the sky, relentlessly pursuing the Spirit Bear within the dense forest. Gasping heavily, the Spirit Bear ran through the forest, but his body was faltering, having consumed much spiritual energy. Now, pursued closely by the tracking swords, several of which had already deeply pierced his body, pain seared through his bones, this little wolf cub truly was a little monster. However, he could still escape. After all, he was a 6th tier spirit beast, but his last formation had drained his own spiritual energy considerably. Ahead, in the direction of the cliff, there was already a cave. Jiang Hajing watched intently as the Spirit Bear's invisibility skill, extremely strong, soon merged him with the dense forest, making him hard to spot even with a strong vision. Jiang was getting anxious as the duck at hand was about to fly away. His all-seeing vision could not find any trace of the Spirit Bear. Suddenly, a violent whipping sound came from the dense forest, and rows of huge trees thunderously fell while a colorful whip descended from the sky, visibly lifting a colorful Spirit Bear whose massive body gradually lost its color, revealing its inherently dark fur. Damn it, another human. A 5th tier spirit beast. He was temporarily in a dire fight. A little girl, surely he could subdue her. His sharp claws climbed fiercely up the colorful whip, but suddenly his heart trembled and pain spread from his body. His green eyes filled with fear, he incredulously said, "You actually have royal blood." Jiang Hajing saw Shaoluoluo descend from the sky, tightly entangling the colorful Spirit Bear. He immediately followed up, and upon getting closer he clearly felt that the Spirit Bear's spiritual energy was much reduced. His eyes sparkled. Truly worthy of royal blood. In critical moments it really comes in handy. No matter how the Spirit Bear roared, the shackles on his body tightened even more, making it impossible for him to break free. His eyes as if filled with thousands of drops of blood. Even the dense forest below him could no longer be controlled. His big bear head heavily bowed. He saw resignation in his eyes. "Let's join forces, strangle him." Without hesitation, Jiang Hajing spoke to Luoluo. Nodding, Luoluo released the whip, flinging the Spirit Bear into the air. Jiang Hajing swiftly kicked it, sending it crashing onto the rocks. Fresh blood spewed from the bear's mouth as it, unwilling to yield, tried to rise and resist. Energy surged within its body and bolts of lightning erupted from the sky, striking fiercely towards Jiang Hajing. His eyes alert, Jiang dodged swiftly, knowing this was the bear's final struggle. His body began to regenerate health. Unfortunately, with Luo Luo's spiritual veins present, the bear's recovery was minimal. Jiang charged forward, a myriad of sword rain ascending behind him, howling through the air. The entire sky seemed to tear apart, the air itself twisting. The spirit bear, unable to dodge, was relentlessly struck by dozens of swords. Its body riddled like a sieve, blood gushed forth. Jiang Hujing would not give it another chance to resist. Using his serpent move, he quickly bit into the bear's neck. Diamond Fawn, enhanced version, consuming 1000 spirit energy. Jiang's teeth, now like barbed steel rods, fiercely penetrated the bear's thick fur. The sweet metallic blood burst into his mouth. The spirit bear, filled with resentment, met Jiang's gaze as it breathed its last, its body going limp. The surrounding dense forest also rapidly vanished. Blood-stained Jiang turned to Luo Luo and said, "This creature's blood also contains elements of the Thunder series. Your sister's supplement has arrived today." It seems the spirit bear must have consumed a practitioner of the Thunder spiritual root, hence the lightning. Luo Luo approached, her eyes sparkling as she looked at the spirit bear. "It's indeed a Thunder spiritual vein. Sister will greatly benefit from this blood." Jiang surveyed the surroundings, noting no immediate danger, and prepared to divide the spoils with Luo Luo. "Originally, without your help, this spirit bear would have escaped. So, take its spiritual vein and I'll extract the core." After speaking, Jiang's claws, sharp as scythes, effortlessly lifted the bear's cranial plate, stirring inside its head. A wood element core appeared in his hand, excitement evident in his eyes. Placing the core in his mouth, a strange sensation burst forth from Jiang's body. Vital energy filled his limbs. He could distinctly feel a stream of clean spiritual energy circling within his core, rapidly assimilating the consumed core. Devouring the 6th tier, multicolored spirit bear's core, plus 400,000 spirit energy, plus 30 physique, plus 30 spiritual awareness, plus 20 defense, plus 30 spiritual veins experience refreshed, plus 40 mimic skill. Scattered fallen leaves. Low tier, color changing, inherent properties of the spiritual veins. Jiang Hujing possesses a skill that allows him to absorb the spiritual essence of the surrounding vegetation. When he uses the Falling Wood Whirlwind skill, he can draw the spiritual essence from nearby plants. The skill refreshes with experience points. Delighted, Jiang Hujing examined his new ability on the system panel. Closing his eyes, he felt the continuous flow of spiritual essence seeping into his body. Soon he raised his hand and shouted, "Falling Wood Whirlwind, low level." Quickly, the surrounding vines formed a giant basket-like structure wrapping around the body of the spirit bear, making it easier for Lolo to carry. To cheer Lolo up, Jiang Hujing conjured a few small flowers on top of the basket. "Lolo, now you can carry it back without having to drag it. I don't know where you live, but if humans discover such a rare spiritual vein, it would surely lead to a massive hunt." Jiang Hujing then took out many scent-masking pills from his pocket. "Take these pills. After you eat them, they will hide your scent and no one will be able to find you." Lolo curiously examined the pills and swallowed them in one gulp, a satisfied smile appearing in his eyes. "Thank you." Although Lolo was less than a year old, he already saw Jiang Hujing as a big brother. Watching Lolo obediently carrying the spirit bear's body away, Jiang Hujing felt a pang of reluctance but knew what Lolo was thinking. "Don't worry, I will find you and help you find a Thunder type spiritual vein." Reassured by Jiang Hujing's promise, Lolo happily wagged his tail and disappeared into the dense forest. Jiang Hujing quickly descended the mountain, knowing he should not linger in this place. Shortly after his departure, a snake and a graceful woman passed through the chaotic battlefield, their crisp and pleasant voices echoing through the forest. Chi Hanya opened her map, her eyes gleaming with excitement. The Qilin. It has finally appeared. Instead of returning to his cave, Jiang Hujing ventured into the territory of the spirit tiger beast. Upon arrival, he noticed many guards outside the tiger's den, indicating that the spirit tiger beast had learned of Jiang Hujing taking the celestial brew. Knowing that the wolf's territory was nearby, the spirit tiger beast must have sent forces to invade. It was time for a change of location. The wolf's den was hidden, not easily found by ordinary people. However, their current dwelling was too remote, and they had heard that deeper into the spiritual vein the spiritual essence was even more abundant. Once the evolution of the spiritual vein was complete, Jiang Hujing planned to move. Even with the spirit tiger beast nearby, it would be a while before they noticed his presence, especially since he had already consumed the scent-masking pills, so the surrounding spirit tiger beasts also sensed his presence. With a wave of his hand, spiritual veins surged and fallen wood flew about. In an instant, all the vines broke through the ground and deeply embedded themselves. They tightly entwined around the roots of the peach trees. In this manner, the immortal peaches would quickly wither, unable to bear even a single fruit. He would not leave a single peach for them. Sooner or later, one day he would personally break the Tiger King, drink wine from his heavenly spirit cover. After doing all this, Jiang Hujing returned to the cave. However, upon entering, he discovered not a single wolf inside. He instantly became alert. They should have absorbed the immortal brew for 3 days, so why had they suddenly disappeared? Just as Jiang Hujing was puzzled, suddenly a powerful force came from behind him. The force was as fierce as a hurricane, very clean and decisive, but it was just too weak. Jiang Hujing easily dodged it and sat inside the cave, his paw directly hitting Jiang Ye's hand without any spiritual energy. Yeah, you're still one step behind. Call me brother. Jiang Hujing fixed his gaze on Jiang Ye, whose forehead now bore the pattern of flames. It seemed she was evolving again. Jiang Ye had sensed Jiang Hujing's presence from outside despite his good concealment. But Jiang Ye was very sensitive to Jiang Hujing's scent, knowing him even in the slightest detail. She had wanted to surprise him, but Jiang Hujing was also evolving. Seeing Jiang Hujing's composed expression, Jiang Ye felt a bit unwilling, but somewhat joyfully she said, brother, only when Ye is obedient like this is she cute. Jiang Hujing looked around and asked, where is Wolf Mom? Mom, she woke up and couldn't find you. She's already gone out. She'll probably be back tonight. Jiang Ye moved closer to Jiang Hujing, always feeling that there was another scent on him, and she was very alert. It seemed like a female spirit beast, and she was somewhat unhappy but too stubborn to speak, instead pulling out a lot of pollen from the blanket and stubbornly sprinkling it on Jiang Hujing's body. Jiang Hujing sneezed from the pollen, looking at Jiang Ye with some confusion, and said, what are you spraying on me? Jiang Ye, being a young female spirit beast, liked some fragrant things. She had collected a lot of pollen, continuously spraying it until she covered up the scent she disliked. Then she was satisfied. At this moment, Wolf Mom had already returned like a tornado, swirling into the cave. Seeing Jiang Hujing, her worried face finally relaxed. Jiang Hujing was surprised to see Wolf Mom. Wolf Mom's combat power, at this moment, it had reached the 12th tier. He hadn't expected the immortal brew to be so powerful. Jiang Hujing moved closer, quickly acting coquettishly, and said, Mom, I went out to expand our territory. After these words, Wolf Mom's expression eased a lot, carefully examining Jiang Hujing. Seeing that he was not injured, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Generally, wolves live with their mother for 10 years before they go out to roam their own territory. Her 2 cubs, although not yet 10 years old, had bodies that were ready to live independently. With a heavy heart she asked, now that you've grown up and your strength has increased rapidly, I can divide the territory into 3 parts for you two. Before she could finish, tears were almost falling from Mother Wolf's eyes. It was her first time being a mother, and she truly couldn't bear to part with her 2 children. Jiang Hujing and Jiang Ye immediately moved closer to Mother Wolf and said, we will never leave Mom. We want to live together forever. Who says spirit wolves have to live apart? We should live together. Hearing her cubs say this, Mother Wolf felt a bit more relieved. Though wolves usually live solitary lives, she now wanted to spend more time with her 2 children. Mother Wolf had caught some prey and divided it between Jiang Hujing and Jiang Ye. After consuming a lot, Jiang Hujing ate half of a whole wild buffalo and cooked the other half. As Jiang Ye hadn't eaten roasted meat for 2 days, they ate until their mouths were greasy. Mother Wolf also occasionally joined them in eating cooked meat. Mom, do you know about the kingdom of all beasts? Asked Jiang Ye. Mother Wolf tilted her head. I once lived near the kingdom of all beasts. They are of royal blood and the whole territory is sealed off. If you want to enter, you need to pass through a barrier or be escorted by someone of royal blood, so I've never been inside. After all, it's not much different from here where the spiritual veins are. Jiang Ye looked curiously at Jiang Hujing. He had only been gone for a few days, but it seemed like there was a growing gap between them, making her feel somewhat out of place. She bit her lip unintentionally, her eyes filled with even more determination. She couldn't fall behind either. How about we move near there? Jiang Hujing suggested. I heard that the spiritual energy there is much more abundant, which would be more beneficial for cultivation. Indeed, the deep parts of the spiritual veins were suitable for cultivation, rich in heavenly materials, abundant prey, and many rare spiritual pills. Mother Wolf had also made her breakthrough there, however, worry filled her eyes. In recent years, it has been rather unsafe there. It's said that many spirit beasts nearby have been dying or disappearing mysteriously, even without leaving corpses. I lived nearby and met many spirit beasts, but their caves were empty. Normally, spirit beasts don't easily move home since they have their own territories. if a large number of them disappear without a trace and no reason is found, it triggers the instincts of wild beasts to feel that the area is dangerous. Disappear? Jiang Hujing was puzzled. Could this have something to do with Lolo moving out? Yet, the abundant spiritual energy there in seeing Lolo transform had greatly impacted him. Although he liked his spirit beast form, a human form would be more flexible. He wondered when he would be able to transform and felt an even stronger desire to go deeper into the spiritual veins. Watch out! Suddenly Jiang Yeye descended from the sky with a flaming bun charging straight at Jiang Hujing's crown. Jiang Hujing reacted swiftly, quickly dodging as the flaming bun smashed into the ground around him, sending up plumes of black smoke. It seems this young lady has already broken through the third stage. Her cultivation of secret techniques is impressive. Unfortunately for Jiang Hujing, she still falls short. Before Jiang Yeye could react, he had already moved in front of her. In an instant, a wolf howl echoed, an enhanced wolf howl, consuming 1,000 spiritual energy. The howl forced Jiang Yeye to retreat step by step. Even her activated shield couldn't withstand it. Even before she could react, he had already teleported in front of her. Clearly sensitive to his presence, Jiang Yeye still couldn't match his speed. She watched helplessly as Jiang Hujing's eyes, calm as the ocean yet stormy underneath, faced her. His wolf claw covered with golden flames smashed down. Her blue eyes trembled with fear for a moment, but then at the last second it stopped. The fleshy little paw gently touched her head, the pad soft and completely devoid of flames. "All right, you've lost," Jiang Hujing said, and with that Jiang Yeye sat down abruptly, gasping for air, having thought she was about to die. Her admiration for Jiang Hujing grew. Currently without any rank, Jiang Hujing's skills were already nearing intermediate level. Moreover, it was clear that he was holding back his spiritual energy during their fight. This guy is terrifying. However, something seemed off with her flames. Jiang Hujing leaned in closer and noticed a faint trace of dark energy. His eyes lit up with excitement. "You wouldn't happen to be cultivating demonic techniques, would you?" Jiang Yeye was surprised. She didn't expect Jiang Hujing to realize so quickly. After all, she had only been cultivating for less than a month, having just awakened her demonic root, which allowed her to gather some demonic energy, enhancing her attack power. "You are somewhat observant," Jiang Yeye said with a touch of arrogance. "To witness a demonic cultivator is your honor. This mere trace of demonic energy is nothing. One day I will achieve great success and return to my throne as the Demon Empress." As a practitioner of the Azura path and having been an empress in her previous life, Jiang Yeye could embark on the path of demonic cultivation anew. Once the host's spiritual veins awaken, she will be able to cultivate her own techniques. Jiang Hujing couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. After all, she was an empress with grievances from a past life, bound to return to the 33 heavens for revenge. Jiang Hujing also looked forward with anticipation to how his own magical methods would awaken. The only consolation was that Jiang Yeye had already activated the Azura method, and it was only a matter of time before she returned to her peak. By then she would reclaim everything she had lost. Thinking this, a bloodthirsty intent inadvertently flashed in her eyes. "Come over and have some barbecue." Jiang Hujing waved Jiang Yeye over and she trotted happily towards him. Just as she started eating, she noticed that Jiang Hujing had packed the remaining cooked venison into a hide bag. "Where are you going with that?" Jiang Yeye instantly became alert, suddenly remembering the female spirit beast whose scent she had masked. Caught off guard by her question, Jiang Hujing guiltily turned his head and said earnestly, "I've been eating too much raw meat recently and wanted to try something different, so I brought cooked meat." After saying this, he dashed out of the cave, with Jiang Yeye unable to keep up, only stomping her feet in frustration behind him. Jiang Hujing returned to the mountain near Lolo, where he had been searching the area for days to see if there were any beast tamers from the beast taming battle, hoping to find rare spirit veins left unclaimed. However, he discovered that within a few days all the martial practitioners involved in the beast taming had vanished without a trace. He had wanted to ask Yu Lingling about the situation, but after several visits to her location with no one to be found, it seemed the beast taming battle had already ended. It was a pity, as finding rare spirit veins would now be much more difficult. Preparing to consult with Lolo, Jiang Hujing carried the cooked meat with him. As soon as he reached the top of the mountain, something felt amiss. A dense spiritual energy filled the air, even carrying a powerful pressure with it. Bang, 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 the mountain crumbled and the dense forest shattered, nearly hitting Jiang Hujing in the face, but fortunately he dodged quickly. Visibly, two energy orbs were battling in the sky. "People are fighting here." Jiang Hujing immediately followed, carefully concealing his aura as he approached. he saw a snake with a crimson mouth charging at a stunningly beautiful Qilin in front of it. The moment he saw it, Zhang Hejing's eyes lit up. Lola was already beautiful, but this one in front of him was thousands of times more so. Its white fur was striped with fiery red, and its two sharp horns seemed gilded, dazzling and striking. Its tail appeared like a rainbow draped over its body, extremely gorgeous. He watched tensely as the big snake, which he recognized as a Tang snake, indicating that the woman was also there. Sure enough, after searching around, Qi Hanying, sitting on the snake's head while playing a flute, descended from a tree. The tongue snake hissed with its crimson tongue, its triangular eyes coldly fixating on the Qilin. Your Highness, why bother? My lord sent me to find you so that we could invite you back, and he said your daughter's medicine is not a problem, Qi Hanying said softly. Hearing this, the Qilin grew even more furious, responding with a woman's voice, tell my royal brother to stop dreaming. If he wants the Qilin spirit veins, he can dream on until his next life. Qi Hanying sighed softly, his eyes like water chestnuts shifting gently. Her fair hand caressed the jade flute. Aren't you making it difficult for your subordinate? Her lips, tinted like vermilion, slightly parted as she spoke. Then I have no choice but to forcefully take you back. As she spoke, suddenly from behind her a pair of wings emerged, their massive span tearing the sky apart, while her delicate feet transformed into a pair of eagle's talons. Jiang Yijing hardly had time to think as the scene unfolded before him. The Kirin was already injured, and this woman, she too was a spiritual beast. Although it was unclear whether she was of the royal spirit lineage, it was evident that she had reached the 10th rank. Facing the Kirin, who had already achieved the 15th rank, was already strenuous, especially since it had been battling two spirit beasts and was wounded. Suddenly Jiang Yijing closed his eyes. Leaves flew about as he used an enhanced low-level technique combined with a berserk skill. The skill consumed 30,000 spirit energy. In an instant, giant trees burst from the ground, standing tall between the two spirit beasts, and massive vines wrapped tightly around, sealing the Kirin within an impenetrable barrier. Perhaps it was all too sudden, for Qi Hanying momentarily froze mid-air. Jiang Yijing's body color automatically blended with the dense forest, instantly concealing him. His current stealth skill was so advanced that even a wolf mother would be stunned searching for a while. Fooling a 10th rank spirit beast was no issue. Hurry, we can't hold this for long. The great Kirin, somewhat surprised, peered intently at the wolf pup by her side, its eyes filled with astonishment. But there was no time to ponder, as it instantly transformed into a human, picked up the wolf pup, and using the continuous cover of the dense forest, they soared into the clouds. Thus, Jiang Yijing found himself nestled between two soft mounds, the fragrance enveloping him, his limbs and wolf paws pressed tightly against the warm embrace. He forgot to struggle until the great Kirin had traveled far, finally pausing and breathing heavily, her grip loosening slightly. That's when Jiang Yijing struggled to stretch out his wolf head to look up at the great Kirin. She was a gentle woman with willow leaf eyebrows, her facial features beautifully arranged, dressed in light thin clothes, her delicate feet stepping on white clouds, and her eyes, a lush green, resembled the river Luo Luo. With hands as delicate as sliced onion roots, she gently set down Jiang Yijing, looking at him tenderly. Thank you for saving me. Jiang Yijing scratched his head. You must be Luo Luo's mother, right? If you died, Luo Luo would be motherless, he said earnestly. Having spent these months with his river wolf mother, he understood the importance of blood being thicker than water, a familial love he hadn't experienced in his previous life and thus treasured immensely in this one. Are you the little wolf pup Luo Luo mentioned? Luo Ying was somewhat surprised as she looked at him. When Luo Luo mentioned him, she thought Luo Luo had been deceived. How could a wolf pup without a rank be capable of single-handedly challenging a spirit bear? She looked him over, and indeed he showed no signs of any rank, but from the beginning his strength was at least equal to Luo Luo's, already at the 5th rank. To think such a young wolf, not even a year old, possessed such a high rank. Truly a gifted scene. Jiang Yijing nodded. We can't stay here for long. How about we go to your cave to discuss further? Jiang Yijing noticed the wounds on the unicorn already bleeding profusely. It pained him to see such a sight, thinking of the spiritual energy one could gain from such blood. With a somewhat pale face, Luo Ying, who had just escaped from the beast kingdom, was already severely injured. She didn't expect to encounter Qi Ying lying in wait here. Luo Ying led Jiang Yijing into the cave, a place she had hidden very well. Moreover, there were barriers around, so Qi Ying couldn't find it. When Luo Luo saw Jiang Yijing, she rushed up in a sprint and hugged him tightly, exclaiming, I haven't seen you for a month, I missed you so much. I thought you had forgotten about me. Luo Luo nearly suffocated Jiang Yijing with her hug, given her size was also quite formidable. Jiang Yijing barely escaped from Luo Luo's embrace and placed some roasted meat he had been carrying in front of her. Here, this meat is for you. Luo Luo's eyes lit up at the sight of the roasted meat, but she didn't just grab and eat it. Instead, she carefully placed the meat beside her sister. Jiang Yijing looked up and saw on the bed a small, frail-looking Kirin, translucent and seemingly very weak, much like Luo Luo. This is Ying, said Luo Ying somewhat sadly, Luo Luo's sick sister. She then gently added, thank you for the spiritual bear you gave us last time. It helped her a lot. Jiang Yijing waved it off and pulled out many hemostatic and recovery pills from his pocket, handing them to her. After all, he had many such medicines sourced from Ling. Luo Ying didn't hesitate to consume them, mobilizing her body's spiritual energy to revert to her original form and begin healing her external injuries. What's the matter? How come there are people from the Jade tribe here? And that woman, why is she a spiritual beast? Luo Ying slowly explained, she is from the Jade tribe. To be precise, she is not a full spiritual beast but half human, half beast. This was new information for Jiang Yijing. It was his first encounter with such beings in this world. After transforming, these half-demons could marry humans, but such unions were forbidden by the heavens. Humans despised their half-demon nature and everyone condemned them. Spiritual beasts couldn't accept their impure blood and they had no place in the spiritual veins. Therefore, they disguised themselves as Jade tribe people, hiding among humans, and the bells on their ankles were used to control their transformations. These bells also had the power to bewitch the mind. Later, for reasons unknown, they became part of the royal spiritual beasts under the Beast Kingdom. Jade tribe people, half-demons bearing the appearance of humans. At the same time, they take on the form of beasts and their cultivation is similar to that of spiritual beasts. However, they possess greater intelligence and find it easier to transform successfully. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Jiang Yijing finally understood why. Apart from the eyes, Qi Hanying did not seem like a spiritual beast and could also control the great serpent. Luo Ying continued to explain that they began helping humans hunt spiritual beasts at some unknown time, particularly targeting the royal bloodlines, which they viewed as thorns in their side. At this point, Jiang Yijing recalled what the wolf mother had said about the suddenly disappearing spiritual beasts likely hunted by this group of Jade clan people. But what was their purpose in doing so, and why did you escape from the kingdom of all beasts? Since it involved the royal bloodline, it would presumably be safer to stay within the kingdom of all beasts. After all, no matter how powerful the Jade clan people were, they were still subordinates within the kingdom of all beasts and shouldn't be pursuing her to kill. Luo Ying's eyes filled with pain stared at the Kirin sister and said, it's because of Ying. Her spiritual vein is very special, extremely rare. I accidentally found out that it was the royal spiritual beasts who had ordered Qi Hanying to kill other spiritual beasts. They want Ying's body to use as a cauldron to help them in their foundation building, and those killed spiritual beasts also help them nourish their spiritual veins, which in turn helps them forge celestial bones and more easily elevate their realm. At this, Luo Ying's eyes filled with resentment. Her child, no one could take her away. Jiang Yijing's eyes were full of astonishment. The kingdom of all beasts was more mysterious than he had imagined. Forging celestial bones was also of great interest to Jiang Yijing, as after the spiritual veins were upgraded, advancing realms could indeed become much faster. In the world of spiritual veins, it is only the law of the survival of the fittest, the strong preying on the weak, but maternal love is equal. Jiang Yijing leaned in, looking at the somewhat translucent Ying, who was also very cute. However, her body was already semi-transparent and the spiritual energy leaking out was continuously flowing into Jiang Yijing's body. Spiritual beast, Kirin, royal rare inner elixir merged with spiritual veins. Her blood had the same effect as the inner elixir. If devoured, it could cleanse the marrow. It could purify the spiritual veins to make them the same as the royal spiritual veins. But such spiritual veins are extremely difficult to sustain, requiring the consumption of the rare Bodhi golden lotus seeds every 10 years. This seed only lives in the golden pool waters. After the system finished broadcasting, Jiang Yijing was secretly shocked. No wonder there was a need to escape from the kingdom of all beasts. Although only a third stage, her entire body was a treasure equivalent to placing a rice jar in a pile of mice. Who wouldn't covet that? Then you went to the kingdom of all beasts. Was it to search for heavenly treasures and rare items? Upon hearing Jiang Yijing's inquiry, although Luo Ying was somewhat surprised and didn't know how he knew, she still nodded. Biting her red lips, her turquoise eyes were filled with melancholy. Currently, she still needs to consume Bodhi golden lotus seeds. But that medicine is only available in the palace of the Queen of the Kingdom of All Beasts. The palace of the Kingdom of All Beasts was grand and majestic. The Queen's palace was situated at the place with the richest spiritual essence, which was also the Queen's birthplace. Nearly all heavenly and earthly treasures, once cleansed by the golden waters, could enhance their effects, and daily immersion could aid in cultivation. However, the area was heavily guarded, making entry exceedingly difficult. When Luoying was still a princess of the Kirin clan, her family had been awarded a few precious Bodhi golden lotus seeds, but the quantity was very limited. Even if all were brought out, they would not suffice for 100 years. Now that she had returned to the Kingdom of All Beasts, she had been severely injured and had not brought the Bodhi golden lotus seeds with her. Coughing, Luoying spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, indicating her injuries were severe. "Mom, are you all right?" Lolo's eyes were filled with worry as she hurriedly handed over all the medicine she had to Luoying. Jiang Hajing quickly moved forward and placed a qi-transforming pill into her mouth. After scanning her spiritual veins with his spiritual sense, Jiang Hajing found her aura to be chaotic and her meridians severed. "You better rest well. This qi-transforming pill which I brought from the humans will benefit your injuries. As for how to temporarily alleviate your condition, there are other methods." Jiang Hajing looked at the panel and asked with his spiritual sense system, "Is there any alternative to the Bodhi golden lotus seeds?" Upon receiving the question, the system responded, "This question has consumed the host's welfare points. Current points, 50, points deducted, -10. The system is searching now. The Kirin spiritual vein is a blood spiritual vein, so you can look for blood Ganoderma, which lives in the blood pool and is guarded by a 6th grade spiritual beast, the Crimson Cheetah, nourished by the blood of spiritual beasts. Consuming it can enhance her spiritual veins and extend her life by 3 months." After receiving this information, Jiang Hajing shared it with Luoying. "Currently, the only thing that can save your daughter is the blood Ganoderma. I can help you find it, but I have a condition." Jiang Hajing looked seriously at Luoying. Luoying's beautiful eyes shimmered with joy. "You really have a way. Whatever it is, I will agree." Lolo also walked over and leaned softly against Jiang Hajing, her little face pressing tightly against him, making him feel somewhat embarrassed. "It's nothing much. Really. When the time comes, I need to reclaim a place and retrieve what belongs to me. Once you're healed, I hope you can join me." Currently, Luoying's strength was at the 10th tier and the she-wolf's strength was at the 12th tier. Together with a 5th tier Lolo and himself at the 5th tier, dealing with a group of spiritual tigers should not be a problem. This was his plan when he moved deeper into the spiritual vein. Luoying nodded vigorously, holding Jiang Hajing's hand, her eyes full of gratitude. Jiang Hajing decided to leave Luoying in the cave while he and Lolo went to search for the blood Ganoderma. Now Yingying was very weak, although she had escaped Shi Hanying's pursuit. Having a safeguard in case she was discovered was still necessary. It could also help restore her meridians. After Jiang Hajing and Luoluo came out, they first went to find Jiang Yeye. After all, if Jiang Yeye couldn't find him for several days, she would probably become impatient and come looking for him herself. It was better to be upfront about the situation to avoid worrying Wolf Mother. Therefore, Jiang Hajing decided not to tell Wolf Mother about this matter. Jiang Yeye, who had been unable to wait for Jiang Hajing, was about to go looking for him, but from a distance she saw his figure. Quickly, she noticed the little female spirit beast beside him. Instantly her alarm bells rang, and she switched into full combat mode the moment Jiang Hajing brought Luoluo over. "Wolf 2, as soon as the words left her mouth, Jiang Yeye's sense of embarrassment surged and she slapped him, almost landing a burning ball of fire on Jiang Hajing's head. Fortunately, Jiang Hajing dodged quickly, otherwise his forehead would have been scorched. "Wolf 2, you are too impulsive." Jiang Hajing clicked his tongue. "You should learn from Luoluo. Be more gentle." "Who is Luoluo, and who did you say is impulsive?" Jiang Yeye's anger surged to her forehead and the fireball in her hand almost set the entire cave ablaze. However, she was unable to use any spiritual power, feeling as if her spiritual energy was completely suppressed. It wasn't until Jiang Hajing spit out a puff of ash and touched his burned eyebrows that he sat down next to Jiang Yeye. "So, can you listen to my explanation now?" Although Jiang Yeye was unconvinced and looked disdainfully at Luoluo, she sat down beside him with a bruised face and said, "I need a satisfactory explanation. Damn it, I'm already at the 3rd tier, but I can only use 2nd tier abilities. This is the work of a demoness, absolutely a demoness." Jiang Hujing explained the situation to Jiang Ye once more, and as he spoke her eyes lit up, clearly drooling over the idea of a Qilin, but seeing Jiang Hujing's eyes she forcefully held back. So, you mean to say you want me to come with you to find the blood spirit Ganoderma? If we are together at least Mom won't worry, and I can keep an eye on you to prevent you from running off, Jiang Hujing pleaded. Earnestly, after all, an elder brother is like a father wolf too. Damn it, you're always taking advantage of me. If it weren't for the fact that blood spirit Ganoderma also has effects on me, I wouldn't go with you. The place where the red cheetah was located was behind the volcanic rocks deep in the spiritual vein. That area was his territory, and the temperature near the volcano was extremely high, which was quite comfortable for Jiang Hujing. After all, he was half a fire spirit beast, and in this area most of the vegetation was tropical with abundant fire spiritual energy +1 +1 +1 +1 +1. Spiritual vein +1 +1 +1 +1. All the way Jiang Ye kept her eyes intently on Luoluo. The Qilin beast was extremely rare, and devouring its flesh and blood could directly advance her level. Unfortunately, at her current tier, she couldn't beat her. Luoluo, completely unaware that Jiang Ye's intense stare meant she wanted to eat her, remained very clingy to Jiang Ye with twinkling eyes. Jiang Ye's heart softened. The queen will forgive you then. Take good care of yourself. Jiang Hujing was not in a hurry to find the crimson cheetah. Instead, he set his sights on a tier 3 wild buffalo. Without a word, he pounced on it using brute force with no finesse at all. With one slap, he smashed its forehead, splattering blood everywhere. Jiang Hujing's eyes gleamed, but he wasn't in a hurry to eat. Instead, he carried the buffalo, feeling the temperature of his surroundings. After devouring the spirit bear, he could sense the source of spiritual energy from the bodies of plants, making finding a volcano nearby a piece of cake. He urged Jiang Ye and Luoluo to quickly follow him, and soon they caught up with him. Following the warm stream, they came across a bubbling hot spring. Jiang Hujing's eyes lit up at the sight of the hot spring, and he stopped near one of its vents. Jiang Ye and Luoluo curiously watched what Jiang Hujing was doing. In no time at all, he skinned the buffalo, revealing claws as sharp as scimitars. Today I'll show you what it means to skillfully dismember a buffalo. Jiang Hujing's scimitar-like sharp claws sliced through the snow-white tender buffalo flesh, expertly butchering the entire animal. Prime cuts like the brain, tenderloin and sirloin were all skillfully removed and placed on a stone. Luoluo curiously watched Jiang Hujing. Big wolf, what are you preparing to eat? I've never seen anything like this. Jiang Hujing smugly looked at them. You'll know in a moment, Jiang Ye snorted. I don't believe it can be tastier than your barbecue. Jiang Hujing pulled some items from a bag made by Jiang Ye. She often crafted things using animal skins that were too large, and it took her a long time with her clumsy claws to gather thorns and vines from the mountain to sew several pieces for Jiang Hujing, who cherished it dearly and always used it. He took out some bright red chili peppers found using his spiritual power, and he also pulled out a lot of Sichuan peppercorns. The spiritual veins are indeed a natural treasure trove where one can find anything they desire. Jiang Hujing collected some oil during the barbecue and put it in a pot, then used his wolf claws to crush the chili peppers into it, sprinkling a generous amount of Sichuan peppercorns and aromatic spices. He then fashioned a pair of chopsticks from 2 branches. The hot spring water was boiling, and almost instantly a rich fragrance erupted, compelling everyone around to stretch their necks and take a good sniff. Their eyes lit up. This was his creation, spicy hot pot. Having craved it for a long time, Jiang Hujing couldn't help but quickly drop a piece in. Luoluo also couldn't resist coming over, her mouth watering. Big wolf, this smells amazing. Even the haughty Jiang Ye couldn't resist coming over, her eyes sparkling at the sight of the fragrant natural hot spring hot pot. Jiang Hujing hurriedly swished the ingredients through the broth, pot after pot, and in less than an hour, they had devoured the entire hot pot, their faces glistening with oil and foreheads steaming. Their lips turned fiery red from the spice, and they could only relieve the heat by drinking the water spirit fruits Jiang Hujing brought out. This must be the reason you came here, Jiang Ye couldn't help but exclaim. Sometimes I really wonder if you're actually a wolf, knowing so many things. Jiang Hujing guiltily turned away. I wasn't born with you, you've forgotten. No matter how Jiang Ye probed, she could not get any answers and had to give up. Just as Jiang Hujing was full and about to continue forward, he suddenly felt something intensely watching them from behind. Jiang Hujing's spiritual sense was highly acute. He could clearly detect danger even tens of kilometers away. He swiftly turned and struck out. Wolf Windclaw, enhanced version. consuming 1,000 spiritual energy. Jiang Ye stared dumbfounded as he unleashed the wolf wind claw, snapping half of the dense forest in an instant. Such power, it was surely above the 5th tier. Jiang Ye's breath halted. She hadn't realized Jiang Hajing had become so formidable. She truly understood now the natural difference in their clans. Jiang Hajing. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect you to notice me so quickly, not bad, huh? A spirit beast's voice emerged, and suddenly a massive spirit beast appeared from behind the rocks. From the outside, it was a fierce-looking blue wolf. The entire body was as large as a small hill, but it excelled in tracking, being almost the fastest, able to track over dozens of kilometers in just 5 minutes, and could also smell the scent of food. Jiang Hajing then realized it was the aroma of his hot pot that had lured the Qing wolf out. Spirit beast, Chang wolf, tier, 4th tier. Spirit beast, spiritual energy, 250,000 points spiritual sense, 100 points physique, 100 points skills. Chang wilderness tracking, claw of death, whirlwind burst. Devouring the Qing wolf could increase 200,000 points of spiritual energy. Spiritual sense plus 20, spiritual energy plus 20, mimic skill, Chang wilderness tracking. Experience plus 20. The Qing wolf's inner core was wind element, matching the host's elemental skills, aiding in skill growth. Jiang Hajing, already frustrated by the slow growth of his spiritual energy these past few days, found this timely gift very welcome. However, it was just a 3-month-old wolf pup, which looked very delicious. You ugly monster of a wolf, you still want to eat us? Wishful thinking. Although Jiang Ye was only at the 3rd tier, her empress's aura never faltered, her entire body igniting in flames. A 3rd tier wolf pup. There was one whose rank was unknown. The blue wolf looked down on the 2 wolves with scorn and disdain. Larger in size than the white wolf, the blue wolves resided in the deeper reaches. When the blue wolf spotted Luo Luo, it paused in surprise, then its eyes filled with greed. It hadn't expected to find a spirit beast of such a rank here. Consuming it would surely be nourishing. The blue wolf's sharp fangs were bared as it stared at Luo Luo. However, Luo Luo was no ordinary prey. Capable of tearing apart 4th-tier spirit beasts with his bare hands and belonging to the royal spirit lineage, he naturally could suppress others of his tier. Despite this, the arrogance of the blue wolf remained unshaken because they did not act alone but in threes. Indeed, from behind the trees, 2 more adult blue wolves appeared. As the wolves emerged, Jiang Yijing's expression remained unchanged, while Jiang Yiyu's face grew solemn, though her aura remained undiminished and the flame in her hand was steady. This was her first battle against a 4th-tier spirit beast. Jiang Yijing glanced at Jiang Yiyu. This little girl had always been eager to practice her skills, and these wolves seemed a perfect opportunity. He exchanged a look with Luo Luo, who quickly understood. Before the blue wolf could react, Luo Luo charged forward. The blue wolf's deep green eyes widened in shock, trying to dodge, but it was too late. Luo Luo had transformed into a little girl wielding a colorful whip, which she fiercely lashed onto the wolf. With no time to evade, the blue wolf's skin was torn open, emitting a sharp scream that pierced the sky. "Boss, I'm coming to help you." Another wolf tried to assist, but Jiang Yijing gave it no chance, pouncing forward. His wolf wind claw evolved into sharp diamond claws, drastically increasing in speed. The evolved version, diamond claws, consumed 1,000 spirit points. They slashed directly into the blue wolf's back, splattering blood on the spot. The dense fur on the blue wolf's back, thick as armor, was like thin paper against the diamond claws. The pain twisted the blue wolf's face, and as it raised its paw to strike this little thing, its previously scornful eyes filled with shock. Could this really be a wolf cub with such attack speed? "You, go for it, it's a good chance to train. Don't worry, your brother is here." As the 3rd wolf attempted to fight back, the ground suddenly split open. Vines burst from the fissure, reaching for the sky and isolating the 3 combatants, easily entangling the blue wolf before them. Hearing Jiang Yijing's words, Jiang Yiyu watched their calm battle against 2 4th-tier blue wolves, her eyes vibrating with an indescribable feeling, a sense of shame rising from deep within. Her eyes fixed on the greedy blue wolf saw her body's flames turn deeper blue. She lunged forward in a pounce. This round she was determined to win. Jiang Yijing spat out a piece of blue wolf meat, his eyes full of disdain. So wolf meat was sour and unpalatable. Before him, the blue wolf gasped heavily, its leg torn and mangled skin hanging loosely to reveal the stark white of bone beneath. But pain was the least of its concerns. Its eyes were wide with terror. How could this be? A mere Wolf cub, impossible. In its instinct to flee, it tried to retract its leg, but Jiang Hujing was already there sitting calmly. Suddenly his eyes snapped open and a dense forest erupted from the ground before the blue wolf. A single thrust pierced through the wolf's organs, leaving no chance for escape. The wolf's body shattered mid-air, its eyes slowly dimming. After a brief struggle, it was over. Jiang did not want to dirty his paws. With a simple manipulation of the vines before him, he pierced the blue wolf's skull and extracted its core, swallowing it whole. His refining skills were exceptionally fast now. Devouring a 4th tier core, he gained plus 200,000 spiritual energy, plus 20 spirit sense, plus 20 physique, and acquired the mimicry skill, blue wilderness tracking, adding plus 20 experience. Jiang reviewed his stats on his panel, noting the significant gap to the next level, yet the speed of his growth was terrifying. Meanwhile, Luo transformed into her human shape, playfully whipped the blue wolf's body, causing its organs to rupture and blood to spill from every orifice. Its tongue hung limply, eyes bulging out, a sight too gruesome to behold. After having her fun, Luo crushed the wolf's head underfoot, spilling brain matter everywhere, and a core glowing with a blue light emerged. Just moments ago, this powerful blue wolf had boasted it could swallow them whole, and now it was reduced to mere chunks of flesh. Jiang watched as Luo presented the core to him. Do you fancy this? Sometimes Jiang envied Luo's ability to transform into human form. He wondered when he would be able to do the same. Shaking his head, he said, let's save it for Wolf 2, he needs to level up. He's only at the 3rd tier, and if we need to move, his current strength won't be enough to protect himself. He needs this more. Luo looked at Jiang and suggested, if that's the case, why don't we go help him? Just as she was about to step forward, Jiang grabbed her. He knew their sibling Jiang Ye, once a female emperor and now a wolf cub, was evolving fast, but still far behind them. A defeat could strike her hard, especially now that she was a demonic cultivator, which could lead to a loss of control and a rampage. They were siblings from the same mother, and he didn't want to hurt her when the time came. Although Luo didn't fully understand, she agreed. They hid behind the trees and watched as Jiang Ye battled another blue wolf. Despite only being at the 3rd tier, she was holding her own in the fight. She had already begun her demonic cultivation, her hands swirling with demonic energy as she furiously bombarded a 4th tier green wolf, smashing deep pits into its back in an instant, the smell of charred flesh pungently filling the air. The green wolf before her gasped heavily, its body covered in wounds, dripping with fresh blood, a ghastly sight to behold, a true testament to the ferocity of the battle. You little rascal! You're actually this powerful. The green wolf facing her at the 3rd tier felt a real palpable terror. It sensed that 2 of its kind had already died, and the fear of death pervaded its heart, almost making it turn to flee. But how could Jiang Ye let it escape? She darted forward like the wind, her sharp fangs fiercely snapping the wolf's neck, its blood staining her white fur red. The green wolf could barely struggle before it collapsed, breathing its last breath of defiance. Jiang Ye's blue eyes sparkled with a blue light. She had done it. She had slain a 4th tier spirit beast. Though the process was challenging, her demonic energy had grown, and battling a 4th tier spirit beast was no longer a problem for her. She looked proudly at Jiang Hujing. Humph, what do you think? Scared by this queen, weren't you? Bet you didn't expect me to be this formidable. Jiang Hujing came over and patted Jiang Ye's head, his eyes filled with relief as he said, Wolf 2, not bad, you can already protect yourself. Humph. Jiang Ye looked at Jiang Hujing with a tsundere expression, but her tail betrayed her, wagging happily. Luo handed the inner cores to Jiang Ye. She rubbed against him gratefully. Thank you. With 2 inner cores, her spiritual energy grew even stronger, having devoured them. Still not satisfied, she turned back to the green wolf. Suddenly a lot of black chi ignited in front of Jiang Hujing, emerging from the wolf's body. Jiang Ye swallowed them all in one gulp, her originally azure flames now tinged with black thanks to the demonic chi. Especially when a spirit beast is slain, their spiritual energy is most concentrated, which aids her cultivation. Before long, her demonic cultivation was sure to make great progress. Seeing this, Jiang Hujing understood why the doctor said Ye could cultivate so quickly. She absorbed their demonic chi while slaying her prey. Before, when she was human, Jiang Hujing thought of the battlefield strewn with corpses, rivers of blood, and her standing amidst a sea of corpses, overwhelming demonic chi rushing towards her. In that moment, Jiang Hujing finally felt the reality of Jiang Ye being a demonic saint of the demonic race. He rushed to Jiang Ye's side and quickly stroked her head again. Indeed, he should take the chance to tease his little sister while she was still young. Though Jiang Ye was dissatisfied, admiration for Jiang Hujing still shone in her eyes. This entire dense forest, a part of it was his transformation. He had never imagined he would evolve so powerfully. Jiang Hujing once again caught some rabbits and roasted them for a meal. Blood Ganoderma, they were told, should be harvested at midnight when the Yin energy was strongest. After quickly replenishing their strength, they continued their search for the cave containing the blood Ganoderma. Jiang Hujing had cleared the battlefield with vegetation, and as they approached the cave, the surrounding temperature began to rise sharply. They even saw magma bubbling over the volcanic rocks, streaming down in waves. Moving forward, the heat became almost unbearable. The temperature ahead was estimated to be around 60 degrees Celsius, and the blood Ganoderma was located within a cave on the volcanic cliff. If they got too close, their paws would surely be scalded. Fortunately, Jiang Hujing had plenty of spiritual pills. He opened his cloth bag and took out a cold ice pill. By consuming this pill, one could manipulate ice and snow. The effect lasted only for a few hours, and each person could consume 2 cold ice pills. If they wore off, they would likely end up charred. Jiang Hujing warned them, when we go up, try not to get separated. They both nodded and swallowed the cold ice pills. Immediately, they felt a layer of ice forming on their bodies, and even their paw pads had a thin layer of frost. The scorching heat turned significantly colder in an instant. Even the skills they used were laced with ice and snow, and Jiang Hujing felt much more comfortable. Where on earth do you get all these strange and wonderful things? Jiang Yeye asked with some dissatisfaction. You didn't ask women for them, did you? You know humans are the most cunning. What if she calls on martial artists to wipe us out in one fell swoop? Jiang Yeye's eyes held a wariness, and for some reason she did not want Jiang Hujing to get too close to those women, but last time he had indeed asked for more from her, only these things were a bit too many. Besides, Ling Ling is a good person. Jiang Hujing replied, curious. Didn't Jiang Yeye say she was reborn? Wasn't she also a human in her past life? As they climbed up the rocky cliff, the cool sensation on their bodies began to diminish. But the scorching flames could no longer harm them. Upon entering the cave, they found it filled with rugged stones and flowing magma. As Jiang Hujing moved forward, he suddenly saw rows of eyes shining brightly in the darkness on the cliff wall. Just as he approached, layers of fire bats flew towards him. Jiang Hujing reacted swiftly, standing his ground and howling like a wolf. An enhanced version. It consumed 1,000 spiritual energy while stacking with the effects of the cold ice pill. A howl accompanied by a cold wind rushed directly at the group of fire bats, instantly freezing them on the cliff wall without any resistance, turning them into ice sculptures. Jiang Yeye touched the ice sculptures, and the crisp sound echoed like dominoes across the cave walls. These were the fire bats, creatures that lived by sucking blood and were attached to the fiery red cheetah. The cheetah hunted numerous spiritual beasts and used their blood to nourish the blood Ganoderma. Thus, at the entrance of the cave lay a massive pool of blood, and the corpses of the drained spiritual beasts were discarded around the cave. These fire bats scavenged the leftovers, and alongside them coexisted a flock of vultures. They circled overhead, waiting for the bodies to be thrown out to feast upon them. Jiang Hujing looked up only to suddenly realize that the usually omnipresent fire vultures had disappeared. Instead, a long, eerie path of white bones stretched before him, sending shivers down his spine. They had now entered the cave, and despite the noise, the fiery red cheetahs seemed unresponsive, probably mistaking them for another spiritual beast. Unconcerned that they too would end up as its meal, they had concealed their aura, making them undetectable to the cheetah. But as they moved further inside, Jiang Hujing felt a surge of excitement as a rich aura of flames continuously emanated from within, directly entering his body. Jiang Yeye's eyes sparkled with excitement as she saw mounds of demonic energy, well nourished and abundant. She pushed forward towards the macabre mountain of bones, opened her mouth and recited a spell in a language Jiang Hujing could not understand. As the demonic energy assaulted them from the mountain of corpses, Jiang Hujing stepped back, repelled by the stench. Jiang Yeye devoured it all, her azure eyes faintly flickering with a sinister black glow, looking incredibly malevolent. Jiang Hujing realized then how dangerous his sister truly was. They continued forward. Jiang Yeye was still hopeful. If it was indeed the cheetah's blood pool ahead, there would be even more demonic energy. Note: Jiang Yeye's demonic energy was increasing. Consuming too much could overload her inner core, leading to potential demonic deviation. The system warned Jiang Hujing, causing his heart to race with anxiety. He decided to find a moment to discuss these matters with Jiang Yeye, but now was not the time. The cave was still spacious, with occasional magma chambers appearing, but they did not affect their body temperature significantly. Suddenly, a bird plummeted from the sky, dropping abruptly. Jiang Hujing dodged quickly. avoiding being hit in the face, but when he looked closer he was startled. Wasn't this a fire vulture? Yet the fire vulture had died, its neck broken without any external injuries, its body was fresh, but Jiang Hajing smelled an intense rot coming from it. It seemed as though it had started decaying from within. This fire vulture must have eaten something poisonous. He could not mistake the scent. Only those who were poisoned would start rotting from the inside out. Eventually, when their limbs and meridians were completely corroded, they would fall from a height. Unable to bear the burden any longer and crash down, here where he now inspected, it was not unusual for fire vultures, often scavengers of rotting flesh, to be poisoned. Jiang Ye looked somewhat regretfully at the fire vulture. Such a spiritual beast, though not of high rank, had a core that was excellent for nourishing the blood and might well replenish the spiritual meridians. Jiang Hajing's instincts told him this was no ordinary case. The toxins in regular rotten flesh were potent. Perhaps even more so than most poisons. The vulture's system would have been well developed for detoxification. Moreover, their body temperature was extremely high, typically refining any toxins before they could be absorbed. It was not easy for them to be poisoned to death. Jiang Hajing turned to Jiang Ye and Luo Luo, saying, "I'll go up there. You two wait here for me." Jiang Ye watched incredulously as he approached what seemed like a cliff face. Although the claws of a wolf had strong piercing power penetrating the cliff, was not the issue. The concern was the cavern filled with blazing magma. Such high temperatures could burn off the claws upon contact. How would he ascend? Jiang Hajing raised his claw and a cold breeze began to rise from his feet. Small hurricanes like clusters of wind drifted around the fiery cave. Under the watchful eyes of all, he stepped on these clusters of wind and ascended. Jiang Ye's pupils shook as she observed these wind clusters. Wasn't this gathering wind soul? She had never seen Jiang Hajing use this technique before. Most importantly, she could only rise 5 meters, whereas Jiang Hajing's wind clusters were long-lasting, even capable of reaching 20 meters into the air. Such powerful spiritual energy, even if Jiang Ye couldn't discern his level, she could infer it from the strength of the spiritual energy. "How high a rank is he?" she uttered with a trembling voice. Luo Luo turned to the astonished Jiang Ye and said, "Big wolf, he's at the 5th rank like me now, and I might not be able to beat him." Luo Luo looked a bit puzzled at Jiang Hajing. She could suppress others' levels, but not his. Jiang Ye remained silent, the surrounding spiritual aura fluctuating slightly before calming down again. Jiang Hajing continued up the cliff face, which was supposed to be the dwelling place of the fire vulture. However, he did not find the vulture, but instead saw several lotus seeds emitting a black glow. As he approached, a strange fragrance suddenly entered his nostrils, if not for restraint. Jiang Hajing really wanted to devour it in one bite, and this was precisely why those fire vultures had fallen. Mystical fire lotus seeds. These seeds grow beside mystical fires and are rarely seen even once in a millennium. They are highly toxic, but if used they can break through barriers, enhance spiritual energy, and after poisoning, induce hallucinations that tempt spiritual beasts to consume them, thus completing their seeding process. This intense poison does not act immediately but gradually corrodes the internal organs over time, leading eventually to cardiac arrest. This is likely why those fire vultures couldn't resist eating them. Jiang Hajing's eyes sparkled with excitement, not over the mystical fire lotus seeds, but for the cluster of mystical fire itself. Mystical fires grow beneath the earth's veins and have a strong devouring ability, capable of burning everything. If tamed, they can be used for one's own purposes. If not, they will backlash against the host. Despite knowing the dangers, Jiang Hajing was still prepared to take the risk. As he approached, he suddenly felt a wave of heat assaulting him. Although he had a cold ice pill on him, the overwhelming heat was still unbearable. Just reaching the entrance was already too much for him to handle. He couldn't imagine what it would be like inside, facing the mystical fire directly. The storage ring had already been activated for the host. Currently, there are 30 points left. After exchanging for the ring, the host's points will reset to 0 and new tasks must be undertaken to accumulate welfare points, if the host uses points to exchange. For benefits, a storage ring can be obtained, allowing the host to store the mystical fire within the space. The host can also enter this space. Jiang Hajing approvingly looked at the system's random drop setting and quickly used up the last 30 points to exchange for the ring. Instantly, a silver-white little ring appeared on Jiang Hajing's ear. The storage space in the ring is 1000, invisible to others except the host. If the host wants to store the mystical fire, it will consume 50 of the storage space, while other treasures and spiritual beasts require 10. The space can increase with completed tasks. Please keep up the good work, host. After the introduction, Zhang Hejing contentedly touched the little ring on his ear. He didn't rush to collect the mystical fire. Instead, he opened the beast's skin and stuffed all the medicines he carried along with the mystical fire lotus seeds into the storage pouch, the space -10 to 10. Although he couldn't consume the mystical fire lotus seeds now, once he had subdued the mystical fire, he could use it to refine the toxins out and absorb them. The cave was extremely narrow, only big enough for Zhang Hejing alone. He struggled mightily to enter, and the scene in front of him forced him to consume a cold ice pill which he had intended to save until it was almost ineffective. If he hadn't taken it, he would have been scorched by the intense heat waves by now. The entire cave appeared before him. What was originally a dark cave was now illuminated by a brilliant blue flame as bright as daylight. The flame in front of him, like a throbbing heart, burned at the center, but its container was not the rocky wall, but the hollow heart of a tree. The millennial Kunlun sacred tree, impervious to any flame, is the choice material for coffins that ensure the body remains uncorrupted for 1,000 years. Thriving on magma, this tree also bears fruit that matures only once every century. However, the instant someone tries to pick these fruits, a mysterious fire attacks them. Zhang Hejing gazed at the verdant sacred tree, its lush leaves and its roots gripping the rocky walls tightly, though well hidden, the bright red fruits hanging from the leaves were unmistakably visible, their vibrant dripping red appearance making them utterly appetizing. Just approaching the tree allowed one to smell their refreshing fragrance. He watched intently, then glanced at the mysterious fire, suddenly understanding why no spiritual beasts guarded this place. The strange fire served as a natural protection. Even a wolf mother would be scared away. This fire could devour anything, and Zhang Hejing dared not get too close, fearing that he might provoke the fiery mass. He simply stood back, closed his eyes, and silently used his ring to collect it. The silver-white ring floated into the air, and suddenly, the mysterious fire in front of him pulsed rapidly, sending waves of heat surging towards him. In an instant, the flame burned fiercer than ever before, quickly being absorbed into the ring. Soon, the entire cave darkened again, returning to a dead silence. In that moment, the sacred tree began to wither visibly. The once lush leaves turned yellow and dry. Zhang Hejing, quick as lightning, leaped onto the tree and with wolf claws sliced down 3 fruits, exactly 3. Resisting the urge to devour them immediately, he wrapped them in cowhide and took another look at the sacred tree. Although withered, this sacred wood, known for its resistance to fire and decay, could still be useful. If not as a coffin, perhaps it could be made into a refrigerator. Thinking this, Zhang Hejing swiftly moved to action. His claws, sharp as scythes, quickly dealt with the robust tree that almost filled the entire cave. Standing nearby, he rushed forward with his curved blade. With a snap, the sacred tree was cleaved in half, the massive trunk crashing down, but was quickly stored in Zhang Hejing's storage ring. Clutching the 3 fruits, he hurried down with a whirlwind. Zhang Ye looked up as Zhang Hejing, carrying the 3 fruits, descended quickly. He tossed them in front of her, saying, "We shall eat these 3 fruits. These are Kunlun fruits. A Kunlun fruit maturing once a millennium can increase one's spiritual energy by 100,000, and being nurtured by the strange fire can resist any flame. Eating them will not only boost our spiritual energy but also protect us from burns." Zhang Ye eyed the fruits, unable to help swallowing her saliva. "You went through all this just for these fruits?" Zhang Hejing managed to keep the matter of the strange fire to himself, feeling it was best left unknown to others. If not for the storage ring, they might have been devoured by the peculiar fire already. There was also a type of lotus seed that was poisonous, likely the cause of the bird's poisoning. Without a way to detoxify, they decided not to bring them along. Zhang Hejing chuckled nonchalantly to gloss over the details, then turned to devour a Kunlun fruit. The rich juice burst in his mouth, spreading its flavor throughout his palate. A warm energy flowed to his limbs and gathered at the core within his abdomen, where it spun and even gave off a rising flame. Devouring the Kunlun fruit increased his spiritual energy by 100,000, added skills to prevent any flame burns, and enhanced his physique and spiritual sense by 20 each. After refining the fruit, Zhang Hejing began to manipulate the spiritual energy within him, causing the surrounding magma to leap and transform into flames in his hands, astonishing Zhang Ye. Driven by urgency, Zhang Ye too hastily consumed a spiritual fruit, but the pain in her body was extreme, as if 2 forces were pulling her apart. Her face turned pale from pain. Zhang Hejing, noticing something was wrong, quickly went over and gently touched her head with his pad. "Are you all right, Ye?" She stubbornly turned her head and insisted, "I'm fine." She didn't want Zhang Hejing to worry. The Kunlun fruit, being a fundamentally yang element, conflicted with her fundamentally yin Azura cultivation technique. Though it could enhance her spiritual energy as a spiritual beast, the collision of these two forces momentarily felt as if her body was being torn apart, causing excruciating pain in all her limbs and potentially internal injuries. However, Jiang Yeye chose not to speak of it, having been protected too many times already and her pride wouldn't allow it. Seeing her silence, Jiang Hejing understood that she was growing up and had her own secrets, so he chose to respect that. He took out some medicine from his pocket, planning to start concocting pills after subduing the strange fire. Yu Lingling, being human, could still visit occasionally if they stayed on the edge of the spiritual vein, but moving to the center would be too dangerous, potentially lethal. He decided to inform her next time that he was moving. "This will help clear your spiritual energy and make you feel better," he said, not prying further, his demeanor as serene as if he were the one who had lived over 100 years. Luo Luo, being a Qilin, found little difference after eating a Kunlun fruit. The space no longer felt hot to her. Transforming back into her spiritual beast form, she cuddled next to Jiang Yeye, soothing her considerably. Jiang Hejing surveyed the surroundings, noting that the red cheetah must have hidden itself well, understanding the strategy of the cunning hare with multiple burrows. "Stay close to me, these spiritual beasts are best at ambushing," he warned as they continued deeper into the increasingly narrow cave, the number of corpses inside growing as well. It wasn't until they reached the entrance of a cave that a strong, pungent smell of blood hit their nostrils. Even though Jiang Hejing had grown accustomed to the body of a spiritual beast and had long been used to a life of consuming raw flesh and blood, this particular odor was nearly overwhelming. The smell was a nauseating mix of blood and a thick, putrid stench. How many years of dead corpses have accumulated here? This crimson cheetah is truly revolting, Jiang Yuyue thought, covering her nose. She needed evil energy to nourish her body, but even so she could hardly bear such heavy malevolence. Jiang Hejing saw Jiang Yuyue covering her nose with a wolf's paw, her face full of disgust, and he couldn't help but click his tongue in amusement. To think she, who was once an empress, used to consume blood as her sustenance during her cultivation. She had seen scenes of thousands of floating corpses. To her, this was merely a minor witch witnessing a greater sorcery. However, with 3 paths before them, it was uncertain which one would lead to the blood spirit Ganoderma. Lolo, the Qilin, had also never seen such a scene before, his little paws unsure of where to place themselves, visibly disliking the sight. Probably he had never seen the spiritual beasts that lived in such conditions. Jiang Hejing, observing the trickling streams of blood, planted his feet firmly, his blue eyes showing resolve. Suddenly a powerful energy surged around him, whipping up dust and stones and enhanced low-tier ability. Consuming 3,000 spirit energy points for a power boost of 10, Jiang Yuyue watched as the surrounding rock walls began to tremble violently and large chunks of rock fell, instantly covering the foul-smelling blood river and transforming it into a flat path. Under Jiang Hejing's control, the magma also flowed towards another path, not a drop touching their feet. The rocks below surged and pressed together, exploding into a huge tunnel, and Jiang Yuyue watched as the riverbed in front of her dried up. Hidden within were blood-drinking fire bats, which now screeched past them. Jiang Hejing did not let them go. Wolf howl, enhanced version combined with frost. One by one, the fire bats turned into ice sculptures, falling from the sky with crisp, pleasant sounds that were satisfying to hear. Jiang Hejing, completing his task in one breath, looked satisfied at his work and called out to Jiang Yuyue and Lolo, "It's much better now. At least there's one path we can take." The crimson cheetah must have heard the noise. "Let's move quickly." The intense noise had caused the blood-drinking cheetah to open its eyes instantly. Its sharp fangs still dripping with blood, it impatiently threw aside a peacock it was holding. Its massive body stood up and began to walk forward slowly, its eyes filled with murderous intent. Unaware of the powerful spiritual beasts that had just arrived, it wondered who else dared to covet its blood-red Lingji. Standing there, it casually grabbed a bat, its eyes staring intently into the bat's eyes. In its blood pool, a spirit medicine called Duji grass had been placed, allowing anyone who drank from it to see through the bat's eyes. Thus, he kept these little creatures. In the vision of the fire bat, 3 figures appeared, and the moment the crimson cheetah laid eyes on them, it froze momentarily. Through the eyes of the fire bat, it saw 3 cubs, 2 of which were white wolves, and the other was particularly intriguing. At that instant, the cheetah's eyes filled with a bloody thirst. This was the bloodline of royalty. Possessing such a lineage could enable it to break through to the 7th tier and even purify its spiritual veins. When the blood spirit Ganoderma was mature, it would be one step closer to transforming its form. In a swift action, it crushed the fire bat in its hand. turning it into a mist of blood, then leapt onto the rock wall, its sharp claws gripping tightly, its fierce face intently staring at the cave entrance. This place had only one entryway, while the other two were filled with poison that would tempt any ordinary spirit beast to devour the sweet toxins in one gulp, providing it the perfect opportunity for an ambush. Any beast that stumbled in would become both his meal and fertilizer for the blood spirit Ganoderma, even if the cubs were formidable enough to clear the other two paths. Only one path would remain, forcing them to enter through this cave. Just right for the other two to become his appetizing snacks. Jiang Hajing, Jiang Ye, and another person finally saw the entrance from this cave mouth. Instantly, they switched to high alert, ready for a possible encounter with the cheetah. The blood pool was broader than they had imagined, the rich scent of blood permeating the air, the entire pool filled with blood. Yet Jiang Hajing's eyes were fixed on the blood spirit Ganoderma in the center of the blood pool, shining like a bright pigeon blood ruby, extremely beautiful. No wonder it was a top-tier natural treasure. Merely by looking at it, Jiang Hajing could sense the immense spiritual energy it contained. Luo Luo also saw it, her eyes lighting up as she dashed towards it. This could save her sister. She swiftly reached the cave entrance, her eyes fixated on the blood spirit Ganoderma. In that instant, careful! Jiang Hajing immediately shouted, almost at the same moment grabbing Luo Luo, who was about to cross, while his body fell into the cave entrance. As he fell, a massive creature descended from above, its sharp fangs nearly 2 centimeters from his throat. Jiang Hajing suddenly held his breath, his body erupting with immense energy. Snake move, extreme speed, consuming 5,000 spiritual energy, explosive power plus 20. Jiang Hajing's body twisted, his wolf claws kicking in midair. Suddenly, like a tornado, he struck directly at its face. The cheetah swiftly dodged the hurricane's swirl, and amidst this, Jiang Hajing found himself thrown against the rocks, his eyes fiercely fixed on the cheetah. He hadn't expected the sixth brother to be so adept at ambushes, nor for his intelligence to be so high. He had allowed the spiritual beasts to disperse and used the thick scent of blood to mask his own spiritual energy, waiting for the prey to think they could obtain the bloodlingji before striking them down in an instant. Anyone caught off guard in this manner would be severely injured. Lolo, witnessing this scene, gasped in shock, nearly losing her life under the jaws of the cheetah. "I didn't expect you, little wolf cub, to detect my presence. Your stench can be smelled from 800 meters away," Jiang Hajing said disdainfully, his spiritual sense now very strong, making detecting danger hardly an issue. The crimson cheetah, eyes filled with greed, stared back at him. "Well then, I'll just have to make you an appetizer to accompany my drink," he declared. Jiang Yuanmonth wanted to step forward to help but was stopped by Lolo, who firmly told her, "If you go forward now, he'll have to protect you and be distracted. Let's just watch from here. I'll protect you. He won't dare come close. That way his focus will be stronger." Lolo, a fifth-tier spiritual beast whose spiritual veins could suppress those of the prey, knew well that the cunning crimson cheetah would not easily attack her. Jiang Yuanmonth felt reluctant but had to listen to Lolo. With her current abilities, she was not yet a match for the cheetah, and even though she was unwilling, she felt a tremor in her heart at that moment. Jiang Hajing faced the cheetah, his heart not at ease. Although it was only a 6th tier, his current combat power was 5th tier, but he could still fight it. The spiritual beast, Crimson Cheetah tier, 6 spiritual energy, 4 million spiritual sense, 180 physique, 120 skills, swallow the sky, shake the earth, blood sea torrent. The Crimson Cheetah's spiritual sense was mighty and cunning, with intelligence and strategy, and devouring its inner elixir could gain 300,000 spiritual energy. Physique plus 30, inch spiritual sense plus 30, acquiring the skill blood sea torrent, experience plus 40, benefit points plus 10. Just as he finished calculating, the ground began to shake violently. Jiang Hajing's claws couldn't grasp firmly, and at that moment vast magma erupted from beneath the ground. Using the hurricane swirl, he leaped into the air just in time to narrowly escape. Even though he had devoured the Kunlun fruit, such an amount of magma could easily severely injure him. Just as he reached mid-air, suddenly a fierce beast face appeared in front of Jiang Hajing, its fangs viciously snapping at him, forcing him to retreat quickly. And the cheetah, unwilling to show weakness, struck down fiercely with its paw like a giant cover. As immense spiritual energy descended from the heavens, Jiang Hajing summoned a tremendous force from within himself, his wolf wind claw whistling through the air, piercing through the spiritual energy like the unyielding chains of the underworld. In an instant he counterattacked with lightning-like flames of spiritual energy blooming like dazzling flowers amidst the volcanic magma. Though the Surrounding spiritual energy sliced through the rocks like a hurricane. Jiang Yeye crouched nearby, her eyes unblinking, yet a deep-rooted fear of death surged from within her. Were she in the midst of this fiery hell, she would surely perish. The cheetah's pupils constricted as it raised its hand, stirring up a torrential wave from the blood pool, its silky blood extinguishing the flames. Is this truly just a few months old wolf cub? The cheetah pondered the dangerous presence. What heavenly treasure have you consumed to evolve? How can a white wolf of your low lineage possess such power? In the realm of spiritual veins, where the law of the jungle and the supremacy of lineage prevailed, the race of white wolves was once vast, but its decline was shrouded in mystery, with fewer and fewer wind-type white wolves seen. Thus only a royal lineage could evolve so swiftly. Why would a mere white wolf be an exception? Jiang Hajing, uninterested in idle chatter, seized a moment when the cheetah was distracted, leaping from the rocks behind it, landing squarely on the cheetah as it was surrounded by rising magma that swallowed the rocks whole. This was the devouring heaven. He had long since merged with the elements, the entire magma cave obeying his command as if it was part of his own body. Merely a trivial skill, the cheetah scoffed, its eyes darkly fixed on Jiang Hajing. Since you so desire my spiritual Ganoderma, I shall first savor you as an appetizer. Aware of Jiang Hajing's formidable power, the cheetah knew that one careless move could leave it gravely injured. Thus it chose to target the weaker prey, its gaze locked on Jiang Yeye within the cave. The cheetah charged, intent on devouring her. Jiang Yeye, frozen in primal fear, found her rising flames insignificant. Although Jiang Hajing sensed the cheetah's movement, the rocks around him were already engulfed by the lava, likely too late for intervention. Gritting his teeth, he decided to try and shield her with his body, but suddenly a whip lashed through the air, its crack resounding. The massive whip forced the cheetah to halt, as such a strike could seriously wound it. Luo Luo, transformed into human form, held the colorful whip in hand, glaring fiercely at the cheetah. You shall not bully my friend. The cheetah greedily eyed Lolo, who had transformed. The blood of such a royal spirit vein would certainly be a great supplement to consume. Since the little wolf cub was their weakness, he decided to keep attacking her. However, just as he was distracted, a vast jungle suddenly sprang up, tightly protecting the entire cave. The cheetah abruptly looked up at Jiang Hajing's maneuver. A sacred tree appeared out of nowhere in midair, extending massive vines that tightly guarded the cave. This was the Kunlun sacred tree, falling timber, enhanced version. It consumes 5,000 spiritual energy with a ferocity index of 30. The stacking effect lasts for an hour. Please pay attention, host. The Kunlun sacred tree, also belonging to the wood element, thus Jiang Hajing could naturally mobilize it. However, such a divine tree could only grow once every 1,000 years. He used spiritual energy to forcibly grow vines with the same effect, but once the effect fades, the sacred tree would revert to its original form. Astonished, he looked at Jiang Hajing and said, "Where did you get this sacred tree from?" There is strange fire within the Kunlun sacred tree. Even though he had been coveting those spiritual fruits for a long time, he dared not just go and eat them, because those strange fires would directly devour him. Yet this youngster could actually manipulate the Kunlun sacred tree. Stop talking nonsense, use your blood to consecrate this sacred tree, Jiang Hajing said with a stern face and a determined look. Lolo comfortingly looked at Jiang Yeye. See, he will protect you. Lolo's twinkling big eyes did not comfort Jiang Yeye. Today all her self-esteem had been trampled upon. Being reborn as an empress, even though reborn as a spiritual beast, her cultivation had not kept up with her brother born of the same mother. How could she talk about revenge like this? Black energy flickered in her eyes, but it quickly disappeared. Jiang Hajing and the Crimson Cheetah fought back and forth. The battle situation was very tense. Visibly, the cheetah's body had already begun to show deep gashes and bright red blood flowed down as he gasped heavily, his eyes fixedly staring at Jiang Hajing. Around Jiang Hajing, hurricanes swirled, each carrying sharp spiritual energy like knives. Anyone who approached would be viciously stabbed into their body as if they were armor, but as thin as cicada wings. Even though the Crimson Cheetah was a tough bone to chew, he had a fatal weakness. He had strong explosive power but poor endurance, so he generally used ambushes to hunt, taking the prey's life with a burst of explosive power in an instant. But the spiritual energy in Jiang Hajing's body continuously entered his body. In a war of attrition, he simply outmatched the Crimson Cheetah, who was now starting to weaken. Jiang Hajing seized the opportunity and instantly moved behind the Crimson Cheetah. Snowmoon Flying Flowers, enhanced version, consumes 10,000 spiritual energy. This technique is an enhanced version of the secret method that can also utilize the surrounding spiritual energy. His body was affected by the ice pill, so he could use the cold to freeze the spiritual energy, forming groups of wind clusters, but this was not enough. Jiang Hajing had already predicted the next move of the Crimson Cheetah. Indeed, vast swaths of lava descended from the sky. The majestic lava seemed poised to engulf Jiang Hajing, who revealed a triumphant gleam in his bloodthirsty eyes. Let's see if the little wolf cub can escape this time. However, when the lava met the hurricane, its spiritual energy was instantly absorbed. The Crimson Cheetah watched helplessly as the spiritual energy cascaded like a waterfall, rebounding above him and falling rapidly like scattered petals. All the energy in the cave was drawn upwards, and he quickly rose, attempting to escape from the cave, only to find all three passages were tightly sealed. There was no escape. Jiang Hajing noticed the Crimson Cheetah's momentary panic. The little beast's explosive power allowed him to dodge in an instant, and his wolf wind claw evolved into a spiked version. It pierced deeply into the cheetah's already wounded back, tearing flesh and skin together in a vicious attack. The Crimson Cheetah began to struggle wildly, and the pain distorted his features hideously. He tried to claw at Jiang Hajing's head, but this movement in front of Jiang Hajing turned into slow motion, easily dodged. However, the flames on Jiang's body did not hesitate to ignite on the Crimson Cheetah, turning him into a ball of fire. Even though he had started to cover his body with spiritual energy, Jiang Hajing's attack was unstoppable. He didn't give his enemy a chance to breathe, and his sharp claws effortlessly slit the opponent's throat, spraying blood onto the spiritual energy in front of him, not a drop touching Jiang Hajing himself. The Crimson Cheetah's body fell from midair, even the air tinged with the scent of cooked meat. Jiang Hajing landed on the ground, panting heavily, looking at the now lifeless Crimson Cheetah on the ground. He collapsed exhausted, and it took him a while to open the cave door. Vines lowered the entire cave door, revealing Jiang Yeye and Luo Luo. The two of them looked around in surprise at the chaos, the charred body of the Crimson Cheetah, the surrounding swirling lava and tumbling rocks. Jiang Hajing stood there, using the wolf wind claw to crack open the head of the Crimson Cheetah, revealing a fiery red inner core which he unhesitatingly placed in his mouth. A fierce energy fused within the core, instantly spreading throughout his limbs. Spiritual energy plus 300,000, physique plus 30, spiritual energy plus 30, experience plus 20, bonus points plus 20. He acquired the skill Blood Sea Overwhelming. Jiang Hajing looked at the numbers on his skill panel, knowing that with the remaining spiritual energy refresh he could level up. Jiang Hajing skillfully divided the cheetah into several parts, letting its blood drain before turning to Jiang Yuyue and saying, "Drink this." The blood of the fiery red cheetah could enhance one's spiritual veins. More importantly, having resided in magma for extended periods, its spiritual veins were purely yang. This could suppress the demonic energy in Jiang Yuyue's body. She had absorbed too much demonic energy, which was not good for her spirit and could easily lead her to deviate. Jiang Yuyue was aware of Jiang Hajing's intentions, but she hadn't expected him to remain silent about the fact that the cheetah's bloodline was also a superior tonic for him. Her heart was moved. Jiang Hajing truly treated her as a close kin. Lolo, seeing the dazzling blood Ganoderma in front of her, wanted to jump towards it, but the deep pool of blood and the thick scent of blood made her almost vomit. Jiang Hajing walked forward and then flicked his ears. Instantly, the blood Ganoderma drifted down and entered his storage ring. Lolo, surprised to see the blood Ganoderma vanish into thin air, looked around in awe, wondering where it was hidden and how it could suddenly disappear. Transforming into human form, she thoroughly searched Jiang Hajing but found nothing. Jiang Yuyue stood by, suddenly feeling uneasy in her heart. After all, Jiang Hajing was by her side. They lived together, even slept pressed against each other, and she had never touched Jiang Hajing in such a manner. Naturally, Jiang Hajing would not tell Lolo that he had a bleeding point ring, and even if he did, she wouldn't believe it. "Don't worry, the Ganoderma is fine. Let's get out of here," he said. Such commotion could eventually attract other spiritual beasts, which would be troubling. The blood Ganoderma was rare. Even knowing there were 6th-level spiritual beasts here, they had still rushed in, only to end up as drops in the blood pool, which might attract other beasts. Jiang Hajing's energy was depleted, and he couldn't continue fighting. He needed to recover. After Jiang Yuyue finished consuming the blood, they quickly retreated from the cave. Outside, Jiang Hajing immediately ran to a hot spring, where he stayed to soothe his body, feeling the relief. "You should try this too," he called to Lolo and Jiang Yuyue. That cave was truly foul-smelling. All that blood, who knows, it might have been accumulating for hundreds of years. Jiang Hajing vowed never to enter such a cave again. Lolo and Jiang Yuyue, being young girls, had never been to such an unpleasant place. each found a hot spring and plunged in, meticulously washing every bit of their bodies. The ancient hot spring, known for its ability to soothe and invigorate the circulation of blood, nourishes the body's meridians and enhances one's spiritual energy. It felt as if every pore was breathing in comfort. Jiang Hujing dove into the spring only to discover a deeper layer beneath. There it seemed as if red spiritual energy was bubbling up from below. Something felt odd to Jiang Hujing, who then decided to explore further. Indeed, beneath the surface was an ocean-like expanse with bubbles rising from the deep. Following the trail of bubbles, he suddenly came across what looked like a nest. Venturing closer, he found an egg emitting a gentle red glow. Jiang Hujing was puzzled about the nature of the egg but instinctively felt that despite the high temperature of the hot spring, the egg remained uncooked. Moreover, a continuous stream of spiritual energy was emanating from nearby. Upon closer inspection, it was a jialong egg. Such eggs are typically found in the sea and are not common in hot springs. However, a spirit beast known for stealing eggs might have stored it here as food. When the system explained this, Jiang Hujing instantly understood that the egg must have been stolen and somehow ended up here.
但估计绝大多数人都当成了都市传说的探险类直播，相信大家都听过南城灵异传说，说是就在这个精神病院的地下室养着僵尸，然后用精神病患者的血去喂。我观察了一下周围的环境，突然看到前面站着一道身影，此时他正静静地看着。
Although wolves are typically land-based creatures, he seemed able to stay underwater for an extended period while she struggled to breathe after just a short time. Looking up at Jiang Ye, Jiang Hujing exclaimed, "It seems there's a jialong egg here." A jialong egg? That's a top-tier ice-based marine spirit beast. How did it end up here? Jiang Ye was even more curious than surprised about how Jiang Hujing could breathe underwater. He patiently explained the origin of the egg, leaving Jiang Ye speechless, though she soon came to accept it. But it's emitting a red glow which seems unlike an ice-based creature. It looks like it evolved. Jiang Ye said, "I've raised a jialong, a type of spirit pet, before." Azura is inherently a part of the demon realm, and apart from reclaiming the spirit beasts of the demon realm, it also incorporates things from deep spiritual veins into spirit pets. Mutations like these are not uncommon, possibly due to the clash of spiritual energies resulting in different evolutions. Jiang Hujing took the egg and placed it inside his ring, soon emerging from the water to present it before them, saying, "Take a look." Jiang Ye inspected it closely and sensed it with his spiritual veins. Indeed, it contained two types of spiritual veins. It possessed both ice and fire spiritual energies. Jiang Hujing had also felt it from below, but his spiritual sense couldn't quite discern what type of spiritual veins the spirit beast inside had. He had heard before that demon cultivators have extremely powerful spiritual senses, capable of sensing everything. True to her reputation as an empress, Jiang Ye, with just a tier 3 demonic energy, could detect the spiritual veins inside an egg. Once her spiritual veins evolve, who knows which cultivation technique she could master. It's said that jialongs recognize their masters. Why don't you drop some blood into it? When it hatches, it will recognize you as its master, Luo Luo explained. Such spirit pets are common in royal families. A spirit beast that recognizes its master is the most loyal servant. Jialongs recognize their master at first sight. If one captures a jialong as a spirit pet, the experience refreshes plus 30 in spiritual energy plus 300,000, while also choosing a spirit pet benefit. Hearing the system's statement, Jiang Hujing was visibly tempted. Perhaps the jialong should have lived in the sea, but it was brought to the hot springs instead. The geothermal spiritual veins here are abundant, absorbing the underground spiritual energy, thus becoming a mutated jialong. If that's the case, then Shi Hanying's jialong must have been captured in the same way. After all, she has a 7th tier jialong, and it was even successfully raised with poison. If it died, none of the species on the entire mountain could survive. Jiang Hujing looked excitedly at the egg, wondering what it would hatch into. Jiang Ye, eyeing the egg, drooled over the abundant spiritual energy it contained, having inherited its mother's spiritual energy. While still an egg, most of the mother Jialong's spiritual energy was inside to protect her. Now would be a good time to eat it. You just gave me the spiritual meat of the crimson cheetah and you discovered this egg, so you eat it, he said. Jiang Ye enviously said, I wonder how much spiritual energy you will gain. Jiang Hejing immediately protected the egg, burying it underground, shaping it like a broody hen. How can you eat an egg? Eggs are so cute. Jiang Ye looked at Jiang Hejing somewhat surprised. You're not really planning to hatch this egg, are you? Why not, Jiang? Hejing stared intently at the Jialong egg. This was his spirit pet after all. It's not that it can't be done, but the growth of the Jialong is very demanding. Luo hesitated and said, to hatch it, the ice crystals from the seabed are needed. The ice crystals from the seabed are not that rare. Jiang Yijing can breathe underwater and picking a few ice crystals is not a problem. Seeing that Jiang Yijing was determined to hatch the egg, Jiang Yu added, this evolved egg is difficult to hatch. It probably needs to be nourished by 2 types of spiritual energy. After all, she has 2 types of spiritual veins and the temperature needs to be well controlled. I see she still has Jialong's spiritual aura protecting her, which prevented her from being cooked by the hot springs, but she needs to hurry and collect the ice crystals. The ocean is not far from here, picking some ice crystals is not an issue. As for the other spiritual vein, his body's crimson flame spiritual vein is also strong, but it cannot sustain nourishment indefinitely. If he is to act, there is no good way to stay by the side and continuously maintain the temperature. Suddenly he saw the chi fire in the spiritual vein. If he could control the chi fire, he could use the chi fire to hatch the Jialong egg. There was a hint of frenzy in his eyes. The chi fire is a nurturing flame of the earth, endowed with its own spiritual energy. If fed with chi fire, the Jialong would be unstoppable. Jiang Yijing placed the Jialong egg in the spatial ring. With this ring, collecting things would be very convenient. Moreover, the space can be exchanged with bonus points, so there is no worry about running out of space. Yingying's illness cannot be delayed. Jiang Yijing and Luo hurried to their cave, while Jiang Yu had to return to Wolf Mother's side. They had been out for quite a long time. If Wolf Mother returned and did not see them, she would worry a bit. Back in the cave, Luo Ying was already waiting for them at the entrance, relieved to see them return safely. I didn't expect you could defeat that crimson cheetah. Luo Ying was amazed at the few months old little wolf. Even in the kingdom of beasts, the royal beasts inheriting royal spiritual veins couldn't compare to him. If this child grows up, he would be terrifying. Jiang Yijing waved his hand and conjured a blood spirit Ganoderma, placing it in front of Luo Ying. The dazzling blood spirit Ganoderma under the gentle moonlight was shimmering brightly. Luo Ying's eyes lit up. She was at a loss for words. For a moment, holding Jiang Yijing's fluffy face, she gently kissed it. Thank you for saving my daughter's life, although it was just a thank you. Jiang Yijing visibly blushed. This grand gesture was somewhat embarrassing. Even though Luo Ying just saw him as a child, he quickly waved his hand and said, saving her for a while is enough. Besides, I have my conditions, so it's not a free rescue. Luo Ying walked to Yingying's side, refined the blood spirit Ganoderma into a faint red glowing energy, slowly infusing it into her, and soon Yingying's complexion eased a lot and her body no longer appeared translucent. Although it couldn't completely cure her, easing her condition for a while was still possible. When the cherry blossoms had recovered, it would be time to explore One Beast City and find the Bodhi golden lotus seeds. Jiang Hejing did not linger in the cave for long. As he prepared to leave, Lolo's eyes brimmed with tears, clutching at Jiang Hejing's hand, unwilling to let go. Can't we really stay here? Lolo asked hopefully. What if Yue comes too and we all live here together? Jiang Hejing struggled to pull his hand free, gently stroking Lolo's large head to comfort her. Don't worry, we'll meet again. You're making me feel almost embarrassed. Luo Ying smiled slightly, pulling Lolo closer. Lolo, merely 100 years old, was already so clingy. Truly a case of the daughter doesn't stay home for long. Jiang Hejing then ventured into the nearby ocean. This part of the deep sea, shrouded in mist and hidden within a dense forest, was notorious for the presence of fierce beasts. Diving into the ocean depths, Jiang Hejing sought the ice crystal stone, a rarity found deep underwater, but no challenge for him. Near the ice crystal stones, crocodiles lurked, crocodiles above the 3rd tier, not just one but a group. Upon seeing Jiang Hejing, they surged towards him like he was a sweet treat, their sharp teeth seemingly ready to swallow him whole. Yet Jiang Hejing easily reached them, stepping on their heads as if playing whack-a-mole, his wolf claws sharp as knives, swiftly dealing with the wind group. In an instant a mist of blood rose in the sea. Jiang Hejing then perfectly arrived in front of the ice crystal stone. Seeing the translucent stone, he didn't hesitate to pocket it. he captured many large shrimps, clams, and even giant lobsters as thick as a calf in the ocean. The lobsters, blue and with tender white meat, were delicious. Upon reaching the shore, Jiang Hujing tore open a lobster, revealing the meat inside. He tasted it, and indeed, there was a burst of fresh sweetness, the best seafood sashimi. After all, with a storage ring, carrying things had become much more convenient for him. He returned to the cave, but suddenly sensed danger. Just then a huge wolf claw descended from the sky. Jiang Hujing reacted promptly, swiftly dodging the wolf claw, which could have caused serious injury had it hit him. But it seemed that the wolf claw had deliberately missed. Jiang Hujing quickly looked up to see the wolf mother emerging from behind the rocks, her blue eyes filled with majesty and even anger. Jiang Hujing had never seen the wolf mother so furious. It felt as though her anger could spill out at any moment. Jiang Yu, hiding to the side, watched gleefully as if the male deity was hinting to Jiang Hujing, "Look, this is what happens when you anger Mom." Jiang Hujing hurriedly approached, clutching at the legs of his wolf mother, and cried out loudly, "Mom." The wolf mother, heart aching for her child, was instantly moved when she heard her child calling her that way, yet she couldn't help but sigh. Her child was growing up too quickly, and she, as a mother, had barely experienced the joy of raising him. "It seems you've fully grown now, and this place probably can't hold you anymore," the wolf mother sighed. Jiang Hujing thought the wolf mother was about to assign him his own territory, and in an instant he sprang up and clung tightly to her body, saying, "Wolf Mom, I don't want to be separated from you. Didn't we agree last time? Our family of three will never be apart." The wolf mother affectionately licked Jiang Hujing's head and said, "How could Mom possibly separate from you? But the tiger's territory is starting to stir." On her recent hunting trips, the wolf mother noticed that the previously established territories had been marked. Currently, the spirit tiger beasts had reached level 15, perhaps even stronger, and they were frequently venturing deep into the spirit veins, with nearby high-level spiritual beasts gradually disappearing. Not wanting to worry her little ones, the wolf mother kept it all to herself. Instinctively, she felt that the area was becoming unsafe. Spirit tiger beasts, fire flashed in Jiang Hujing's eyes. If we are to move, it must only be after we have defeated them. However, Jiang Hujing always felt that the wolf mother was still worried about something, but she did not speak of it, and he did not ask. Instead, Jiang Hujing took out seafood and made a grand seafood feast for them. Jiang Yeye, seeing that Jiang Hujing had not received any punishment, felt somewhat dissatisfied, since she had been carried in the wolf mother's mouth for a whole hour, nearly having her neck skin torn. Afraid that Jiang Yeye might run away, but the moment she saw the seafood feast Jiang Hujing prepared, she lost her temper and began to eat voraciously, appreciating that his cooking skills were indeed improving. Jiang Hujing nestled in the bushes, seemingly asleep, but was actually beginning to contemplate his space. His consciousness could enter the space where everything was distinct, and he could connect to whatever he wanted with his mind. Therefore, the strange fire was also isolated within, not burning the other heavenly materials and treasures. Jiang Hujing looked at the strange fire, prepared to touch it with his consciousness, when suddenly a tremendous searing force invaded his mind, nearly devouring his entire consciousness. A taste of sweet blood surged up his throat, nearly burning through his spirit veins. It exploded. He hadn't expected the strange fire to be so powerful, and it also possessed tremendous offensive capabilities, seemingly not recognizing Jiang Hujing. However, although the burned area was somewhat unstable, he indeed felt streams of spiritual energy emerging from the spirit veins. It seemed that the spiritual energy contained in the strange fire was immense, and his eyes were still filled with covetous desire. Currently, the host's spiritual veins have not yet evolved, and the mystical fire has its own consciousness. If the host wishes to claim ownership of it, the spiritual veins must first evolve. At this moment, his abilities are insufficient to subdue the mystical fire. Only after gathering the 5 major spiritual roots and evolving the spiritual veins is there a slight chance of success. After all, the mystical fire also chooses its master, but even if he cannot subdue it now, it can still be used for some purposes. In the space, Jiang Hujing has cleared an area and erected the Kunlun divine tree. The withered tree with its hollow heart looks somewhat lonely, although he cannot control the mystical fire. Jiang Hujing can manipulate space, and he directs the mystical fire into the heart of the tree. The moment it enters, the dead wood comes to life and lush, verdant leaves visibly grow from the branches, transforming the once barren branches into a leafy abundance. The mystical fire shines even more brilliantly, exuding a captivating danger. Zhang Hejing's actions are not for the sake of the Kunlun divine fruit but to place the dragon egg atop the divine tree with ice crystals beneath it. The divine tree, having been tempered by the mystical fire, is possibly the only thing not afraid of it and can absorb its energy well. The dragon egg, needing a heat source, is thus ideally helped to incubate his spiritual pet. Zhang Hejing also places the ice crystals on it, ensuring that other spiritual veins are well absorbed. After completing all this, Zhang Hejing falls into a deep sleep, having been injured by the mystical fire in his spiritual veins. He begins using spiritual energy to repair his veins, but while he sleeps, the mystical fire inside him suddenly seems to become conscious and begins to wander through his body, inadvertently repairing all his meridians. Suddenly, he sees a flame dancing nearby. The mystical fire, curious, dashes over and in an instant is absorbed by the powerful spiritual veins. Despite its struggles, it cannot escape and is quietly absorbed by the veins. Mystical fire merges with the spiritual veins. The host can now absorb the energy of the mystical fire every second. Evolve the spiritual veins, subdue the mystical fire. Mystical fire +1+1+1+1. This ability is a hidden benefit. It can be activated when the host's benefit points reach 100. Unfortunately, Zhang Hejing is sleeping too soundly and even mechanical sounds cannot wake him. When he rises the next day, he suddenly feels refreshed. Despite being injured just yesterday, for some reason his meridians seem even more unobstructed. He closes his eyes to check his panel. Everything appears normal, but his spiritual energy has significantly increased. He checks his spiritual energy and finds he is just 1,000,000 points away from advancing. If that's the case, by slaying 3 more high-ranking spirit beasts to seize their spirit veins and inner cores, he could advance to the next level. His egg, subtly shimmering, hadn't cracked yet, but it had transformed from its initially dim state to a dazzling brilliance. Suddenly, Zhang Hejing's eyes widened in astonishment. On the lush leaves above there hung fruits red as dripping blood. He realized these were the legendary Kunlun divine fruits reborn in the springtime of Deadwoods. He had planned to exchange some growth stimulants with the system, but now there was no need. These fruits were more than enough. Upon exiting, Zhang Hejing discovered that both Jiang Ye and the wolf mother were absent. He had wanted to feed the wolf mother to enhance her spiritual energy. Noticing the dusk settling in, he was surprised to find he had slept for such a long time. Likely Jiang Ye and the wolf mother had gone hunting, their appetites growing as they matured, thus extending their hunting durations. Moreover, Jiang Ye needed to absorb demonic energy, so her killings became even more frenzied. Feeling his own stomach rumbling, he prepared to patrol his territory. Although they hadn't been here long, patrolling was an instinctive act for a wolf. He circled around the spirit veins, sensing something amiss. The area had fewer spirit beasts than usual. Zhang Hejing knew his territory well. Even if higher-tier spirit beasts were rare, the 4th-tier ones were usually plentiful, but now even those seemed to have vanished, let alone the 5th-tier beasts. Many dens were eerily empty. He hadn't been hunting in his territory for the past few days, so it was puzzling that the prey had decreased so drastically. Sniffing the remaining scents intensely, he suddenly detected the presence of spirit tiger beasts. It was deep within his territory. The spirit tiger beasts had become so audacious, pushing deep into his land and stealing his prey. It seemed the lesson he had taught them previously wasn't enough. Zhang Hejing swiftly moved towards the territory of the spirit tiger beasts, which was guarded by heavy tiger handlers. Upon arrival, he spotted 2 spirit tiger beasts prowling nearby. Instantly, vines erupted from beneath the ground, trapping the 2 beasts in the center of the thicket. The sudden emergence of the vines startled the spirit tiger beasts, causing them to dash wildly, but the surrounding thicket was fortified with a formation. When they attempted to break through, the spiritual energy would transform into a whirlwind, slashing at them. The massive tiger roars attempted to penetrate the thicket but were echoed back. "Who is there?" the spirit tiger beasts roared in annoyance, but before they could discern any figures, fireballs mixed with whirlwinds fell from the sky like falling flowers. The bodies of the spirit tiger beasts shimmered with a golden light, forming armor, but to no avail. The moment the fireballs touched their skin, the intense heat seared them, their screams echoing throughout the thicket. Unfortunately, other spirit tiger beasts nearby wouldn't hear them. Zhang Hejing landed on their heads. The spirit tiger beasts, in their frantic scrambling, suddenly saw him and their eyes widened in shock. This was the infamous ghost infant wolf, the one who had slain many of his kind. Dealing with these 2 spirit tiger beasts, Zhang Hejing was practically using them for practice. He did not give them any chance to react. he pounced with a wolf's claw, almost flipping their heavenly spirit lids. As for the other, he was equally relentless even as it charged at him ferociously. Yet he kicked it so hard that it tumbled on the ground 3 times. However, Jiang Hujing was not ready to let it go. He directly kicked its internal organs, rendering it incapable of attacking. As it tried to rise from the sky, a fireball descended directly, setting it ablaze with a fiery light. And that was not all. The next second, vines shot up from the ground, piercing through the spirit tiger beast, while the other had its heavenly spirit lid half shattered. Without even a chance to cry out, Jiang Hujing brutally twisted the head of the spirit tiger beast, then proceeded to extract the inner core from within. The intense pain caused the spirit tiger beast to scream and struggle, but it was helpless and could only watch as Jiang Hujing casually removed the inner core and tossed it onto the ground, leaving it to die in agony. Seeing this, the other spirit tiger beast struggled desperately, but it was to no avail. Jiang Hujing looked up at the spirit tiger beast and pulled out numerous miraculous medicines from his spatial ring, each capable of healing its wounds and bringing it back to life. Immediately, the spirit tiger beast pleaded with Jiang Hujing, "Great Wolf King, if you spare me, I will tell you everything and follow you from now on." Its eyes fixated on the medicines as it grimaced in pain, looking rather comical. "Just answer honestly, and I'll spare your life. Why have you come to my territory to capture these 5th-stage spirit beasts?" panted the spirit tiger beast. "It was our king's command. He said he needed many spirit beasts to refine their inner cores and flesh to successfully transform. Although the spirit tiger beast was already a 15th stage and had lived for over 100 years, it was still far from transformation. Spirit beasts needed to refine their spiritual veins' inner cores to perfection to have a chance at transforming, or by consuming the blood and inner cores of royal spirit veins. Although the tiger's rank was already high, it was impossible to transform just by consuming a pile of inner cores. "I'll give you one more chance," said Jiang Hujing impatiently. "Tell me everything you know." The spirit tiger beast, on the verge of tears, continued reluctantly to speak for its survival. "Until recently, our king had been using immortal brew to refine the inner cores, but one day, out of nowhere, the immortal peaches disappeared overnight. The great king had lost the elixir used for refining his inner core, so he ventured into the depths of the spiritual veins to seek a new method to continue his cultivation. About half a month ago, a woman came to him with a medicine claiming that if he consumed 100 5th-tier inner cores and the spiritual veins of a 5th-tier spirit beast along with her medicine, he could successfully transform. "It was our last resort to enter your territory since there were none left around us." As he spoke, he almost burst into tears. "Our king feeds on his kind, and if we don't help find spirit beasts, he might start slaughtering spirit tigers, and then my little life would also be at risk. I for one do not eat any meat at all. It's purely because the peaches on the mountain are too delicious. That's why I went up there." "Wolf King, believe me, I really don't eat meat. It's just that we're not the same species. Although I'm also a tiger, I'm not a spirit tiger beast. It was just for survival that I hid my identity." The spirit tiger beast's organs were all punctured, and it was on its last breath. To prevent it from dying, Jiang Hujing removed the vines and then placed a hemostasis pill in its mouth. He took out a spirit herb from his ring. After eating this herb, the wounds on the body could regenerate flesh and blood at the fastest speed. Seeing the spirit herb, the spirit tiger beast's eyes lit up. This type of herb was rare, typically only blooming once every few hundred years, but Jiang Hujing pulled out 3 at once and swallowed them whole. The wound, as big as a bowl, healed visibly fast, and soon the fatal injury was healed. The charred areas on his body were also treated with medicine, and in another 3 to 5 days he would be fully recovered. Seeing his body nearly healed, he quickly knelt down to thank Jiang Hujing, saying, "Thank you, Wolf King, for sparing my life." And about the non-meat-eating tiger, Jiang Hujing was somewhat surprised at this spirit tiger beast. He suddenly realized that this spirit tiger beast was indeed different from other tigers. Other tigers had red flames on their bodies, but this tiger had white flames. This spirit tiger beast was oppressed. Although he had taken refuge in the cave of spirit tiger beasts, his territory had been invaded by them and he had no choice but to move. He was originally a white tiger and his species had been decimated with only him remaining. "I can mimic the color of other tigers because our color is too bright, and although we don't eat meat, it would expose our position," explained the spirit white tiger. After finishing his explanation, the color of his entire body instantly faded, revealing his original white fur. "How often does that woman come?" Jiang Hujing inquired. The white tiger scratched his head, trying hard to remember. Despite having awakened his intelligence, it was not very high. "That woman seems to be a spirit beast." 2. Because I saw bird feet under her skirt, but each time it's the Tiger King who personally meets her and he doesn't let us see, and we have to hand over 6 or 7 inner cores every 7 days. A pair of bird's feet guessed roughly what was in Jiang Hujing's heart, but it was not certain, so more intelligence was needed. The white tiger licked its wounds, its body completely burned of fur. Jiang Hujing looked at him with pity. After all, there was no enmity between their races. An idea formed in Jiang Hujing's mind. Do you want to avenge your family? He asked. Upon hearing this, the white tiger's eyes hardened with resolve. I dream of nothing else, it responded, but then its gaze dropped in desolation. But as a mere 4th-tier spiritual beast, I am nothing more than nourishment in his eyes. If you really want it, you don't need to worry about that, Jiang Hujing said. I need you to return to the territory of the spiritual tigers. I will give you some inner pills to take back so as not to attract his attention, and then report back to me about their situation. Always return here to report to me. That woman is definitely not simple. It might even be related to the kingdom of all beasts. The white tiger knew that although the ghost wolf infant in front of it was only a few months old, its strength was formidable, having instantly killed 2 spiritual tiger beasts, a truly fearsome existence. It nodded hurriedly. I am willing to serve the great wolf king, but for the next few days, don't go back. Find a place to heal your wounds first. If you want to recover, you must use the medicine I have. If you don't obey, you might just explode and die a gruesome death, Jiang Hujing threatened as he withdrew his vines, not worried in the slightest that the white tiger would betray him. After all, if he could kill it once, he could certainly do it again. Shivering, the white tiger stammered, I will never betray you. After releasing the white tiger, Jiang Hujing returned to the outskirts of his territory, where it was time for him and Yu Lingling to collect medicinal pills again. Yu Lingling appeared more beautiful than she had been a few months ago, her originally oval face now sharper, her figure even more exquisite. Jiang Hujing quickly noticed that she had reached the 4th tier. Congratulations on reaching the 4th tier, not bad at all, Jiang Hujing said. Hearing his praise, Yu Lingling scratched her head, her cheeks blushing with embarrassment. Thank you for always bringing me heavenly treasures. Jiang Hujing put the newly acquired medicinal pills and prescriptions into his ring. He then said to Yu Lingling, I'm about to move soon, the spiritual veins nearby are not safe, you shouldn't come here anymore, thank you for keeping the secret manuals. He placed all the secret manuals into his ring. Upon hearing she could no longer visit, Yu Lingling's eyes momentarily showed a sense of loss, but she quickly recovered. After all, there is no such thing as a feast that doesn't end, she must become stronger. When Jiang Hujing transforms, she must become even more powerful. But have you heard any news about spiritual beasts from the human side lately? Jiang Hujing suddenly asked. Do you know about the Jade Clan? At the mention of the Jade Clan, Yu Lingling involuntarily shivered. The ones hidden in the dark city? They are very mysterious, capable of finding many high-tier spiritual beasts, but it's not easy to enlist their help. It's not just about money, it costs lives. Last time, the elders, in order to provide the younger members of the clan with higher-ranking spiritual beasts, specially invited the people from the Jade Clan to come out of seclusion. Although the spiritual beasts and the youngsters returned, not a single martial cultivator from the wild sect came back. Their bodies were not found, but there were sightings of the Jade Clan carrying their corpses, crossing the region under cover of night like ghost soldiers. Rumors spread that the Jade Clan were ghouls. This caused widespread panic until the 5 great elders intervened and suppressed the matter, but it still remained a thorn in everyone's side, ensuring that the beast taming battle would not be held for the next decade. Most of these martial cultivators were of the 7th rank or higher and belonged to a single sect with strong combat abilities through their formations. Though casualties were expected, it was unthinkable that not one would return. Moreover, the people of the Jade Clan, being half-human, half-beast, found these martial cultivators to be substantial nourishment. Thus, Qi Yingying's ostensible aim that day was to assist them in finding high-ranking spiritual beasts. In reality, her goal was them. What exactly she wanted to do, Jiang Hujing felt an uneasy premonition. His own rank was not perceivable by others, but the rank of Wolf Mother was. Currently, Wolf Mother was in danger, and if she were here, they needed to move as soon as possible. After bidding farewell to Yu Lingling, Jiang Hujing returned to the cave where Wolf Mother had already returned. Recently, their food consumption had increased, and Wolf Mother, feeling pity for them, hunted a lot of prey every day. However, due to the disappearance of the spiritual beasts, Wolf Mother had to hunt further away for more prey. Even so, she always brought back the best for them. Jiang Hujing did not tell Wolf Mother about what had happened, only suggesting, I found a good place, how about we move there together? Wolf Mother also had the same thought, but moving and settling a new territory required careful consideration. In that case, when your sister returns, we will prepare to move, Jiang. Hajing shook his head. Now is not the time, we need to wait a few more days. But the food Wolf Mother brought these days is enough, so you don't need to go out of the cave for now. Wait for my message. You had not yet returned, and Jiang Hajing was getting anxious. According to the White Tiger, the Tiger King needed 5 to 6 inner cores every 7 days. If so, his plan should proceed as scheduled, and by that time Luoying should have recovered quite a bit. However, his main concern was still Qi Yingying. Putting aside her plans, if it really was her, then Wolf Mother was definitely a thorn in her eye. Therefore his first priority was to ensure Wolf Mother's safety. Shi Han-Ying's level was very high, and now she was in cahoots with the spirit tiger beast. A sudden attack could put them in a precarious situation. Once he understood her motives, he would eliminate the spirit tiger beast once and for all, avenging the past grievances. Upon hearing that she couldn't go out, Mother Wolf felt somewhat uneasy. It should be you who ought not to go out, she said. I need to protect you, Jiang Hajing comforted her, saying, don't worry, Mom, we being so frail won't attract any attention, it's actually safer for us, it won't take long, just 3 days. Although Mother Wolf was still anxious, she agreed to Jiang Hajing's plan to stay in the cave for the next few days, but she was worried, if the prey was not fresh it would soon spoil. However, Jiang Hajing assured her there was no need to worry. Jiang Hajing entered the space and cut 4 or 5 pieces from a kunlun wood branch. Even the branches of the kunlun wood were thick and sturdy, and these pieces were enough to store a dozen or so prey. He quickly hollowed them out and placed them directly in the cave. Mother Wolf looked at the kunlun wood, taller than her and resembling a deep abyss, emitting a faint exotic fragrance that was irresistibly inviting. Jiang Hajing also brought some kunlun divine fruits for Mother Wolf to eat. These are kunlun fruits, he explained, eating them will enhance your spiritual energy. Mother Wolf watched Jiang Hajing in disbelief. Her cub, only half a year old, seemed to be growing in ways beyond her comprehension, making her feel a momentary sense of loss, as if he was missing out on his childhood. But as a mother, she knew she must cultivate her abilities well to protect them. She put 2 kunlun fruits into her mouth and soon felt a surge of power spreading to her limbs and bones, stirring up the spiritual energy throughout her body. She closed her eyes to assimilate this energy. Meanwhile, Jiang Hajing crouched in front of a mountain of prey, his wolf claws transforming into a butcher's knife, swiftly slicing the prey into neat chunks of meat. He placed them inside the hollowed kunlun wood, not forgetting to add a few pieces of cold ice stone. Instantly, the large kunlun wood turned into a natural refrigerator, securing their food supply for the upcoming days. Stretching his neck to look outside, Jiang Hajing noticed that Jiang Yeye had not yet returned. He jumped out to search for her, following her scent, which was not hard to track. Soon he saw her among a herd of wild buffalo. To be precise, it was a mountain of corpses where Jiang Yeye stood, a river of blood flowing around her. Visible dark energy continuously streamed from the buffalo corpses into Jiang Yeye's body. Standing atop, her body was snow white, previously radiating a clean blue light, now entwined with black demonic energy. Her gem-like blue eyes, now clouded with dark resentment, instantly turned clear blue upon seeing Jiang Hajing. Brother, why have you come? She asked. As Jiang Hajing approached, he sullenly slapped his claw on her flame, immediately sensing 2 strong forces within her body. He looked at Jiang Yeye with concern. His spiritual sense scanned her spiritual veins, finding the demonic energy too heavy and her meridians not only blocked but also of a rare type, very exclusive and unstable. This could easily lead her to become possessed by demons. Jiang Yeye raised her hand and forcefully pushed Jiang Hajing's claw away. What's going on? You suddenly seem so mysterious, Jiang Yeye boasted proudly. I've reached the 2nd level of demonic energy, I'll be able to defeat you soon. Jiang Hajing observed the fervor in Jiang Yeye's eyes. The most feared thing in cultivating demon arts is obsession, and he tried his best not to trigger her sensitivities. Let's head back soon, it's been unstable around here lately. Such a pity about all this beef though. It would make delicious grilled steak. Jiang Hajing spoke casually, attempting to lighten the mood as he dragged a carcass. However, the moment he touched it, the body instantly turned to ash, leaving behind only a stark white skeleton when the wind blew. Jiang Yeye's absorption abilities are so strong now, tisk tisk, truly a demon saint in the making, he mused. Although she was a little demonish, she obediently followed Jiang Hajing home. Seeing the sacred kunlun tree being used as a storage cupboard for food made Jiang Yeye feel it was a waste of its sacredness. In her days as a demon saint, such a tree was precious, used only when the elders of her tribe passed away in meditation. She stroked the wood reluctantly, still a young wolf pup at heart, but soon Zhang Hejing's grilled meat drew her attention again. She was determined to eat more pieces of meat that had been stored inside the sacred kunlun tree. What, you say we can't go out these days? Jiang Yeye looked at Zhang Hejing in shock. Aren't you always the one who loves to run around outside? After being pointed out, Zhang Hejing felt a bit guilty but defended himself confidently. There are you clan people. Nearby a 12th level transformative spirit beast and a half-transformed spirit tiger. If you go out, be careful not to become someone's sweet treat. Jiang Yeye was at a loss for words, unable to deny that Zhang Hejing was telling the truth, especially since the spirit tigers had been frequently spotted nearby. Without her mother's protection, even 2 5th level spirit tigers would be too much for her to handle. Reluctantly she agreed. Then I'll just stay around the cave. Zhang Hejing then dug out many heavenly and earthly treasures for their cultivation. He himself entered a special space needing the inner cores for the spirit tigers. He had already prepared 5 or 6 cores, his eyes now set on the storage ring containing the peculiar fire lotus seeds. These seeds, potent with poison, could corrode the meridian slowly despite their strong spiritual energy, indigestible even by a 15th level spiritual beast. In 2 weeks, when he was to transform, mobilizing all his spiritual energy at once, the poison would erupt. Zhang Hejing crushed the fire lotus seed in his palm, and in an instant the powdery seed fused seamlessly into the core. But this was still not enough. The spirit tiger beast is of the fire type and fears the ice type the most. Zhang Hejing had already asked Yu Lingling for many poison ice pills which can suppress the bloodline and even cause someone to be frozen to death. He placed all these pills within the core essence, seamlessly integrated. Fusion of spiritual energy, consuming 1000 spiritual energy. The host has activated the refining mode. After recovering the strange fire in the later stage, he can use spiritual energy to refine pills. Depending on the host's rank, the level of pill refinement varies. The spirit tiger beast has strong instincts and a natural alertness to poisonous substances. However, Zhang Hejing added many other substances similar to the enticing agents used in major disasters. The spirit tiger beast simply couldn't resist human technology and wisdom. After everything was prepared, Zhang Hejing placed it inside the Long family's shop. Jiang Yeye and Wolf Mother were already in deep sleep, worried that the white tiger would starve to death. Zhang Hejing took many spirit fruits and went directly into his cave. The white tiger, alert, watched the cave and only relaxed when he saw Zhang Hejing enter. King Wolf, you've come. Zhang Hejing threw him many fruits and placed the core essence before him. Seeing the fruits, the white tiger's eyes lit up. He had been hungry for a day. Although heavenly and earthly treasures could help him recover, he couldn't stand not eating. These are for you, take them to your king. Zhang Hejing gave the core essence to the white tiger. These were all 3rd tier, with 1 or 2 being 4th tier, and they smelled enticing. It was hard to resist eating them, but he restrained himself, not wanting to die here, and quickly said, "Don't worry, I will feed these to Tiger King." After giving his instructions, Zhang Hejing returned to the cave and entered his spatial ring, where he saw the lush branches and the eggs on them. The dragon egg had split into 2 colors, blue and red. Light and shadows could already be seen through the transparent eggshell. It seemed to be hatching well, and Zhang Hejing felt excited. Little Wolf's paws pinched out some blood drops onto the eggshell. Instantly, the pristine eggshell absorbed a lot of blood and slightly shook, quickly absorbed. In this way, the dragon would absorb a lot of his blood and recognize him as its master. Zhang Hejing looked at the strange fire in the cave, standing in front of the tree hole. He touched the strange fire with spiritual energy, but instead of resisting, the strange fire grew closer to him, a scorching force flowing along his spiritual energy into his meridians. This devouring power shot straight to his twin spiritual caps, making him feel like his brain was cooking. Soon Zhang Hejing withdrew his spiritual energy. Although not very effective, it was still progress, and recovering the strange fire was soon to be expected. In the spirit tiger beast cave, you useless bunch, only these few core essences. How can they be enough for me to eat? The great king spirit tiger's howl seemed to shatter the entire cave. The spirit tiger beasts below trembled. Only a few spirit tiger beasts striking together could secure a 6th tier core essence, barely managing to obtain 3 5th tier ones. These were far from enough to satisfy him. The current form of the great spirit tiger king was no longer as it once was. His face had twisted into a horrific visage, yet within it one could faintly discern human features overlaid with the fur of a spirit tiger. One eye was black and the other red, and his body seemed to be split down the middle, one half bearing a human arm, the other the body of a tiger. It was a grotesque and terrifying sight. With each bite he crushed a spiritual core between his teeth, his hands tearing at half a spirit tiger's skull, the bloody spectacle intimidating the other spirit tigers below. The white tiger trembled uncontrollably under the oppressive aura of a 15th-tier spirit tiger. Merely watching made it hard to breathe, but it bravely delivered its spiritual core, placing it into the furnace in front of it. However, this furnace was a vermilion bird with its heart hollowed out. Blood slowly dripped from the two beasts atop it, filling the cave with a thick, pungent stench. Upon seeing the enticing spiritual cores on the furnace, the spirit tiger king's red eyes glittered with greed. He scooped up the cores and stuffed them into his mouth, instantly feeling a surge of power that caused his form to swell several times over. As his back expanded, tearing through the fur, human skin was exposed, the fur matted with blood like a demonic figure. "Ha, I am almost complete," he exclaimed, looking at his transforming body. That woman was right. With a swipe of his palm he nearly collapsed half the cave, severely injuring a 5th-tier spirit tiger in front of him. After consuming so many spiritual cores and medicines, his transformation was nearly complete. "Congratulations, my king," a sultry voice announced from behind, emerging from the shadows with the tinkling of ankle bells, their delicate sound irresistibly enchanting. She sat atop a gelone, the moonlight lingering on her exquisite face, her slightly upturned eyes captivating everyone's attention. "It looks like your transformation has succeeded. It won't be long before our master summons you to her side." Upon hearing this, the spirit tiger king humbly replied, "This could only have been possible with your help. Without the spiritual medicine you brought, how could I have transformed so quickly? I will surely thank her in person." He could now claim a place in the kingdom of 10,000 beasts. The enchanting woman was merely a plaything in his claws, shimmering in the night. Unbeknownst to him, a dark energy began absorbing into his body, spreading through his meridians and into his limbs. Jiang Yijing watched as the sky gradually darkened. "It seems about time," he murmured, making his way toward Luo Ying. At that moment Luo Ying was still tending to Ying, who, despite receiving the blood spirit Ganoderma, remained frail, a sight that tugged at the heartstrings. Did Shi Han Ying go looking for the spirit tiger beast? Luo Ying was somewhat surprised, having hardly expected that a member of the Jade clan would aid a spiritual beast in transformation. After all, they were merely a blade wielded by royalty, tasked only with hunting high-level spiritual beasts. It made sense for her to target the spirit tiger beast, whose territory lay deep near the spiritual veins. However, aiding a low-tier spiritual beast in its transformation was a puzzling move. Luo Ying felt an unsettling premonition. If this was the case, perhaps things were not as straightforward as she thought. She remembered that the royal family she served had ties with humans as well. Having spent considerable time in the royal court, Luo Ying knew that occasionally human envoys would visit the kingdom of all beasts. These envoys would take some spiritual beasts out at night. Those beasts, when transported, were confined in large cages beyond the border, emitting eerie, almost inhuman roars, a truly chilling and fearful sight. No matter the conspiracy, Luo Ying was determined to kill the spirit tiger beast. Jiang Hujing spoke calmly, ready to disrupt Shi Haniying's plans and offend her backers. After all, if he wasn't dealt with, he might join forces with others to target the wolf mother. It was time to clear the obstacle. The timing was perfect. Jiang Hujing had poisoned him heavily. If he attempted to transform today, the poison would surely take effect, potentially degrading his power level significantly. "You just need to handle the other spirit tiger beasts for me," Jiang Hujing instructed. Aside from the white tiger, there were over a dozen other spirit tiger beasts. As a high-tier royal spiritual beast, Luo Ying could handle them without issues. As long as they could hold off for some time together with the wolf mother, they could surely decimate Spirit Tiger Mountain. "No problem, I'll head out now." Luo Ying stood up, her eyes filled with resolve. "You saved my daughter. I'll help you with whatever you ask." Deep within the spiritual veins inside the lair of the spirit tiger, tension was palpable. A tremendous aura of intimidation emanated from within. The roar of the spirit tiger beast shattered the entire mountain range, causing the beasts within to flee in succession. Jiang Hujing stood at the summit, his eyes fixed forward. The wolf mother stood behind him, gazing at the territory that once belonged to her. In her youth, her mother had also brought her here, and they had lived for a long time. Her eyes were filled with a mix of grief and anger. "I'll lead the way, just follow me." Luo Ying in her human form was breathtakingly beautiful, her eyes like twinkling stars, and she wielded a colorful whip. At that moment, Lola was at home guarding her sister. She leaped directly into the midst of the tiger group. The wolf mother had never seen such a beautiful woman. She had thought that her cubs were mixed up with humans, but it turned out that the other party was a royal spiritual beast. The spirit tiger beasts were still unaware of what was happening when suddenly a woman descended from the sky, landing right amidst the beast horde. In an instant the spirit tiger beasts leaped up, encircling the woman, their eyes fixated on her as they bared their teeth menacingly. "Where did you come from, woman? How dare you intrude upon our territory? A delicious treat delivered right to us. This woman looks tender, she must taste delightful." The spirit tiger beasts encircled her, their crimson eyes intensely staring at Luoying. In front of the 5 spirit tiger beasts, Luoying let out a cold laugh. "Just you few, you're hardly enough for me to warm up." Hearing this, the spirit tiger beasts, with eyes red as if dripping blood and bodies as large as hills, were about to pounce. Luoying glanced up at the mountain, then leaped out, aiming to draw some of the spirit tiger beasts away. Seeing Luoying run, the group of spirit tiger beasts, how could they let her escape? 5 of them roared and chased after her relentlessly. "See where you can run to, I will catch you and tear your insides out." After leading them away, Jiang Yijing looked into the cave and saw that there were not many spirit tiger beasts left. He turned to his mother and said, "Mom, let's go too." The wolf mother nodded and leapt down, with Jiang Yijing following her, both jumping straight into the lair of the spirit tiger beasts. At this moment, the spirit tiger king, in the throes of painfully shedding his fur, suddenly heard the disturbance outside and roared, "Go out and see what's happening." He was at a critical moment in his molting, and for some reason this shedding was extremely painful. His body was already bloody, oozing black blood. The spirit tiger beasts immediately went out and saw that half of their guard was missing. He looked around, instantly alert, and sniffed out the scent of a white wolf. "It's the white wolf. The white wolf has come to kill." He growled as he eyed the shadows in the dense forest. The remaining spirit tiger beasts also gathered around. "Hump, just a she-wolf, kill her." The spirit tiger king stood up, his blood gradually healing, and half a human face had already appeared. He stood up, pinched something from the air. Outside, the sky suddenly clouded over, thunder booming loudly, and the trees in the dense forest began to topple chaotically. Jiang Yijing and the wolf mother walked out from the dense forest, calmly watching all this as the trees behind them broke in half but miraculously didn't hit them. Jiang Yijing watched the thunder booming from the sky, a bolt of lightning striking right in front of him, and the wolf mother spat out an energy ball, easily shattering the thunderbolt. The shield around the wolf mother shone like silver armor under the moonlight, gleaming brightly. She disliked fighting, but for her children she was willing to battle to the end. The spirit tiger beast stared at the white wolf in front of them, their eyes filled with rage, their claws sharp as blades. The 3 spirit tiger beasts in front of her were all above the 5th order, while the others had been led away by Luoying, making the rest easier to handle. Currently, the great tiger spirit king is merely putting on a brave front. Although he is of a high rank, he is in the midst of evolution. His first shedding is part of the transformation, rendering him unable to move easily. "It's just a mere white wolf. When the time comes, I'll strip its fur to make my clothes," he said disdainfully. "You all hold the fort for now and wait for me to finish evolving, then I'll come over." With a wave of his hand, a huge stone steel fell from the sky, separating him and the alchemy furnace, setting up a tight defense, even deploying an array in front. Jiang Yijing glanced at the few tiger spirit beasts. Wood flies up, mid-level, consuming 5,000 spiritual energy. The vines in the dense forest instantly lifted the tiger spirit beasts into the air. Seeing this, the tiger spirit beasts wanted to flee, but suddenly a whirlwind of raging fire attacked from behind, swirling like a tornado, making it hard for them to defend against the violent storm, even with armor instantly materializing on their bodies. Screams echoed through the cave. They looked at Jiang Yijing in terror. He was only a few months old. How could he possess such formidable power? Is this the strength of the ghost infant wolf? What rank are you really at? What heavenly treasure have you consumed? The tiger spirit beasts roared, questioning if it wasn't for some medicinal enhancement, how could a normal spiritual beast evolve this much? Jiang Yijing, growing impatient with the pathetic state of the tiger spirit beasts, retorted, "Just wait until I dig out your core, then you'll know." Clearly provoked, the tiger spirit beast launched an attack, its paws ablaze with flames that struck instantly, but before it could get close, a sandstorm, mid-level, consumed 5,000 spiritual energy. Instantly a huge shield formed, covered with energy, and even the fiery golden claws couldn't make a dent. Still not giving up, the tiger spirit beast tried to attack Jiang Yijing from a dark spot. Like a tornado, the wolf wind howled, overturning the entire dense forest. An instant the tiger spirit beast was blown into mid-air. Jiang Yijing calmly watched the mother wolf opened his huge mouth and bit down. His sharp fangs tore through the fur, piercing deeply. flipping again. Blood flowed along the torn fur, staining the mother wolf's sapphire blue eyes red. Tisk, tisk, it feels just like having a mother's protection. Jiang Yijing gave no chance for a reaction. The vines, carrying fierce whirlwinds, rose from below and pierced directly into the belly of the tiger spirit beast. Even his hands were busy. The wolf wind claw split the opponent's head open on the spot. Brain matter spilled all over the ground, and the core wrapped in fresh blood appeared in Jiang Yijing's hand. He popped it into his mouth like a candy. With a crunch he bit the core. His eyes emitted a ghostly blue light, leisurely watching the tiger spirit beast in front of him. The spirit tiger beast saw them easily crush the inner cores, their faces previously contorted in aggression now filled with fear. The instinct to survive made the spiritual beast step back, but one scarred like with a knife across its face, perhaps from a human attack, and likely a human eater charged forward. This one seemed smarter than the others. We only have 2 spirit beasts and a cub, while we number 5 or 6, surely we need not fear them, they thought. They fixed their gaze on the white wolf circling her as if forming a battle array, concentrating all their power like a massive ball of fire targeting the wolf mother's ankles. The white wolf's weakness was her feet. Built for speed and skilled in stealth, her feet were nimble, making her quick but less defended at the ankles. Upon seeing this, Jiang River Landscape instantly mixed cold ice pills into his gathering wind souls. Several tornadoes tall as a man rushed forward, instantly dissipating half of the flames. Seeing this, the spirit tiger beasts formed an attack pattern. Their skills fully enhanced, their claws sharp as sickles. But the wolf mother was no easy prey. Though large, she moved with graceful ease. Jiang River Landscape threw a hurricane sphere. She lifted her foot and soared into the air. The attacking spirit tiger beasts missed, attempting to leap and bite, but in the next second, vines burst from the ground wrapping around them. Even as they dodged swiftly, the sharp peak-like vines pierced through their armor-like bodies, leaving them manipulated by a mere cub. Frustrated and enraged, a tiger's roar shattered the vines, but Jiang River Landscape remained calm. The flames fueled by the vines blazed intensely, enclosing Jiang River Landscape and the wolf mother in an impenetrable fiery trap. Go fetch the great king's formation, barked the scarred tiger fiercely. Another spirit tiger beast, not daring to disobey, scrambled to the formation and pressed a stone. Hundreds of thunderbolts, mixed with purple lightning, fell from the sky, striking down into the flames, tearing the earth asunder, scorching it black. The scarred tiger glared fiercely across. Let's see if these cubs dare to be rampant now. The divine thunder of a 15th tier spirit beast. Even those above the 5th tier would be severely injured. Let's see how long the mother wolf can protect him. Yes, they are just a bunch of minions, truly nothing at all. Soon after the king succeeds, he will lead us to enjoy the bliss of the soul of all beasts. All the spirit tiger beasts greedily eyed the positions of Jiang River Landscape and the wolf mother, dreaming of devouring the ghostly wolf cub in their grand delusions of spring and autumn. Suddenly, a wave of intense heat and flames rushed towards them. Their eyes widened in shock as the fire that had once surrounded them now smashed onto their bodies, leaving them no time to dodge. Lightning enveloped by wind struck down from the sky as the wolf mother, carrying Jiang Yijing, burst out of the encirclement. The air around them was thick with the aura of wind, tightly forming a protective shield that the flames could not penetrate. Enjoy the blessings of the heavens, Jiang Yijing scoffed without hesitation, his voice still childishly soft. Although the spiritual tigers were in disarray, the sound of his youthful taunting infuriated them further. They roared in humiliation and rage, concentrating all their energy. You dare laugh at me? One shouted and lunged forward, forgetting the overwhelming power of his attack. The wolf mother extended her hand, and instantly a gigantic wolf windclaw formed in the air, howling through the sky like hundreds of swords, piercing through him as he charged, leaving a mist of blood in the air. The remaining spiritual tigers, having never witnessed such a scene, instinctively began to flee, but Jiang Yijing would not give them a chance. As they tried to hide in their caves, hundreds of vines rose up, forming a cage, trapping them inside, giving them no opportunity to summon the heavenly lightning that originally targeted Jiang Yijing. Instead, the lightning fell into the cage they were trapped in. The screams of the spiritual tigers echoed from the caves, while the wolf mother looked at her cub, who was barely half a year old. For a moment she envisioned him grown up, and her simple spiritual intelligence grasped the human saying, "A child does not stay forever." Her heart felt mixed emotions, as she was a mother for the first time. Jiang Yijing then released the cage, and in an instant fragments and a strong smell of blood and charred flesh emerged. He strode confidently into the cave, where many trapped spiritual beasts were shivering, waiting to be eaten. He glanced at them, waved his hand, and the rocks crumbled. His deep blue eyes stared directly at them and said, "Better run fast or I'll eat you." The spiritual beasts, seeing him as if he were a divine savior, quickly scattered and fled from the cave. Jiang Hujing stood in front of the formation, a complex array that would be difficult to break, but with the Wolf Mother's power, breaking an array was not a significant challenge. He stood at the forefront while the Wolf Mother stood behind. The 12th tier wolf wind howled like a hurricane sweeping through, and Jiang Hujing's hurricane soul, like gathering wind orbs, fiercely struck the stone gate. The gate formed a huge wind nest, a black hole continuously absorbing their spiritual energy. With crackling sounds, the entire cave began to tremble, ready to collapse. In a split second, the earth shattered and the cave split open from the center. The stone door before them shattered slowly like a spider web starting from the center. Despite the relentless thunderous attacks, they did no harm to Jiang Hijing. Thunder roared and the earth shook violently, forcing the spirit Tiger King inside to interrupt his evolution. Blood spurted from his mouth in an instant, and the fur that had previously receded began to regrow. His eyes were blood red, half his face grotesquely terrifying, filled with hatred. Sitting there, the spirit Tiger King raised his hand, summoning lightning from the sky that split the entire mountain in 2 inches, causing the peak to collapse with a thunderous crash. Rocks tumbled down around him, but Jiang Yijing was surrounded by entwining vines that formed a shield blocking all the falling debris. Suddenly, dark clouds pressed down on the city as if to crush it. The sky was sealed off by dense clouds blocking any sunlight, while the frequent lightning illuminated the land as if it were daylight. Compared to the spirit Tiger King, Jiang Yijing's body was not even the size of the tiger's foot. Standing nearly 2 meters tall, his body was robust, with visible muscles and half of his face showing human features while the other half remained beast-like, unshed and bloody, a terrifying sight. "You are that ghostly wolf cub," he said, his eyes filled with venomous resentment. A wolf not even half a month old had killed 37 of his spirit tiger beasts. "I've really raised a bunch of useless creatures," he muttered. He reached out and the fallen spirit tiger beasts were lifted from the ground. He tore their flesh apart with his teeth, bite by bite. Jiang Yijing, seeing the spiritual energy inside his body mixed with the administered medicine, was not panicked. "Since you've disturbed my transformation, you should know the price." He pinched the air and a ball of lightning instantly formed and exploded in front of Jiang Yijing. The Wolf Mother spat out an energy sphere, protecting Jiang Yijing effectively. When the two energy spheres collided, they lit up the sky as bright as day. The Wolf Mother stood in front of Jiang Yijing, her fangs glowing, her deep blue eyes filled with murderous intent. The wind howled fiercely around them, suddenly forming a bright blue glowing wind sphere. "The day you drove away my mother, took over this territory, stole my peaches, and took my spring water, now is the time to return them." The Wolf Mother's voice roared through the wind, echoing with intense murderous intent. The spirit Tiger King looked at the Wolf Mother and sneered, "A mere 12th tier wolf still with a cub at her side. I want to see what tricks you can pull." His body swelled violently, growing from 2 meters to 5. His body now covered in golden silk armor. Species: Spirit Tiger Beast. Level: 15. Spiritual energy: 12 million. Spiritual awareness: 1500. Physique: 1200. Skills: Rolling Thunder, Wild Tiger Storm, Fierce Flame Scorch, Golden Tiger Armor. The Spirit Tiger Beast had reached the transformation phase. Having fully activated the skill Fury, the current host, a 5th-tier spiritual beast, was given a hidden benefit to avoid death: activation of a mystical fire vein. The mystical fire was at a low level and could only be used once. It hoped the host would make good use of it. It was only then that Jiang Hujing realized a wave of heat surging within him, swiftly enveloping his entire body. As he spread his wolf claws, he glimpsed the faint flames of the mystical fire. Although he had yet to master control over it, with the Wolf Mother's blessing, battling it out wasn't a problem. The Tiger King leaped into the air, forming a giant diamond claw enveloped in roaring flames, striking down. Jiang Hujing seemed to have no room to dodge. The Wolf Mother swiftly picked him up and threw him aside. While he dodged rapidly, the hurricane-like forces swept through everything, their powers clashing. The Tiger King kept a tight watch on Jiang Hujing, who, being less than a 5th-tier spiritual beast, was far easier to handle than the Wolf Mother. With extreme speed, his fangs nearly bit Jiang Hujing in an instant. Even though the Wolf Mother was quick to arrive, the sharp fangs grazed his body, nearly catching him as her pupils shuddered. But then she saw a small white figure. He had already positioned himself atop the vines, his body generating 4 cyclones mixed with sharp spiritual energy. No matter how fast the Tiger King's body moved, it only managed to bite the vines. Shocked by the vines shattering, he was astonished that Jiang Hajing could escape his attack, considering he was a powerful 15th-tier spiritual beast. The Tiger King's eyes flickered with a dense intent to kill, blaring fiercely. This child must not be spared. He raised his hand, throwing a fireball. At this moment, how could the wolf mother give him another chance? Her tail swung, sending a wind bundle crisply intercepting it, and she swiftly positioned herself by Jiang Hajing's side. Jiang Hajing opened his eyes, and the trees of the dense forest beneath him rose rapidly. The trees grew at high speed, hurling wood into the air. Fury maxed out. Spiritual energy consumption 30,000, attack power plus 10,000, and layers of dense forest intricately entwined, restraining the Tiger King for a full 3 minutes. During this time, the wolf mother spat out a spiritual energy ball akin to a full moon, directly striking the Tiger King, yet the Tiger King showed no fear, spewing flames that burned the surrounding trees to ash. However, before the fireball fully formed, a sudden pain in his meridians caused him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Jiang Hajing's vine spirit quickly sensed his physical condition, indicating that the mystical fire lotus seeds were taking effect. Without another word, Jiang Hajing quickly added fuel to the fire on top of the wolf mother's spiritual energy ball, instantly transforming it into a myriad of swords. Like a torrential pear blossom rainstorm, the splendid strikes pierced into the armor of the great spirit Tiger King. Even though the body of the spirit Tiger King was as hard as steel, mitigating many of the spirit-infused sword strikes, many still penetrated. Blood gushed forth anew. In an instant, the spirit Tiger King was enraged, his muscles nearly bursting, and the thunder in the sky reached its peak. Boom, lightning slanted downwards, turning the whole sky as bright as day. Jiang Jing knew that these bolts of lightning represented the pinnacle of his spiritual energy. If he endured this attack, he wouldn't have enough energy left to suppress the toxins in his body. Jiang Jing and the wolf mother exchanged glances. Clenching his teeth, he instantly summoned from the space the Kunlun divine wood, and with the interlacing spiritual wood combined with the wolf mother's absolute spiritual defense, a massive energy shield quickly enveloped them. Boom, boom, powerful energy poured down, and the bloodthirsty eyes of the spirit Tiger King stared straight ahead. Now, that youngster probably had no escape. No one could stop his path of transformation now. The spirit Tiger King began to laugh wildly, his bloodthirsty eyes gleaming with madness, yet a force surged within his body. His meridians felt as if they were breaking, an almost destructive power eroding him from within. Could it be that the thing given to him by that woman was problematic? Cursed, he would tear that woman to pieces when the time came. He got up to confront the wolf mother. Suddenly, from the fallen rocks, robust trees surged up, covering the entire scorched earth. He watched as Jiang Jing stood atop the trees unharmed, with only his beard covered in ash. Thankfully, he had the Kunlun divine wood, which had caught the strike, though it shattered several pieces. But at least he was uninjured, although it had consumed much of his opponent's spiritual energy. The wolf mother stood by his side, her eyes revealing a bloodthirsty gleam, her aura filled with a strong intent to kill. Son, step back, the wolf mother said coldly, shaking off the dust on her, her spiritual energy rising behind her, tightly protecting his body. While Jiang Jing took a step back, the wolf mother was fully in control of the situation. After the eye of the spirit Tiger King shook with horror, it quickly turned venomous. He hadn't expected their lives to be so big to dodge his 15th tier attack. In that case, he had to decide the battle quickly. Flames began to rise again from his body, even from the shoulder blades, where mech-like sharp spikes emerged. Like a gust of wind, the mother wolf dashed past, her presence and the spirit tiger, both creatures surpassing the 10th tier, causing the earth to tremble and mountains to quake as they battled ferociously. The aura and killing intent bursting from them caused the surrounding spiritual beasts to retreat, instinctively daring not to come closer for fear of being caught in the fray. The mother wolf, with her sharp fangs, managed to bite into the spine of the spirit tiger, tearing off flesh ferociously. The Tiger King, unwilling to yield, transformed his spiritual energy into blades and swords, piercing directly into the body of the mother wolf. She dodged swiftly, yet still her skin was torn apart, scattering golden light instantly. Before the Tiger King could react, a whirlwind entered his body. Bang, bang, bang. It exploded within him, splattering blood and flesh everywhere. Retreating thrice, he gasped for air, his eyes locked onto the mother wolf in disbelief. His meridians began to crazily fracture, spewing forth black blood from his mouth. His eyes widened in disbelief as he saw his once powerful spiritual energy plummet dramatically. What is happening? He roared, his eyes filled with poisonous hate, certain that the woman had tampered with his medicine. Rising up, he glanced at the resilient mother wolf and her cub whose tier was unknown and condition unclear, deciding it was best to retreat for now. As he raised his hand, thunder summoned from the sky filled the air with a dense fog. Jiang Yijing instantly realized the opponent was fleeing, shouting to the mother wolf, "Mom, he's running." The mother wolf, amidst the fog, kept her gaze tightly on him. How could we possibly let him escape? But as the thunder poured down like a heavy rain, making it nearly impossible to move, Jiang Yijing accurately locked onto the Tiger King. Despite the tiger's swift movements, within minutes he had already covered dozens of kilometers. If this continued, he would surely escape. Jiang Yijing swiftly mobilized the surrounding dense forest to trap him, igniting a strange fire within his body. The eerie purple flames burned steadily through the forest, consuming everything in their path. Surrounding the Tiger King, who had thought himself lucky to have escaped dozens of kilometers, the purple flames intensified instead of being extinguished by the heavy rain, which carried a rich spiritual energy. The Tiger King, who had initially thought the flames ordinary and had just summoned thunder, found himself overwhelmed by the increasingly fierce flames. Jiang Yijing stood at the center, the patterns on his forehead faintly visible as he utilized the strange fire, consuming 100,000 units of spiritual energy. The spiritual veins surged, the meridians were now protected. Originally searing hot, the meridians were instantly enveloped by a chilling force, and somehow the mystical fire had already merged into his body. It was a surprising feeling. This way, even if he consumed any mystical fire, he would not be harmed. The shock in Wolf Mother's eyes was beyond words. Her son was truly a being that her wisdom could not comprehend, a force even she dared not touch. Jiang Yijing saw that the Tiger King was trapped, his eyes gleaming as he quickly approached. He stared down at the Tiger King, who was defiantly looking back at him in a last stand of desperation. "I will kill you, you little wolf cub. You dare to stand before me?" The Tiger King, weakened by the flames encircling him, felt the mystical fire lotus seeds inside him react to the presence of the mystical fire. Instantly, toxins were activated and spread throughout his body, making him collapse as limp as meat, his face both human and beastly twisted in a grotesque and disgusting expression. "Die," Jiang Yijing said lightly, his hand forming a hurricane swirl, transforming into a side aimed straight at the Tiger King's head. In that instant, the Tiger King was struck with fear, his massive body kneeling on the ground. "I was wrong. Please spare my life. Just give me a way to live. I will do anything." He kowtowed desperately, but his eyes held nothing but fear and hatred. Jiang Yijing would not be fooled by his words, as he knew that the body of his foe was already containing a vast amount of spiritual energy. If he withdrew the mystical fire surrounding them, the opponent would instantly use his spiritual energy to launch a devastating attack on him. With a swift stroke, Jiang Yijing brought the side down, slicing through the Tiger King's neck, blood spurting out and staining his eyes red. A scream echoed in all directions, shaking the earth and mountains. Jiang Yijing had intended to kill him outright, but suddenly a voice interrupted everything. "I didn't expect you, this little wolf cub, to have such skills. I underestimated you." A bell-like laugh echoed from the dense forest, making Jiang Yijing instantly alert. His instincts told him this person was dangerous. Almost instantaneously, he used a snake-like movement to increase the distance between them. Jiang Yijing moved next to Wolf Mother, his warning bells ringing. A dangerous aura approached from behind, with Wolf Mother protecting him. Then they saw a giant python appear in front of them with a woman seated atop it. It was Qi Haning. She dangled her delicate fair feet, her green eyes swirling, as if looking into them could draw one into the abyss. The giant python coiled around the already dead Tiger King, her eyes filled with disdain. "All my attempts have been wasted. To think you could be defeated by a mere fifth-tier little wolf cub." Qi Hanying's presence wasn't surprising to Jiang Yijing, but her arrival was earlier than expected. According to White Tiger, Qi Hanying was supposed to deliver medicine to the Tiger King weekly and would leave the same day without staying. The medicine must be administered 49 times to accelerate the transformation of the Linghu beast, yet she has delivered it less than 10 times. This visit was also timed narrowly to avoid Qi Hanying. Unexpectedly, she arrived so suddenly. Jiang Hajing turned to the Wolf Mother and said, "We can just run now. This woman is unpredictable, and the spirit beast raised by her using poison is no easy foe." The Wolf Mother nodded but reluctantly eyed the 15th-tier spirit beast's inner core that she had rolled up in front of her. "If you consume this inner core, your spiritual energy would greatly increase and you would surely ascend in rank," she thought, tempted. Her meridians were already severed, and having ingested the Qi Fire Lotus, all the toxins in her body had moved into the inner core, causing her rank to fall to about 7th tier. even consuming its inner core would likely be a struggle. The enemy wouldn't gain much advantage either. Jiang Hujing planned to collect it and wait until he mastered the use of qi fire to refine the inner core. Luoying was still here, so they couldn't let Qi Hanying detect Luoying's presence. They needed to leave. Quickly, receiving the signal, the wolf mother instantly used half her spiritual energy to create a tornado, forming a natural barrier in the air. She swiftly moved, carrying Jiang Hujing, who added some qi fire inside. The qi fire skill increased by 1,000 points. It consumed 30,000 spiritual energy and lasted for 3 minutes. The host must be cautious about his meridians. Although the qi fire skill couldn't be used for long, it was enough to trap Qi Hanying, the Jialong being of ice nature. Fears fire the most, especially the earth vein fire. Therefore, seeing the blazing purple flames, it retreated several steps, and Qi Hanying, also a spirit beast encountering such flames in a 12th tier hurricane, had no choice but to dodge first, flapping its wings and soaring into the air. Qi Tian's wings almost completely blocked the sunlight, its multicolored feathers shining brilliantly in the sunlight, and her eyes turned golden. Looking down, she found no one there. It seemed that the little wolf cub from last time had helped Luoying. She must inform her master quickly. After the Jialong passed, it opened its huge mouth and swallowed the corpse of the Linghu king, its eyes narrowing as if savoring a delicious meal. This little wolf cub, it seems wise. With a hoarse voice, it affectionately rubbed against Qi Hanying's leg, its triangular eyes craftily shifting. It had used poison, which was the cold poison that countered the Linghu king, and it seemed to have been administered for a time, plus the master's medicine. When the Linghu king mobilized his meridians, the toxins in his body would destroy his meridians. And there was another poison. Qi Hanying sat on the Jialong, stepping on its head with her exquisite feet, and coldly said, "What poison?" It was the qi fire lotus seeds. This poison is chronic yet fatally potent when it strikes. If I hadn't been nurtured with deadly toxins, I doubt I could have withstood it. A 7th tier spiritual beast that has consumed many humans is no ordinary creature. Its intelligence far surpasses that of typical beasts. The flood dragon, entwining Qi Hanying, spoke in a hushed tone, with its massive head close to her slender neck. Handing him over to the master might please him even more than delivering the qilin. Qi Hanying's golden eyes flickered slightly as she coldly replied, "He might have a 12th tier wolf by his side, and this cave likely shelters at least a dozen 5th tier spirit tiger beasts. Even with their combined strength, it would be hard for them to break in. There might be others involved, and until we fully understand the forces behind him, we must not act rashly. It's time to return and report back. Besides, I've left that little thing some gifts. I think he might appreciate them." Although the flood dragon was somewhat displeased, Qi Hanying raised her slender fingers, gently stroking its head, which seemed to improve its mood. Mother Wolf carried Jiang Hujing away from the tiger's den, meeting up with Luoying. Collapsed on the ground, Jiang Hujing heaved great breaths of air. Luoying, retracting her colorful whip, asked with concern, "Are you all right?" Shaking his head, Jiang Hujing replied, "I've overused my spiritual energy. Though we've won, Qi Hanying has arrived, and I'm not yet strong enough to confront him." Luoying's eyes trembled slightly, sensing that this matter was intricately linked to the kingdom of 10,000 beasts. Although the specifics of their intentions were unclear, it was definitely connected. Just as Jiang Hujing finished speaking, Mother Wolf suddenly collapsed beside him, lying within the cave, which made Jiang Hujing's heart tighten. "Mother, what's wrong?" He rushed to Mother Wolf's side and noticed 2 silver needles at her ankle, a vulnerable spot. Instantly, he realized these were Qi Hanying's hidden weapons. Knowing the weakness of the beasts of 10,000 beasts, how could Qi Hanying not know the vulnerability of the white wolf? It was his oversight. How could he have been so careless? A system analysis detected that Mother Wolf was poisoned with Ziyu flower toxin, refined for use within spiritual energy. This toxin blooms only once every 100 years, with each plant producing just 1 flower, valued immensely. Though not immediately lethal, if untreated for over 100 days, the victim's meridians could be completely severed, leaving no chance for recovery. The only antidote was in the golden water pool. Hearing the system's analysis, a murderous intent surged within Jiang Hujing. He could not forgive any harm done to his mother. Seeing the turmoil in Jiang Hujing's eyes, Luoying, fearing he might act rashly, immediately rushed to Mother Wolf's side. She summoned her spiritual energy, quickly extracting the 2 silver needles, and then infused royal blood into his spiritual veins, locking all his acupoints. After all was done, the she-wolf's complexion had improved significantly, and she no longer appeared so frail. Jiang Hujing's anxiety finally eased. He quickly retrieved more heavenly treasures from his ring to feed the she-wolf. Although these treasures could not detoxify her, they could alleviate her pain. However, the real cure was the water from the golden pond. Jiang Hujing's expression was grave as he asked, "Mother, do you feel better now?" The she-wolf looked at Jiang Hujing tenderly and said softly, "Mother is fine, my child, do not feel guilty, you have avenged me and that makes me very happy." Jiang Hujing moved closer and hugged the she-wolf tightly. He had long regarded her as his true mother and would not allow anyone to harm her. He decided to make a trip to the Beast Kingdom. His eyes were filled with a murderous intent. Since Chi Haining took such an interest in him, even going as far as harming his most beloved, he would take something precious from her in return. "Don't worry, I've locked all her meridians so the poison will not spread further, and you've already fed her the heavenly treasures which should relieve a lot of the pain. We don't necessarily have to go to the golden pond. As long as we can bring its water back and combine it with the jade marrow drops, that should suffice. I've been poisoned like this before, it's just something the royal family uses to control people," Luo Ying explained, though lightly. Jiang Hujing knew she must have suffered greatly to escape. "We'll bring back the water from the golden pond and the Bodhi golden lotus seeds. I won't let Chi Haining's schemes succeed, but for now our priority is to find the jade marrow drops to control the poison in the she-wolf." Luo Ying glanced at the sky. "Today's slaughter was excessive. It will surely attract other spirit beasts to investigate. They might also want to benefit from this chaos, so let's return to my cave." Jiang Hujing nodded, looking worriedly at the she-wolf, uncertain if she could withstand her condition. The she-wolf stood up, seemingly no different from usual, and licked Jiang Hujing's fur. "Don't worry, it's just a drop in level, nothing serious, but don't let your sister worry." Jiang Hujing nodded, and they returned to Luo Ying's cave. At that moment Luo was binding Jiang Yeye tightly with a colorful whip. Jiang Yeye glared at Luo baring her teeth and said, "You little demoness, if you don't release me, I'll destroy this cave." Luo looked at Jiang Yeye with a hurt expression. "But I need to ensure your safety, you can't go there, it's too dangerous." Jiang Yeye knew Jiang Hujing had always wanted to take over Tiger Mountain, but she hadn't expected him to act so swiftly, even including her in his plans. Knowing that Jiang Yeye would surely follow them later, Jiang Hujing took measures for her safety by having Luo tie her up and place her in a cave to ensure her safety. No matter how much she struggled, she couldn't escape Luo's magical formation. This was almost a devastating blow to Jiang Yeye's pride. Her body began to emit demonic energy continuously, and just as it was about to burst out, Jiang Hujing appeared in the cave. His little paw instantly hit her on the head. The soft touch immediately dissipated much of Jiang Yeye's demonic energy. She looked up at Jiang Hujing, her heart bursting with grievances, and hoarsely asked, "Where did you all go? Why didn't you take me with you? I hate you, are we still a family?" Jiang Yeye said stubbornly, tears in her eyes, but she forced them back. Luo released her and Jiang Yeye wanted to rush out immediately. However, she was suddenly pinned down by Jiang Hujing, and no matter how much she struggled, she couldn't escape his grasp. Jiang Hujing was still grateful for his decision. If he had taken Yeye with them, the situation might have become uncontrollable and Yeye could have been injured. He didn't dare to think about it. "Not taking you has its reasons, you're too weak." Jiang Hujing didn't indulge Jiang Yeye. "You can't even defeat me. Were you planning to be a little sweet treat for the spirit tiger beast, break through to the 4th rank first?" His words were almost a devastating blow, knowing that Jiang Yeye was a demonic saint in her previous life, but that was only in the past. If she always dwelled in the demons of the past, she might truly regret it when she succumbed to them. Although Jiang Yeye was unwilling to accept it, Jiang Hujing was right. She couldn't even defeat Luo, let alone kill a 4th rank wolf spirit beast. What right did she have to challenge nearly a 15th rank spirit beast? Seeing the blood color on Jiang Hujing's face and realizing that he had never been so weary, she understood that they had gone through a desperate struggle, one that was beyond her imagination. If she had gone, it would have been a dead end. She silently stood up, her eyes gradually turning from black to blue, but with an unwavering determination. She looked at Jiang Hujing and said, "I will definitely defeat you, definitely." Jiang Hujing breathed a sigh of relief. It was better to discipline his sister early than to find it harder when she grew up. He mixed truth and fiction while talking to Jiang Yeye and also gave her many inner cores to eat. Currently, Chi Haining had already obtained what she needed, so she wouldn't go again. Jiang Hujing planned to go and retrieve all the immortal brews and peaches. After he had restored his spiritual energy, the first thing he did was consume all the inner cores, a massive surge of spiritual energy filling his own core. Host, Jiang Hujing, Spirit Beast, White Wolf rank, 6th, spiritual energy, 5 million spiritual sense. 130 physique, 130 new mimic skill, thunderous waves. Assisted in hunting a 15th rank spirit beast without consuming the inner core, thus gaining plus 100 battle experience, and after devouring 5 4th rank spirit beast inner cores, his spiritual energy increased by 1 million, spirit veins evolved by plus 50, welfare points increased by plus 50. System announcement complete. Jiang Hujing began to calculate his level. If it weren't for the initial stages, Qi Haining would have already suppressed the level of the spirit Tiger King. He had also fed it a lot of poison, and with the help of the wolf mother, battling that kind of destructive spirit beast was almost impossible. His eyes darkened. Only by fighting to become the strongest and reaching the top could he look down on everyone and protect his family. A seed was planted in Jiang Hujing's heart. Jiang Hujing returned to his space where the kunlun tree had sprouted new leaves, although its branches were still small. In a couple of days, they should have grown significantly. His dragon egg had turned from a semi-transparent shell to reveal a curled-up little snake emitting blue and red glows around it. The energy of the mysterious fire continuously infused into it, and he could visibly see the aura of the mysterious fire entering his body. Host spirit energy has evolved by 1 million welfare points. Increased by 100 inch points. Reset. Hidden benefits activated. The host can now absorb the energy of the mysterious fire every moment to evolve the spirit veins and subdue the mysterious fire. Now you can mobilize the energy of the mysterious fire at a lower tier. The host can manipulate the energy of the mysterious fire inside his body. To strengthen it, spirit energy must be consumed. Please keep up the good work, host. Jiang Hujing manipulated the mysterious fire within his spirit veins, and soon a purple flame burst from his hand, throwing it out. Like a falling purple lotus. However, upon contact with a rock, the rock instantly turned to ash. Even at a lower tier, the energy of the mysterious fire was not to be underestimated. Jiang Hujing also felt changes beginning within his body. Purple patterns started appearing on his forehead, surrounded by flickering flames. There were also hurricanes swirling around him, a sign that his spirit veins evolution was beginning to manifest. However, he didn't know what the final form of the evolved spirit veins would be like. He got up and walked over to the kunlun tree, placing a carved wooden alchemy furnace inside the cave. This was made from the trunk of the kunlun tree, the only wood that could withstand the heat of the mysterious fire. Using wood for the alchemy furnace was a new experiment for him. He took out several alchemy manuals from Yulingling, and from them he found how to make detoxification pills. These past few days, Jiang Hujing had been gathering spirit herbs from outside, stocking up on materials. Then he began experimenting inside his ring. But at first he couldn't control the heat properly. The moment the spirit herbs entered the alchemy furnace, they turned to ash or exploded the moment they were supposed to be finished, leaving him covered in dust and ash even within his space. Every time Jiang Ye saw him, she thought he had been bombarded. "You didn't go to the human realm, did you?" Jiang Yu couldn't help but ask. It was rare to see Jiang Hujing in such a disheveled state, his white fur almost singed. Even on Mount Linghu, such an event had never occurred before. Jiang Hujing dusted off his clothes, tossing out a pile of dark, mysterious objects. With a secretive look, he said to Jiang Ye, "This is a secret." Instantly, this piqued Jiang Ye's curiosity. However, due to her proud and aloof nature, she suppressed her interest. "I'm not that curious," she declared, stretching languidly. The black cloud pattern on her forehead gradually turned blue, and her eyes, no longer pitch black, shimmered with a faint golden flame dancing within them. Jiang Hujing approached and gently patted her forehead with his paw pad, quickly sensing that her spiritual consciousness had stabilized significantly. "Have you managed to control the demonic energy?" he asked in surprise. Before, Jiang Ye's spiritual energy was in a state of turmoil, constantly on the verge of demonic possession. But now her spiritual consciousness was much more stable, and the demonic energy within her had begun to form a demonic core. Her rare spiritual veins had also started to merge with the demonic energy, even helping to a certain extent to purify the resentment mixed within the demonic energy. As the resentment cleared, her stability improved even further. She was now at her peak, close to breaking through to the next level, just lacking a bit more cultivation. "Since you've been working so hard, I'll give you a surprise soon." Jiang Hujing decided to help her. Before Jiang Ye could ask anything further, Jiang Hujing had already returned to his ring. The barriers had been set up, connecting two mountain peaks, making it impossible for ordinary spiritual beasts and royal beasts to find their way here. Each spiritual beast occupied a cave, ensuring they did not disturb each other. Thus, what Jiang Hujing was doing remained unknown to Jiang Ye. even though she tried to sneak a peek, she could never catch sight of him. Eventually, she gave up until one day a hearty laugh echoed from Jiang Hajing's cave. "I've done it! Ha ha, I've succeeded." The laughter shook the cave 3 times. Luoluo with his fluffy head curiously poked into the cave asking, "What did you succeed? What are you talking about?" When Jiang Hujing emerged, his usually solemn face visibly brightened. He looked at Jiang Yeye and Luoluo tossing a golden pill from his pill bottle that shimmered with light inside the cave. "This is a flame pill," he explained. "It contains spiritual energy that can help you advance. I found it in ancient texts. It helps those who are stuck at a bottleneck break through their level. Although it requires rare heavenly materials and earthly treasures, our spiritual veins are rich in them. The only challenge was mastering the precise control of the flame, which took a week." He held up the radiant pill for them to see. Jiang Yeye was familiar with many things, but the concept of a spiritual beast crafting pills was unheard of, even though it was not a particularly difficult task for humans. The pill in question was common enough, designed to help break through cultivation stages, but the quality of this one was like none she had ever seen before, smooth without a single impurity and brimming with immense energy. "Have you been working on these recently?" Jiang Yeye asked incredulously, staring at Jiang Hujing. She almost hoped he would admit to some human exchange. Otherwise, the gap she felt between them seemed like an insurmountable chasm. "Of course I made them," Jiang Hujing replied, "though it's tough. Mastering the correct intensity of the flame makes it manageable." He had also crafted a batch of detoxification pills for Wolf Mother to help suppress the spread of toxins in her body. "Go on, try it and see how it works," he urged. Jiang Yeye swallowed the pill and instantly felt a warm energy spread through her limbs and bones, swiftly flowing into her inner core through her meridians. Her eyes snapped open, a flicker passing through them as her body began to emit a fierce light. Soon she felt her spiritual energy reach its peak, and in a moment she experienced a transformation in her cultivation level. The auspicious cloud patterns on her forehead deepened. "This pill you've crafted is too pure," she said, her eyes trembling as she looked at Jiang Hajing. She was genuinely astounded. Even in her previous life, where the royal family had access to all kinds of pills, this one was exceptional and hard to find. Jiang Hajing had not only succeeded in making it on his first attempt but had also placed a few more before her. "Although this pill is mainly for breakthroughs, you can use it regularly to strengthen your body," he explained. "I've also added some pure yang herbs to help cleanse demonic energy, which suits your constitution perfectly." With just a sweep of his spiritual sense, Jiang Hajing had discerned her constitution and tailored the pills accordingly. Jiang Yeye was touched, yet her prideful nature made her say, "I'll believe for now that you're a good brother." Jiang Hajing patted her head gently. "Wolf Second, after all, you are my dear sister." Whenever Jiang Yeye heard him call her Wolf Second, she couldn't help but get irritated. In an instant, she threw a ball of demonic energy at him, which he deftly blocked with a tornado barrier before swiftly retreating into a cave, eluding her pursuit. Fuming, Jiang Yeye could only watch him leave, hurling a couple more moderately strong demonic energy balls in his direction. Lolo, looking on with eyes full of envy, remarked, "You siblings really have a great relationship." Jiang Yeye looked at Luo in astonishment. "Where do you see that they get along well?" Those two were fighting in the cave. Even the Wolf Mother thought they were born adversaries. Luo moved closer with affection, rubbing his big head vigorously against Jiang. "Yeah, only those who are close can act like this. It would be great if Yingying could also recover." Jiang Ye's heart stirred slightly. Yingying was frail and her spiritual energy was constantly leaking, yet her body possessed an excellent foundation. During her time as a demon saint, Jiang had seen many such cases. Whether human or spiritual beasts, these pure, unadulterated foundations were most suitable for becoming cauldrons. Jiang had also obtained a set of spiritual bones before, which her father had given her to help her purify and advance. Despite her meridians being on the verge of collapse, she had never used those spiritual bones. They were extracted from a young girl who was alive at the time, with 6 or 7 nails driven into her to lock her soul. While the girl was conscious, Jiang painfully extracted the spiritual tiger from within and used the girl's body as nourishment to finally refine the spiritual bones. Proud and haughty, Jiang Yeye believed that she could break through on her own without any auxiliary means. If Yingying were to be made into a cauldron, she would likely experience the same fate. Just the thought of it seemed cruel. When Luo fell asleep and both the Wolf Mother and Luo Ying were at rest and Jiang Hajing was also not around, Jiang Yeye visited Yingying's cave. Yingying was curled up in a corner, surrounded by heavenly and earthly treasures meant to prolong her life. The cave also contained fresh flowers every day, picked by Luo in hopes that Yingying would recover quickly. Seeing Jiang Yeye Yingying managed a weak smile, "You must be Yaya. I've heard about you from Luo Luo, she likes you a lot, thank you for keeping her company, she hasn't been this happy in a long time." Despite her petite size, Yingying appeared very gentle, softening even the usually haughty Jiang Yeye. "Don't be afraid, I'm here to help. Do you want to become stronger?" Jiang Yeye asked, though she warned the process will be very painful. Yingying was stunned, as no one had ever asked her such a question in her 100 years of life. Even her mother had only hoped that she would survive. But with all these countless medicines and Luo Luo needing to watch over her daily, not to mention the sunlight she hadn't seen for a long time, how could she not wish to become stronger? Looking determinedly at Jiang Yeye, Yingying said, "No matter what, I want to become stronger, even if it means enduring great pain." With those words, Jiang Yeye felt reassured. She told Yingying that she had a secret technique that could not only prolong her life but could help her undergo a rebirth, a sacred technique only the saintess of the Azura realm could practice. But the process was excruciating. Each absorption of spiritual energy was akin to the remolding of her meridians. Only through repeated remolding could her meridians absorb and withstand the immense innate spiritual energy, allowing her to cultivate normally. Although it wasn't deadly, it was truly painful. After explaining the principles of cultivation to her, Jiang Yeye turned and said, "You can give up at any time if you wish. It won't harm your life, but everything you have done so far will be in vain." Having said that, Jiang Yeye left swiftly in the realm of Azura. There, the saintesses needed to cleanse their meridians, but after the cleansing their spiritual energy was gone and they had to forcibly remodel their meridians. This allowed the meridians to receive spiritual energy from the Azura royal family, and the principle was the same. However, so far only one person has managed to endure through this. Inside the ring, Zhang Hajing had refined many elixirs. Now these elixirs had reached a high level of mastery. He took out some and placed them with Wolf Mother. "Mother, although these elixirs can't help your body absorb spiritual energy, they can still nourish it, and these here are for replenishing qi and blood," Zhang Hajing explained to Wolf Mother, who watched him warily as usual. In such cases, Zhang Hajing wouldn't be able to return for a while. "What are you going to do?" "Mother will go with you." Wolf Mother, despite being injured, was always concerned about her child, especially since the outside world was so dangerous. She couldn't bear to let her child go alone to such perilous places. Zhang Hajing calculated the days. The jade dew of heaven's marrow needed to be found deep within the spiritual veins, which would take some time to reach. Thus, for Zhang Hajing, he indeed needed to be away for a few days, and this time he planned to go alone. Wolf Mother was injured. Jiang Yeye's rank was too low. Qi Hanying might come at any time, and there was also Yingying, so Luoying had to stay here. Jiang Hajing reassured Wolf Mother, "I'm just going to find medicine, I won't go to dangerous places." Wolf Mother still looked worried. After all, the jade dew of heaven's marrow was a rare treasure within the spiritual veins, not only hidden but also guarded by spiritual beasts. "Don't worry, Mother, I will protect myself. I will just take the dew of heaven's marrow and leave." Wolf Mother knew that once Jiang Hajing decided to do something, no one could stop him. She could only watch worriedly. The child she had raised for half a year, always feeling an emptiness in her heart. When Jiang Hajing set off, it was midnight. Being a nocturnal animal, the night did not affect wolves. The jade dew of heaven's marrow resided in a mountain that contained all 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. And there was only one such mountain, Mount Skywatch. I've heard there are many caves in that region where spiritual beasts struggle to break through their nascent soul phase amidst peaks filled with spiritual energy. These are nourished by the corpses of spiritual beasts. The jade dew of heaven's essence is born from the failed breakthroughs of these Yuan Dan. It has also been purified by heavenly thunder, containing extremely pure spiritual energy capable of detoxifying poisons and enhancing spiritual energy to aid transformation. The transformation of spiritual beasts is painful. It's almost like shedding their fur and being reborn until their cultivation is complete, allowing them to transform freely. Hence, many spiritual beasts covet the royal bloodline of spiritual veins, which makes their marrow cleansing and transformation less painful. The day mountain appears in the southwest of the spiritual vein, and only during a full moon night. When he emerged, it was a crescent moon a few days away from the full moon. He needed to pinpoint the location. Jiang Yijing ventured deep into the spiritual vein but couldn't advance further without a map. Ahead was only fog and miasma. He randomly picked a valley and caught a 3rd-tier spiritual beast. The wolf's paw was on its neck, and the firebird in front of him almost cried, kneeling down immediately. Although the firebird was of a lower tier, it nested in the air surrounded by flames to protect itself from snakes. Unexpectedly, it was shaken down from the tree by a creature emerging from below, and its neck was grabbed, bringing it close to death for the first time. "Great Wolf King, spare my life." The firebird trembled. "I have 2 children still hatching." Jiang Yijing not fond of roasted bird asked, "Do you know where Day Mountain is?" Day Mountain. The firebird quickly thought, realizing the reason for its capture was because birds have a good view and clear memory of routes. Trembling, it said, "This is the Blue Sea Mountain. Not far from here is an old turtle nearing transformation. I don't know his tier, but he's gentle and usually doesn't fight. You can ask him." Many spiritual beasts in this area know of Day Mountain. After all, it's a mountain of immortals. Blue Sea Mountain? Seeing Jiang Yijing's hesitation, the firebird quickly plucked one of its feathers and drew a map on a piece of beast skin using charcoal. "This is the path to Blue Sea Mountain. Only that old turtle has been there and returned alive, so we should know. Our level is too low, let alone Day Mountain. I don't even dare to come down from the sky." Jiang Yijing released the firebird, took the map, and rushed off without looking back. The firebird sighed in relief, having saved its life, and returned to its nest to see its 2 white eggs. Suddenly, it spotted a fire attribute spiritual herb in the nest. The moment she saw it, she couldn't help but gasp. The fire-type spiritual herb in front of her was of superior quality, left there by the Wolf King himself. Her neck stretched a little as she took a peek, her eyes brimming with excitement. Jiang Hujing followed the map and pressed forward, navigating through an area teeming with spiritual beasts. 4th-tier spiritual beasts were commonplace here, but Jiang Hujing showed no interest in them, his mind focused solely on moving deeper into the territory. Bihai Mountain was not very close to this location. The reason it was named Bihai Mountain was due to the continuous stretch of lakes and marshes in the area, and these marshes were quite special. They contained toxins, and if it weren't for the naturally nurtured spiritual beasts within, no creature could withstand the poison, turning the place into a land of death. However, Bihai Mountain wasn't always like this. The lakes here were once full of spiritual energy and served as healing medicine. In the center, there was a main lake perfectly positioned to absorb the essence of heaven and earth under the full moon, making it an excellent spot for cultivation. Thus, the spiritual turtles thrived here, deeply engrossed in their cultivation, and even produced 2 members who reached the transformative stage. One of them even ventured into Wangtian Mountain but returned with a group of invaders, and since then the area had become desolate. The old turtle was barely clinging to life, lying in the muddy caverns, looking like a small hill, its body battered and torn, with its shell almost completely gone, oozing pus and decay, the stench of rot detectable even from a distance. "Are you the turtle?" Jiang Hujing asked with a frown, his nostrils pinched with a medicinal pill to somewhat purify the air, for the toxic gases could cause significant harm to the body. The turtle strained to turn its neck, its murky eyes gazing down at Jiang Hujing, its pupils barely visible, trembling slightly. It seemed puzzled about the presence of a young wolf cub here. "Why are you here? You should leave. This place is no longer suitable for living and you might even die here." Jiang Hujing looked up and asked, "Then why do you still stay?" Despite his severely damaged body, leaving this place shouldn't be a problem. "I cannot leave, but I also do not want them to succeed," the old turtle said with sorrow and anger. They should not dream of obtaining a piece of spiritual turtle shell or any other inner elixirs. Jiang Hujing looked curiously at the old turtle, sensing there was more to the story of this spiritual turtle shell. "If I can heal your injuries, will you tell me everything you know?" Jiang Hujing said calmly, "This is your only chance." The spiritual turtle looked at this not even half-year-old wolf cub, who carried himself like a king, looking down on all creatures, even with a hint of pity. The turtle, not knowing from where it mustered the courage to trust him, impulsively said, "I was once the chief of this lake, not very talented though. Our turtle clan, despite our high cultivation levels, has hardly any connection with the outside world because our shells are nearly indestructible. Even if someone wanted to take over this place, it would be very difficult to defeat us." However, as he spoke, his eyes filled with sorrow and indignation, as if on the brink of shedding tears of blood. "I ascended to the Mount of Heavens, dedicating the last century of my transformation to safeguard this region, yet these spiritual beasts knew that the shell of the tortoise could withstand the heavenly thunder. When spiritual beasts aspire to cultivate their nascent soul, they must face the heavenly thunder at each realm. If they survive the tribulation, they shed their beastly form and ascend as earthly immortals, but failure means death on the spot. Thus, the mountain is littered with bones, and only the higher-order spiritual beasts seek things to resist the heavenly thunder. When they reach their realm, they generally cannot leave their ancient caves. It's their subordinates who collect these items, and they set their sights on the spiritual tortoises of the Azure Sea Mountain. His shell could withstand the third and fourth levels of heavenly thunder, and it was because he saw a dying Qilin during his tribulation that he decided to help, at least ensuring it wouldn't die, so he protected it, but little did he expect that the other party would repay kindness with ingratitude. When he returned to cultivate, he brought his followers to Azure Sea Mountain and slaughtered his children to near extinction, leaving only the weak and sick. They even brutally removed his shell. The spiritual tortoises now have only one lineage left. Even as he gasps for breath, he tries to prevent more people from coming here, but he can only watch as this place transforms from a vibrant land to one steeped in death. A Qilin, Zhang Hajing thought of Luoying. Only the royal spiritual veins have Qilins, other spiritual beasts are rarely seen, and those spiritual beasts that can cultivate to the nascent soul are also rare, indicating that most of Mount of Heavens is dominated by the royal lineage slaughtering the spiritual beasts, and it was they who did this. Zhang Hajing already disliked the royal people for what they did to his mother, and now he dislikes them even more. So where are they now? Still in Azure Sea Mountain. And what about your grandchildren? The spiritual tortoise nodded, struggling to speak. In 10 years, the spiritual scales will grow back, and these scales are the hardest, and they are in a nearby mountain forging a cave just to harvest these scales. Having said all this, the spiritual tortoise breathed heavily, his eyes filled with hatred. The spiritual tortoise itself is not skilled in attack, but they, relying on the royal spiritual vein, naturally suppress and poison us, forcing us to move. Even so, they did not spare us. Our body's spiritual scales slowly detached and our flesh began to rot and stink. But this is not fatal. Flesh will regrow in the body, yet at a certain time it starts to fall off again. This cycle of endless pain continues day and night, and all his spiritual scales have been harvested. The invading spiritual beasts of Azure Sea Mountain disdain that his spiritual mountain is already spent. They abandoned him in this swamp, left to die, yet he survived to this day, fueled by sheer spite. Zhang Hajing looked at him with a touch of pity. In the world of spiritual beasts, it was indeed a survival of the fittest, but even within such laws there existed compassion. In a way, Zhang Hajing still felt pity for the pure-heartedness of this creature. In that case, I will save them for you, but on one condition: will you take me to One Tian Mountain later? The creature looked at Zhang Hajing in disbelief. The invaders of Bishanbo were all 5th-tier spiritual beasts, and behind him stood a 7th-tier spiritual beast king. They were all after the spiritual treasures inherent in these beasts, and yet here was this young wolf cub without any rank daring to make such a statement. But for some reason a force compelled him to believe, or perhaps he had no choice but to believe. All right, if you can help me save them, I will take you there, even at the cost of my old life. This spiritual turtle must not die now. Zhang Hajing sniffed the pus on his body and quickly identified the poison. It was a rare poison, but lighter than that of the chi fire lotus seed. Since it came from the water, they would wait for him to molt, then apply the antidote paste to the wounded area and use chi fire to burn off the molted material completely. The surrounding toxins would also be burned off with chi fire, then treated with a flesh regenerating medicine. When will you begin to molt? Zhang Hajing quickly prepared the medicinal formula in his space, then turned to the old turtle. Tonight at midnight, it's my time to molt. The old turtle had to undergo this once every day, and now he had no choice but to pin his hopes on a young wolf cub. When midnight arrived, Zhang Hajing stood up and by the moonlight watched the turtle, who looked like a hill with rotting skin beginning to peel off in chunks. Blood flowed along his skin, gradually falling off, mixed with pus blood. He howled in pain, a sight from Zhang Hajing's view that was gruesomely bloody. Without hesitation, Zhang Hajing used a knife to instantly scrape off all the unpeeled spiritual scales, leaving none behind. With quick hands and sharp eyes, he placed 10 hemostatic pills into his mouth, quickly followed by 5 detox pills. He directly laid the flesh-regenerating spiritual herbs on his body, and after a series of actions, the spiritual turtle suddenly felt the bony rotting pain on his body gradually subsiding. He even fainted several times due to excessive blood loss, but this time the bleeding stopped, and even with the naked eye, fresh skin began to swell up. All these were done by the hands of a young wolf cub, his visible shock and gratitude tearful. It seems their turtle clan was saved, they could have descendants again. Thank you. The spiritual turtle spit out an inner core, crystal clear, glistening under the moonlight. This is my inner core, only 10th tier, but I give it to you. Now it was Zhang Hajing's turn to be shocked, as this 10th tier water system spiritual core was thus spiritedly delivered into his hands. Originally, I had 20 stages, so I thought I could survive the thunder tribulation without ascending, and thought that transforming my shape would suffice. However, I never expected to endure such calamities. Now that you've saved my life, I gift you this 10-stage inner core, hoping you can reclaim my dwelling place. Spirit Beast, Spirit Turtle, Level 10. Spiritual Energy, 100 million points. Spiritual Sense, 120 points. Physique, 3 million points. The Spirit Turtle differs from other spirit beasts as they possess no attack skills and are innately long-lived. Most have lived for over 1,000 years. Their spirit scales can resist heavenly thunder, and consuming their inner core can increase one's physique by 70 points and spiritual energy by 1 million points, and evolve spiritual veins by 70. Jiang Jing, seeing such a rare 10-stage inner core, carefully stored it in his ring for potential breakthroughs during transformation. He spent 5 to 6 days with the spirit turtle in the mountains, tending to its wounds as best as he could. However, its enormous body and old age, compounded by the loss of its inner core, meant that even with the best care, it likely had only 100 more years to live. It's truly a pity for such a large turtle, which could have lived conflict-free yet suffered due to possessing something valuable. Accompanying the spirit turtle was a 6th-stage young female turtle. Her body was emerald green, resembling jade, and her black eyes intently watched Jiang Jing. It seemed she had not seen other spirit beasts from outside for a long time, curiously observing Jiang Jing. This is my granddaughter, Nan Nan. She was born in the south. The spirit turtles are infertile. They are born from the spiritual energy nurtured within stones in the lakes of Bihai Mountain. When the spiritual energy is sufficient, they hatch from these stones. The stones of Bihai Mountain are extremely precious. Each mature stone egg contains a vast amount of spiritual energy, but now they have been seized by the spirit beasts of Wangtian Mountain. Only a few dozen can live here, secretly hidden by the spirit turtle. Although the old turtle's body is covered in countless wounds, these young turtles bear no scars and appear well cared for. In such an environment, if not for the old turtle absorbing all the toxins into its body, these young turtles would probably not have survived. He has exerted all his might to protect his kin. Nan Nan seemed to have made up her mind about something as she approached Jiang Jing. Although she was already 200 years old and had reached the 5th stage, her body was roughly the same size as Jiang Jing's. Suddenly, Jiang Jing thought of a saying, "Though my son is lowly, his life is as enduring as a turtle." The saying indeed made sense. "Brother, let me take you there." Her voice was crisp, and though her body had not yet developed spiritual fragments, nor did she possess any notable self-defense abilities, her eyes burned with determination. The old turtle interrupted sternly, his murky eyes fixing on her as he said, "You cannot go, it's too dangerous. You haven't developed your spiritual fragments yet. But grandfather, your wounds have just healed, and if you're well, they will surely covet you. I am small and not easily noticed, and if I'm careful, I can definitely lead them there." Nanan's voice carried urgency, even spinning around to emphasize, "Look, my spiritual fragments have grown." Jiang Hujing looked between Nan Nan and the old turtle. For him, the Blue Sea Mountain was just a place he passed through to gather information. But for them, it represented nearly a century of humiliating oppression. If the old turtle really went now, a moment's carelessness might indeed be his end. After a moment's silence, he said, "If that's the case, let Nan Nan go. I will protect her." Jiang Hujing looked up at the old turtle and said lightly, "You stay here, wait for dawn. I think this place will look like what you saw in your childhood." Though Jiang Hujing's voice was soft and seemingly indifferent, it carried strength. The old turtle glanced at Nan Nan, then sighed in relief and said, "If that's the case, let Nan Nan go with you. She knows the way." Jiang nodded, glanced at the moonlight, and planned to familiarize himself with the entirety of Blue Sea Mountain. "Let's leave now." Nan Nan nodded, following closely behind Jiang Hujing, admiration in her eyes, and said in a babyish voice, "Thank you for saving my great-grandfather." Although her great-grandfather said this brother, who was clearly hundreds of years younger than her and only half a year old in appearance, was so remarkably capable. She too wanted to be like that, like a great hero. Jiang Hujing looked at Nan Nan and said, "No need to thank me, I have my conditions. After this is over, I will take something from your great-grandfather. In this world, everything involves give and take, and no one is purely altruistic." Jiang Hujing spoke seriously, his intention being to teach Nan Nan not to easily trust other spiritual beings. Just like humans, spiritual beings are divided into good and evil. Moreover, the law of this world is the survival of the fittest, and they indeed possess treasures coveted by many. Nan Nan seemed to understand, but not quite yet. Admiration still filled her eyes. The terrain of Blue Sea Mountain was not overly complex, but it housed a natural barrier. Aside from the spirit turtles, other spiritual creatures that passed through here would be poisoned. The spirit turtles naturally had a detoxifying pearl within them, and when other creatures took over this area to detoxify themselves, they harvested all of the spirit turtle's pearls. Moreover, the poison here was intensified. Nan Nan was still too young, not strong enough to detoxify such potent poisons. Jiang Hujing took out an antidote pill from his ring and placed it into Nanan's mouth. Eat this, I've left the rest with your great-grandfather. After this you won't have to fear these toxins anymore. Initially Nan Nan had braced herself for the worst, ready to face death on this path. However, Jiang Hujing resolved the situation effortlessly, deepening her admiration for him. They crossed the rugged mountain road beneath which lay a lake as blue as the sea. Once this area was vibrant with lush green mountains, but now it felt oppressively somber, some parts even dried up. This was because the land here was rich in spiritual veins, stones of immense power, and they had been exhaustively mined to obtain these stones, depleting the area of its spiritual beasts. They headed towards the main lake, abundant in spiritual energy, where Ma was retrieving spirit scales from spiritual turtles. Witnessing this, tears fell from Nanan's eyes. This was once her beloved home, now transformed into a grotesque hell. Further ahead was the main lake. Atop the lake stood a mountain peak surrounded by formations set up by the spiritual beasts. However, when Jiang Hujing scanned the area with his spiritual sense, he detected that the formations were roughly of the 7th order. This indicated one thing: there were no high-level spiritual beasts currently in the area, since they were under the royal command. High-level spiritual beasts would not station here long-term. After acquiring the high-level spiritual turtles and the resources they needed, they would leave, turning this place into their production site for spiritual medicines. Nan Nan pointed ahead, but there's a formation there and it's difficult to enter. If touched, it will trigger. Before she could finish, a lightning bolt moved at incredible speed towards the formation, instantly breaking the barrier before it could even activate. A complete hole appeared before them, and a series of actions left Nan Nan speechless with surprise. Go ahead, we mustn't damage the barrier too severely or it will attract attention. Nan Nan nodded and cautiously entered through the barrier, with Jiang Hujing following closely behind. From their position on the mountain, they could see numerous caves below, and these spiritual beasts, having developed intelligence and brought over from the kingdom of myriad beasts, behaved almost humanly. Even in front of the caves, each had a fire pot rotating periodically as spiritual beasts patrolled the area. Looking further ahead, they saw a lake that seemed to shine as brightly as the moon, even at night, radiant and spectacular. Even standing there, one could feel the spiritual energy emanating from within, invigorating his body. It was truly a marvelous place, but ahead lay even harsher realities, with many spiritual beasts chained by their ankles, each chain guarded by a fierce spiritual beast. Their eyes, bloodshot, were fixed intently on them. Besides the spiritual tortoises, Jiang Hujing also observed other spirit beasts, all native residents of the Baihai Mountain, mostly born in the lakes. Creatures like lizards and some hippos could be seen from this vantage point. Although these nearby dwellers harbored immense spiritual energy, they possessed almost no offensive capabilities. The major clans depended on each other, yet their carrying capabilities were exceptionally strong. They appeared battered and bruised, some even weak among the spirit beasts. These unfortunately served as their food, given that the flesh of the young was extremely tender and delicious. A spirit bear in front of them then picked up a young hippo. Despite the hippo's struggles and its mother kneeling down, tears streaming down her face, begging, "Please, don't eat my child. If you must eat, eat me instead." The hippo continued kneeling, banging its head until blood flowed. Their spiritual intelligence wasn't very high, but their eyes were tightly focused on their young. The spirit bear, growing impatient, kicked the hippo away, adding a burst of flame to the injury. Instantly blood sprayed from the hippo, and no matter how it struggled, it couldn't rise again. "What are you worth with meat so old and stinky compared to this little one's fragrance?" The spirit bear then opened its mouth and, in front of the mother, swallowed the spirit beast alive. Blood splattered across the hippo mother's face as she let out a mournful cry, my child, my child." The surrounding spirit beasts laughed wildly, beating and kicking at the spirit creatures, crushing one spiritual tortoise after another right in front of them. Nan Nan, who had been well protected by the old tortoise all her life, had never seen such a scene. Witnessing her kin treated in such a manner, she sobbed quietly. Turning to Nan Nan, Jiang Hujing said, "The path ahead is where I must go alone. You should go back." Nan Nan, worriedly looking at Jiang Hujing, responded, "But can you really manage alone? After all, the highest level of spirit beasts ahead are 7th tier, and the rest are 5th and 6th tier. Mostly, though, they are 4th tier. When the royal forces occupied this place, they slaughtered all the high-tier old tortoises and other leaders. What remains are the weak, sick, and those of lower tiers, all to mine the spiritual flakes and tortoise stone eggs beneath day after day." fighting alone might indeed be tough, but remember he possesses an experienced soul, not even a spirit tiger den can stand against him, let alone them. Jiang Hujing reassured Nan Nan, don't worry, everything will be alright, take care of yourself and return the way you came. As Nan Nan prepared to leave, she walked over and plucked a spiritual flake from the lowest layer of her body. This spirit shell is the only one on her body, the toughest, even capable of resisting attacks up to the 5th level. I give it to you hoping it can protect you. The turtle spirit shell, resistance over 5,000. Devouring adds plus 50,000 spirit energy. Jiang Hujing was initially stunned, then took it and placed it in his ring, saying faintly, I have received your request. Then with a leap he vanished into the darkness. His invisibility skill is excellent, so much so that even those above the 7th level find it hard to detect his presence. Therefore Jiang Hujing easily entered their battlefield to observe them closely. This area is divided into 4 battle zones, and ahead lies the site where they mine turtle eggs. The lake almost occupies half of the area. The turtle eggs are hidden deep within the spirit veins, and it's challenging to reach them without water skills. Jiang Hujing dived in, but once underwater he discovered the real cruelty. Beneath the water a prison was constructed, each cell emitting waves of screams. Approaching closer, Jiang Hujing saw that these were spirit turtles, their bodies tightly bound inside the caves with their backs exposed. Looking inside, he saw blood everywhere, and such large caves numbered in the dozens. Each contained spirit turtles of different grades. Deeper within the spirit veins he saw that most of the stone eggs had been smashed, and the unformed young turtles were brutally pulled out and placed into wooden barrels, then sent along tracks. Here, the river hippos and other spirit beasts mined endlessly day and night. The pristine lake seemed calm as if nothing had happened, but beneath it lay endless slaughter and bloodshed. Jiang Hujing returned to the shore with a grave expression. Although the world of spirit beasts is one of survival of the fittest, this type of oppressive exploitation was something he had only seen among humans. His intuition told him that there was more to this place than just the royal need for spiritual medicine. Jiang Hujing emerged from the water still in his invisible state, having consumed a pill that concealed his aura so they could not detect his presence. He followed the cave out, although the lake was toxic, but being of flesh and blood one would need to drink water, and here was clean water. Jiang Hujing came to the lakeside where a spring was clear and contained a vast amount of spirit energy transmitted from the lakebed veins and was the source. Jiang Hujing looked up and took out a pill from his ring made from the blood of Luoying. Although somewhat presumptuous, Jiang Hujing still had Luoying cut a bowl of her blood for him. Then, combined with other heavenly materials and earthly treasures, he refined it in the pill furnace into a pill that could suppress class levels. However, this effect could only last 1 day, and there were only 3 pills. He kept one and threw the other 2 into the water. He then blended into the midst of those spiritual beasts, each looking gaunt with their little ones by their side, being herded forward by the beasts behind them, just like dumplings being dropped into boiling water. They numbly jumped forward. One of the beasts, burdened with a load as heavy as a mountain, moved them one by one into a cave for storage. Any slight delay would result in the sharp crack of a whip, which fiercely lashed their bodies, leaving them bloodied, yet no one dared to speak out. A scream would only invite deeper lashes. Hurry up, slow down even a bit more and I'll skin you. The spiritual bear at the front shouted, taking a bowl of water from the spring to drink. The other leaders sat on lofty thrones dressed in human clothes. Among them was a blue wolf, and the remaining 2 were another spiritual bear and a cheetah. They had all cultivated their spiritual intelligence and had consumed humans, thus their intelligence was indistinguishable from humans. Bring over the wine, they ordered. Jiang Hujing mingled among them, waiting for the right moment, his eyes tightly fixed on them. The wine brewed from the spring water had pills secretly mixed into it. Jiang Hujing watched as they drank the spiritual wine, oblivious to its altered scent, even finding it tastier than usual. Dizzily he looked at the small spiritual turtle in front of him and without a word lifted his foot and stomped down hard. However, instead of the expected result, his foot was caught by a strong and powerful hand. Instinctively he looked to see who dared resist him, but upon looking down he saw only a small white wolf cub, its dark eyes staring at him. The blue wolf's face turned furious, his eyes fiercely glaring. What are you? How dare you resist me? He couldn't discern how many spiritual beasts there were, thinking it was just another beast's cub, but the moment the whip came down it snapped back, striking his face unexpectedly. Jiang Hujing gave him no chance to react. All the vegetation erupted from the ground, forcibly lifting 2 third-tier spiritual beasts into the air. The other 2 beasts, unaware of what had happened, were also pulled up. The entire group of spiritual beasts was shocked, never imagining such a tiny creature could possess such immense power, even unable to break free from the vegetation below. "Who are you exactly?" the blue wolf exclaimed in astonishment, squinting his eyes, realizing he had never seen this white wolf before. It must have come from outside, but there was a 7th-tier barrier on the boundary. No one below the 6th tier could enter from outside, yet this little wolf was at the 6th tier, an incredible feat for one not even half a year old, clearly a mere white wolf of the lowest order. One wonders where such tremendous energy comes from. There must be someone behind him. His eyes are filled with bloodlust. "Who sent me? Is it not enough that I desire your inner core?" Li Jiang Hujing taunted. "What? You allow yourself to freely devour spirit beasts, yet I can't eat you." As he spoke, he utterly infuriated the azure wolf, whose body towered over 4 meters tall, making Jiang Hujing seem like nothing more than a tiny wolf pup in comparison, yet he dared to challenge him. Instantly, a large axe materialized in his hand, swinging fiercely at Jiang Hujing. In a flash, the heavens shattered and the earth split, but Jiang Hujing, with the ease of turning heavy into light, showed no fear. He had already thoroughly scoped out the area, estimating that there were only 5th or 6th tier spirit beasts here. There seemed to be no 7th tier beast stationed, likely thinking this area was fully under control and thus paid it little heed. Moving on to the next location suited Jiang Hujing perfectly, allowing him a moment to demonstrate his prowess. The azure wolf thought dealing with a mere wolf pup would be effortless, however he hadn't expected the pup to be so formidable. Easily dodging his attack, Jiang Hujing looked calmly at the azure wolf. In an instant, a 6th-tier wolf's howl blew, rendering him utterly immobile. His whole body toppled backwards, barely managing to stand again. But Jiang Hujing wasn't about to let him off, his claws sharp as scythes ferociously slashing down, giving his opponent no chance to react. The sharp blades clutched his face tightly, bright red blood trailing down his eyes. By the time he thought to resist, it was too late. Jiang Hujing gave him no opportunity to respond. Surrounding whirlwinds soared, tightly flashing around him. Like a sickle, they sliced across his body. The azure wolf barely emerged, panting heavily, his pupils shockingly staring at Jiang Hujing, likely never imagining the pup could be so powerful. A mere 1.5-year-old wolf pup possessed such strength. The surrounding spirit beasts also watched, never anticipating that a white wolf, especially such a young one, would come to their rescue. Jiang Hujing looked at the azure wolf and said indifferently, "Kneel down and call me grandpa, and I might let you leave." The azure wolf, never having faced such humiliation, glared furiously back at him. His grip on the axe tightened, fiercely chopping down at Jiang Hujing. "Just a little wolf pup, and you dare to be so arrogant? I see you're seeking death. Who knows what methods you used to achieve this? Once the drug's effect wears off, you're nothing but a wolf pup." Meanwhile, Jiang Ye realized that Jiang Hujing had left, and it had already been 3 days. Normally when Jiang Hujing went out to gather herbs, he would return in 3 or 4 days, and Jiang Ye had been waiting at the cave entrance for 3 days. Lolo, feeling close, approached Jiang Ye and said, "Although he's only half a year old, he's already a 6th-tier spirit beast. You should believe that he won't encounter any problems. He will resolve them on his own." Jiang Ye knew that Jiang Hujing was keeping secrets from her. Jiang Hujing's matured mind was not that of a normal young wolf. Even though he insisted he was just a wolf, intuition told Jiang Ye that Jiang Hujing's origin was shrouded in mystery. His nature was similar. Even with his meridians broken, he behaved as if nothing had happened, as though he was unharmed. He thought the wolf mother hid her injuries well, very well indeed. But Jiang Ye had discovered this long ago. However, she did not mention it, only because she was still a 4th-tier spiritual beast. Thus, Jiang Hujing did not tell her, fearing that her actions might be impulsive and more concerned about the demonic energy within her body. Thinking of this made Jiang Ye feel uneasy. She had never thought that she would become someone who needed protection, but for Jiang Ye both the wolf mother and Jiang Hujing were very important in her life. She pretended as if nothing had happened because she believed that Jiang Hujing had found a way to detoxify the wolf mother. Just a young wolf, and yet he was already able to use kunlun wood to concoct medicinal pills. Even in the human world, crafting such medicine required precise calculations and control over the flame. Only the purest fire spirit vein could produce such high-quality spiritual medicine, yet even so, taking it would only suppress some of the toxins, not completely detoxify them. Jiang Ye already knew that the wolf mother's injuries were not ordinary. As night fell, she could no longer hold back and asked Luo Ying for the truth, hoping Luo Ying would be honest with her. Luo Ying knew that Ye was no ordinary child. Her spiritual intelligence was even stronger than Lolo's. From earlier on she had tested him, and at his age reaching a 4th tier level was a testament to the highest talent and cultivation level she had seen in a spiritual beast apart from Jiang Hejing. But Jiang Hejing had his reasons for not telling her, just like with the matter concerning Ying, even Luo Ying wouldn't say much more about it. It was out of a sense of protection for family. However, now, if she didn't tell Jiang Ye, Luo Ying worried that she might go out, and if something happened Jiang Hejing would be extremely anxious. Lolo, he didn't mean to hide it from you, but the situation is a bit complicated, Luo Ying said with a heavy heart. After hearing everything, Jiang Ye was profoundly shocked. She never knew that Jiang Hejing possessed such intellect and courage. She only knew before that Jiang Hejing had some plans for attacking Spirit Tiger Mountain, but she didn't expect them to be so meticulous, even including the 15th tier Spirit Tiger King in his calculations. Without royal involvement he might have even obtained the 15th tier inner alchemy. The gap between her and him was like a galaxy, yet she also understood. Jiang Hejing ventured alone in search of antidote ingredients, a perilous journey indeed. At merely 6 months old he had already reached the 6th rank, a level of cultivation highly coveted by those who thirst for rare spiritual veins. You, being of royal descent, took your daughter out primarily because the royal family intended to use her as a cauldron, didn't they? However, Jiang Hejing's allure to them might be even greater. Despite his tender age, his rank is remarkably high and he possesses additional spiritual veins, even though your brother never disclosed how he cultivated or what exactly these spiritual veins are. Remember that in her past life she was a demon saint. She's concealed it well, but even Luo has sensed that his level is around the 6th rank. How could she not know? Such against the heavens talent and spiritual energy are rare even among those with spiritual veins. To think such immense power is contained within his small frame, it's hard to believe that no one would be tempted by his past. If he goes to Wangtianshan alone, what is the most abundant spirit beast there? Jiang Ye looked up at Luo Ying, seemingly seeing right through her. Luo Ying, feeling inexplicably guilty as if a child had seen through her, didn't understand why she wanted to avoid Jiang Ye's gaze. The most common spirit beast in Wangtianshan is the royal family spirit beast, and in the future the royal family spiritual veins will connect to the heavenly spiritual veins, also inheriting the ancestral spiritual energy. At the age of 100 they will automatically transform. If there's a rare bloodline, then going to Wangtianshan to endure the thunder tribulation for marrow cleansing will have a higher survival rate. Yet even so, Wangtianshan is littered with bones. Many of the royal family's spirit beasts have failed their breakthroughs. Many inside are even of the same kind. Luo Ying didn't want to hide this from her. The creature she was conversing with was not merely an accompanying spirit beast but a woman of the same nature and age. The wolf mother's intellect isn't very high even though she has reached the 12th rank, because she has never consumed humans and her spiritual veins aren't of the royal line, so her spiritual intelligence is limited, understanding only so much. Perhaps that's why your brother dared to deceive the wolf mother, Jiang Ye said defiantly. Even Luo Ying doesn't know where Wangtianshan is, so well hidden it is. He has a long and solitary journey ahead to such a mythical place mentioned only in royal legends. To pluck the BG drops of heaven marrow from a place strewn with skeletons, such an important spiritual herb, the path ahead is undoubtedly fraught with danger. But off he went, having arranged everything. I know what you want to say to me, that even if I went I might only bring him trouble, unable to help, merely a burden. But even so, I must go. Even if I can't be of much help, I can still solve some minor troubles for him. Don't worry, he won't notice me. I will make myself invisible and hide very well so she won't be able to detect me. This fool has left me quite a few pills that can mask my presence. Luo Ying looked at Jiang Ye, almost regretting telling her about where Jiang Hejing was headed, but seeing the determination in Jiang Ye's eyes, she seemed to have made up her mind. Behind mountain, several 4th tier spirit beasts had Jiang Hejing tightly surrounded. They looked down at this little wolf cub, sneering at him. Do you really think you can break out of our encirclement? You're just a little cub. Jiang Hejing looked at them, not even bothering to lift his eyelids. They thought they were 4th tier, but they were actually just 3rd tier spirit beasts. Dealing with them was as easy as sprinkling water. However, what the green wolf said earlier, that he was on medication, piqued his interest. Could it be that these spirit beasts had reached this level by taking medication? That was indeed curious. In the spirit vein, apart from him, there were other people who could concoct pills. Struggling to stand, the green wolf's fur suddenly exploded like armor and the wounds he had just received visibly healed. Raising his hand, spiritual energy formed a rain of swords shooting towards Jiang Hujing. The other spirit beasts weren't idle either. One by one they lunged at Jiang Xin. They wanted to tear Jiang Hujing to shreds, but he just slightly lifted his eyelids. Flames of a strange fire rose around him, purple eerie flames. Strange fire attack. Consumes 10,000 spiritual energy. A terrifying power emanated, making the fourth-tier spirit beasts around him dare not move. Even though their defenses were as hard as steel, when they were touched by these flames, they felt a burning power that reached their marrow, as if it would devour them. The spirit beasts retreated in fear, the entire valley filled with their screams. The fire on their bodies simply wouldn't extinguish, it even burned their bodies to ashes. Yet that wasn't enough for Jiang Hujing. He lifted his hand and the trees of the entire valley uprooted themselves, the vines as if sentient wrapped around their legs, giving them no chance to react. They directly formed cages, trapping the terrified beasts inside. The spirit beasts tried everything, but they couldn't break free. On the contrary, Jiang Hujing looked at them, swinging them around as if they were balls. When he had had enough, he threw them into the sky, and several bolts of sky thunder tilted down, boom, tearing across the sky. They were forced to take the full brunt of the sky thunder, unable to react before they were killed. Burned to a crisp like charcoal, they fell down, becoming fertilizer for the entire sky. And those sword rains, he wasn't afraid of them at all. A massive protective shield formed around him, and as the rain of swords descended, sparks and lightning rubbed against the shield, quietly vanishing without a trace. The surrounding spirit beasts watched in awe at Jiang Hujing's maneuver, having never seen such a creature before, a mere half-year-old possessing such a high rank, exceeding even the 5th tier. You are a 5th tier spirit beast, Cheng Wolf exclaimed incredulously. Only those who have surpassed the 5th tier can manipulate the powers of nature and utilize the skills of the spiritual roots within their bodies, and this level, it seems, not just above 5th tier. But he couldn't believe that the other party could be of an even higher tier. Could it be that you were sent by that person? Cheng Wolf's face turned pale, his voice trembling. Nearby, 2 other 5th tier spirit beasts, a spirit bear and a cheetah, sat observing from a short distance. They had initially thought this was just a little wolf cub incapable of causing much trouble, yet unexpectedly he had decimated so many of their fellow spirit beasts. Now they could no longer sit idly by. They stood behind Cheng Wolf, their fiery red eyes intently watching. Jiang Hujing keenly sensed the underlying currents. It seemed that the kingdom of beasts was not just influenced by a single force, there were other powers at play. The blood of the falling cherry had a strong suppressive effect on spirit beasts. Since he had administered that pill, they had ingested quite a bit over half an hour. This blood, mixed with the medicine, had slowly begun to cause changes in their bodies, though they hadn't noticed it yet. Now 5th tier spirit beasts were as easy to handle as toys for Jiang Hujing, not to mention his own ranks had already reached the 4th tier. He was not afraid at all, but he still needed to claw some spirit beasts to clear things up. Moreover, he needed to make quick decisions, as although there were no 7th tier spirit beasts here, if they were summoned, things could still become tricky. Without a second thought, the cheetah pounced, flames rising around it. The spirit bear, unafraid, caused rocks to tumble down, stirring a fierce gale across the Emerald Sea Mountain, while other spirit beasts scrambled to hide, fearing the impact of the war on themselves, all taking cover behind others. In the midst of the lake, the world turned upside down. Jiang Hujing watched as rocks and flames tumbled towards him, his eyes unflinching, his feet summoning a tornado rising up. The falling rocks halted midair, surrounded by the tornado. Inside, it seemed as if millions of knives were slicing through the spirit stones, creating a sandstorm that instantly swept them away, giving them no chance to react. The massive surge of spiritual energy left them unable to resist, their bodies flung backward, sharply struck by the jagged rocks. Fresh blood flowed down their bodies, forming a sticky pool. The others, panting heavily, gazed at Jiang Hujing, their pupils shockingly dilated. You are not enough for me to deal with, Jiang Hujing declared, his body swelling as the surrounding spiritual energy formed a hurricane, keeping them at bay. Cheng Wolf sensed something amiss and quickly looked to Cheetah for information. Cheetah immediately understood the situation and swiftly retreated towards the depths of the lake, but Jiang Hujing wasn't about to give them any chance. Thunderbolts descended from the sky, striking them directly, and from the lake a storm surged, threatening to engulf them completely. Forced to halt, Cheetah desperately sought another path. However, as they moved forward, water laced with toxins splashed onto their bodies, seeping into their wounds. This water is poisonous, Cheetah exclaimed in despair. Jiang Hujing looked on indifferently and said, so you know it's poisonous? Good, now you can taste what it's like. without hesitation he again manipulated the space to form a water prison, making escape impossible. Blood see Furious Sky, lower tier enhanced version, Fury plus 10 spiritual energy consumption plus 10,000. This skill was far from simple, it could even extract the bloodline from the already injured spiritual beasts. As the water prison faded, Cheetah was reduced to nothing but a skeleton, and the next moment clumps of blood mixed with blood rained down from the sky like a massive downpour, yet not a single drop touched Jiang Hujing. His white fur gleamed with a silvery radiance under the clear moonlight, shimmering brilliantly. Seeing this, Qing Wolf's heart leaped to his throat, fear evident in his eyes as he instinctively took a few steps back, but Jiang Hujing was not about to let him escape and intended to torture him further. There were many things he still needed to inquire about. Jiang Hujing's vines whipped through the air, quickly wrapping around Qing Wolf. Flames erupted around Qing Wolf in a futile attempt to fend off the approaching vines, but they were useless against Jiang Hujing's vines, which were even covered in a layer of frost, extinguishing the flames instantly. Giving him no chance to react, Jiang Hujing stepped on the vines, towering over the chaotic Qing Wolf below. The hurricane turned into blades, plunging violently into him, causing him excruciating pain and unstoppable howls. "Please, let me go. I'll do anything you ask, just spare me," Qing Wolf begged. This was exactly what Jiang Hujing was waiting for, but he knew that the nature of beasts was survival of the fittest. They never missed an opportunity to attack. Qing Wolf was here to distract attention, while behind him, the already swollen spirit bear glared fiercely. Its massive paws, large enough to cover the sky, descended fiercely onto Jiang Hujing's head, but the next second a rising sphere of energy blocked the bare paw. He was swiftly absorbed, striking the spirit bear's head with the speed of lightning. Instantly, the bear's head shattered, causing it to bleed from all orifices. Coughing up a great deal of blood, the bear lay in a pool of its own blood, incredulously uttering, "How is this possible?" Before it could continue, its life was extinguished, reduced to a mere puddle of flesh. Jiang Hujing glanced at the remains and coldly remarked, "It seems this would make a fine bearskin coat." His words struck terror into the heart of the blue wolf for the first time, who quickly adjusted his posture, knelt on the ground and pleaded, "Please spare me. We have no grudge against you. Why do you treat us this way? Let me offer you these stone turtle eggs in return for your mercy." Creatures instinctively cling to life, seeking any chance to survive and retaliate later. Jiang Hujing, being a spiritual beast himself, understood this well, but still he chose to give the wolf a chance, needing information directly from its mouth. However, without hesitation, Jiang Hujing crippled the wolf's limbs amidst its agonizing screams, even filled with venomous hate. The wolf was powerless. Leaning against a rock, gasping for breath, the blue wolf said, "I don't know what the mighty Wolf King wishes to ask." Jiang Hujing cut straight to the point. "Who is your leader? Who controls this area?" Shocked, the blue wolf hadn't expected Jiang Hujing to be ignorant of the power dynamics and yet dared to attack by high mountain alone, causing chaos not just for the spirit-rich stone turtle eggs. "Our leader came down from One Tian Mountain, a 7th tier Jiao dragon that speaks human language. But he's not the main figure. Behind him is a master from the beast kingdom beyond our reach. That's all we know. We are just tasked with transporting these eggs, delivering 400 at regular intervals where someone will always meet us. That's all we know. Please spare me. I'll never step into Wang Tian Mountain again." A Jiao dragon, Jiang Hujing thought of Qi Hanying. She had always been searching for spiritual medicines for her furnace. After all, the stone turtle eggs were the best fuel for alchemy furnaces, abundant in spirit energy and free of impurities. Being an alchemist, Jiang Hujing knew these details too well and suddenly felt a chill down his spine. If Qi Hanying had indeed been poisoned, she would know the antidote. Therefore, she must have known that Jiang Hujing would come to Wang Tian Mountain, prompting Jiang Hujing's mind to race with thoughts. Typically, this area was guarded by 7th tier spiritual beasts, but upon his arrival, only 5th or 6th tier beasts were present, conveniently within his scope of power. Explanation: it was all a setup from the start. From the moment he stepped into the Blue Sea Mountains, it was a trial orchestrated just for him. Qi Hanying had taken an interest in him long before. Although his rank wasn't apparent, his high attack power and the mere fact that he was only half a year old certainly piqued the interest of those behind the scenes. They wanted to see if Jiang Hujing was the tool they needed. Suddenly, Jiang Hujing's interest in Qi Hanying marked the beginning of a grand scheme, and he was trapped right in the middle of it, unable to escape. Well, it would be interesting to see who would triumph in this scheme. "So, what did you think when you started assuming I was medicating? You'd better explain yourself truthfully, or else you're the one who will end up dead." Qing Wolf, now desperate to survive, spilled everything as if the words were pearls tumbling out. We didn't actually achieve our ranks through cultivation. We were all third rank before, but one day the Jiaolong captured us and locked us in a cave outside. At that time Chang Wolf thought he was surely going to die, but he survived the ordeal. The high-rank spirit beasts coming and going did nothing to them, merely feeding them various elixirs that, in turn, enhanced their spiritual energy. Within a few months, they broke through to the 6th rank. However, such a leap in rank required regular consumption of elixirs to maintain, otherwise their levels would decrease after some time. Eventually they were released on these very blue sea mountains. When it was time to trade turtle eggs, they'd exchange them for more elixirs to maintain their ranks. So, I thought you were just medicating and that the medicine would naturally restore your body back to its previous state once the spiritual energy was used up. The more Chang Wolf spoke, the more terrified he became, his spiritual energy leaking out even more fiercely. His body suddenly shrank to a fraction of its original size, turning back into a regular wolf, cowering to one side, his eyes darting about. He thought of how to escape. Perhaps he could go to Wangtian Mountain to send a message and exchange some medicine. Maybe then he could make a comeback. Zhang Hajing glanced at him. Those little intentions were already noted. Give me the map to Wangtian Mountain, I will naturally let you go. Zhang's tone was calm, seemingly willing to spare Chang Wolf's life. Relieved, Chang Wolf pulled out a map from his bosom, showing the routes to Wangtian Mountain. This is the map I offer to you. The path to Wangtian Mountain is extremely perilous. Although there are no heavy guards around, it's still hard to descend. We always go to Wangtian Mountain but never up it. People like us aren't qualified to go up. Only the old turtle has been up there. When you give this map to the old turtle, if the route is correct, Zhang Hujing won't need the old turtle to guide him anymore, just point out the key places. Zhang took the map and stored it in his ring, then stood up and turned towards the spirit beasts. Chang Wolf, realizing he was truly being spared, quickly got up and stealthily prepared to leave, all the while harboring thoughts of revenge. However, as he attempted to escape, a bolt of lightning struck him. With eyes wide and unaccepting of his fate, he trembled as he pointed at Zhang Hujing and said, Isn't this world just about the survival of the fittest? Zhang Hujing looked down at him with no trace of pity in his eyes. You helped those people invade the lake and slaughter the spiritual turtles because you were strong. I am killing you because I am stronger. If you have any last words, save them for hell. Chang Wolf was not willing to accept this, but he no longer had a chance. His pupils dilated as his life faded into silence. Zhang Hujing then stood up, retracted his vines and approached Chang Wolf's body. He raised his hand and broke open his head, revealing the inner core. Zhang Hujing carefully examined their two cores, noticing that they indeed differed in color from normal cores, which typically shone with a red light. However, these cores were of a darker hue and even contained a heavy malevolent energy. Zhang Hujing collected the core. Chang Wolf core obtained. Host, please be cautious and do not consume it rashly. It contains a large amount of drugs that cause spiritual beasts to go berserk. Using it could likely cause your meridians to flow in reverse, endangering your survival, the system warned. This information only confirmed Zhang Hujing's suspicion that the core was tampered with harmful substances, but he needed to inspect it thoroughly once he returned. Zhang Hujing then rummaged through Chang Wolf's pockets and found more drugs. He quietly walked around the area and set a fire, swiftly incinerating all the corpses. The lower-tier spiritual beasts, witnessing this, fled in terror, fearing they would be next. Zhang Hujing paid no attention to these small fry. They were merely meant to be laborers and would not cause any significant trouble. Meanwhile, the oppressed spiritual beasts stood dumbfounded, hardly knowing what to do. They had been oppressed for so long that their expressions were numb and they did not even think to run away. To them it seemed that Zhang Hujing was not there to save them but merely another oppressor, yet as they held their children close, they preferred to stay by their side even if it meant being food for a while longer. Zhang Hujing looked at them indifferently and raised his hand, and a gust of wind, sharp as a blade, sliced towards them, quickly breaking their chains. Observing their battered bodies, he tossed them some heavenly materials and treasures. These items were too bulky for him to care about consuming. You can go now, these are for you. From now on no one will oppress you, but the survival of spiritual beasts is entirely up to themselves. In a world governed by the law of the survival of the fittest, it took a while for everyone to regain their senses. After Zhang Hujing finished speaking, they looked at him incredulously, and in the next second they began to run frantically. People clutched their children and dashed ahead, fearing that a moment's delay would plunge them back into the dire straits they had just escaped. Jiang Hajing had managed to rescue 100 oppressed spiritual beasts, and the heavy guards who had been stationed there were slaughtered to the last, leaving only wreckage behind. It was only when he sneaked into the cages and freed the spiritual turtles one by one that the real liberation began. The turtles were bloodied and pain filled every moment of their existence until they saw Jiang Hajing. They had thought he was just another oppressor coming to take their spiritual scales, but instead he opened their cages and set them all free. Dozens of turtles struggled to crawl to the shore. Witnessing this, they were first stunned by the sight before them. Great Wolf King, did you do all this? Jiang Hajing nodded. Your chief traded his inner alchemy with me. From now on this place will still belong to you, but I need to take those mine turtles with me. The lead turtle, who appeared to be a female, slowly approached Jiang Hajing and spoke softly. Thank you for saving us. We have been oppressed here for nearly a century. Now we no longer have to live that cruel life. Tears filled her eyes. The feeling of rebirth was immensely precious to a spiritual beast who had long suffered torment. Jiang Hajing looked at her. It was just something convenient for me to do, and I also needed what I wanted, nothing more. He had gained spiritual water and stone turtle eggs here, which was a fair exchange for him. The other deeds were just incidental, and though he didn't oppose the natural law of survival of the fittest, he detested oppression and domination. Spiritual beasts are meant to be free. If that's the case, we are also very thankful to you, the female turtle said. Take these stone turtle eggs. Their lives are already gone. Her eyes were filled with tears. If they are still of some use to you, then our lives were not lived in vain. We will also give you a gift. The female turtle removed her spiritual scale, and the turtles behind her did the same one by one. In an instant, dozens of spiritual scales appeared in front of Jiang Hajing. He stared intently at them. Goodness, if all these scales were handed over to me, I could make armor out of them. Even the thunder from the heavens would have to think twice before striking. These scales were about to fall off anyway. Our bodies can no longer bear the burden, but at least now we can look upon our homeland one last time in this life and feel satisfied. Spiritual scale, 20 pieces. Each scale contains 50,000 units of spiritual energy, can be used to increase armor layers, and with enhanced fury, the defense can increase to 200,000. Jiang Hajing raised his hand and collected all the spirit shards, then addressed the group of spirit turtles. I don't have much time, but I can still treat the injuries on your bodies. As soon as he finished speaking, all eyes turned to him, shimmering with hope. The female spirit turtle in the front somewhat incredulously asked, Can you really heal these wounds? The toxins they used are extremely vicious, and even though spirit turtles have great endurance, they can't withstand the torment day after day. We thought of ending it all in this lake after you left, but unexpectedly Jiang Hajing brought them a glimmer of hope by lifting the seal on the area. Old Turtle and Nan Nan staggered into view by the lake, seeing for the first time in 100 years their kin in the crystal clear waters of their home. Their eyes clouded with age, filled with tears. At an age close to death, they could now see their stolen homeland, feeling no regrets in life. Thank you for giving us back our habitat. As promised, I will accompany you to Mount Wangtian, the old turtle said. Jiang Hajing threw a map in front of the old turtle and handed him some charcoal. This is a map of Mount Wangtian that I obtained. Mark the path to Mount Wangtian so I can ascend the mountain and you can enjoy your old age here. The old turtle scrutinized the map of Mount Wangtian, wondering if the cunning azure wolf had played any tricks. However, spirit beasts like the turtle, known for their honest and straightforward nature, can generally be trusted, unlike other more deceitful creatures. If not for their inherent nature, they probably would have perished long ago. Using the charcoal, the old turtle laboriously completed the map of Mount Wangtian. Jiang Hajing then had the spirit turtles line up. His supply of medicine was running low, but it was still sufficient. He had about a dozen bottles of pills left. From these, he took out antidotes and hemostatics. It might hurt a bit, but take these, he said, pulling out a small green bottle and pouring out a dozen pills. These are pain relieving pills. After eating them, the pain from your wounds will temporarily stop. Curiously stretching their necks, the spirit turtles had never seen such pills and were astonished at the young wolf, only half a year old, who knew so much even about human medicine. After consuming the pain-relieving pills, they quickly felt a cool sensation spreading through their bodies, and soon they truly felt no pain. It doesn't hurt anymore. It really doesn't hurt anymore, the spirit turtles exclaimed, looking at Jiang Hajing with eyes so bright it seemed they might lift him to the status of a great king in the next second. Jiang Hajing then peeled off their rotting armor and applied medicine to their bodies. Soon all their wounds were treated. He then used a mystical fire to burn away the toxins around them, ensuring that even the newly healed flesh would not be infected again. but to infect so many lakes even over 100 years it would be impossible to achieve such a scale of engineering. Lakes possess a strong evolutionary energy and spiritual beasts lack intellect. Their likely solution would be to simply dump toxins bucket by bucket, yet, in by high mountains spanning thousands of kilometers, all lakes have been contaminated with toxins. There must be a source. Jiang Yijing asked, is there another place beneath this lake? The old turtle lifted its head, pondering for a moment. Below the lake, at the very bottom, lies the spiritual vein of Bai Hai Mountain, but Bai Hai Mountain once collapsed, so the lake was propped up anew. Below Bai Hai Lake, there is another layer making Bai Hai Mountain a lake within a lake. Below the lakebed lies another lake from where all the springs of the lakes emerge, but there's a hollow interlayer between the two layers. Thus, the upper interlayer is fine and the lake water remains clear. However, the direct flow comes from the lower interlayer. If the source is already full of toxins accumulating over days and months, the water in the other lakes will slowly spread out, naturally forming this barrier of toxins. Jiang Yijing dived in and saw deep below, thousands of meters down, indeed there was an interlayer like a cave in the abyss. Looking through, there was an even deeper lakebed, different from the one Jiang Yijing saw, darker in color. But the two interlayers were separated by such a deep cliff, and breaking through would require shattering the entire cliff, causing the waters from both sides to blend. This would stain the lakebed as well, indicating another opening. Jiang Yijing then leaped out from beneath the lakebed, arriving nearby High Mountain. With a jump he headed towards the back of Bai Hai Mountain, but was stopped by the spiritual turtle. Great Wolf King, where are you off to? That's Lingue Mountain, laden with heavy Yin energy which might affect your spiritual energy. It turns out the mountain range ahead was Lingue Mountain, formed from the corpses of spiritual turtles that had reached the end of their lifespan. It looked eerily formidable. If Jiang Yu were here, she would probably be overjoyed, as she practiced demonic arts. Such heavy Yin energy was right up her alley. I'll take a quick look and come right back. Don't worry, these demonic energies can't harm me. Jiang Yijing was protected by a miraculous fire, and these demonic energies were unlikely to cause any harm to them. With a brisk step he proceeded, and soon he reached the mountain. But at that moment he suddenly noticed the demonic energies swirling around, continuously flowing towards one direction, creating a rather eerie sight. He activated his all-seeing eye and spotted a vague figure not far ahead. Instantly he switched to combat mode, muttering about how a stray minion dared to stealthily absorb demonic energy in this area. Now it was time for him to find out, apart from Jiang Yeye, which other spiritual beast was practicing demonic techniques. Jiang Hajing stood above her, looking down from his elevated position. What? How long do you plan to hide in this place? It was uncertain whether the minion was too well hidden, but when Jiang Hajing looked over he only saw a cloak and heard a deep chuckle. Humph, all this demonic energy is mine now. The sharp, haughty voice seemed oddly familiar to Jiang Hajing. Moreover, the way she devoured the demonic energy, much like a gluttonous beast, gave Jiang Hajing a jolt. He quickly concealed himself entirely and stealthily approached her. The figure's small in stature was completely hidden under the cloak. Jiang Hajing raised his paw, seemingly fierce, and smacked it down on the small figure's head. The little one, evidently startled, immediately turned around, her demonic energies surging yet her aura undiminished. She stared menacingly at Jiang Hajing, her eyes a deep black tinged with blue. Who dares to ambush the queen? But upon clearly seeing Jiang Hajing, she immediately prepared to flee, albeit somewhat guiltily. As Jiang Hajing was in no mood to let her escape easily, he immediately grabbed her cloak and struck down several bolts of lightning in front of her. Reluctantly the little figure turned to face Jiang Hajing fiercely. What are you doing here? Jiang Yeye. Jiang Hajing looked at Jiang Yeye, who was now a fourth-tier spiritual beast. Though she was not strong enough to venture out on her own to face other high-tier spiritual beasts, most nearby were part of a faction. Only high-tier beasts would act alone, but Jiang Yeye, merely fourth-tier, had dared to follow his scent all the way here. Sometimes Jiang Hajing felt he had underestimated his sister. Jiang Yeye struggled to break free from Jiang Hajing's encirclement, although he had never intended to trap her. Why? Just because you can help Wolf Mother find medicine I can't? Why not? I'm not born of you. Brother is a big dummy. Jiang Yeye knew the dangers Jiang Hajing would face along the way, but she hadn't expected them to be so perilous. Had she not hidden well, the several fifth-tier spiritual beasts encountered en route could have devoured her. Moreover, the elusive Montian mountain was nearly impossible to find, and almost all the spiritual beasts in the vicinity were unfamiliar to her. Growing increasingly anxious, she almost wandered into the abyss, but Fortunately, she stumbled upon a group of injured young spiritual beasts, all had come from a place marked by Jiang Hejing's scent. She casually captured a lone third-tier spiritual beast, and at that moment the third-tier beast burst into tears, trembling as it called her a lifesaver. Jiang Ye knew immediately that there must have been a mix-up and Jiang Hejing had definitely gotten himself into some sort of trouble. After clarifying the situation, she ran all the way over. She couldn't have imagined that Jiang Hejing would have the audacity to engage in such rebellious acts against the heavens. However, observing quietly from the shadows, she noticed he was unharmed and had even found the map to Mount Wangtian. Thinking to herself, she decided to stealthily follow behind him, planning to reveal herself later. As they passed through this miasma-filled area, she was surprised to find an object with such deep demonic energy, and even more surprised that Jiang Hejing had actually found it. She sat down, her blue eyes swirling around. "I don't care, I'm already here, you have to take me with you whether you like it or not. There's no way I'm going back home. If I stay under your watch I'll behave, but if you send me back, who knows what kind of spiritual beast might end me." Jiang Hejing looked at her clarity and assertiveness left him at a loss for words. After a long while he finally retorted, "Are you really the demon I sent from the demon realm?" Jiang Ye chuckled, the runes on her forehead deepening as they absorbed the demonic energy, unmistakably genuine. At that moment Jiang Hejing had no other choice but to take Jiang Ye with him. However, his trip to Mount Wangtian wasn't intended to be a long one given the numerous dangers ahead. The system had activated an upgrade protection mode to ensure the host's survival. It allowed the host to hide Jiang Ye in a ring space, which could be used once a day by redeeming welfare points. This thoughtful benefit from the system relieved Jiang Hejing, at least he wouldn't have to keep an eye on Jiang Ye all the time during their escape. "You better keep up then, Jiang Hejing." Of course, didn't blame Jiang Ye yet. No matter how formidable she had been in her past life, she was just his sister now. Jiang Ye had braced herself for a scolding, but instead Jiang Hejing calmly pulled out many elixirs from his pocket and forcefully fed them to her. This would help mask her scent to avoid detection by other spiritual beasts. "I know," she muttered, but still edged closer to Jiang Hejing to carefully check if he was injured. Seeing that he was unharmed, she breathed a sigh of relief. "So why come to this place with such deep demonic energy? The demonic energy here is so pure that even with my demonic roots I find it uncomfortable, let alone you with your pure yang physique. This could damage your spiritual veins." Jiang Hejing looked at the stone mountain, wondering if the entrance they sought was located here. Due to the heavy demonic energy in the area, connecting it to the lake would mean that even the pure spiritual energy beneath the river couldn't clear it. If so, the demonic energy would become a source of poison. Jiang Ye puzzled asked, "Even if you clear this area, the entire lake won't change overnight. If other spiritual beasts want to take over, they'll find no resistance. It's only a matter of time before someone else claims this place." Jiang Ye observed that the spiritual energy here was extremely rich, a lure for any spiritual beast, especially those from the royal families who constantly seek spiritual energy and inner cores. "It might be as you say," Jiang Hejing responded calmly, "but those things no longer concern us. We're only here to take what we need, everything else is incidental. The demonic energy from the turtle spirit's body will enhance your own, but be careful not to be consumed by it." He continued softly, emphasizing that the rise and fall of a family depended on its willingness to embrace change. He pointed out that coveted spiritual beasts, if unchallenged, would inevitably repeat past mistakes. However, spotting several spirit fragments inside a ring, including one of Nanan's, Jiang Hejing was determined to pursue his current path even if somewhat confused. Jiang Ye knew that once he made up his mind, there was a reason behind his decision. The turtle spirit was naturally nurtured. At its death, its body had transformed into a heavily hewn stone which formed the entire mountain. Entering the cave, they found it pitch black and laden with hewn energy. Jiang Hejing's body radiated light, quickly illuminating the entire cave. Initially, it seemed like an ordinary cave, but deeper inside they discovered a man-made tunnel. Jiang Ye was surprised. "I didn't expect to find other passages here." The tunnel felt deep and was well concealed, presumably because even the turtle spirit wouldn't venture to its place of death, so there were no traps. Past the tunnel there was a hidden door and nearby candles that lit up automatically as they stepped through, brightening the entire passage. It seemed that the tunnel was not made by spiritual beasts but by humans. Could humans have come here too? Jiang Hejing examined the door, then with a swipe of his hand conjured a whirlwind. The iron door shattered into dust with a clang. Upon opening, the scene inside shocked him. ahead was a vast river, and in front of it a cave hung like a shrine containing a purple crystal that radiated a serene light. This crystal cascaded down like a waterfall from the spring's eye. Looking up, one could see a clear, spirit-filled lake separated by a mezzanine teeming with countless lives. Looking down, however, there lay a silent, slowly flowing river branching off. Magic crystal, born of heaven and earth, exceedingly rare, yet wherever it goes it brings pollution, causing skin lesions and total meridian damage to those poisoned. Acquiring the magic crystal could enhance Jiang Ye's cultivation, helping her refine the demonic aura she had previously absorbed and aid in purifying her meridians. The pure yang body of her host was not suited for this crystal. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Zhang Hajing understood it was indeed so. Unexpectedly, this crystal was so powerful. It seemed not native to this place but rather suitably placed here to harness the yin energy of the area. Alas, he was not suited for this magic crystal, but that regret only lasted a second. It turned out to come from this magic crystal. Jiang Ye's eyes lit up at the sight of the crystal, her gaze burning with desire. Brother, I want that. Indeed, the young girl's thoughts could not be hidden, but it allowed her to call him brother a few more times, which was quite satisfying. Call brother a few times, let's hear it. Jiang Hajing watched her, a rare tenderness appearing in his eyes these past few days, looking at the magic crystal and then at Jiang Hajing. Jiang Ye's face visibly blushed, her gaze towards Jiang Hajing. She had just cheerfully called out to him, but being teased like this she stammered, "Didn't I just call you?" "One call is not enough." Jiang Hajing stared at the magic crystal. Storing it in his storage ring was not a problem, after all it was isolated, but her demonic energy was too heavy. Jiang Hajing would need to teach Jiang Ye how to utilize the magic crystal later. "I'm about to leave, you know." Jiang Hajing's voice deliberately raised. Jiang Ye's face turned even redder, softly calling out a few times, "Brother, brother." Her soft, sticky voice made Jiang Hajing feel much more comfortable instantly. He closed his eyes, stirring the strange fire within his body, emitting a warm purple glow around the white fur near the magic crystal. The surrounding demonic aura dissipated upon touching him, not even a bit entering his body. He looked at the magic crystal and forcefully cracked it open with his wolf windclaw, then stored it in the ring. Quickly, the entire river began to quiet down without the magic crystal, leaving the lake to purify itself. Having taken the ice crystal, Jiang Hajing was about to leave, but suddenly another secret door appeared. Jiang Hajing's pupils shook, wondering why there was another door here. Jiang Ye, still curious, looked at Jiang Hajing, wondering where he had placed the ice crystal, how it had disappeared into thin air. She always felt he was keeping something from her, but before she could ask Jiang Hajing, she saw him disappear too. Jiang Ye, anxious, immediately jumped after him. Fortunately, she was inherently a demon cultivator, so losing some demonic aura was not an issue for her, but seeing such a scene was still shocking. The magic stone turned out to be a switch. "Brother, shall we go over?" The cave didn't seem very safe, lined with rows of candles and emitting a foul, fishy smell. Jiang Hajing held his breath, employing the turtle technique, which allows one to control their breathing, a method used by the old turtle who had survived nearly 100 years in the swamp by minimizing the absorption of miasma and thus reducing the intake of toxins. Jiang Yue was somewhat dazed by the fumes, and if not for the antidote pill Jiang Hajing gave her, she might have passed out. As they entered the narrow cave, it surprisingly widened the further they ventured. Along the path lay bones and skins of spiritual beasts, each with nails and chains around their ankles. The scene of their deaths was ghastly. Their skins showed signs of whipping, and around them were what seemed like empty baskets. Jiang Hajing found nothing in these baskets. Moving forward, they discovered another cave where the path was covered in fine gold dust. So much gold? Jiang Hajing couldn't help but click his tongue. Unfortunately, he was now a spiritual beast and pondered the current value of this gold dust if collected. But the true shock came when they ventured deeper. The cave was largely empty except for piles of bones from hundreds of spiritual beasts arranged in various forms, all facing the entrance of the cave. Even in death, their faces looked fierce. "No wonder it smells so bad. It's coming from here." Jiang Yue frowned. It seemed all the spiritual beasts had been trapped here and the place was filled with spiritual stones, although only the older, less valuable ones remained. Jiang Hajing had heard from Yu Lingling that these were the common currency in the human realm. Jiang Yue, looking at the stones, remarked, "Back when I was a demon saint, our storerooms were filled with high-grade spiritual stones. These small ones hardly caught our eye, but as far as I know, the mining of spiritual stones is controlled by the Celestials, and even royal families must report before mining. The Entire continent has designated mining areas and the rules are strict even in the realm of Asuras. Who needs these spiritual stones for trade within the spiritual veins? In this realm transactions are not conducted with spirit stones. Despite the spirit veins being separate from the continent, those ancient immortals still forbid any mining here. They keep a tight watch over money, you know. Jiang Yeye has reached the position of a demon saint, and although she's currently in the form of a wolf, she is far more familiar with the rules of the mainland than Jiang Hajing. The spirit veins are different from other continents, entirely isolated. Even within the kingdom of myriad beasts, the currency circulated includes only inner cores and spiritual herbs, making spirit stones unnecessary. Thus only humans mine these spirit stones, yet it is Chi Hanying and the royal family who truly control this place. Ostensibly, they claim to mine only stone turtle eggs, but secretly they exploit these spiritual beasts. Chi Hanying, being of the Jade clan, was ostensibly expelled and now lives among humans incognito, yet he still returns here to serve the royal family. This raises inevitable suspicions, making Jiang Hajing somewhat uneasy. Do you suspect that the kingdom of myriad beasts is colluding with humans? But such a possibility seems slim. Jiang Yeye once heard of a war between the spiritual beasts and the continent during her time in the Azura realm, although now the two sides no longer disturb each other. To the spiritual beasts, humans are naturally considered adversaries and alliances should be rare. And yet here you are occasionally meeting with humans. Aren't you afraid she might poison your elixirs and steal your inner core? To this day Jiang Yeye still harbors concerns about Jiang Hajing's occasional meetings with humans. Jiang Hajing, feeling somewhat guilty, turned his head and said, "She's different from others. It seems these spiritual beasts were captured to mine the spirit stones here, and the higher grade, more valuable spirit stones have already been mined, so the remaining ones are of no use and are no longer needed. To prevent these spiritual beasts from speaking out, they have been specially locked up here," Jiang Hajing said mockingly, watching hundreds of spiritual beasts being chained here day and night mining spirit stones, eventually dying of starvation. Chi Hanying truly has some clever tricks up his sleeve, Jiang Hajing thought to himself, estimating the value of these spirit stones according to Jiang Yeye's description. The spirit stones mined from this vein alone could buy dozens of cities, but this is just one of the spirit veins in the area. How many more are there and how much has been mined? Now this place is of no use anymore. I can't stand it much longer. I'll wait for you outside, said Jiang Yeye, who feeds on demonic energy, but she truly couldn't stomach the foul stench of resentment here. Jiang Hajing looked at the hollowed out cave and also prepared to leave. Suddenly he noticed a spiritual beast intently staring at a spot, seemingly trying to crawl towards it, but being chained it couldn't move at all, so the ground was full of scratch marks. Jiang Hajing, driven by curiosity, followed the path ahead only to find himself facing a mere wall scattered with fragmented spirit stones that seemed unremarkable at first glance. However, to his surprise, the wall felt unusually thin. Touching it, Jiang Hajing felt as if he was touching a thin membrane of jade, smooth and sleek to the touch. He channeled his spiritual energy into it, and almost instantly the jade-like wall shattered. As it burst, a powerful surge of spiritual energy was released, clarifying Jiang Hajing's mind and rapidly increasing his own spiritual energy. He had discovered the Eye of a Ley Line, a rich source of gathered spiritual energy, having absorbed an additional 200,000 units. Such a single node alone offered as much energy as a 5th-rank inner alchemy. One could only wonder about the vast amounts of spiritual energy beneath the entire ley line. Excitement filled Jiang Hajing's eyes. He hadn't expected the spirit beast to be so clever. It was a pity it died too soon. Otherwise, absorbing this spiritual energy might have allowed it to break through the barrier and preserve a sliver of life. But there was more to this Eye of the Ley Line than just that. As Jiang Hajing stepped closer, he found crystals the color of pigeon's blood. With a swift motion of his claws, he cracked open these crystals to reveal a dozen rubies, each as beautiful as a droplet of blood. These top-tier pure red spirit stones were immensely valuable enough to trade for cities. The host could also refine them to enhance his own spiritual energy, with each stone providing an additional 100,000 units, although only one could be absorbed every 5 days. Though Jiang Hajing had never visited the human world, his eyes gleamed brightly. Who wouldn't love money? Even if it wasn't necessary, the feeling of a full bank account was always pleasing. He quickly stored all the spirit stones in his ring, feeling suddenly like a wealthy tycoon. It was a good thing Jiang Yeye had left. Otherwise he would have had to share some with her. His dear sister couldn't blame him this time. After securing his loot, Jiang Hajing sighed deeply as he looked around at this place heavy with resentment. Before leaving, he unleashed a strange fire from his body which swiftly devoured everything around, reducing everything to ashes, as if nothing had ever existed there. Meanwhile, Chi Hanying was up to something, but Jiang Hujing needed a day to figure out their plans. This was just the beginning. Jiang Yaya had hidden herself away, not eager to meet any spirit turtles. She even mocked Jiang Hujing. I didn't expect you to still play the hero, saving the beauty as a spirit beast. First you Ling Ling, then Luo Luo, and now he Nan Nan. Jiang Yaya's haughty voice made Jiang Hujing feel increasingly uneasy. But my sister, you're the only one for me. They are just passers-by, he asserted earnestly, making Jiang Yaya's face turn red the moment he emerged, looking as composed as ever. The spirit turtle was already well rested, although it would take some time for the spiritual scales on its body to fully recover. At least it was faring much better than in the water prison. This is the map, and I have already marked the route to Wangtian Mountain. However, the mountain range is extensive with 9 tiers, and with my abilities I can only reach the first tier, the location where you will find what you were looking for, the corpse abyss. The old turtle pointed to a spot on the map, his murky eyes growing serious. This place is a pile of the corpses of spiritual beasts who failed their tribulations. As they die, their spiritual energy bursts out of their bodies, forming clusters of spirit energy near the corpse abyss, eventually giving rise to the growth of the jade marrow of heaven. However, the mountain of corpses is imbued with a massive amount of resentment, and there are 3 dogs guarding it, specifically absorbing this spirit energy, and they can manipulate those souls. The unascended obsessions linger there day after day, absorbing the resentment and transforming into soul warriors. It is extremely dangerous, so even when I go to Wangtian Mountain I take a detour to avoid the corpse abyss. The demonic energy inside is too heavy. One careless step can lead to demonic possession and the severing of all meridians. Please be very careful. The spiritual turtle looked at him eagerly. After all, he could have claimed this place or threatened to reveal the location of Wangtian Mountain. However, he had bravely ventured in alone, reclaimed the area, and then returned it to them, for which they were immensely grateful. He took back the map for the sake of the Wolf Mother. Even if what lies ahead is the underworld, he would charge forward like Sun Wukong. The spring in this place has already been cleared by me. In a few hundred years it will recover to its original state, but this is after all a treasure land. The stone turtle eggs are coveted by all spiritual beasts. You must think carefully about your exit strategy. Jiang Yaya, hidden here, listened to Jiang Hujing's words and snorted lightly. Though he pretended not to care much, he still asked another question, true to his brother's nature, stubborn. The spiritual turtle looked at the lake, his eyes somewhat moist. This was their habitat after all, and the spiritual turtle would not live long if he left this place. But who knows if those spiritual beasts might return. In the end, he said, we will return to the bottom of the lake, and from then on we will not come ashore again. This place was once lush. The lake's spiritual energy was abundant, and the spiritual beasts coexisted peacefully. They only wished to ascend, yet suffered such a catastrophe. With no offensive capabilities, they had to hide deep in the sea to protect their people, regaining their strength until the lake becomes clear again and the stone turtle eggs will sink with them. Even if those spiritual beasts return, they will not find any spiritual turtles. Have they shrunk away? Jiang Hujing pondered for a moment. Though it was frustrating for them, it was already the best outcome. On this journey along the river he gained quite a bounty, including spirit shards, red bloodstone, spirit spring water, and magic crystals. It was a worthwhile trip. However, he also consumed a lot of medicinal supplies and wouldn't stay here much longer. The 7th tier Jiaolong would surely return. After all, the river's scenery had now become a thorn in their side. It was the time to deliver the turtle eggs, but no spirit beasts had come by, and naturally they would return to inspect the situation. For now he wanted to avoid any contact with them, especially since he was accompanied by Jiang Yaya. As he headed up the mountain, he needed to be even more cautious and decided to replenish his medicinal supplies. They left behind mountain, and by the time they emerged, the miasma had greatly diminished. Despite the prolonged stay, they felt no discomfort. Finding a spot, he quickly set about restoring their strength. Catching a few game animals, Jiang Hujing swiftly sliced the meat and started roasting it anew, releasing a rich aroma that almost had Jiang Yaya drooling. How do you want to eat it? Jiang Hujing teased as usual, but Jiang Yaya wasn't falling for it this time. Without a word, she lunged forward, stuffing the fragrant roasted meat into her mouth, mumbling, I'm not falling for your tricks. Previously, when Jiang Hujing was in the ancient cave, he was either at home concocting pills or out collecting herbs. Although she also possessed the fire spirit veins, her body had been filled with demonic energy. thus when the dark flames rose they emitted a rotten smell, driving her nearly to despair. After tearfully eating raw meat for several days, her craving for cooked meat intensified. Despite her being a young wolf at heart, in one go she devoured a whole cow and then rolled over to lie down in the area Jiang Hujing had cleared. He had laid out a soft bed made from spirit bear fur. This spot made a decent temporary resting place. Perhaps due to the tension, Jiang Ye soon fell asleep while Jiang Hujing sat aside sorting through his belongings. Now only a few bottles of hemostatic pills remained along with other medicinal herbs, including one that could suppress one's cultivation level. He regretted not asking Luoying for more earlier. After all, blood could regenerate, but continuous bloodletting could deplete even the strongest spirit beasts. Jiang Hujing pushed these thoughts aside and casually tossed some heavenly materials and earthly treasures into the mix. His mastery over the peculiar fire had become second nature. The temperature control for concocting pills was very stable, so even without watching he could produce high-grade pills. This time he used a turtle egg. A single turtle egg could produce a batch of pills and additionally enhance the spiritual energy, truly killing several birds with one stone. He then went to the top of the kunlun tree, carefully inspecting the jelong eggs nestled among the branches. The jelong egg was barely visible, already beginning to crack as if ready to hatch. It had been nourished well by the mystical fire, its energy heated evenly, and there was a fervent gleam in its eyes. It wouldn't be long before his spirit beast would emerge. There were still plenty of ice crystals left, enough to reach the bottom of the next lake. He looked up at the man-made inner core, using his spiritual sense to probe and see what kind of spiritual energy was inside. The moment he touched it, he felt a scorching and domineering power. It even had a touch of savagery, the kind of power that, if it were in the meridians, would surely cause them to flow backward, irreparably damaging them. Regular medication was necessary to alleviate the pain, which explained why the Qing wolves obediently followed them. The power had boosted their ranks by 3 or 4 levels in a short period. Such power was indeed terrifying. If one were to establish an army of mindless spirit beasts, even Jiang Hujing dared not contemplate such a scenario. However, how to further research this needed to wait until he could ask Luoying. Regarding the royal affairs, Luoying knew much more than he did. Jiang Hujing added the last batch of herbs into the pill furnace, then snuggled next to Jiang Ye, falling into a deep sleep. Wang Tianshan loomed like a towering layer upon layer of high towers. Compared to other lush mountains, Wang Tianshan was barren, not a blade of grass in sight, and the entire peak was shrouded in miasma. Without the excellent vision of spirit beasts, it would be hard to see clearly. The peak was always covered with thick clouds, with frequent flashes of lightning and thunder cascading down like waterfalls as bright as day. The powerful and aggressive spiritual energy here was a place no one would approach except for spirit beasts wanting to break through to the nascent soul stage. Each layer of the mountain's caves housed spirit beasts in closed-door cultivation, including a royal spirit beast, a talent type from the Qilin family. Born just 10 years ago, it had already reached the 5th rank, whereas other royal spirit beasts needed 100 years after birth to successfully transform. Now able to transform, it had left the kingdom of myriad beasts to reside at Wang Tian Peak. Here the lightning and thunder spiritual energy served as a training ground, along with the offerings of genius treasures. A large pill furnace was established here, into which various good things from the spirit veins were thrown, not only enhancing its spiritual energy but also helping it break through realms. The young Qilin lay lazily on a throne carved with crystals, its amber eyes wildly arrogant. The spirit beasts below were mostly trembling, too frightened to speak. Even though it was a spirit beast of less than 10 years old, it imposed a sense of oppression from its rank upon them. Once its great plan came to fruition, upon returning to the kingdom of myriad beasts, its father would surely support its scheme. By then even the high positions of succession were within its reach to contend for. Beneath the heavenly mountains, the leader of the guardian beasts, Qingmu Rayadisk, thrust his trident directly into the head of a 4th-tier spiritual beast. Even so, he bellowed, "Where are the spirit shards we demanded? And the stone turtle eggs haven't been delivered yet." The 4th-tier spiritual beast, trembling with fear, replied, "My king, I have already sent someone to inquire. We should have news soon, please rest assured." The spiritual beast in front of him was a massive azure lion standing over 5 meters tall, its entire body imposing and its eyes a chilling blood red. Just one glance was enough to instill fear. "Useless thing, go check how much stock is left. The fire in the alchemy furnace must not be extinguished for even a moment." With a wave of his hand, Qingmu Rayadisk threw the spiritual beast out. Despite its injuries, the beast scurried deep into the cavern, other spiritual beasts hurried into a cave carrying stone turtle eggs. Cart after cart was pushed into the cave, which resembled the fiery Mount Flame. Magma rolled like satin in a pool above which hung a red gold alchemy furnace, its flames burning fiercely, filling the cavern with a rich fragrance. All the spiritual beasts stretched their necks trying to catch a whiff, but dared not linger and quickly pushed their carts, not daring to look up. The azure lion's face was filled with anxiety as he sent spiritual beasts to inquire further, sitting upright here in grave concern. Around him were several seventh-tier spiritual beasts such as the azure bird, black tortoise, soaring snake and ink tiger. They were all sent by the kingdom of all beasts, bearing their burdens. Despite their discontent, they were merely subordinates of the kingdom with no choice but to follow orders, otherwise they wouldn't even have medicinal herbs to consume, a few hundred stone turtle eggs, and they can't even deliver this properly. It seems those below need a good thrashing, the azure bird said impatiently. She was the only one among them who was half transformed, with a human upper body and a beast lower body, her face still adorned with some feathers, clad in a garment made of beastskin which outlined her exquisite figure. Even spiritual beasts couldn't help but steal glances. Never mind all that, she snapped. Has the new crystal mine been found? The higher-ups are pressing hard, and the one who came here is directly under our master. If it weren't for the vast mineral wealth of the Azure Sea Mountains, people like her wouldn't have to come here. Looking at you in such a rush, thinking of using the new ore to please the lady of your dreams? Keep dreaming. Although the azure bird disliked the azure lion before the arrival of Chi Hanying, she was the most celebrated woman of the heavenly mountains. No spiritual beast would fall at her feet, but ever since that woman came, everyone only had one thing to say. Despite Lady Qingniao's beauty, she pales in comparison to Lord Chi Hanying. Even her toes do not measure up. Consumed by jealousy, Qingniao's face twisted as she glared fiercely at Qingshi, who was clueless about what had offended this woman, disinterested in petty squabbles and focused solely on serving their king. Qingshi thought it crucial to handle their lord's affairs promptly. If Lord Qi arrives and the ores are not ready, what then? Are we to wander aimlessly, stuffed and satisfied? Qingniao, though reluctant, took flight, heading towards Wangtian Mountain, where magma was abundant and ideal for crafting spirit beasts, a material far more common here than among Wangtian's people. Lord Chi Hanying was quicker to arrive. She had left a watching mirror here, forged from the spiritual stones of Wangtian Mountain, an object of great value. It could record images and, when activated, would resonate with the compass in her hand. By the time she arrived, the lake had already been devastated and corpses littered the mountain range, chaos everywhere. Seated atop a Jiaolong, wearing a light purple garment and a bewitching bell anklet around her fair ankle, she held the compass, focusing on a small white creature. Within a short hour, the entire Bihai Mountain had overturned. It was said that the Turtle Clan's leader could flip the earth, but only once every century when the Spirit Lake reopened. This little wolf is quite capable, she noted. Just as you said, far more suitable for a furnace than that sickly Qilin. The Jiaolong's triangular eyes narrowed slightly, a chill emanating from them. Chi Hanying crushed a spiritual stone in her hand and spoke lightly. Has the new vein of spiritual ore been located? Qingniao seems to have a lead. We should focus on how to capture this creature and present it to our lord. The Jiaolong wrapped around her, its crimson tongue flicking out, tasting the air meticulously to discern the direction, but it detected an unusual scent, perhaps someone cultivating demonic energy. Could it be members of the demon clan here as well? Despite its intelligence, the Jiaolong hesitated to inform Chi Hanying, preferring to avoid unnecessary complications. Let's head to Wangtian Mountain first. There's still a little ancestor there. Chi Hanying tapped the Jiaolong's head and it rose. She stepped onto it, the bells on her ankle chiming seductively, causing nearby spirit beasts to instinctively hide. Spirit beasts had their own network of information. Whenever a large number of them died in one place, pheromones would signal who was responsible for the slaughter, including the sound of these bells. Jiang Yijing suddenly awoke and stood up. Jiang Yu was sprawled out asleep, the doorway's protective formation still perfectly intact. Yet inexplicably, Jiang Yijing felt a chill creep up his spine. With an almost imperceptible sense of danger, the spirit beast's intuition was never wrong. He woke Jiang Ye, thankful that she was a sound sleeper. Now transformed into a small wolf, she could sleep just about anywhere. What's up? Is it time to eat? Jiang Ye rubbed her face as she got up, looking somewhat bewildered at Jiang Hejing. Jiang Hejing, somewhat helplessly, extended a wolf paw and tapped her on the head. Don't you have any sense of crisis? We're setting off for Wangtian Mountain. After being teased, Jiang Ye's face flushed with a sudden warmth and she grumbled as she got up, feeling a bit sore all over. You're the one without a sense of crisis. Just look at my level, she retorted. Just then, a black tornado swept through the doorway, attacking Jiang Hujing in an instant. The tornado was small and Jiang Hujing easily broke it with a swipe of his wolf wind claw. However, at the moment of contact, although the tornado was shattered, the demonic energy within burst out, instantly overwhelming him. If it weren't for the qi hua surrounding Jiang Hujing, he would have been touched by it and it would have fused into his bloodstream. Xiao Mo Tuan, it's a mid-level demonic cultivator's attack. Jiang Hujing realized this technique could utilize the surrounding demonic energy for attacks, and the energy could hide within any spiritual energy. If there were any wounds on the body, it would be easily infiltrated. Jiang Ye's mastery over her demonic energy had grown. She had been secretly hard at work in secluded corners. If she used a crystal stone, her progress would be remarkably fast. Seeing Jiang Hujing's admiring look, Jiang Ye grew smug. Lifting her chin, she boasted with a proud look in her eyes, "See, I told you I'm amazing. I knew I'd beat you one day. Let's have another contest next time." Before Jiang Ye could finish, Jiang Hujing stuffed a medicinal pill into her mouth. The warm pill began to merge with her body, gradually warming her originally cold meridians. Eat some of this, it's good for your body. That demonic energy is too cold. Don't be too eager for quick success. This will cleanse the demonic energy inside you. Even though Jiang Ye remembered all the methods of cultivating demonic energy from her past life, she was currently just a 4th-tier small spirit beast, unable to bear so much demonic energy, and her bloodline evolution was slow. Thus, Jiang Hujing slowly refined the medicinal pill with qi hua. Although these were all substances of extreme yang, they would not cause a conflict of forces within her body but merely served to temper it, allowing her body's demonic energy to evolve slowly. Jiang Ye's eyes trembled slightly, feeling warm inside. Back when she was an empress, no matter what she achieved, her father always said she couldn't compare to her brothers. Thus she strived hard to become the demon emperor, for in the realms of Azura and spirit beasts there was no difference. Both valued strength above all, the law of the jungle, even for power. Fathers and sons would fight to the death and brothers would slaughter each other. From the moment she was born, she knew no kinship, only the ruthless slaughter for power. Unexpectedly, it was as a little wolf that she came to experience this kinship. Her eyes reddened, she turned her head away, not letting Jiang Hujing see. At this moment, Jiang Hujing had no time to feel the changes in his magical sister's heart. He was more concerned about the alertness within him, wondering where it came from. He faintly felt the presence of his kind here, and it wasn't Jiang Ye. More precisely, it wasn't his own feeling. It seemed like Jiang Hujing had performed a vanishing act right in front of Jiang Ye. There was no real person. Her eyes were filled with astonishment. Jiang Hujing returned to the space, quickly looked over it, and indeed the dragon egg on his Kunlun tree had turned from slightly transparent to completely transparent, with spiritual energy continuously emerging. Jiang Hujing's eyes were burning. Inside the transparent eggshell, everything was clearly visible, especially the little dragon curled up inside, its distinct patterns and flowing energy visible. It seemed that it wouldn't be long before it hatched, and even before hatching, this little fellow had already begun to protect him. The sensation of kinship he felt earlier had indeed come from this source. It was worth feeding it with his blood every day, quietly waiting for it to hatch. Meanwhile, Jiang Ye was frantically searching for Jiang Hujing when suddenly Jiang Hujing with his water-like spiritual presence appeared before her. He patted her little head with his wolf paw and said, "What are you looking for? Let's go." Jiang Ye, teased by him, blushed deeply and refused to follow him. She waited for Jiang Hujing to coax her, stretching her neck and saying, "What now, my lady?" But before Jiang Ye could speak, it seemed something was following behind her. Jiang Ye instinctively turned around, and at that moment Jiang Hujing's vine-like hands had already pulled out the creature hiding in the dark. Who was hiding there? Jiang Hujing demanded as he brought the vine over. A dark and ugly spirit beast appeared, its long hair covering its face. For a moment Jiang Hujing couldn't recognize what it was until he brought it closer and finally saw clearly. Spirit beast, human-faced beast, level 4 spiritual energy, 2 million points physique, 50 intelligence, 50. The system had recognized it first. Jiang Hujing watched as the human-faced beast opened its face, and he didn't know how to react. This was a true case of beauty in the beast. She had an extremely fair face, even her amber-colored eyes filled with tears, looking pitifully at Jiang Hujing. "Who are you? Why are you sneaking around behind us? Jiang Ye demanded, eyeing the creature whose appearance was bizarre beyond words. For a moment she didn't know how to describe it. It was her first encounter with a beast having a human face, its body covered in soft, long fur. On closer inspection she noticed that its fur should have been a fiery red, not the charred color it now bore. You've been burnt, she pointed out. Jiang Hujing followed her gaze. Indeed, the creature's fur was nearly all burnt and scabs tightly covered its body, which looked terribly infected. Moreover, the creature didn't seem to possess any offensive capabilities, and Jiang Hujing didn't need a fourth-tier inner core at the moment. Holding his patience, he asked, "Why are you following us?" Through sobs and chokes, the creature replied, "I am a human-faced beast from the foot of Wangtian Mountain, also an escapee. We live near Wangtian Mountain, subsisting on the nearby flames, leading a peaceful existence. But suddenly a wave of spiritual beasts descended from the mountain, capturing my kin to harvest the crystalline essence in our bodies, burning them alive just to extract the spices contained within us. These spices can aid them in concocting spiritual medicines. My kin are nearly extinct with fewer than a few dozen left. They force us to reproduce continuously to ensure an unending supply." As it spoke, its eyes gradually turned a bloody red. "Those little ones, thrown into the furnace not even 100 days after birth. And I, as a mother, could only watch as my children turned to ashes before me. It feels as if I had died myself." Jiang Hujing watched the creature cry heart-wrenchingly, blood even mingling with its tears. "I know you have saved the Baihatian people. I hope you can save my kin as well. I know of a ley line with many top-grade spiritual stones. It's a relic guarded by our ancestors alongside numerous rare and precious treasures. If you can save my tribe, I will guide you there." Jiang Hujing, not one to play the hero, was initially only interested in retrieving the Bayuti Sky Marrow and leaving. Wangtian Mountain wasn't a place to be trifled with. However, the mention of the ley line instantly sparked his interest. Ley lines were a rare and precious existence. Even the ley line under Baihatian Manor had been exhausted, yet the one under Wangtian Mountain remained undiscovered. For Jiang Hujing, this was an extraordinary find, potentially offering a significant boost to his cultivation. The presence of abundant spiritual energy there could even allow him to ascend a whole cultivation level just by practicing there. Tempted by this, he finally agreed to the deal. "I will accept your offer," Jiang Hujing said calmly, looking at the creature. "But we need to treat the wounds on your body first, otherwise you might not even survive the journey there." Initially, the human-faced beast came with a tentative mindset, never expecting Jiang Hujing to agree so readily. Her amber eyes widened in shock, and then, wiping away her tears, she repeatedly expressed her gratitude. Her head bowed repeatedly in thanks, and seeing this, Jiang Ye was reminded of the wolf mother, which softened her heart momentarily. Jiang Hujing took her back to the cave, intending to remove all her burnt fur. He raised his hand and used his wolf claws to cut away the charred parts of her body, then began to apply medicine. Fortunately, it was just a normal burn without any other wounds, and the flesh-promoting medicine quickly did its job. As the skin on her body began to slowly regrow, a smile appeared on the face of the human-faced beast, even revealing a somewhat delicate and handsome appearance. Curious, Jiang Hujing asked, "What is the purpose of the spices on your body?" She nodded, her given name being Xiuxiu. Due to her delicate face, she was considered the most beautiful in her tribe, but she never anticipated facing such a disaster. Her kind was different from other spiritual beasts. They lived under Mount Wangtian, thus they were also influenced by it, born with human faces. However, this human face was just a characteristic of spiritual beasts and brought no special changes to them. More importantly, if their spices were combined with other spiritual medicines, it could produce a temporary transformative effect. Jiang Hujing recalled the 15th level spiritual Tiger King of Mount Linghu. He must have ingested spiritual medicine mixed with this type of spice, which allowed him to temporarily transform. Nevertheless, there surely were other ingredients involved. "We are not sure what exactly they do, but if this continues, our tribe will be exterminated," Xiuxiu said with tears filling her eyes, again looking earnestly at Jiang Hujing. "I am willing to do everything to save my people." Jiang Hujing was interested in the transformation medicine, but he was even more curious about why Qi Haining would do this. The distance from here to Mount Wangtian was significant, but it was still very close to Xiuxiu's territory. If it was about saving them, then perhaps they could just relocate. Moreover, reinforcements from that area wouldn't arrive anytime soon. Without delay, Jiang Hujing decided to leave that night. He told Jiang Ye, "With your current abilities, you can't help me much, so just stay here and take good care of yourself and her." Although Jiang Ye was reluctant, she knew that with her current abilities she really couldn't assist him much. Don't worry, next time I will definitely stand by your side and fight alongside you, she assured. Jiang Hujing looked at his little sister and couldn't help but smile lightly, thinking how no brother would want his sister to surpass him. After all, who doesn't wish for their sister to always be the sweet and soft one needing her brother's protection? Holding the map Xiao gave him, Jiang Hujing started heading towards the cave of the human-faced beast. The cave is located thousands of kilometers away from Bihai Mountain, and there lies a stark difference. Previously, Bihai Mountain was known for its clear waters and lush foliage, barring some miasma. However, the territory of the humanoid beasts has reached the bounds of Wangtian Mountain. This mountain is perennially shrouded in thunderclouds, emitting an oppressive aura throughout. Nearly approaching it sends shivers down one's spine. In the territory of the humanoid beasts, blood-red trees thrive, their claw-like branches sprawling across the land. In this heavy air, Jiang Hujing, a pale white spirit beast, seemed particularly out of place. The trees bore unidentifiable fruits which, when Jiang Hujing inadvertently slashed them open with his ethereal claws, began to wail eerily like infants. These blood-red fruits, known as baby fruits, emit cries like those of a child and are a favored food of the humanoid beasts. Their fragrance can bewitch spirit beasts. Jiang Hujing carefully smelled one, and indeed a strange fragrance wafted up, penetrating his nostrils and refreshing his heart. Thinking that Jiang Yaya would like it, he considered making smoke bombs or fragrant pills out of them. With this thought, he didn't hesitate to gather most of the fruits into his ring. In Space 1-1-1, Jiang Hujing transformed most of the natural treasures into medicinal pills to save space. However, these treasures weren't always readily available, so he planned to transplant them into his space, wishing he could reduce the catalysis time. He prepared to use his next batch of points for this adjustment. Upon entering, he could see the territory of the humanoid beasts. They lived in caves primarily because they lacked offensive capabilities and mostly carved out their living on the stone walls due to having human faces which could deceive spirit beasts. They fed solely on baby fruits from the trees, absorbing the spiritual energy within, occasionally enhanced by the stormy spiritual energy entering their bodies. Thus, their inner elixirs were refined in this way, and their flesh could exude a unique fragrance. Standing high up on a tree branch, Jiang Hujing, with his innate ability to become invisible and having consumed the medicinal pills, remained undetected even by the strictly guarding spirit beasts. He looked down and saw the spirit beasts wearing masks and human clothes. However, his claws were exposed, revealing a giant ape with blood-red fur, its arms as thick as a tree trunk, carrying a small humanoid beast that had not yet grown full fur. The creature was dragged along, trembling incessantly from fear, and behind it, a woman's heart-wrenching cry echoed, "My child! Give me back my child!" The shriek pierced through the sky, yet the giant ape, impatient, cleaved through with his axe. The massive axe instantly shattered the cave that was their shelter into rubble. Stones tumbled down, crushing the beast-faced mother beneath them, her blood splattering the rocks. The giant ape, dissatisfied, grumbled, "Hurry up, throw the dead thing over here." Being assigned here was bad enough, let alone having to listen to these nuisances every day. His voice was filled with discontent as the surrounding spiritual beasts, intimidated, quickly gathered at the center of the rocks to lift the mangled body of the beast-faced creature. Due to the falling boulders, the beast-faced creature was nothing but a mushy pile. Even so, her fate was sealed by the furnace hanging above in the cave on the cliff. The flames instantly devoured the mush, leaving behind only a pile of ash and a fragrant pill of immortality. "Give me back my mother! Give her back!" cried the small beast-faced creature below, his sobs breaking as his weak hands helplessly beat against the giant ape's body, but his strength was futile. The giant ape lifted his foot and kicked without hesitation. The little beast-faced creature didn't even have a chance to whimper before he followed the same path as his mother. "Enough, third brother. Don't let these things spoil our pleasure. I've gotten some fine wine from the kingdom of all beasts, not something you find just anywhere. Come try it," said the spirit elephant as he brought over the wine. Immediately catching the giant ape's attention, he moved quickly to grab the wine and, upon opening it, a rich aroma filled the air. "This wine is brewed with the spiritual spring water from the kingdom of all beasts, truly rare. If it weren't for the azure bird discovering that spiritual mine, we wouldn't be enjoying such fine wine," the giant ape said as he eagerly gulped down the wine, his face soon flushed with drunkenness. "This wine is excellent. We should also put in more effort to return to the kingdom of all beasts sooner. This godforsaken place really is cursed, forget it. As long as the king needs this spice, we're not going anywhere. Might as well hope our king gives up on this place soon," said the spirit elephant bluntly but truthfully. The giant ape's face showed signs of defeat. "Had I known, I would have drunk more. only Sister Azure Bird still thinks of us, otherwise we wouldn't even have this wine." As he spoke, he poured the rest of the wine down his throat, his eyes gleaming with greed. "Wonder what Sister Azure Bird likes," he mused. Just then the giant elephant, twice the size of the ape, threw a wine bottle at him. "With the way you are, forget about it." Although the giant ape was dissatisfied seeing the giant elephant's body twice his length, he could only swallow his anger. "Our Lady Azure Bird has high standards. Even Lord Azure Lion doesn't catch her eye, let alone small fries like us," he muttered as he resumed drinking. Below, the spiritual beasts could only look on eagerly, praying for a share of the spiritual wine. John Hudging watched all this, his eyes growing colder as he scanned these beasts with his divine sense. The ones in front of him were all 6th-tier spiritual beasts. There was a giant ape, and the others were a spiritual rhinoceros with massive horns like great swords, and another was a spiritual elephant whose tusks shone with golden light and whose eyes were blood red, his face marred with long scars. They all seemed to be above 6th tier. The others were merely 4th or 5th tier lesser spiritual beasts, which John Hudging paid no mind to. He thought it might be better to kill a few human faced beasts for food and drink, as there were no tasty spiritual beasts nearby. The giant ape, in high spirits, looked towards the trembling group of human-faced beasts. One of them, scared, hid in its mother's arms and whispered in a tiny voice, "Mommy, I'm scared." Having just witnessed its kin die before its eyes, it now had to face the same fate. This place was like hell for them. The mother of the human-faced beast lifted her defiant little face, her eyes filled with determination. "Don't be afraid, Shio Shio has already escaped, there is still hope for us." But before she could finish, the giant ape, swaying, said, "Just because one human-faced beast escaped, do you think you weaklings really have a chance?" He was about to crush them when the spiritual elephant intervened. "The king has said they are better alive for making incense. You kill too many each day, and if the quality of the incense drops, you'll be the one questioned." Although the giant ape was reluctant, he lowered his hand, but still, in a fit of anger, he lashed out with his whip, tearing the skin and flesh of the human-faced beast, causing blood to flow. The beast lay gasping, staring with eyes full of venom. "Mommy." The little human-faced beast looked tearfully at its dying mother, powerless. Their tribe had dwindled to just a few dozen, with many born each day but many dying after just 100 days. As the giant ape staggered off to drink more, suddenly huge dark clouds formed in the sky. Lightning flashed and thunder roared, striking directly on the giant ape's head. The attack of lightning left him unprepared, the intense pain making him look up with bloodshot eyes. "Who dares to strike me with lightning?" His huge form moved, his fiery eyes scanning the nearby spiritual beasts. The spiritual elephant, drunk, said, "You've forgotten this is Wang Tian Mountain, where lightning strikes regardless of time or place. It seems your transformation is also nearing." Although the giant ape was somewhat suspicious, seeing no movement around, he could only curse in frustration. "What rotten luck! It's all because of these pathetic spirit beasts, otherwise I wouldn't be suffering here. I'd be back enjoying my life in the kingdom of 10,000 beasts." Furious and unable to contain his anger, he raised his hand, intending to kill a few spirit beasts to vent. However, before he could strike, suddenly the thunderclouds in the sky began to gather again, pouring down like a torrential downpour. The purple lightning contained vast amounts of spiritual energy, and all of it was directed at him. In an instant, the lightning charred the giant ape on the outside, while leaving him tender inside, causing his mask to fall off and revealing his ugly face. This sobered everyone up immediately. They switched into combat mode, looking around carefully, their eyes filled with terror. It seemed that indeed someone was coming to kill them. Heavily thunder roars, spiritual energy consumption, 10,000 enhanced skills plus 30 points stacked with berserk plus cold frost. Jiang River Landscape stood atop a tree, watching as the thunder rumbled down, forcing them to scatter like rats. The 4th-tier spirit beasts couldn't withstand it at all. Some were even struck dead by the lightning. "Hurry up and find out who that rat sneaking around is." All the spirit beasts were urgently mobilized and everyone began to search. However, Jiang River Landscape's scent had long been concealed and he was invisible, so these spirit beasts couldn't find him at all. Well, let them play along. He gently raised his hand and quickly the trees uprooted themselves, entwining swiftly to form a huge cage. All the spirit beasts were caught inside, unable to struggle. Jiang River Landscape was of the 6th tier, but his attack power, coupled with stacking, could reach above the 7th tier, and even after enhancing, the 8th tier was possible, though the duration might only be a few hours. However, dealing with these minions was still an easy task. Jiang River Landscape's blue eyes coldly watched them, and with a wave of his hand, the surrounding spiritual energy instantly gathered. He already possessed the skill to manipulate thunder and lightning, and this place was Wang Tian Mountain. as long as there was enough spiritual energy he could draw a certain amount of heavenly thunder. The current thunder and lightning power was still not enough, it needed a bit more time. Jiang River Landscape was ready to have a good time with them. With a flick of his hand he sent 2 hurricane souls over. Instantly 2 huge tornadoes approached the cage, the surroundings even carrying lightning sharp as knives, tightly sealing the entire cage. The onlookers could only watch as these tornadoes passed by, and in a flash the spirit beasts inside the cage turned into dried corpses with only their fur tightly clinging to their bodies, their eyes wide open in death. A blood mist swept around, even transforming into sharp swords that deeply stabbed in front of the giant ape. Although the giant ape reacted quickly, his huge body was still deeply pierced by several swords. Bright red blood gushed out, firmly absorbed into the blood mist. Jiang River Landscape watched all this, his expression unchanging as he raised his spiritual energy to the highest level. In an instant, the hurricanes did not slow down under the cover of the giant ape. Instead, their assault intensified. The giant ape immediately activated its spiritual energy. Its gray fur acted like armor, shimmering with black spiritual energy that completely blocked the hurricanes. Its eyes, red and bleeding, immediately locked onto the direction of Jiang Hejing. To his discovery, Jiang Hejing was not surprised at all. Instead, he calmly hid deeper into the forest, prompting the giant ape to madly pursue him. The frenzied spiritual energy caused the surrounding rocks to levitate and harshly smash towards Jiang Hejing. However, these were nothing to him. The hurricane in front of him instantly formed a massive barrier that was impenetrable. He even stood there, the giant ape watching helplessly as it couldn't get close by even an inch, astonishment filling its eyes. It had thought it faced an army, yet it turned out to be merely a young wolf cub whose attacks were surprisingly above the 6th level. After all, only a spirit beast of the 6th level or higher could manipulate heavenly thunder. To think it was underestimated by a mere cub. Clenching its teeth in anger and glaring furiously, the giant ape quickly resorted to using its powerful move. Its long arms, like meteor hammers, fiercely smashed towards Jiang Hejing, indeed creating a crack in the barrier. Jiang Hejing stood unflinchingly. In an instant the trees below wildly grew, forming a natural barrier in a flash that blocked all his force. His once prideful giant fists in front of him were as fragile as roadside pebbles. Fear surged within him and he prepared to turn around. But Jiang Hejing wouldn't allow him the chance to retreat. The entire ground malevolently rose, wrapping huge chunks of wind that swiftly swept towards him, slicing into his body like blades, blood spraying instantly. His armor was no match, and upon opening his eyes he saw Jiang Hejing standing in front of him, looking coldly at him. The giant ape smelled the scent of death, and just a moment too late to even cry for help, a massive wind palm descended from the sky and his body's blood exploded in an instant. In the air it formed a cloud of blood mist, slowly coalescing on his forehead, absorbing the 5th level giant ape's spiritual blood, evolving his bloodline plus 10 spiritual energy plus 100,000, physique plus 10-inch spiritual sense plus 10, and after devouring the inner core, both physique and spiritual sense would increase by plus 10 more. The system quickly calculated, and Jiang Hejing watched as the lifeless giant ape collapsed, its once fierce gaze now empty. Neatly he sliced open its head, revealing the 5th level inner core. However, he did not consume it. His current need for spiritual energy growth required higher quality, and such an inner core could not even serve as icing on the cake for him. Casually placing items into the spatial ring, Jiang Hejing then made his way out into the forest. The giant elephant had thought that the giant ape might hold off the attack for a while, but unexpectedly, just one formation inflicted severe injuries on it, which was unforeseen. In less than 10 minutes, Jiang Hejing had dealt with the giant ape. His eyes filled with disbelief, he stared blankly ahead. He had never imagined that a mere wolf cub could so easily dispatch his 2 major generals. Looking up at the spiritual elephant, Jiang Hejing could tell it was also a 5th-tier beast. The royal family thought that placing a few 5th and 6th-tier beasts in this inconspicuous territory would allow them to rest easy, or perhaps they felt that a few spiritual beasts, a mere family, could be exterminated without consequence. Thus, they paid no mind to the life and death of these creatures as long as they could obtain what they desired, be it scales, claws, or inner alchemy. They could dominate arbitrarily, taking lives, and these actions were even tied to human interests. Jiang Hejing looked at the giant elephant, giving it no chance to react. Thunder roared ominously as he accelerated the spiritual energy within his body to its peak. Now his combat strength was of the 7th tier. Striking down a 5th-tier spiritual beast was as easy as slicing through vegetables. In an instant, as several bolts of heavenly thunder struck, the armor on the giant elephant shattered effortlessly, blood spewed from its mouth and its body was nearly shattered. Dragging its broken body, it tried to flee, but it was already too late. A giant tree emerged from the ground and pierced deeply into the giant elephant's body. The surrounding blood rose into the air, and the other spiritual beasts watched in horror, fearing they might be next. The spiritual rhinoceros, having witnessed the scene, was utterly terrified and even ate another spiritual beast to boost its chances of escape. Digesting its bloodline and assuming its form, a skill it possessed, it managed to escape barely. The remaining spiritual beasts were left with just a head. Jiang Hijing also noticed the spiritual rhinoceros fleeing, but it was too late to pursue. However, he didn't care much for those third and fourth tier spiritual beasts. Such a grand spectacle would eventually spread, so for Jiang Hijing it made no difference. First he had to rescue the other humanoid beasts, as his spiritual mind was waiting for him. Approaching the cave, the humanoid beasts inside had various faces which were quite unsettling to look at. After a while, after releasing them, Jiang Hijing glanced at another humanoid beast, trampled and barely alive. Likely the giant ape's stomp had crushed its internal organs, making survival beyond this point difficult, so the little creature with a human face clung to her mother, crying incessantly. "Don't be afraid, child," the humanoid beast gasped, her eyes filled with tenderness as she looked at her daughter. "You have been saved, all is well." Then with a grateful gaze she turned to Jiang Hijing and said, "Thank you for saving us." Seeing her struggle to speak, Jiang Hijing immediately gave her a medicinal pill, a hemostasis pill and a life-saving one. These pills contained spiritual energy that could regenerate even shattered internal organs as long as the patient was still breathing. After the humanoid beast's mother consumed the pills, her condition improved significantly, and she looked at Jiang Hijing with a renewed gaze. An older humanoid beast looked at him with a hint of fear, as in the world of spiritual beasts only the law of the jungle prevailed. He thought they had simply found a new oppressor. He approached and said, "Thank you, Lord Wolf King, for rescuing our kind and preserving our lineage. If Lord Wolf King does not disdain us, we are at your disposal, hoping only for your protection. We will do anything." Jiang Hijing glanced at them, noting their lack of any real combat ability, yet here they were ready to die for their words. "I don't need you," he said. "I have already made a deal with someone else." The humanoid beasts looked at him in surprise and then seemed to realize something. "Are you speaking of Xiao? The chief hesitated as if wanting to ask more, but in the end he did not. His eyes filled with sorrow as he looked at Jiang Hijing. "Xiao is still alive," Jiang Hijing said, noting the uncanny valley effect in the faces of the group. "She mentioned that your clan is hiding a spirit mine here. She will take me there, and you'll know when you see her." Hearing that Xiao was still alive, all the humanoid beasts cheered, their eyes brimming with grateful tears. Jiang Hijing had no time for their words of thanks. He ordered them to release the other spiritual beasts and then to retreat following the map's directions. Since the spiritual rhinoceros had left, he assumed that other spiritual beasts would know about this place and possibly send others to investigate. Jiang Hijing approached the furnace, manipulating the flames within. Soon several spice-like cores emerged from the flames. These were crafted from the flesh and blood of humanoid beasts. They were also key ingredients for temporary transformations. He counted them, 10 human spirit pills, made from the flesh and blood of humanoid beasts they provided, plus 100,000 spiritual energy, and unlocked the ability to mimic the appearance of other spiritual beasts. For Jiang Hijing, 100,000 spiritual energy wasn't very enticing. However, the ability to mimic other spiritual beasts was intriguing, especially since the mobility of the little wolf cub wasn't very convenient. Yet Jiang Hijing hadn't consumed them. What mattered more to him was gaining the ability for a temporary transformation, so he decisively decided to unlock other benefits later. Jiang Hijing then entered the cave of the spiritual beasts, which was filled with numerous spirit wines. He opened one and a rich aroma of spiritual energy wafted out. He lowered his head for a taste. The rich fragrance wafted up from his tongue, and Jiang Hijing suddenly felt invigorated throughout his body. The celestial brew from the kingdom of beasts was made from flower Ganoderma, a plant that blossoms and bears fruit every 100 years. This brew could ward off demonic energies and enhance spiritual qi, and it was also an ingredient for alchemy. Jiang Hijing gulped down an entire jar, the refreshing sensation piercing straight to his crown. Such fine wine, alas, there were less than 10 jars left. He planned to raid the kingdom of beasts for a dozen more jars to stash in his ring. After storing the jars, Jiang Hijing continued to scour the cave for other treasures, amassing a considerable haul, including over 50 fourth-tier beast cores. according to these beasts, they wished to return to the kingdom of beasts where these cores were considered hard currency. Essentially, these were the cores stripped from the beasts saved for a day they might return to their homeland. Consuming these cores could increase one's spiritual chi by 300,000 inch, though the specifics were not clear. Chi Hanying was capable of creating synthetic cores, a feat more terrifying than he had imagined. He gathered other items like spiritual stones as well. Probably, the master of Montian Mountain hadn't anticipated that his challenger would be a young wolf cub less than half a year old. After finishing his business, Jiang Hujing looked up at Montian Mountain, which had 9 levels. Only those who reached the last level and endured the baptism of the tribulation thunder could achieve the nascent soul, ha. A fervor filled his eyes. It was only a matter of time. Returning to where Jiang Yeye was hiding, he found her in a corner, her face full of disdain as she looked at them. Their faces were indeed a varied bunch. In his previous life as a human, seeing such faces would have invoked the uncanny valley effect. Upon seeing Jiang Hujing approach, Jiang Yeye immediately darted over, clinging tightly to his side. Xiao said she was the most beautiful, and now he believed it. Jiang Yeye suddenly quipped, making Jiang Hujing almost burst into laughter. What, more beautiful than in your previous life? That remark almost earned Jiang Hujing a few slaps, but he swiftly dodged. In all the 3 realms, beyond the 9 heavens, who else has dared to question my beauty? Jiang Yeye said proudly, as if to assert that even if she couldn't match in strength, she would never lose in beauty. Women's desire to compete is indeed strange. Thank you for saving my people, Xiao said, her eyes filled with excitement. Her long hair had fallen, making her look less bizarre. Their people's skin was the same fiery red as the baby fruit on the trees, too conspicuous and lacking in defensive capabilities, which is why they hid beneath Montian Mountain. Normal beasts couldn't get through, and higher-tier beasts disdained to interact with such creatures, making it an excellent hiding place. But now they needed to find a new home, which was troublesome. Their bodies emitted a unique fragrance that was fatally attractive to spiritual beasts. Where do you plan to settle now? Jiang Hujing looked up at them, and like those spirit turtles, they were all guilty of harboring Bai. But was it really a spiritual beast that was targeting them? We need to head to the edge of the spiritual veins, about 10 mountains away from here. Although it's a long journey, there is a secret passage near the mines that leads there, Xiao explained, revealing that it was the only escape route left by their ancestors. It turned out there was a way out after all. Perhaps the reason why the group of human-faced beasts sent Xiao out was not for her to go back and save them, but to preserve a trace of their bloodline for their own people. The spiritual veins were not far from Wangtian Mountain, but they were well hidden. There was a Master Qingniao on Wangtian Mountain who, because he possessed a metal-type spiritual vein within him, could detect any spiritual veins that emerged, the inner core of metal-type creatures evolved by absorbing the spiritual energy from these veins. Nearby the spiritual veins, there should typically be similar spiritual beasts lurking. However, metal-type spiritual beasts were rare, and the human-faced beasts had only seen Master Qingniao. Although unclear, the spiritual beasts of Wangtian Mountain were also mining, so the surrounding areas where veins were likely to exist had been thoroughly scavenged by them, and they found nothing. Perhaps the area was too rich in energy. The gold veins possessed the ultimate yang energy, which was adversely affected by heavy yin energy, so naturally Master Qingniao would not step foot there. Heavy yin energy, Jiang Hujing remarked. Aren't places with spiritual veins supposed to be rich in spiritual energy? How could there be heavy yin energy? The human-faced beast shook its head, equally puzzled. The only reason they knew about this spiritual vein was that their ancestors' escape route was also nearby, but they could only reach the ore from those veins and had never dared to dream of more, as they were unable to mine through the tough geological layers, merely surviving beneath them. Heavy yin energy, Jiang Yeye's eyes lit up instantly, especially since it was near the spiritual veins. This held a strong attraction for her, as what she needed most was this pure demonic energy, which promised significant advancement for her. Unfortunately, those spiritual stones were of no use to Jiang Yeye. Her spiritual veins couldn't absorb their energy, but they would be useful once she went to the human realm. Jiang Hujing calculated the amount of spiritual energy, how many ores his space could hold from the entire vein, and if absorbed completely, his rank could advance further. A 7th-order spiritual beast. A fervor shone in Jiang Hujing's eyes.